Good Monday morning, everybody. And it is not a good Monday morning. It's a great Monday morning. How about them Texans? Some Mills magic to finish it up. We got a text, Lance and I, from Freddie, and it was what I was thinking for most of the game is, why are you not doing everything to win this football game? Why are you just giving up? The 5 seed is where you want to be, just in case the Bills win in week 1. So if the Bills or the Chargers win in week 1, you win your game, you are going to be playing an easier team, right? So you want to be as high a seed as possible. I didn't understand what the Eagles did yesterday. The Eagles could have been the 2 seed. You got a chance to host 2 playoff games if you're the 2 seed.
Somebody's gonna have to explain to me some of the give-ups in the last week. Like, it's never a good thing just to intentionally give up.
No.
I don't know. For me, the Eagles losing to, and you know what? It was expected to be like that. The Eagles were like a 2-point favorite against the lowly Commanders. So it was expected to be that for the Eagles.
Josh Johnson, 39 years old. Josh Johnson won that game for the Commanders.
I know.
Holy crap. What are you doing? You don't want to be the 2 seed? You'd rather be the 3? What are you doing?
Well,
I don't get it. I don't get it. You know who played their ass off? The Rams. You know why? Because they got a chance. They're playing the Panthers now. They were like, no, we ain't going to Philadelphia.
Oh,
or
there's
Chicago.
not in that weather. Like, Philly hasn't been a dangerous offense at all. I mean, frankly,
you still don't want to play Philly in Philly.
No, you don't want to play in Philly. You don't want to play in that weather. You just don't want to take a chance with Saquon Barkley. You know how much talent they have, even though they've been, frankly, Carolina's been a more consistent team. You really want to know the truth. But no one's afraid of Bryce Young. I'm like, you definitely want to. I like teams that say, oh, no, we'd much rather play this team, so we're going to do everything we can to play this team.
No, baloney. Well, it worked out okay because, break it down. In the AFC, I think probably if you had to pick all the playoff teams who the Texans would want to play, it might be the Chargers. Might be.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'll tell you this. You got a statue back there in Aaron Rodgers with this pass rush?
I'm not afraid of them.
No.
I know they've got a rush too, but I don't see how they score against the Texans. I don't think they can get to 20.
You got to go in the cold, but Aaron Rodgers is a statue. He's perfect for your team.
Right. Yeah, and he doesn't look down the field. Like, he's not attacking you vertically. And the Texans, a lot of stuff. Yesterday, he had 25 pass attempts at halftime and 98 yards passing.
Yeah.
Less than 4 yards per attempt.
Second half, they picked it up.
Yeah, they picked it up in the second half. But this has been an issue for them all year long is Aaron Rodgers gets it out. He doesn't want to get sacked. Well, what that means is you're throwing a bunch of short stuff, and the Texans are a swarm unit. Like, all they do is rally to the ball. You don't get a lot of yards after catch. So, they're not. Listen. I was really happy that Tyler Luke in the Ravens game, a chance to win the game with a 44-yarder, he misses that field goal and eliminates the Baltimore Ravens from the playoffs. I was happy to see that happen.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You want to play the Steelers. You don't. The
Ravens it's just bad memories.
Yeah, because he can beat you with his legs, and you can't be as aggressive on your pass rush with Lamar Jackson as you can be with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's just a fact. So they can go all out and go.
It's
after
kind of
Aaron
racist
Rodgers.
That you're saying that, but that's fine.
It's not really racist,
but it's
just
racist against Aaron Rodgers.
Well, right. Well, he's whitey and he's slow and he's old. So that's what you want.
There it is.
Listen.
You never said that about Mark Brunell, I bet.
You can't. Well, Mark Brunell ran a little bit. Well, no, not really. So
Mark Brunell's a good runner.
Yeah, he absolutely.
You never said that about Harbaugh, about
not
Jim
Mark
Harbaugh.
Brunell. Oh, Jim Harbaugh
ran more
than
more yards
Jackson.
than Bo Jackson.
Yeah,
that's right.
So listen. You can't throw against the Texans unless Kamari Lassiter isn't on the field and Traymon Smith is. Dude.
Yesterday was like,
dude,
they go down and they score quick. Now, I had to take care of some family stuff, so I wasn't able to watch the game. I was only able to keep track of it through apps, and because where I was, the Wi-Fi wasn't working very well, but so I wasn't able to watch the NFL app to get my videos, but or to get the streaming games, but. Man, Riley Leonard, well, you got beat up by Alec Pierce pretty good early on.
Mm-hmm.
And they were moving the ball a little bit better. They weren't running the ball effectively, but Riley Leonard had a little bit more success than I was comfortable with.
He really did. He actually looked pretty damn good. And the question is now, do they have their guy of the future? And I hope their answer is yes.
Their answer is no, because they're re-signing. But
Daniel Jones might have your guy for the future. Yeah, you might have your guy for the future. Let's hope that's going to be the case. I don't know. Hell, did we think Drake May was going to be all that? Did we think? I mean,
well, Drake was an early top 5 pick. Riley Leonard is.
That is
Riley
true.
wasn't.
No, that is true. But you know what? Sometimes guys come through. Did we think Tyler Shuck was going to be what he is now?
Well, he was. They traded up for him too.
Yeah, but even still, even trade up. Tyler.
I mean,
Shuck
not
was
many
terrible
Riley
in college.
Leonards are the guy.
No.
Riley Leonard kind of stinks.
I'm just hoping. I'm hoping. Well,
yeah,
listen,
you're trying to put Riley Leonard there.
I'm trying to put Riley Leonard.
It's going to be
Colts.
so. Daniel Jones is their guy.
We love our Colts. Ooh.
They're going to be a Daniel Jones team, but I mean, frankly, we got to see who. So you got Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Cam Ward. There's a chance C.J. Stroud's the worst quarterback in the division next year.
Wow.
It kind of speaks to
ugly.
But that kind of speaks to the fact that
there's
decent quarterbacks in the division.
He just passed John Elway for second most wins ever in the first 3 years of his career.
I saw that stat.
And you're gonna denigrate him like that?
No, I mean, but Daniel Jones was pretty good this year. Cam Ward really came on at the end of the year, and then Trevor Lawrence had a great year. I mean, Trevor Lawrence had a really –
it was great.
You go look at Trevor Lawrence's touchdown numbers over the last, 10 games. Holy smokes, did he turn it on. So, I don't know. I say that about – I kind of say that to tell you that, the division is not going to be a slappy division, I don't think, next year when everyone's healthy. I mean, the Titans still have a huge roster issue that they got to fix. But the Colts are going to be healthy again next year. Ballard and Steichen are back. Daniel Jones will be back. So we'll see what they can build on. The Texans, this is, Jaden Higgins is in year 2. Love what Higgins did late in the year. But you got to stop with this field goal crap. They got to, this is going to really piss me off when they don't advance in the playoffs against a team that they outplay because they kick a bunch of freaking field goals.
How many field goals do you think the Texans kicked this year? Remember, they had 2 kickers.
No, they set a record, 45.
44?
It's 45, right?
That's what Kaimi kicked. But remember, there was a Matthew Wright.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Matthew Wright had at least one, right?
He had more than that because he had to play multiple games.
The Texans set the record for most field goals in a season this year. Did you know that? That's not even a joke.
They wound up kicking 48 field goals this year.
48
It set the NFL record for field goals.
Hey, those are points. And you know what? If Mike Tomlin kicks the field goal before the half, then we don't have any problems at the end of the game. Tyler Loop can't win it for him.
I mean,
kick field goals if you need. Take the points.
And this is well, here's the thing. The Texans are never in the position to have to make an analytics-based decision.
They have to kick the field goal. It's not like
they're
making
never
a decision.
What do we do here? 4th and 2.
No, it's 4th and 7
it's
from your 36.
4th and 7 from the
38-yard
line. Let's kick the 55-yarder. That's what that is.
That is
when is the last time you saw the Texans make? Boy, D'Amico Ryans here. He's deciding. He's aggressive. He's deciding not to go for the field goal here.
You know that graphic that
not even
that pops up like analytics tell you to go for it.
I've never seen it in the Texans game.
That doesn't pop up the Texans. It's just kick the field goal.
You two. The greatest season in Texans history with
wins.
The greatest.
It's tied for the
most field goals they've ever kicked. Yay!
No, we don't celebrate field goals here.
They're a 3-point favorite on the road.
What are you? You can't keep kicking field goals and win. You have to. This is a team that can get to a Super Bowl if they score
with 6 field goals.
John,
yes.
they can score. They can get to a Super Bowl this year if they score touchdowns.
You know how many teams they scored more touchdowns than offensively this year?
How many?
It's not even the number. It's who they did it. I'm going to go down the list. They scored 33 offensive touchdowns, the Texans did. Only the Saints, the Browns, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Titans scored less offensive touchdowns.
Oh, my God. Those are the worst teams in the league other than the Saints.
Yeah.
Yikes. That's ugly. That's not a good
Those are the
stat.
worst teams.
They're all. That's the top 5 picks, 6 picks.
Oh, my God.
And yet the Texans, because of all the field goals
You
made.
said the Raiders, the Browns, the Jets?
Offensive touchdowns scored. Raiders, Browns, Saints, Jets, and Titans.
Who?
And but yet, because of they scored some defensive touchdowns and the field goals, they scored the second most points in franchise history.
And it really is like no joke here. I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not. If the Texans could just convert 15 to 20% of those field goals into touchdowns, not having sacks, not CJ completing a pass that's there, not having a 5-yard penalty or an illegal motion or 2-minute motion penalty or illegal formation penalty, little things like that. If they could just convert at a 20% higher rate of touchdown over field goal, I really think an opportunity to play in a Super Bowl is at hand because they literally have some guys who can make some plays. They don't even have a real legitimate big-time running game. But they got guys who can make some plays. They got a great defense. They got they got a good special teams unit. I mean, they've had a couple breakdowns on the return, on kick coverage for whatever reason, randomly, and punt coverage. But this defense is really, really good. But you can't, like, the Ravens, we talk about that Ravens team didn't even have to score. That's how dominant the defense was for the Ravens. You didn't even have to score with you just had to push through 13 points, and you were winning with that team. This team has got to find a way to take one of those threes in every game and turn it into 7. 4 extra points could be the difference in literally making it to a Super Bowl this year. Like, this is not great competition in the AFC. It's that everyone's got holes. And why not the Texans? Why not the Texans?
Why not? No, why not? Although Vegas doesn't feel like it. I mean,
Vegas can go its own.
Hold on.
A.
Wait, whoa! You say I always believe in Vegas is what you say.
But Vegas can its own A in this case.
Wow.
I cleaned it up
Do
because
you
I said
have
its
to
own
be
A.
more flexible to S the A as opposed to the other one?
Yeah, I feel like it's more like that's more PG.
But no, does Vegas have to be more flexible? Do they need to?
Oh yeah. Oh,
get into
to be
a
able to
stretching
do that.
routine?
Yeah. I mean,
I would think so.
From a biological.
Yeah.
From probably a geometrical standpoint.
I think you'd have to be more flexible to do what you're
from
saying.
From a geometrical standpoint, yes.
Well, that'd be.
But either way,
you know what sucked about yesterday?
What, the Jags?
I knew it was going to happen. That the Texans did not lead the league in both yards per game against and points against. They don't lead the league anymore. Seahawks are now
because of the game?
They gave up how many points?
They gave up
20? 30.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, they gave up 30. That's not going to get it done.
And the Seahawks
because they got the
Seahawks put the red hot 49ers in an absolute chokehold.
You keep blaming Tremont Smith, but you know what we're going to find out, I think, after the year? That Derek Stingley hasn't been healthy since week 1. Remember, he got bit back in week 1.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
On 2 consecutive plays, first they missed the throw, and then the next throw, Alex Pierce beat him. I know what the PFF grade we're not going to buy into, but I would say Kamari Lassiter's been the better corner this
don't know
year.
about that.
As far as not giving up touchdowns?
Because, listen, Derek Stingley had 3 games in the second half of the season where he gave up 0 yards. Zero.
Understood. But there have been times
he's gotten beat a couple times this year.
I'm not blaming him. I think he's been hurt since week 1, and they've decided not to really talk about it. But there have been, he had to be taken out of the Jags game very early, recovering from that injury. I don't think he's been right all year. He's been good. He's not been terrible. Of course, when you're part of this defense, you're not going to be terrible. But I think he is banged up.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think quarterbacks don't even look his way. I was in the end zone. Justin Herbert against the Chargers threw at him one time the whole game. He looked left every single time.
That's because he's a coward. Riley Leonard ain't no coward.
Riley
Leonard looked dead at him a couple times.
Oh, really? He was picking on Tremont Smith.
He beat Alex Pierce caught a touchdown against Stingley. I mean, Riley Leonard wasn't scared of nobody.
Well, you can't stop Alex Pierce. That's all.
The referees can.
Yeah, they can. Well, don't be hit. Don't be
Don't bump
punching
'em.
referees in the face.
Well, it's a little graze. It wasn't necessarily a punch.
Okay, they look like a punch to me. Get out, beat it, beat it.
I would ask for
right.
some discretion. Hey, guy, I'm just talking to you. Can
Well,
we
then
not?
don't bump me.
Can we not do
Don't
this?
bump me.
Let
What
that-
is this, wrestling?
Let this man. No, in fact, people think it's wrestling because of stuff like that happening in the NFL. A guy bumps you and you're like, you gotta go.
Yeah, beat it. No, we don't do that here. All right, we ain't throwing the refs over the ring, out of the ring. Okay.
I mean, you're a man. Come on, be a man. That guy
That dude
grazed
didn't
you.
even look at him through that flag.
He's like, oh, okay.
Okay.
You kind of touched me. You gotta
Touched
go.
me? Now let's see what happens. All right, let's break. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's a half hour away. We got your calls. What do you think? And how about we got the Texans not playing Saturday at 3 o'clock? Unbelievable. Not only are they not playing Saturday, they're playing in one of the prime spots. That's how good this Texans team is compared to the other ones. We'll talk about that and more on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I mean, you could make the argument this was one of the greatest wins in Texans history. Here were their defensive backs. Damone Clark, Miles Bryant.
No, Damone Clark is – wait, isn't he a linebacker?
He's
from LSU?
Yeah, he plays – is he a safety?
No, he's a linebacker. He's not a DB.
Kayvon Wallace, Elijah Huzzie, Tremon Smith,
Arkansas State.
Kayvon Merriweather.
West Virginia? No.
Who else? Who else was back
Missouri,
there?
West Virginia.
I mean, you could argue that winning that game yesterday is one of the great wins in their history.
Well, they played a bunch of backups.
Yeah, did they?
In the second half, yeah.
Yeah, did they? Yeah, because I never heard of Elijah Huzzie. Okay.
Yeah, he's somebody they like. He was a rookie. He's a rookie.
Yeah, yeah, and they
came
had to
off
play other guys,
a knee injury, I think. Was on their practice squad. Damone Clark was a really good player at LSU. Just had an injury that really short circuited him. But he's a linebacker. But yeah, they had their backups in, and it didn't stop them from continuing. It didn't stop them from getting a big man touchdown at the end of the game.
Nope. Hey, I mean, you're lining up Tommy Togiai. I felt bad for him when CJ wouldn't give him the ball, and then he picked up. How about that? Of all the guys, the guy who was supposed to, they thought all week long, well, they put it in Friday, I guess, and they thought, he's going to get it, and everybody was waiting, and then CJ doesn't give him the ball, and then for him to get that fumble to go right to him and score that touchdown, that was pretty cool. Let's hear from him. As a matter of fact, listen, I don't know how long after the touchdown, but well, listen, he was probably out of breath because everybody was jumping on him, and it's hard to breathe after you score, and you're running and
now, he had already scored. I found this funny. Jane Slater didn't just get to him 30 seconds after he scored.
No.
It had been several minutes.
But again, when you are being attacked by everybody and they're jumping on you and it's hard to ever catch your breath, here he is after it was a little while after, and he still couldn't catch his breath.
This was close to the very end. Walk me through the final play.
Man, I'm trying to catch my breath. I'm sorry. Man, we know they was just trying to get the ball out to someone, get in his space. Lateral, you only got 5 seconds left. Just trying to affect the QB. And then they lateral up, just trying to find the ball. Pop right to me, scored.
Have you ever scored a touchdown before?
No, I haven't.
What did it feel like as a defensive guy?
Man, you live for that. As a defensive lineman, you live to get in the end zone and score one.
To get dogpiled by the team and to know that you guys are heading into the postseason, how would you describe this 9-game win streak and that ending?
Just carry the momentum into the playoffs. We got a good thing going. We just got everyone be on their job, execute going into the playoffs.
Did someone grab that ball for you, I hope?
Yeah, they told me they got it, so I'm glad someone got it.
And where's it going to go?
In the house, and go pace it up, first touchdown.
Feel great for him. The guys love it. I mean, you could just tell. When they all jump on him like that, how much they like that guy, and how hard he's worked. Listen, how much in the preseason did D'Amico talk about him and his work ethic, and how much he really liked him? And he played a big role this year. I mean, Tommy Togiai has been in there quite a bit and done a really nice job this year. That's great. I mean, the dude probably make a little bit of money now in his future after having a year like this, and to have the guys, you could just when that happened and everybody just jumped on him, that you just know how much they love that guy. So that's great. That was a great way to finish the game. And then, you want to hear, here is, as a matter of fact, he got one of the game balls. Let's hear D'Amico and his post-game speech. This was a year, listen, I think this is, maybe it's not their best team ever. Maybe it is, because I don't know. It's not their best offense, obviously. But this is the best chance that they've ever had. There's no question this is the best chance they've ever had. And they've done a lot of things this year, and D'Amico points some of them out here in his post-game speech. Here's D'Amico afterwards.
Hey, man, I just want to say, hey, congratulations on the heck of a regular season, man. Everybody, outstanding job right there. Way to finish the season the right way. All right? You guys hit a couple really impressive feats. All right, it's 9 games in a row. That's tied for the longest in Texans history. All right, outstanding job there. All right. Another one for you guys is we tied for 12 wins. It's the tie for the most wins in the season as well. Give yourselves a hand for that one too. Guys, we did a lot of incredible things throughout this entire year. All right, and that's credit to everybody in this room, coaches, everybody in this room working together. All right, and that game is kind of representative of how our season has been. Like, it didn't look great there to start, but nobody blinks. Everybody just keep battling. And that's what I love about this team. Like, no matter what we're up against, no matter how we have to go out and find a way to win games, you guys do that, man. When the game's on the line, we find a way to close it out. And that's all that matters going forward. I don't care how it looks. It's about getting the dub each and every time we step on this grass again. All right? That's the mindset we have, and I love everybody for the way you guys go out and play.
That's, yeah.
He's just such a great fit and he created the culture, but he's just such a great fit for this team. And it makes sense since he's kind of built it in his own image in ways. But his messages are honest. His messages, you feel they're heartfelt, they're real, they're organic. And when you have a guy like that who also played the game, and I think maybe that he's younger also probably helps a little bit. I think it's easier for these players to lock in on him and really build on his words because I've never seen them not play their balls off on defense. Never, never, never. Offensively, it's just hard because you're just not very good. But defensively, I was talking to Daniel Jeremiah before the Chargers game because, he's the color commentator for the Chargers, and he called about the Texans. He said, man, I don't know that I've seen a team this violent in a long time. And I said, they hit everything. He goes, no, he said, anything underneath, they are going to hit you as hard as they can. I said, that's that mentality that they wanted, and that's why they added Aziz, they added Kamari Lassiter. He said, and DJ also obviously is a big draft guy. He said, yeah, don't forget, Stingley wouldn't tackle anybody his last year at LSU, and he's running up and hitting people. I said, It is a team-wide thing. It's expected.
There's different ways to do it. I mean, there are guys, the Ben Johnsons, the McVays, the LaFleurs.
Right, there are.
The Cohens. I mean, none of those guys played, and yet they get their guys to play. They get their guys to play.
Well, they have to believe in you.
They do.
They have to believe in you.
But I think D'Amico, like you said, I agree wholeheartedly. He's perfect for this team. First of all, he played for the organization. Secondly, his defense, he is spectacular. I mean, this is the best defense since his 49ers defense in 22, I want to say.
Right.
This is the best defense in the league since then. So, I mean, he is so good. You'd love to have an offensive mind, but man, as bad as this offense was, and where they are as the 5 seed after going 0-3 and being 3-5, holy crap.
Yeah, but offensive-minded guys and offensive-built teams can't always survive in weather, or if you take that, like, how do they win if you take away their premier weapon? If there's a running back or wide receiver and you take that away. With defense, you can't just take away – with an elite defense, you can't just take away one rusher. It's just not going to work. I mean, not if you're an elite defense. That means you've got – your all 3 levels are good. And the Texans are, I would say, good on the first level, great on the back end, and pretty good in level 2 at the linebacker spot. And you can't just say, okay, we're just going to take away Will Anderson. Well, I mean – good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. That's not going to just that. I'm sorry. You got to do a lot more than that to slow a great defense down. So
you got on the other side, you got a guy who's on his way to the Hall of Fame, possibly.
Yeah. So you got Rush in the interior. So I just think that when you have that elite defense, it gives you more chances to win grimy games, and playoffs become grimy real quick.
So, all right, let's break. Let's stay on time so that we can get to what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. I mean, what a week we got. Let's talk about it when we come back on the other side. Break here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Underdog Fantasy wants you to know the football season's not over. Oh, not hardly. The regular season may be over, but listen, we got playoffs coming up Thursday. You've got Miami taking on Ole Miss. And then on Friday, you've got Oregon versus Indiana. Did you know that Underdog Fantasy will be involved in that on those Pick'em Challenge on stats, high and low? You can go higher and low. Of course, you have the NFL playoffs coming up as well. That starts on Saturday. And so you've got football to choose from. You can go higher or lower on stats. And this is the great thing about Underdog Fantasy. I've already told you, you pick between 2 and I think it's like up to 8 players. I mean, you just stack them up however you feel comfortable. And now let's pick winners, right? Let's go higher or lower. Let's have a good feel for what we're doing here. Don't be afraid to go lower on statistics because a lot of these games turn into lower scoring games late in the year, so not as much offense. So keep that in mind. Everyone wants to go higher, but lower hits a lot of times as well. But this is the great thing. You have a flex option. So if you pick 5 players, for example, or you can pick teams to win as well this year, you can add that in there. You can lose one and still get paid. That's right. You can pick 3 or 4 and win 2 or 3 and still get paid. That's what you can do with Underdog Fantasy. It's real money, up to 5,000 times your original play. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. And all you're doing is picking whether a stat is going to go higher or lower and stacking 2, 3, 4, 5 players and teams together to put that together for you and have a chance to win real money. You're watching the games. Let's play along with them. Download the app, Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance, and they're going to give you $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. What a week. What a week we're going to have here. How about Thursday, Miami, Ole Miss. Friday, Indiana, Oregon. Saturday, Rams, Panthers, Packers, Bears. Sunday, Bills, Jags, 49ers, Eagles, Chargers, Patriots. And Monday, Texans, Steelers. I mean, this
Can't believe you skipped today.
What's today?
Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks back in Phoenix. Back in Houston.
With another video.
No, not another video.
We're done doing videos, okay?
Okay.
But of the Suns.
You get one video and that's it.
The same amount of wins as the Rockets.
Who won? Did Justin win or did
Justin crushed? I think he won like 4-1 or something.
He was 4-1. Oh, damn it! I hate when Justin wins.
He won. To
He
close
doesn't
out the
care
year.
what you want.
Yeah. Well, that's it. So Justin won 12 times this year?
12. Well, yes, technically, because we say a push is a win for Justin.
Push is a win for Justin. Yeah. Well, he didn't lose.
He didn't
12
lose
times.
12 times, correct?
12 times he didn't lose. That's terrible. That is terrible. We can't have that.
I'm going to do What Did You Learn Now because I want to save all the time for the people. Because let's face it, a lot of people didn't listen Friday. We actually made it back Friday, and we did What Did You Learn over the holidays. So we can kind of do the same. I mean, I would imagine there's a lot of people who are brand new listening again. When I say brand new, they're listening for the first time since we went off the air on after the Christmas party on the 22nd. So we'll have a lot of people. I learned yesterday I drove to San Antonio, and I thought I was going to stay there, but it ended up having to come back. So I went there to a hospital, and I went there and back. I had 3 stops at a Buc-ee's. I learned that you could make 3 stops at a Buc-ee's on a round trip to San Antonio. Both meals.
Did you go brisket sandwich both times?
I didn't. I actually had a chicken wrap. Yeah, I was.
That's an interesting choice at Buc-ee's.
I didn't. Yeah, and the first time I had bacon,
Did you
egg,
have
and
Buc-ee's
cheese.
nuts,
I had some
nuggets or whatever.
No, I
they're
didn't
called?
have beaver nuggets.
Yeah, they're called beaver nuggets.
And I didn't have Bucky tots or beaver tots. Oh, I did have beaver tots actually. I'm a big tater tot fan.
Yeah.
And I also, what I learned this week in one sentence is that Buc-ee's doesn't carry Gatorade.
Wow. They must be in.
They're in cahoots with Prime.
Yeah, okay.
Cahoots.
How many times did you use the Buc-ee's bathroom?
Well, the third trip in was for a bathroom trip. I'm like, I'm holding it for 37 more miles because it was one of those that, you could go anywhere for one of them, but for the other one.
Right. Man, you stopped a lot. This must have been a long trip. Holy crap.
Well, I had to stop and I got something to eat. I got something to eat, and then an hour later, I'm like, hey, I think I might need to stop again. And you know what? I'm going to wait until that little beaver's out.
Phrasing.
Well, okay.
I know,
Okay.
yeah,
That
I
we
didn't.
didn't need.
It sounded.
You did that on purpose.
No, I actually didn't. I wish I had.
All right. Who you got? Miami, Ole Miss on Thursday. I got Miami.
It's really I want to say Ole Miss because they're so good offensively, but this is really are you keeping up with the latest that they may not even have their same coaches because they're going to file tampering charges. They're going to steal Kejuan Lacey. I mean, LSU is going to have Lacey. They're tampering their balls off right now.
Tampering?
Ole Miss
They're
is.
coaching them.
Exactly, but also
how are you going to prove they're tampering? When you invited LSU coaches into your building to coach them.
So what? The running backs coach isn't there anymore, I guess, for Ole Miss.
Yeah, Kevin Smith is his name, I think.
Yeah,
he's on the LSU staff. There's a question of whether he could come back. No one's really sure. The only one we know will coach is Charlie Weiss Jr., their OC. He will coach in the Fiesta Bowl.
Well, that's the guy you need. I mean, he did a hell of a job against Georgia. I got Miami. I don't. Chambliss ain't doing
dude,
what he
that's the
did.
same Kevin Smith that was a running back from UCF.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That is the same Kevin Smith.
Wow.
I believe so.
Yeah, it is. I just looked it up on the LSU bio.
Indiana and Oregon.
Indiana.
Yeah, I got Indiana.
I think Indiana's going to maul. So Oregon has lost their entire secondary, their backup secondary to the portal. So if anyone gets hurt,
they're
they have
backups.
No, but they have no, but 3 of the 4 played in 7 games this year. If anyone gets hurt, the only guys who come in have never played. They've got guys who haven't played this year now. That's it, just true freshmen who have red shirts. And this is really dumb. Like this year, this will never happen again. They'll either immediately change the calendar or they're going to change for when the playoffs start, or more than likely they're going to change the portal. You cannot open a portal while the playoffs are going on because teams can leave, players can leave in the middle of the playoffs.
Last year, Pribula left. You're right. I mean,
but you can't have that.
So they didn't have their backup quarterback,
and you can't have this. What's going on with Ole Miss?
Right.
Like, this is outlandish.
It is outrageous.
This is outlandish. You cannot have this anymore.
This one particularly is unique because a team was on a path to potentially win a title, and the coach decided, still, I'm leaving.
Yeah. That won't happen often.
I don't know how often that's going to happen.
It would never happen with 4.
No.
But with 12,
it's much more possible.
It's much more possible.
And there's the whole there's a Lane Kiffin part, the personality of Lane Kiffin. He's certainly I don't know how many guys would leave a championship contender. Lane Kiffin happens to be one of those guys.
Happened 2 times, though. Don't forget, while they didn't win, and they weren't going to win, Summerall had to make a decision that Summerall had to let him coach, and he had to decide he wanted to coach.
Certainly less contentious.
He doesn't have the same opportunity that Kiffin did.
And he wasn't leaving.
But the point is, one of the playoff teams, a guy is leaving from a playoff team.
Yeah, but he didn't leave to go take a job in the same conference. A lot of it is this SEC. How could you dare go to LSU when you're an Ole Miss coach? A lot of that is that. Yeah.
But I'm just talking about the logistics of a coach leaving and having to do all this stuff, and maybe having a university where their feelings get hurt and they say, wait, we're not having you coach. And then you take your coaches with you. You don't even want to be in that position. And I don't know how changing a portal changes that at all. Changing a portal window.
That won't change it.
It won't change it unless you actually have rules for coaches. And at some point, you can't say there needs to be guardrail for portal and not have guardrail for coaches. At some point, you have to do it.
This season, they don't have to be out of there. During the playoffs, they could still be coaching.
How are these kids getting their grades, though? How are they getting their scores and their marks? How are they doing their tests? This has got to be really hard to prepare for games and then have finals.
You can't do this because this is your generation's fault. Because it's not just
no one's ever failed in football.
It's not just the college kids.
That. No one's ever failed.
But it's not just the college kids who play football. Your kids who go to school don't have to fail. Don't fail, right? They don't fail, right? They have to try really hard to fail in high school.
You do.
Yeah.
Everyone in HISD, it's almost impossible to get a 0.
Yeah. How do all these HISD kids never fail? It's the same thing.
Well, they fail,
but they allow them to make it up.
They give you every opportunity. Yeah. I've never heard. Remember when there was Prop 40? And you remember this too, Del. There was Prop 48, where you had to have, I think it was a 2.4 maybe GPA or maybe even a 2.0. And I think you had to have a 700 SAT.
Listen.
And it was in there so that you kept college. And then that's why players would go to JUCO, and then they could get into the schools.
I can't tell you how many times a coach told me I can't get that kid in. And now you never
hear that anymore.
Hear that,
it's something that's, I don't know what it is, but there used to be little guardrails where, you could fail, you might be ineligible. Now, the difference was in college football, you could play a whole season, be ineligible at the end of, and the only way it would affect you was maybe a bowl game.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe.
All right, we got a break. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend? You got one sentence to tell us. I mean, Lance told us a bunch of sentences about Buc-ee's. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. And as soon as somebody gets off, you can get in. 713-780-3776. Lance, tell us about what you learned at San Jacinto College.
At San Jac, what I learned when I was talking to Courtney about this was that they had 6 different campuses around the city around the Houston area. We always have to say Houston area. You know how we sprawl. But that's great because for those of you who want to go in and get the in-campus learning experience, go into a classroom, it's available for you. If you want remote learning, they have remote learning available as well. Who is San Jac for? Well, let me start by saying it's 100% for people who don't want to have the outrageous debt at a 4-year college. So if you are you have a pretty good student in your home, or even an average student, and you say, I want them to go to college, it's way more affordable to get year 1, maybe year 2 done at San Jac, and then you can transfer it to another college. That's a way to keep from having the outrageous debt that stacks up on you. Let me tell you who else it's for. People who are looking to get into a new career. They've got over 200 different certificate and degrees that you can earn at Sanjak. So this is a chance for you to be fearless. I know you're in your job right now and you're not sure you want to change, and I don't know if I want to take that chance. Be fearless. Jump. Let's do it. Go to Sanjak. Go to the website, sanjak.edu, sanjac.edu. You go there and you can find out how you can enroll this semester and start the new process of finding a new job and a new you. Be fearless at sanjak.edu.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here and play, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Doesn't have to be about sports, can be about anything. Can be about anything. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? So let it fly. Dell, you're going to have to run it. I can't see the board. Who we got? Who's up? Who wants to tell us what they learned this weekend in one sentence?
Well, we start with a consistent presence. Ocho, what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that the Houston Texans have never won a road playoff game, and the Steelers have won 23 straight home games. Monday night home games.
Yep. So something.
Steelers also haven't won a playoff game since 17.
In other words, you follow Charlie Palillo.
Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2017.
Yeah, but they haven't. They've won 23 straight Monday night home games.
Big deal anyway.
Yeah. All right. Charlie Polillo put that out there. Who is next, Dal?
All right, we move to Keith. Keith, what have you learned?
I learned over the Christmas break that as a diehard Vanderbilt fan and a diehard Ravens fan, this has been one of the worst Christmas breaks of all time.
Dude,
Losing to Iowa?
What are y'all? Okay, let's stop with this diehard Vanderbilt
He's a
thing.
Florida State fan.
He said he's been a lifelong fan since June. He said that on Twitter.
Right.
He's an FSU fan and he's a
Ravens fan.
And he's a Ravens.
Ravens
Now the Ravens thing would be pretty
it would
crushing,
be.
especially when you made a comeback and then you were a small favorite at Pittsburgh and you thought Lamar's back. Lamar lost a little. He lost a little cachet this year.
Yeah.
There's some people in Baltimore who think he did. In Baltimore who think that there's some people who legitimately think that he kind of just didn't really put it all out there this year.
I don't know, man. That play last night where he got off of Highsmith and some other guy.
Oh, it still shows what he can do.
And the stat is, I know we got to move. He's the first player to throw 2 50-plus yard touchdowns in the fourth quarter to lead his team back and lose. That's a random data dredging stat, but he threw 2 bombs to take the lead, and Loop cost him.
Luke
cost him.
Yep.
All right, we moved to
Justin Tucker might have made it.
Well,
if he wasn't busy getting.
I mean, last year he probably wouldn't have made it. He wasn't great last year.
No, he wasn't.
No, it was bad.
Let's go to Elliot. Elliot, what have you learned?
I learned last night that the Steelers refuse to make it easy and give the people many heart attacks. I still hate Mike Tomlin.
I think that's actually a semicolon.
I still hate Mike Tomlin.
I think it's a semicolon, but whatever.
Well, I hope you hate him even more after he doesn't win another playoff game again.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dez. Sorry, John Chill. Sorry, all you Steeler fans that are here with us. We're rooting against your team Monday night. Okay? All right. Dez, you got to be a Texan fan Monday, right?
Yeah.
Come on, Dez.
We all do.
Why would she flip?
Because she's a Houstonian.
She's
been here.
So what?
She probably has lived here longer than she
I don't know
she
how many
lived there.
times I have to tell you. What you do is unique to a sports fan.
I know. Let's get Mito in here. What's up, Mito?
I learned that even at a fancy restaurant downtown, somebody's going to be blowing up the restroom with their phone on 100 million volume. Ooh.
Oh, my God. Why are y'all doing that? The phone on speaker is crazy
While
for me.
you're blowing up the bathroom?
But if you got to watch videos just to kind of take your mind off
dirty,
it.
filthy.
Yeah. Gosh, dang.
Yeah.
I learned this weekend that Landman is dumber than ever since the wife went to the casino and won $317,000.
Hey, let's not give stuff away.
Oh, man, I didn't even know. How am I going to possibly watch Landman now that I know the story arc?
Oh, that
It's the
wasn't
stupidest.
amazing.
Don't
It's the
worry. You can
dumbest.
say anything. Just don't say anything about the cartel.
No, not the cartel. But the dumb wife and daughter thing.
They need to be in some kind of plane
It's
crash.
dumber than ever.
I'm sorry,
You wanna
Dell.
kill the wife and
You kill them off.
daughter?
Write them off.
Plane crash.
And frankly,
they're ruining the show.
frankly, for a lot of people, it's the only reason they watch Landman is for the wife and daughter.
I bet.
Like, are they
Alan
following
You know
the
what?
daughter's
Just go on-
TCU
just go on the
cheerleading?
internet and find porn. What are you doing?
Maybe people don't want to watch porn.
Well, I don't.
Can't they just watch soft porn with
They just want to
the
watch.
TCU cheerleader daughter?
You just want to watch her cavort around and be in small attire. They don't want to watch
Do
porn,
things
though.
in a car while he's driving.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That's not
they're
realistic.
ruining the
Swerving all over
Who's
the
next,
road.
Al?
Give me a break.
John Granado. Don't watch Landman. Watch porn. Let's move to D. What have you learned?
What's up, D?
Hey, I learned that Chandler Rivers from Duke is the best defensive back in the upcoming draft.
I watched him. That was the guy.
Family member of
That's
Chandler
the
Rivers?
guy who
He called very early in the season.
Yeah, that's the dude. I actually watched D Rivers. He's going to the I think
Chandler.
the senior. I mean Chandler Rivers. He actually is going to the Senior Bowl, and I kind of liked him. Actually, yeah, I think so. Here he is, Chandler Rivers. I wrote him up last week. What did I give him? What did I give this Chandler Rivers kid? Well, who knows? It's really a mystery now since the Wi-Fi is not working in here. But, yeah, so good luck to your nephew or cousin or whatever it is. It's always good to Here it is. I gave him like a fourth round. I've got him projected going to fourth or fifth round.
The best DB in the draft you have in the
fourth
round?
DB in
he's
the whole
good.
draft.
He's good. He's 5'8.5".
He has a little guy when it comes
He's
to
184. His arms are under 30 inches.
Jose
No
Altuve
Keontae
is only
Scott.
5'6".
But I think he's got a chance to be a starting nickel corner.
Nah, that's Keontae
So,
Scott's spot.
I
don't
think
know
he
if you've
goes
heard.
fourth or fifth, but I think Chandler Rivers is a good player. I like
Just
Chandler
let me
Rivers.
know where you rate Keontae Scott when you get to him. Let's move.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Let's move to Brandon. Brandon, what have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned that, unfortunately, we all need to pour one out in memory of male golfer Jumbo Ozaki.
Oh, no, John. You lost one of your guys.
That's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but if you go, Jumbo Saki.
Is that a proper tribute?
I saw
too easy.
Carol, to this day, Carol from China Garden blames me for not having male golfer, female golfer,
You did. You
and
couldn't-
food.
yeah.
And then she admitted, well, I think Wendy didn't like it either.
That's true. That is true.
I saw her at a memorial service and a dinner over at Brennan's, and we were there, and I'm like, she's at the table. I'm like, oh my gosh, Carol, what are you doing here? And then we were just telling a story, and then she had to explain to other people at the table what male golfer, female golfer food was. that was fun to watch people go, oh, okay.
All right.
So they had to guess if it was a Chinese dish or a Korean girl?
Right.
Not always Korean woman.
Not always Korean. It could have been Chinese or
Or
But
Asian.
but
From Thailand. Doesn't matter.
Asian.
becoming
Who's
heavily
next, Al?
South Korean now.
well, at least in women's golf, sure. Let's go to La Salsa. La Salsa, what have you learned?
La salsa. ¿Qué pasó, la salsa?
Welcome back, gentlemen. Hey, I learned that when you guys hang it up, man, I'm done with sports radio. This is boring.
Because we weren't there last week, he learned how boring sports radio is without us.
Yeah.
How about that?
We're starting a GoFundMe.
For what?
To keep us on the air.
What? Well, let's go. Where's the page? What?
John's going to do a Substack.
John's just going to write about stuff?
Write about
and ask people to pay to read
Substack,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
I want to do an only radio.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
That's an awful
guys.
thought.
Yeah.
Lance, people can see you on the stream. Don't do that anymore.
Where is he? I don't see
I just
him.
stood up and turned around and gave him a look at the
You're not missing anything.
at the
I
trunk.
know, but how come I can't see him in the thing?
He stood up and spread is what he did.
Oh,
I didn't spread. I just stood up.
That's
I
not
just
true.
stood up.
And that's
I
not
turned
true.
around.
I've seen you do.
Yeah.
I turned around. Well, the Cardi B stuff
before.
was
Yeah,
aggressive. That was aggressive.
Like I said, I'll get you up and maybe he'll do it again for you so you can see
No,
it.
I'm done.
All right, okay, let's go to Uncle Freddie. What have you learned?
I learned that if you bring your souvenir cup back to the Texans game, you get free refills.
Wow.
Oh, how smart is that?
Wow. Yeah, he also brought his grandson for the first time to a Texans game. That was nice, Freddie. Good for you. Good on you, Freddie. That's fun. You get those pictures forever. And you brought snacks, right? Oh, no, you didn't go.
Yeah, Alec. I've been calling him Alex as a joke, and I'm actually Alec. My son Alec. How crappy is this? Snacks went to go see his godfather, Chris Ballard. He got him field passes. He only got talked about for 30 seconds on the field, and then Alec at halftime went, "Yeah, I'm driving back to Tuscaloosa. You can go home with Mason," because Mason was at the game with his girlfriend, and Mason goes, "I'm leaving at halftime." So Sebastian's Christmas present was he had tickets to a Colts game, and he had to leave at halftime because his rides weren't going to stay.
Oh, my gosh. Uber. Let Dad pay for it.
Uber from the stadium's not
No, that's awful.
very easy.
That's awful. Any more, Dell?
Yeah, we'll close it up with two more. Let's go to Eric. Eric, what have you learned?
I learned that if your wife buys you a brand new Scotty Cameron putter for Christmas, and then you play in a Jack and Jill tournament, she expects you to make every single putt. 30.
That's
All right, that's it. That's one sentence.
That's a great. What
That
did you
is-
learn?
Wow.
Hey, if she got you a Scotty Cameron, you do need a putt better.
Yeah, well, or
If you
know,
got a
maybe
good
that
bat,
doesn't-
you got a good bat, then they're going to want you to hit better. If
Listen,
your parents get a
putter
kid,
a putter is very personal. You go pick out your own putter. Yes.
Wow, you gonna look a gift horse in the mouth?
Yeah.
She just see that's
it
another
may not
old
fit your game.
look a gift horse in the mouth. Though that probably came into being in like the 1860s. That's what I'm saying. White guys have to make some more phrases up.
Yeah, we do.
What did I make up the other day? Like
we need
something
more
in a
phrases.
caboose. Cats in the caboose.
Yeah,
right?
cats,
It's
something like that. Instead of
Yeah.
cat's tea, you said cat's caboose.
Yeah, it's a cat's caboose because we got to make some new things up. We can't just be doing. Yeah, but I'm mixing them up.
All right, what's the
We
last
got-
one, Del?
Cat's caboose. We got one more. Let's go to Luke. Luke, what did you learn?
I learned that the Texans are undefeated when Scott Boras is at NRG.
How about that? And so was
Scott Boras was there?
Tatsuya.
Yeah, this guy was there. Tatsuya Imai.
Tatsuya.
Oh, he was there?
Yeah.
Yes, he got
Imai
shown
was
to the
there,
Did
crowd.
he do the first punt?
Yeah, they did.
Did the Texans do first punt where you get a punt
they
first?
do that.
So I'm interviewing Fluffy Hernandez, who's fighting Sean Strickland here in Houston after the show at 11 o'clock. I'm going to interview him. And then Raheel and I will play it on the show when you're gone this week. But Fluffy is, how do you like that? A UFC fighter and a badass whose nickname is Fluffy. Only those kind of guys can get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
But he's taking first shot tonight at Rockets game.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. That's
Nice.
got to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'll look like another. I've seen sports guys shoot baskets over there, and it's not always great.
No. Eric Layden made his.
He did?
Yeah.
How about that?
He threw out first pitch with the Astros. He had first shot with the Rockets and made his first shot.
How about
yeah.
that?
You know what? And he's had a suite, and the Texans gave him suite tickets for him and his family when he came in. Like, we get nothing. I've never shot a first shot, thrown a first pitch, or got nothing.
Nothing.
It's almost like they get mad at us for saying things about and we're the biggest cheerleaders of their team. We never had a doubt that this team had it in them to come back and win 12 games this year when they were 0-3. Never at any point.
You were
did we
never
doubt
in
that.
For All Mankind, so sorry.
I've been in some local theater productions.
Not good enough.
I was in 5 Minute Miles.
What's that? The Daryl Morey story? What is
multiple 5-minute plays that run on the same day.
that? Not good enough.
Yeah, Eric has more.
Yes,
he's got more. Yeah, I mean, he's done more.
He does have a bit
movies.
better resume than you.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends on
In
what you
Hollywood.
like.
I don't know.
Like, he's done nothing on the draft.
If they've never put a 6'10" guy in that spot, why would they ever put you there?
Yeah.
Mark Vandermeer maybe shot the first. I played pickup basketball when Mark first got here with him at the YMCA at Trotter Y.
That's not the same thing. Let's go.
Has Andre Ware ever thrown that first pitch?
I have no idea, but let's go to break.
Johnny
let's
Harris
talk
has
about
never
John
done
Daspit.
first shot either. That's a true point, Dale. I want to talk about John Daspit. Daspit might. I know he is. I know you can see his commercials on a lot of the different sporting events here locally because he has NIL deals that he's done with Texas baseball, Texas football, Texas basketball, U of H baseball, U of H football, U of H basketball over the years. He went to graduate school at U of H, got his law degree at University of Houston, has, I think, 2 degrees at University of Texas. The guy's smart. He's a smart guy. And he's also really, really tenacious. And the reason I tell you that is because it's pretty important to have somebody with the tenacity of a John Daspit on your side when you are fighting for, what's fair when you're injured due to someone else's negligence. It could be at the workplace. A lot of the worst accidents are at the workplace. 18-wheelers out on the roadway. When you're in those accidents, you have severe injuries. Hospital bills pile up. More importantly, you can't work. So how are you going to pay your other bills? What's going to happen when you have long-term disability where you're not working for several months, or maybe you can never do that physical labor ever again because you're injured and that injury is going to stay with you? Well, then you get into the pain and suffering settlements as well. If you don't have someone fighting for you on your side, you are not going to get a settlement that is fair for you. You're going to end up signing off on something that is really going to screw you in the long term. John Daspit will never let that happen. He and his lawyers are the best at winning and winning big, and they will do the same thing for you. Before anything happens, you need to make sure, before you make any other calls, when you've been injured, make sure that you call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome back. 713-780-3776. Get in here. Playoffs start. We still got basketball. Alpy won't play tonight. Alpy played for about a minute on Saturday against Dallas and hurt his ankle and is out tonight. And the Rockets just can't beat Dallas. That's all there is to it. They just cannot beat Dallas. That's terrible to say, but
that game was so frustrating the other night. Like
awful.
In the last few minutes of that game, they had so many opportunities, and they couldn't make a freaking three. They got so many offensive rebounds on one possession and kept kicking out. Brick. Kevin Durant couldn't hit a three. It was just brick city. Tari was making mistakes. God, that was frustrating, that game.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about that team. They're better. They're just better than them, and they cannot go there and win. It just is it's troubling. And did you watch any of the Cougs in Cincinnati? Well, I tell you.
No, I didn't get to see that. I did get to see that was considered a bad beat for they featured that on Houston was laying 6.5, I think. No. What did they win by? 7?
5. Oh, no, they ended up winning by 7, yeah.
Yeah, they made 2 free throws at the end. They got 2 free throws.
Yeah,
it was considered one of Scott Van Pelt's bad beats was Cincinnati was covering the whole game.
Yes,
and
the
Houston
whole
got
game.
them at the very end because Emmanuel Sharp made his 2 free throws.
Well, when they were down 5 at the half, the first time that they've trailed at the half all year, I was like, oh, he's not going to be happy. This is going to be bad. And the only guy, Kingston was the only guy that was playing. Flemings was great. But in the second half, Milos Usan, he came on, boy.
Yeah, big end to him.
And here's Kelvin. And this is our best shot at a championship. Who's got a better shot at a championship, Cougs or the Texans? Yeah. They just, it was like this last year, though, although, what was C.J. Cryer? He took over. L.J. Cryer. Yeah. I knew that was wrong. L.J. took over, and, he was the go-to guy. It's hard for but Kingston Flemings is their best player. He's their best player. It's not even arguable. He is really, really good, but it's hard for a freshman to walk in there and, take over that leadership role.
And we talked about that earlier in the year, which was a concern for me, but because the best player needs to do best player stuff. And by the end of the year, that may change. Freshmen become sophomores by the end of the year. So let's see what happens once we hit, mid-February, if maybe they're relying on him a little bit more. But you're right. You just never know because Emmanuel Sharp's been there grinding for, 3 years now? Or is it 4? And then Milos has, been there in big moments, and I'm sure he wants the ball when it's late. But Kingston he's just the most explosive.
Yeah. But Milos,
you can't stop him you can't stop Kingston off the bounce. He's going to beat you off the dribble.
But Uzan, he was incredible in the second. He was great in the second half. I'd love to see JoJo do more. I mean, they got CNAC and they rotate the big so much. I think it's hard to get in the rhythm. But this team is really, really good. It's not. I think they're about the same place that last year's team was at this time. But they had to find themselves. Uzan had to really find himself. Remember, early on, he was tentative, and then when he did, they were much, much better. This is that I think that this team will come together, but they're still so fun to watch. The fact of the matter is that Kelvin has got such a standard for how hard you play that it's hard for every team to live up to that. And right now, I really didn't see that. They're not as crazy good defensive. They're not swarmed like the Texans are right now. They're just not. And when they get there, they're going to be really, really hard to beat. But they ended up winning. They ended up coming through at the end. It was a really good game, though. Really good game on Saturday. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776. We mentioned that Tatsuya Imai was at the game. Joe Espada was on MLB Network Radio, and I don't know. I got a feeling Imai will be third starter.
That's what I think.
I would imagine you're giving him $20 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you got to give Lance McCullers.
Nope.
Well, right.
You don't. Lance McCullers is honestly, who's Hunter and then who's two?
I guess it's Javier.
Javier, if he's healthy, and then Imai, and then Arrighetti, I guess.
And then Imai and Arrighetti. Yeah, Arrighetti doesn't deserve that number 2 role yet.
No.
But listen, Burrow's probably be 5. Burrows might be your second best pitcher. Next year. But here is Joe Espada on Imai. He met with him when he came in for the physical.
Excited about our last couple of weeks adding to our depth in our rotation, adding some arms that we've liked. And, the goal here is to help us get back to the postseason and also keeping these guys healthy. So the depth is definitely going to help. I got a chance to visit Imaya over the weekend here in Houston when he was getting his physical, and we're all excited about his arm. It's a resilient arm. This kid, just talking to him for a few minutes, he's got this fire in his eyes. This guy is a winner. He wants to win, and we are excited to have him.
Yeah. And I don't know, there were different reports, but the thing about him is the reason he didn't want to go to the Dodgers is because he played against the Lions in Japan. And the Lions are the Dodgers who buy everybody. And he did not want – he hated that. He hated that the Lions bought everybody and they won. And so he wanted to join. And Scott Boras and, the way that the Astros treated Kikuchi, all of those things came together for the Astros to get him. And there's a thought that the Astros, with Daikin and everything else and Boras, there's a thought that the Astros are going to get more Japanese players, which is fine by me. Okay.
But how do we feel about the fact that he's apparently a Longhorn fan?
Well, that's nice.
I mean, he threw up the horns.
I mean, that's nice.
When he was introduced to the Texans crowd.
Was it just the wrong kind of H? Did he do this or did he do this?
Well,
it really depends on where the thumb and the fingers go.
This.
He said Texas fight.
All I know is he's throwing up double horns, and then he goes, he's either going, woo, or he's going, we're back. I don't know what he's doing, but he threw up double horns.
Wait, maybe he did whoop, and he did horns so that he could get all
disrespectful to Willie Fritz, but that's
and
fine.
The A&M.
He pitches
and
here in
Texas
Houston, home of Willie Fritz.
All I saw was
let's keep that
horns up, double horns up.
Well, I can tell you this: he better be really, really good, because there's a lot of hype around him.
Good. Let's go. Oh, you think he's Arch? He might take a little while. We'll see.
Arch.
Yeah.
Arch, am I?
Is he wearing Warby Parker in this picture?
Give it time.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
Scotty Boras is going to put him on those board shorts by Viore.
Scott's at the game, clapping it up.
Hey, Viore's got some nice pants. All right.
Yeah.
Arch. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Arch is classy. You know
Arch
that
is
already.
classy.
He drives
We got a
Lamborghini.
break. 713-780-3776. Come on, hang with us.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. John and Lance along with Dell. 713-780-3776 is the number. We get you in right away. Thomas is on the line. He wants to talk. I'm not sure. What do you want to talk about, Thomas?
Hello, guys. It's probably for Lance, but how come on the last day of the season these guys are playing all their backups? Why don't they expand the roster for the practice squad guys like they do in baseball?
Oh.
I'll hang up with this.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why it's for me. I don't have that direct line into Roger. I could send Roger an email, though. I do have the ability in my NFL account to send Roger an email, so maybe this is the proper question for me. And maybe I will ask him, hey, Raj, have you thought, and sometime I call him Raj, have you thought about maybe expanding so we get the practice squad guys in? I think the backups were like, hey, what about us? We're not getting to play either. But that's not a bad idea. You know, you get the September call-ups. You have the expanded roster in baseball. What about expanded roster in football the last week of the season?
Mm-hmm.
Bring up
that's
5 guys.
Idea.
That's not a bad idea.
Except
especially if you're sitting guys because of injury.
I think they probably want to look at this and go, what are we doing wrong? Because this game was like a glorified final game of the preseason.
Well, what are you going to do?
But
if you're the Texans, you don't want to get CJ hurt.
I don't get it either. Well, you had something to play for, though. You had something to play for.
Yeah,
the Eagles had something to play for.
But does it? But
they decided not to.
But every team gets to make a decision because you can't tell a team what to do and then have them have in the same game Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley hurt in, when really the playoffs are already in hand. Like, you know what I mean? You can't tell teams what they can't. It's one thing to basketball. It's load management. In football, we're talking about a collision sport where injuries happen way more frequently. So I kind of get it. I kind of get because you get destroyed if you leave a player in. They get in trouble for having a player play in the preseason that gets hurt, but that's normal. Like that's just part of what happens. But I get being safe on the last week of the season. You're never going to fix that.
I don't know. I didn't like. I thought it was actually for Philadelphia. I thought it was dumb. I saw the Rams playing everybody. You know why? The Rams wanted to play Carolina. The Rams said, we're going to be the 5th seed. We're going to play everybody. And then I see Trey Lance playing for the Chargers. I'm like, really? You want to play New England? You're playing Trey Lance this whole game?
Yeah, but I get that because their quarterback's been playing hurt the whole year. He's been really beaten up.
Been banged up. Yeah, so wearing a glove.
But they also played all the other backups too. So, hey Del, watch the hotline. You might be getting a call there. Might have a special guest coming up here.
A special guest?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, special for you or special for the rest of us?
Special for the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, this may be something that, this may go viral. You don't know. All right.
Is it Reuben Bain?
What?
713-780-3776.
No one wants to hear Reuben Bain talk.
I wouldn't mind hearing Reuben Bain. He says a lot of bad stuff about people.
He says bad words.
He says F this person and F this team, and he holds grudges. He is a noted grudge holder, by the way.
That's true, but
this guy's like my wife. He will hold a grudge now.
That's for the locker room after the game or at halftime.
Or his little notebook where he wrote F Notre Dame, too.
Yes, but on the air in front of people, it's like, God bless those guys. He's a very non-controversial interview. You got to get him in pads in the safety of the locker room before he starts talking about F number 60 and F Mike Elko. Mike Elko's like, whoa, what did I do?
What did I didn't say nothing about you.
Nothing to you.
I did not disrespect you.
He did call Malachi Tony a little fella, which
maybe he's a little fella.
He may upset Reuben Bain. Don't upset Reuben Bain. That's just a warning to everyone.
All right, yeah, that is true. Hey, the last thing I want to do is upset Reuben Bain.
Well, Lance is going to upset him when he writes up his draft.
I already wrote him up.
When he goes public, you're going to upset him.
Well, what did I do? I gave him a good grade. Even when I give people good grades, they get mad.
You're going to talk about his short arms and how he
man.
can't.
Oh, my God. You're going to call him a velociraptor?
Daniel Jeremiah thinks he'll actually be longer because he thinks whoever went in there and did the measurements in spring at Miami did him wrong.
Incompetence at Miami.
And then I talked to Tim about it, and he go, it'll be 31 and a half at longest. It ain't gonna be that far off.
You're gonna make him mad.
Well, it's an NFL scout who does it. An NFL scout will go in and do the arm measurements, and sometimes you have a young scout that's not very good at it.
Just be aware.
I know he's going to get mad at me. It's nothing I can do about it because I have to write weaknesses for a player.
When Ruben Bain's going through the draft process and he breaks out a notebook and it says F. Lance Zierlein, you know how great that's going to be?
Do you know how awesome that is?
If I see him, I'm not going to be at the Combine. I'm going to be in Tokyo. I wouldn't even be able to apologize to him.
And then he goes on Dan Patrick's show, and Dan Patrick reads.
So, Ruben, your notebook.
Yeah.
Zierlein.
I just want to reach out to him in advance to say, listen, you're gonna see some things and hear some things, and I just want you to know that's not the entirety of my opinion.
I like you as a player. You just have short arms.
Look what I also say that you play with incredible violence that should be, I don't know,
should be segmented to
like
the football
a T-Rex.
field.
You know what? He's a T-Rex.
You play with incredible violence that should only be seen on the football field, not distributed to NFL draft analysts.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. Right. I think you have to listen. You don't need to listen to what the haters say, Ruben.
He said, you mean you? You mean you, the hater?
He's going to see me as a hater.
Yeah, you're
Most
a hater.
guys who read my draft write-ups, even DK Metcalf, who had the highest grade of anybody in the NFL, everyone else had him in the last pick of the second round. He thinks I'm a hater. I had him as the seventh best player in the draft.
He put up your draft analysis in his locker.
I said this: noted note taker, grudge holder, and block destructor with a compact frame and defensive tackle play strength.
What'd you say about them arms, though?
I said he is ill-tempered with his take-ons, rocking blockers with heavy hand strikes. He plays right through tight ends and can anchor down against tackles and double teams. But his troubling lack of length.
There it is.
Can see him
troubling lack of length.
Troubling lack of length.
He's gonna F you up.
He can bend and flip his hips at the top of the rush, swipe away punches, and generate a strong bull rush. But he's more pocket.
Is that why DK?
But he's more pocket collapser than quick win artist.
All right, you keep saying stuff. You better watch it. Is that why DK Metcalf punched that Lion fan because he brought Lance Zierlein's profile to the game?
Tight in the hips, can't run a full route tree.
And hit that kind of.
Can't run a full route tree.
2-game suspension because of what you wrote.
By the way, DK will be back now.
He will be back.
That's going to suck.
Yeah, I liked it better when he wasn't playing.
Yeah, I like it a lot better when he's not playing.
Although, who cares? They don't throw down the field anyway. So what are you just going to run a bunch of hitches with them?
Yeah. Well.
Fat shoulders.
Listen, to me, honestly, I'll say this now, and maybe they can use it for bulletin board. This is one of the least concerning matchups of all the playoff teams.
Wow.
I think the Chargers would be first.
Wow.
Because they don't have tackles.
Yeah.
So they're first, and they don't. And, you know, I still am worried. I still would be nervous about Josh Allen, even though Josh Allen is praying he never has to see the Texans. Because the reality is Josh Allen is a scrub against the Texans. And it's in his head.
Yeah.
Like, it's in his head.
Yeah, you don't want to play the Bills, though.
Does it concern you?
No, I know. I just don't want to, but all of my recent history says you do want to.
At home, I don't want to go there, I tell you that.
Does it concern?
But you never have to go there. So
does it concern? You know what? Texans caught a break because if they had to play on Sunday, it would be snowing. It looks like it'll just be cold on Monday night, but no snowing.
Well, Kansas City, this team doesn't really seem that affected by cold. They're not going to score touchdowns either way.
Oh,
so Kaimi Fairbairn can kick in the cold weather. They can get to 12.
Didn't he miss a kick against the Chiefs?
Chiefs, he actually did, yeah. And he had that one against the Colts go kind of.
Is this true?
It was counted good.
Is this true? It's on the internet, so David sent this in. Just saw some say Lane Kiffin was leaving LSU to become president of Venezuela.
I saw that graphic yesterday. I saw a picture of him, and I thought, is this AI or is this real? Because it could be real if they gave him a high enough contract.
Well, if they'll pay him for all these Ole Miss wins, like LSU is. We got a break. We got to talk. I want to talk about my peeps over at Blue Bonnet. Blue Bonnet's been around, since 1951. 1951, Blue Bonnet has been in business. What is Blue Bonnet? Well, replacement windows, showers, custom glass and mirrors, solar screens, commercial glass, commercial storefront glazing, whatever it is that you need glass-wise. And the thing about them is, you need a new shower. You need railing for your stairs. You want glass railing. You want that. You want a partition for whatever room or office. They can do commercial. They can do residential. It doesn't matter. If it's glass, if you break one window and you want them to come to your home, they'll do that. They'll do that, okay? Listen, Bluebonnet has been around forever, and there's a reason. They're committed to superior service. If you are a contractor, if you run crews, if you're building apartments, if you're building an office building, whatever it is, you don't get your glass on time, and you know how much that's going to cost you? You can't open the building on time. You can't finish it without glass. Glass is typically one of the last things to go in, okay? So you got to have it. And you got to have somebody that you can count on, and you can count on the peeps over at Bluebonnet Glass. They're in the Houston area now. They've been in Brenham and all way west for a while. Now they're in Houston, in the greater Houston area. 832-508-0911, 832-508-0911, or bluebonnetglass.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. 10% off. If you're a first responder, okay, if you're military or first responder, they want to take care of you. You're looking for glass, there's one place to go, bluebonnetglass.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Chambliss?
No.
What?
We didn't mention it, and it's a A little late by us, but we have our first official Black Monday firings. We had the Falcons get rid of their guys yesterday, Raheem Morris and Fontenot.
And they went Sunday, Black Sunday.
But the Browns, Andrew Berry out, Stefanski out.
Wow, both of them.
Wow.
It has not been good over there.
No, it's bad.
I think they both. Andrew's a very smart guy. It wasn't very good over there. I think the fact that they took Shador after Dillon, Gabriel shows that maybe the owner. I think the owner's kind of tough to deal with, but it showed to me that maybe Andrew wasn't in complete control over there. And then Stefanski's a good coach. It's just sometimes it is what it is. Like Kevin Stefanski probably will be a head coach again. He's been two-time coach of the year.
Well, what if he doesn't get one? How about a little Stefanski in here next year?
His offense actually fits CJ.
Well,
no, because it's more like it's kind of from the same tree as Slowick. So maybe not. I'm not sure what
maybe
CJ.
He'll call the good plays that Slowick didn't call.
That's true. Because we know Stefanski has some good plays.
He has good plays.
He has a binder of good plays because he's been two-time coach of the year.
That's right. No, Stefanski, I'll take Stefanski right now next year.
Mm-hmm.
Ole Miss is taking Trinidad Chambliss next year. He says he's staying.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to LSU. So.
Well, wait. I thought he was out of.
He said he's staying at Ole Miss next year.
No, I thought he's trying to get another year. He's petitioning for another year, but he's out of.
Trinidad Chambliss to rejoin Ole Miss.
Pending
a waiver.
Pending he gets a waiver.
He gets a waiver, but there's no guarantee. There's no reason for him to get the waiver.
He's agreed to come back. They've got a deal, but it all depends on the waiver.
Yeah, because the NCAA has not given him a waiver. Because there's no
What's
real
his
reason.
argument to get one?
Did he play in JUCO? Because if he didn't, there is no argument for him. And at some point, I'm going to be seeing him put a graphic out there like I've seen now with 6 players who have declared for the draft even though their eligibility is over. I'm like, what are y'all doing? You just want to do this so badly on Instagram that you're – with that said, they have a long thing. And with that said, I'm officially declaring for the 2026 – and I went and looked them up. I'm like, I think this guy's been there 6 years. When I looked up, yeah, there's no eligibility left for you. What do you mean you're declaring for the draft? You just want to have a graphic. You just want the attention of a graphic. You can't declare for a draft when you have no eligibility left. And right now, Trinidad Chambliss has no eligibility right now. Now, if he played at a JUCO, you can seemingly play for all of eternity.
Right. Well, no, even Pavia's he's got to be done at some point. He got 2 more years.
The JUCO years don't count against you.
Yeah, they don't count against anymore. So
but
he's got
going
5.
He's going to the Senior Bowl. He's out.
So Chambliss spent 4 years at Ferris State, no JUCO, but he only appeared in games 2 of those years. So that is what he's leaning on. That I didn't.
But you only get 1 redshirt year unless there's a medical. You can't, and you would have had to have already. Yeah, one of them has to be a medical redshirt. You only get 1 redshirt year.
Wait, that dude was there and he couldn't play at Ferris?
Yeah. This is what's crazy is 2 years he couldn't play at Ferris.
How about that?
Yeah. He has 2 years
and
at
he's
Ferris.
taking Ole Miss to the semifinals.
Backup. He was going to be a backup at Ole Miss, and then he's turned out to be much better than anticipated.
Yeah, I guess.
So he's trying to become a 6-year senior, which makes sense. But I'll tell you what, though. Now, I haven't studied him close, and I know he's not a big guy. But this quarterback draft is not good. And Trinidad Chambliss, every quarterback should stay in college and get that NIL money now unless you're unless you're a top 10 pick.
But where would you take him now?
Well, I don't know. I haven't looked at him. But I know that this is, I don't really care for Dante Moore that much from what I've seen. I think Simpson's not going to come out. He's going back.
Mendoza.
Mendoza's a top pick.
Yeah.
Moore, there's some love from the media for Moore, but I'm not sure if he's really all that great. He'd be another one that now I would probably come out this year for him strategically just because it's not a good quarterback draft and next year is going to be better. So strategically I would come out if I were Moore, not Simpson. I would go get some more experience. Ty Simpson stunk at the end of the year. The second half of the year for Ty Simpson, not good football.
Yeah.
You go look at his numbers, it's bad. Like Arch Manning badly outplayed Ty Simpson over the last 6 games.
Yeah, except Arch Manning had a running game. Arch Manning. Simpson had no running game, none, zero. So how much more difficult is that on a quarterback when you know he's passing?
You see how many Longhorns hit the portal? Quite a few. All their running backs, a lot of their running backs are. Wisner's gone. Parker Livingstone is gone. Like, they lost 4 name guys.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of how it is.
So
Although Livingstone made it sound like he didn't really have a choice. I don't know that he got force portaled. There are kind of some force portalings. I don't think that's him. I think he said he wanted the opportunity to play, but he kind of said he didn't have a choice, which everyone assumed meant Texas kicked him out, but I don't think that's the case.
Well, you don't know. You don't know.
Well,
Maybe
because
Texas,
he was Arch's guy. So,
yeah, but, I mean, how are you going to win with a little white guy? It's your best receiver.
Tell it to
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yeah, with Julian Edelman or Wes Welker.
He didn't. What did he win?
Although big white guy was actually his best receiver.
Early,
Tight
it
end.
was little white guys. And then later, big white guy. And Randy Moss was thrown in there at one point, too.
Yeah.
Never in a million years, this is what he said, Parker Livingstone, never in a million years did I think I would be going into the portal looking for a new home. Some things are out of my control, such as the reality of the ever-changing landscape of college football.
So we talked about this last
I don't know
week.
what that means.
Is it possible
don't come back?
Texas said, we appreciate your efforts, but we got guys who think are better coming in. We got to make room for them, so you got to go.
Yeah.
Well, what they will say is, well, okay, just a few minutes. Let's see. Central premise of the original article was undercut and contested in the interest of fairness. So here's what Stuart Mandel said. Initially, he said this. When coaches complain about kids hopping in the portal and quote-unquote instant gratification, et cetera, they conveniently leave out that not all of them leave voluntarily.
Yeah.
Then he said after that, in the interest of fairness, Texas source says the player did have an offer to stay, even though the player described the decision as out of my control. So it could have been one of those things where he said, you can stay, but we're just going to be honest with you. You're going to have a hard time playing.
And we ain't giving you no money.
And we're not going to give you the same money we gave you last year, which is happening now. Teams are.
Well, and remember, it wasn't that long ago where teams all had to commit to a 4-year scholarship for players. That's gone.
So here's what he was offered. Livingston was offered a mid-6-figure NIL rev share deal and turned it down. The offer is never withdrawn, but yeah, he was forced out involuntarily. Whatever, says Bobby Burton. Now Bobby Burton's been around a while, but he got it from Texas that he got a mid-6-figure NIL revenue share deal. If that's the case, it's really more about playing time. But he can position it any way he wants.
Well,
I mean, you get $500,000 for a year of football.
Lord.
Yeah,
Lord.
You're like, unfortunately,
Why
I
are
never
you
thought in a million
disrespecting me?
years I'd be forced to leave.
I think it is disrespectful.
It's disrespectful.
Me?
Why? Because
You're
I'm
giving
white.
me?
Because I'm small and I'm white and I'm slow. Is that
mean,
why?
I mean, there are things that get in your way. Being small and slow, not white. White doesn't get in your way.
He's not. First of all, he's not small.
No. You keep using white as some
White.
issue.
He's
I
not
don't.
small. He's a tough. He's more of an Ed McCaffrey type.
So he's a concussion waiting to happen?
He's more of a David Sills, West Virginia.
Oh,
type.
don't say that. We know how you hate David Sills.
David Sills playing
He's
in the
still
league.
in the NFL, yeah.
He's in the league right now.
You might need to apologize to those West Virginia
Well,
fans.
he's playing. He's in the role that I projected him as. So I'm
Not playing?
apologizing. He's a backup.
Mm-hmm.
He's a back. Hey, just make the league. That's all you got to do. That's a win, baby.
Dude, absolutely.
No,
is.
100%.
You're getting paid.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're doing okay.
Yes, that's the goal. Is to play. That's the goal.
Mm-hmm. 713-780-3776. The number.
When we come back, I want to get into the NFL playoffs and take a look at some of these matchups because we do need to kind of carve the path out for the best way for the Texans to get to a Super Bowl. Because I'm kind of putting them in there now. I'm kind of putting them in the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident because Kaimi Fairbairn's on a heater right now.
They're going to field goal their way to a Super Bowl?
Well, I want to see if the Texans can be the first team to win a Super Bowl with 6 field goals.
Per playoff game?
Why not?
Average, I would say your average is 3.5. I would say your average legitimately
Ponder
is
this question
3.5.
before we go to break. On a Super Bowl run, how many field goals would Kaimi Fairbairn have to hit for them to win a Super Bowl?
So they got to win 4 games?
You'd have
Kaimi's going to have to hit 22.
on a run?
Like the entire run, how many does he make?
How many games?
22.
You have 4 games?
Yes,
4 games.
for them to win a Super Bowl.
22.
We'll come back and talk about it.
Yeah.
Among other things.
He only made 44 all year.
Well, he's got to be better.
And by the way, they set the record. The Texans did.
Yeah. And you know what? Who sets the record straight? Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company says it's going to be cold, people. Are your pipes ready for it? Because if they ain't ready for it, then you got a problem.
Hey, he came out after we had the Christmas dinner, and a pipe just came.
Your kids
water
blew
was
it up?
No, water was gushing out from under the sink because something came undone.
Oh,
and we thought there was a big issue, and Billy's like, and I texted him on Christmas, and he's like, dude, and I was super apologetic. He said, hey, anybody could have, you couldn't have texted Billy, but you could have called their service, and they would have had somebody out there just like for me the next day, out there to take care of your stuff early in the morning to see what was going on. That's how they do things. Emergencies, frankly, are a big part of, plumbing.
Well, here's the deal. If you bust a pipe, bruh, you got to have them out there right away.
I
Your
didn't
whole
bust a
house
pipe,
could
but
be ruined.
Correct.
Yeah.
I said
or
something
whatever.
undone,
But
yeah.
no, you didn't have that. But if you do bust a pipe, holy crap. Yes, you got to have somebody that you can count on. You're going to have somebody that's knowledgeable. You got to have somebody that's going to get that work, going to get there and get that work done, and somebody that won't charge you just for coming out. Now, they got to do the work, and, they'll give you an estimate, but you can get an estimate elsewhere. See, but here's the deal. You're going to have to pay those guys probably just to come out to your house, not with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And, oh, by the way, if he repipes your house, he's going to give you a water heater, a free water heater if he repipes your house. How's that? That ain't too bad. Billy Brown is there for you whenever he's been there for us. He'll be there for you. We promise. All you need to do is go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back on ESPN 97.5. We've got calls. You want to get in? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Gilbert is on our first.
Is he on the hotline? Is this our surprise caller? Was Gilbert?
No, it's not. I don't think. Is he on the hotline? I don't think.
Gilbert?
No,
get him off the hotline if
he didn't
is.
call in the hotline.
Get him off. We're never
Who are
giving
we
him
waiting on?
You would think we're going to give Gilbert the hotline number?
No, that's true. We never get anybody to call in. Gilbert, what's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good. How you doing, Gilbert? How was Christmas?
I couldn't see the game yesterday anyway.
You what?
What's that?
I couldn't see the game yesterday. It was blacked out in my nursing home.
They blacked out the nursing home?
Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah, the power went off for 4 hours anyway.
So the league did not black out the game for the Sharpview rehab.
Right.
I was making sure that Roger
My
Goodell.
cable went out anyway.
I got you. Okay. I thought it was blacked out, but that's fine. Yeah.
I thought they blacked it out on you. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, wherever the will, you come by here and give me some steak or something. He never showed up the last couple 2 weeks.
And yet the Texans still won.
Gilbert, can I ask you a question? Do you like chicken?
What?
Oh my God! Do you
like what?
Do you like chicken?
Like what? Chicken. I like chicken.
Okay, I've got some factor meal. I've got a factor meal that is chicken with like a cauliflower risotto and some squash, some mixed squash, and like a Greek seasoning on it. It's pretty good. It's about 560 calories, about 39 or 40 grams of protein, only about 18 carbs. Would you be interested if I poked holes in the film, microwaved it for 2.5 minutes, and opened the film up? Would that be something that you'd be interested in?
I want Will to come give me steak and all that.
So you want steak, not a factor meal?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't want that anymore.
No,
Where's Will anyway?
Where is Will? I don't know. Will, for those who don't know, is just
where the Will is. Come by and give me trying to get some good food yesterday anyway.
For those who don't know, Will is a listener who decided he was going to be a good Samaritan and bring Gilbert some. If I remember correctly, Will's the one who brought Gilbert a steak.
Yeah. Tell Will to call the station right now. Let me talk to him right now.
Hey, Will, can you call the station right now? 713-780-3776. Gilbert needs to talk to you right now. 713-780-3776. If you are a Will of any sort and Gilbert would like to talk to you, 713-780-3776. Someone just called.
Have him
Or no,
call.
that's Gilbert. That's Gilbert on line one. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, we're waiting, Gilbert. We just put the bad signal out for Will.
Call in.
Yeah, please.
Does he have to? We all know what Gilbert wants. Will, you don't have just
doesn't matter.
Take
I want
the
to hear
food over there.
I just want to hear.
What about my sticker anyway? The one at Nick's place anyway. What I said last time.
Sticker at
What
Nick's
sticker?
place?
Sticker.
Remember that? The sticker I got?
Nope.
The last time you were at Nick's place, when was that?
What?
When was the last time you were at Nick's place, and what was the sticker?
What?
No, Nick, I got phrased last time at Nick's place.
You got what? What?
Hey, I'm
gonna
talking to you.
I'm going to do it to Gilbert. What? I asked you a question, Gilbert. What?
I asked you a question, John.
What?
What? Where's Will? Will.
Yeah.
Didn't we ask for Will?
Well, when Gilbert gets steak, the Texans win. Is it not worth a playoff win? I mean, they're on the road at Pittsburgh. Is it, of all the weeks, this is absolutely
the
worth
Texans
it.
won without steak. Okay? The Texans have won 9 straight.
Got an update here.
Yeah.
Will doesn't have time to join us, but he did call in and he has confirmed he will get the food to Gilbert this week because we got a playoff game.
Okay,
we got a
good.
playoff game.
Gilbert, we're taken care of. We're
Will
good.
will be there with the food.
Yep. How about that, Gilbert? You're going to get a steak from Will. When?
Where is it? Will, are you here?
No.
Hold. Hello?
What? Hey, Gilbert, I asked you a question. Do you want a steak from Will or
Well,
not?
you ask me a question. What's the question?
Do you want a steak
What?
from Will or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, he's going to bring you one, he said, this week.
Yeah. Also, by the way,
What?
if the Texans win, I'll be overjoyed.
Oh,
But I
okay.
got a feeling that it remind me of 1979 when the Texans when the order lost to Pittsburgh.
Mike Renfro
Bad
made the
call
catch.
anyway.
Yeah, bad call. You think they're going to be a bad call?
I think so. I think so anyway.
Well, Will, after hearing Gilbert's plea, decided he does have the time. So
Okay.
here's Will. What's up, Will?
Hey, Gilbert, just letting you know I'm going to bring that steak for you, buddy, okay?
Okay, are you Will?
Yep, I'm Will.
Okay, is he gonna bring my steak to my home anyway?
Steak, corn on the cob, French fries, Dr. Pepper, right?
Yeah, corn on the cob. Yeah, I love corn on the cob with all that stuff. Well, the corn on the cob wants
Pepper.
salt
Okay.
and pepper anyway. That's good.
Yeah, salt and pepper too,
All right, we'll
Will.
be there later
Hey,
this week,
Will,
buddy.
salt and pepper too.
You want
Yeah.
iodized salt or flake salt?
Flake salt? No,
What's
we want
that?
iodized.
Flake salt.
Iodized or flake?
Iodized.
Okay. What'd you say?
What?
Will got
I'll
my
see you later
number.
this week.
Remember,
I got your number.
What?
Yep, we're ready. We're set to go.
what'd you say? You got my room number anyway, yeah.
Yeah. What room number?
I'll just ask for Gilbert Lou. Gilbert Lou.
Yeah.
Will been in my room before.
He's been there.
He doesn't need the room number. He knows.
How's your new roommate, Gilbert?
What'd you say? I'm by myself anyway. I'm by myself. Got no roommate.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
Will just hung up.
Will hung up. Okay.
So we're okay. So
Yeah,
we got
really,
the
yeah.
official. We got the official word.
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
This is-
Why are you keep why you keep playing that?
Wait, no, is that real or
That's
is that
not me. I don't know why he That's Gilbert. He's trying to
That's
figure
not
out what's
Gilbert,
going on.
that's you.
It's not me.
That's really
He
Gilbert
keeps
saying,
saying
"What
that.
did you say?"
He doesn't know what you're up to. I don't think he believes that's Will.
That's Will? That was Will?
I don't know.
It was a proxy.
Will was a cross between Will and R.C. Slocum on a mobile.
It was a proxy. Basically, you just had to hear, like, yes, Will's going to be there. It's official. It's just a reenactment. That's all.
A reenactment.
It is a reenactment of Will. Will is a good dude.
Yeah.
He
Will's
is.
like trying to save this city's playoff chances.
Not a kid.
He's doing more than me.
But
if I'm being
Gilbert's already
honest.
predicted we're going to get a bad call and lose.
What?
Yeah, like in 1979.
Gilbert, did you say that?
Yeah.
Gilbert, I asked you a question.
Say what?
Did you say they were going to get a bad call and lose and that replay wasn't even going to fix it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Why are we bringing the steak then?
Because Will, he holds the city hostage. If Will doesn't bring him a steak,
Oh.
then the bad call will
hold on a
happen.
second. Okay, let me make sure this is what it is. Gilbert, if Will brings you the steak and the accoutrements,
Yeah.
so that they won't get a bad call then if you get your steak from Chili's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
See?
so this really hinges not on the replay system, but on a
this
Chili's steak
by this Will.
with corn on the cob, iodized salt.
Right. Not flakes.
Flake salt.
Flake salt. All right. Gilbert, let's go. Go Texans.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
All right,
Bye.
Will, get it done.
Oof.
He had absolutely he did not care about talking to us.
No,
we
he
were
did not.
simply a vessel for getting to Will.
You're a conduit to Will.
And somehow Will, I don't know if Will's listening. My guess is because he couldn't talk, somebody texted him like, dude, you're getting laid out by Gilbert right now in the air.
Right.
They want you to bring the steak or whatever. He goes, look, hey, I'll get the steak. I'm in a meeting right now. I'm a CEO of a hospital or whatever he does.
I don't know what he does.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you or Will or anyone else want to call in.
Perhaps Gilbert, quote-unquote, Will could bring Gilbert some Ibiza Fleur de Sel sea salt or some pink Himalaya sea salt. Gilbert is a iodized only salt.
What
guy.
else would he be?
Yeah.
Well, flake salt is absolutely.
I'm not suggesting it isn't, but why?
It's absolutely delightful on the top of sliced steak.
Why would he be asking
and where
for
he
flake
just
salt?
and Gilbert gets his hand in there and kind of
Salt Bay
bays the steak.
Stop. Gilbert ain't about Salt Bay.
Yeah, I think
Gilbert's
Gilbert
just,
would
give
have.
me that steak. I don't care how tough it is, and put a little salt
I
on
don't think Gilbert's looking for the flash and dash of Salt
it.
Bay.
No, he don't care about that.
Might say some ugly words to that guy.
Yeah. We got a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go over these playoff games. But first, we got Michael on the line. He wants to talk about the Texans and Steelers Monday night game. The Texans have gone from Saturday at 3 to Monday night. That's how they're all grown up now. All grown up and playing a Monday night game in the playoffs. Michael, how you doing?
Hey, man. How are you? Good. Good to hear from you guys. Happy New Year. Yeah, it's about time. I get to watch a Texans game, not on Saturday at 3. I was laughing when y'all said that originally because I remember I went to the first, 2 Cincinnati Bengals games, and we were sitting in the tailgate lot. I was like, hey, this is actually pretty nice. It's a Saturday. We're here at 1 p.m. This is great. But I think the Texans can take it. I think they need to get revenge from that Halloween night Jets Aaron Rodgers game. And Steelers fans are real jerks. I went to a Monday Night Football game there when we had Arian Foster, and as soon as they started winning, they were flipping me off and cussing at me and stuff, and I was like, okay, Steelers fans, go to hell. But
not classy. Not classy.
I wanted to ask
Not
about
classy
I
at
asked Dale. Yeah, I asked Dale about this, but what's up with the Miami head coach? Are they gonna any rumblings? Y'all heard anything about that? And
Mike
I
McDaniel,
would
you're talking
sure
about?
like to see. Yeah, Mike McDaniel. I sure would like to see some points to be scored in our offense because our defense is pretty legit.
I get a feeling he's going to stick around.
One more thing. Yeah, hey, I didn't notice, but I watched some CBS Sports, but when Tom Brady had all the success, he always had a top 10 defense. Did you guys know that? All those years that they had all those Super Bowl runs, he always had a top 10 defense. So you could see the fingerprint.
Yeah.
You could see the fingerprint from Nick Caserio.
Yeah,
on the
but
Texans roster, right?
I'll be honest with you. That's been that's been if you look at the history of pro football, it's kind of similar, really. I don't think that's a Bill Belichick thing. I think that was I think that's been an NFL thing that defenses win championships, quote unquote. Well, most teams that are winning Super Bowls have above average defense. Yeah, that's kind of just a normality for good teams.
Plus, the better your offense is, the more they're on the field, the more, they score, the tougher it is because the other team has to pass, and that. There's a lot of things that go into that.
Yeah, and if you look at – so I used to study New England a lot during the Bill Belichick successful run, especially right in the middle. And what was really fascinating about Bill Belichick from game to game is he would change – they would completely change up their strategy for how they were going to attack you, not just defensively but offensively. So there would be some games – where they would run the ball for 40 times against the team, and Tom Brady might throw the ball, 21 times.
Or throw it 50 times.
Yeah, or throw it 50 times. You didn't know what you're going to get. And then in a lot of if you go back and look at it at profootballreference.com, in some of their best years, they actually had a top 5 running game where they ran the ball really, really well. It wasn't until – it really wasn't until 2007 when Randy Moss got there where they really opened it up. They were not an open it up offense. The Patriots weren't until Randy Moss, until they had Moss and obviously Wes Welker, and then it became Edelman and Gronk. But they would run the ball too. There was no Bill Belichick never hesitated to run the football. They didn't just open it up crazy. He understands that running the football is that's body punching. That's wearing other teams out. It's not sexy, but it has.
Well, and a lot of times I remember they played the Raiders one time, and he threw it 50 times.
Oh yeah,
but it was all ball control.
Yeah, it was just quick stuff.
Yeah, just quick stuff. I mean, that was their running game.
Mm-hmm.
It was the quick stuff. So yeah, no. Listen, Bill Belichick is one of the greatest defensive minds ever, and yeah, that absolutely helped. You gotta. Well, the Texans have got CJ. We don't need Tom Brady here. We got CJ. Okay, so let's not forget Tom Brady and the way he wins titles. We're gonna win them in a different way. We're gonna win them with CJ.
Did Kaimi Fairbairn change his initials to CJ?
No.
What do you mean we got CJ?
We got
KF.
We do. How is he not? And Cameron Dicker, who couldn't even kick an extra point against the Texans and missed a field goal too, he's the Pro Bowl kicker. When we got a guy who set the record for most field goals in the world. All right? Holy crap. How unfair. We should have had 5. We should have had 6 Pro Bowlers.
I'm not going to lie. If I got a Pro Bowl kicker, I'm questioning my offense. I don't want a guy who's making the Pro Bowl because of sheer numbers of field goals made. You know what?
I
prefer for you to be 15 or 17, to be honest with you.
Well, you're a take. You know what? You want to shoot a three every time down the
I
floor.
want touchdown.
I'll take.
In fact,
layups.
I don't want to shoot a three.
I'll take layups.
In this case, no threes, just 6.
No, and you want more points. I want.
Yes, I want more points.
I want a bunch of layups, and that's what I got with Kaimi.
The problem is because of the Texans' offense, he's usually making double reverse layups because they're like 53-yarders. In today's NFL, I get what you're saying; they're pretty easy.
He's got a foot on the line.
Yeah, it's always something very difficult. He's being challenged. There's a hand in the face. All his shots because the Texans love making him kick 50-plus yarders. Shout out to Kaimi though, offensive MVP.
Kaimi?
Why not?
Why not? What the hell? Give it to him. I mean, could he win Player of the Year?
They probably won't give it to a kicker. It'll go to a defender. It'll have to, right? It'll go to Will.
Who's more valuable? Who scored more points, Will or Kaimi?
I think Will Anderson's more valuable. I think you can get a kicker to approximate what he's doing.
Oh, really? Tyler
yes.
Loop? Did you see him?
You don't have to go to the guy who missed the game winner. It could be someone else. It could be someone else.
Did.
You can pull a guy off the street and be pretty good.
I'll take Kaimi.
You can't find another Will Anderson.
Can't find another Kaimi.
Well, you certainly not how you spell his name. You can't. You're right.
Somebody spelled it out on a tweet.
It's crazy
yesterday.
long. Yeah,
it was stupid. How long?
It's real, but that's real, by the way.
And in the middle of it, there's a John.
There's an apostrophe in there.
And there's part of his name is John.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why isn't he John Fairbairn then?
You gotta be true to your roots. Just like what was it? The former Raven, who was like from Michigan for the first couple years of his career. He went with like an Americanized name, and then he went back to Odafe. Was it Owe?
Owe Odafe. Yeah.
He was somewhat. He went with whatever name he was given at some point, and then he went with. Wait a minute. Let me go back to my roots.
Nigerians, I guess, who have come over have created their American names, and he's not the first one. There was another guy from Jesse Luketa, maybe. There's another guy from Penn State. Maybe it was Arnold Ebekuti or whatever, the pass rusher. Mm-hmm. But this is a new thing where the Nigerian players.
It's not that new. My dad went with Alfred when he came over here.
Justin Matabuike is now
it's
something else. Like they're the Nigerians. So your dad went with what?
His name when he first got over here, he went with Alfred to be more Americanized. Then now he's Adiola, which is his real first name. It's John Christian and then a very long name that they shortened to Kaimi Fairbairn.
Well, what about Darius Leonard that just said, I'm
Shaq.
going to call myself Tom now or
No,
whatever?
Shaq Leonard.
Tom.
Well, I think it was always his name was Shaq Leonard. He just went by.
Well, that's his
Darius.
middle name. Shaq
Yeah.
was his middle name. Yeah, but you can't change in the middle.
Tell it to Hakeem Olajuwon. He changed the spelling.
Well,
You didn't keep that same energy for the Dream.
Well, that's when
You didn't keep that same energy for Roy
That's
Oswalt.
when he confirmed his Muslim faith.
No, that's when he
changed
just said, "Listen, y'all been spelling it wrong the whole time." I just want to let you
Oh,
know.
I thought it had to do with his. He
had nothing
his
to do with Muslim faith. He just said y'all been spelling it wrong. You said it back when I was in 80, and back in 80 when I came, or 81 when I came here.
He was too polite
or
to
82.
tell anyone.
Yeah, that's all it was. He's like, I just didn't want to make a big deal.
Yeah.
But yes, that's wrong. Roy Oswalt, he went. It's not Oswalt. It's
Right.
Oswalt.
Well, Jawan just last year. It was supposed to be, wasn't it Jawan the whole time, and then all of a sudden it was Jawan.
Well, Devon A-Chain is actually A-Chan.
Mm-hmm.
It happens quite a bit, actually. The
Tony
guys
Dorsett.
go, you know what? That's fine. Say whatever you like, and then at some point they go, actually, this is how it's said.
Yeah,
I did that.
Actually, don't say it. Now that I'm good, I don't want you doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you changed your name
It was always that, but I just let it go because everyone
from
said it
Del
one way.
Olale to Olaleya.
Everyone had always said it that way, and I let it go. And I say, you know what?
This is the thing.
At some point, you got to be like, you know what? That's not how you say
When
it.
I was a kid, people called me Lance Sirloin Steak, and I said that's fine. And then when I was older, I'm like, hey, it's not sirloin steak, guys. That's not how you pronounce it.
Yeah. A lot of people said John Grant.
Not a lot. Just one lady in Louisiana who
Wanted
thought
you to be
your
less
name was
ethnic.
too ethnic.
In Louisiana.
South Louisiana, of all
South Louisiana,
places.
Granado was too ethnic for her.
Ooh-wee. That's how I know that lady wasn't from Louisiana.
No, she was from New York.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
And she had a problem with Granado?
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
yeah.
she's like, these people are not ready for Italians. Like, the heritage is actually heavily steeped in French and Italian. So
Yeah, and she changed the guy's name from he was from Delcom or somewhere in Louisiana, and she changed his name.
change
Like,
a Japanese
what?
guy's name and let's see what happens.
Oh, see, then you're gonna have a problem. Oh,
You didn't have
what
to
about
do that.
What about if you change Taqueria Saranda's name?
I don't know. I mean, you could change it to Aranda's Bakery. Oh, my gosh. Aranda's Bakery. So I went and got 3 dozen tamales. We were going to Nicole's Aunt Katie's house. It's a big shit. A lot of family in town, and they do play a bunch of games. We had a lot of fun. And I brought the Taqueria Saranda's tamales, and wow. I had the Serrano and chicken tamales, which I was blown away. I knew the pork tamales were great. The chicken and Serrano were fantastic, and my wife couldn't stop raving about it. And she is the biggest snob of tamales. Why? I have no idea. She's just a huge snob, and she absolutely loved them. Everyone at the party loved them as well. We had 3 dozen. We were able to snake out about 6 of them. They're wrapped. They come wrapped in a 3-pack. So we snaked out like 6 of them. Like, I'm taking this home. And, God, they're good. They're so good. You can get them anytime you want at Aranda's Bakery, but their tamales are fantastic. Have it for any party or just, just to bring home or bring to the fellas at work. They're going to absolutely love you for it. Now, of course, Taqueria Saranda's is where you get your authentic Mexican food, whether it's breakfast like the huevos divorciados, or you want, a torta, which is the sandwich for lunch, or maybe you're just looking for those street tacos, the taquitos, which come in an order of 5 for dinner. Maybe that's what you want to do. I just know they're open all 3 days per week. They have the great tamales and sweets at the Aranda's Bakery. And, of course, Taqueria Aranda's has locations all over the city of Houston. Check them out for yourself for the first time if you haven't gone before for a great, authentic Mexican food without crazy prices. It's Taqueria Aranda's.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. We're going to get that interview tomorrow, as a matter of fact. I just found out. We got a nice interview coming up tomorrow on the show, so be here. And it has to do with Astros baseball. So we're going to do that.
Can we take guesses, and you can either confirm or deny?
Okay.
Who do you think it is, Lance?
Easy. I'm going to go with his old friend, Billy Wagner.
Billy Wagner.
No. The answer is you get 3 guesses.
Is he? Are they currently a member of the organization in some way, shape, or form? No. Roger?
Lance Berkman. We get 3 guesses. Each. We get 3 each.
3 each. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to.
You've got Sam. 2 already.
I'm taking Sam, so we get 9 guesses.
No, you don't take Sam. You can't use Sam.
By the way, I said it has to do with the Astros organization. I didn't say. Okay.
Phil Garner, scrap iron.
Nope. That's your 3rd.
Has to.
Okay, this is for Sam.
Stop.
Dana
Sam
Brown.
wanted to guess?
Sam says Dana Brown.
He can't come. He can't come over here.
Actually, this has to be somebody who used to do stuff.
That's wrong too.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
Jimmy Williams.
Jimmy Williams.
Jimmy. He was awful.
You hated him.
Sean
He
Chacon.
must have said something to you. You can't choke a general manager and get on the radio.
You don't know that.
Well, Latrell
I would
Sprewell
love to
probably
hear
is in
that
the media.
story.
Yeah, from Chacon's perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, Ed Wade, he attacked me. What did you do, Ed? What did you do?
He got mouthy. That's what he's going to tell you.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
You find out tomorrow. So okay, Rams and Panthers. I mean, the Panthers have played really well defensively at times this year. I watched their game the other day, and just watching Bryce Young throw. Now, it was wet. It was really wet in Tampa, and so that was a problem. But he looked like a little miniature Phillip Rivers throwing the ball. He looked like baby Phillip Rivers, and just shot putting it. Now the ball was wet, so. And I'm sure his hands aren't gigantic, so I'm sure that was a problem. I don't know what's the line on that now. It's got to be Rams 6 or 7.
Oh, let's see. Rams. Good.
I'm looking at 9.5.
9.5. Yeah.
Now
I was going to say 10 at first, but then.
Now they've played each other this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams went to Carolina and lost. One of the reasons why they didn't win the division.
Mm-hmm.
They went there and lost.
I'm seeing 10 right now.
10.5.
Dude,
I got 10.5.
On the road. They're making this so this is basically a 15-point favorite at home against Carolina.
Yeah.
What are we doing? This is basically a Bryce Young fade. You're just like, yeah, I know Carolina won there, but we don't believe it.
In the first game, Matthew Stafford turned the ball over 3 times, including a pick 6. He threw 2 picks, which is 2 of the 8 he's thrown this year. He's now up to 46 touchdowns.
So gun to your head, I'm taking the 10.5.
What's the weather like?
I don't know. What's it going to be like? It's going to be 40s. Right?
Is that a Saturday or Sunday game?
No, I don't think so. That is a Saturday game.
That's the first game. They took the Texans spot. Carolina is now the Houston Texans.
Makes some sense. High of 70 that day with some rain.
Oh. Well.
Yeah, 10 is too much. I'm not doing 10.
I'm not giving 10.
No, I'm not giving 10 on the road in a playoff game. And
no
Carolina's been a competitive team for most of the year.
Yeah.
No, that's too much.
They beat Green Bay in Green Bay.
I like the Rams to win, but, I'm not. 10 is kind of crazy.
Yep. All right, Green Bay at Chicago.
Chicago's a 1-point favorite. Jordan Love will be back. Josh
I got
Jacobs.
Green Bay 1.5.
I'm showing as of right. Where are you looking at
on
this?
the NFL on ESPN's NFL page?
Okay, those could be old numbers. Those could be opening numbers because I'm looking at the current number as of 9:25 p.m. Central, and they've got Chicago 1.
Okay.
The current numbers I have are the Rams 10, Chicago 1, which, honestly, I'd probably take the Packers. Well, no, because they don't have Micah. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, my bookie's got 10-1 too. Yep.
Yeah, I actually think God, I just don't know that I'm ready for Chicago to win this game.
Well, all I know is Chicago is really good in the fourth quarter, and for whatever reason, they come up big and they win games late.
You know who I don't like? I like Jacksonville to beat Buffalo. Buffalo's 1.5-point favorites at Jacksonville. Their defense has been bad. I'm becoming a believer in the Jaguars. And when I say defense, their defense, Buffalo Bills. Buffalo has two guys that can really rush. The run game's okay. Trevor Lawrence has played much better.
The run game's okay. Cook led the league.
No. Jacksonville.
Oh.
And my biggest problem is that the Buffalo Bills, to me, like their defense is going to get them beat. You just can't get around it. They can't defend. So what happens, this is what we talked about before, when you don't have when your offense is what carries you, what happens if Josh Allen doesn't have a super heroic game? Can Buffalo be good enough? Can they be average against Jacksonville? I don't know, man. I'd take the points. Frankly, I get why Buffalo's a small favorite. I'd probably make Jacksonville pick or one in real life. But I know the public's going to be on Buffalo, and I love Josh Allen. I love watching him play. I think the Bills are a fun little organization, but their defense isn't good enough.
Did you see that the Jaguars players bought Trevor Lawrence a grill?
As in a mouth grill, or they got him a pellet grill?
Mouth grill.
Why?
So he could be cool. Yeah, you
That's
put it
not
on.
their thing. That's our thing in Houston. Johnny Dang doesn't have a spot in Jacksonville.
I think that's worldwide.
No,
Everyone
Johnny
got
Dang invented
Everyone,
them, and it's only Houston. Why does everyone come here to get a grill? It's like the Republic Boot Company of grills.
I look at a college player smiling, playing for whoever, and they've
probably
got a grill.
It from Johnny Dang. It's
Maybe,
probably cheap. It's a probably cheap, poorly made
but
grill.
that's worldwide now.
Guess what? Anthony Hernandez, Fluffy, the UFC guy who's going to shoot the first shot. Guess where he's going after this? Johnny Dang's to get a grill. True story.
Nice.
One time, Johnny Dang Paul Wall had a grill made for Matt Thomas.
Yeah.
Not Matt Thomas, Matt Jackson. True story.
What?
Yeah, back in the 6'10 days, Paul Wall brought a grill up for Matt Jackson. Although I don't know if Matt kept it or if it was just.
Well, didn't Tom Herman get a grill?
Tom Herman has a Paul Wall grill.
Wall grill,
yeah. Johnny Dang.
All right,
TV
so you
Johnny.
like the Jags over the Bills.
Mhm.
I
don't want them to
that.
win, but
I'm not ready to live in a world where Trevor Lawrence is going to beat
I haven't been ready
Josh
the whole
Allen.
year. I know. I haven't been ready the whole year, but at some point, do you believe now?
No, I don't believe now.
Do you believe now?
I don't believe.
You will believe
what
now.
What I need to happen in my life is for the Bills to win and the Chargers to win.
All right, here's the
the Texans host in week 2.
Oh, what? I mean, I think it's actually absolutely possible.
Well,
Would
I don't
you
think
rather
the Chargers go to the Patriots?
Okay, well, let's get to the number.
Okay, 3.5. Patriots.
Well, hold on. Let me finish
San
Saturday's or
Francisco.
Sunday's games, the early games. You got San Francisco's 3.5, against Philadelphia. I'm sorry. I'm just not riding with you, Philly. You've shown me who you are the entire year. I'm not riding with Philly. Not 3.5. That extra hook is too much.
Yeah.
I'll take the 49ers. I know the 49ers got their heads bashed in by the Seattle defense, but this ain't Seattle. This is the Eagles.
No, but it's going to be cold.
How are the Eagles going to score? Their offense is awful.
Well, yeah. I don't know.
It's going to be cold. Dell, you got a weather check on them? Because it was 70.
Philadelphia Sunday.
It's 70 in Carolina.
Well, you know how far Carolina is from Philadelphia?
And by the way, 45 degrees is not cold.
No, 45-degree day. A 40-degree day? What is that?
Well, it's kind of cold here. But
it's blah.
And that's a Saturday game?
Sunday.
That is a Sunday.
Sunday, high of 46 in Philly.
There you go. That's nothing.
With no bad weather. Just going to be sunny and
That's perfect
chilly.
for Kyle Shanahan.
Chargers and Patriots Sunday night.
I'm still going Patriots.
I think the Patriots take care of this season.
They have a schedule so soft. They're 1-2 overall against teams with winning records. Their schedule came out to be under 400 as far as the strength of schedule, like 389.
Yeah, I've been saying. I
is-
agree, but I just don't think I think they got the best that they could possibly get in the Chargers. If the Bills went there, I think the Bills would win. If the Texans went there, I think the Texans would win. They got the best of it getting the Chargers.
Yeah, I don't know. The Chargers had a DB get hurt yesterday. I don't remember if he was a starter or not. I was just kind of glancing at the game. I know Derwin James didn't play. Can the
what about their offensive
Pats
line?
run on the? I understand that, but can the Pats, who are based off of being a physical football team, run on the Chargers?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
They got Ramondre fully healthy. That's kind of a tricky team now because Travion Henderson has really taken off, and Ramondre Stevenson is they got a thunder and lightning over there. You know, if you really want to know the truth, they got a lot of stuff in place to win at a high level, and it makes no sense coming from where they were last year. It took Travion Henderson, some smart free agency moves, and then Drake May turning into an MVP candidate, which I never saw coming, probably ever, and certainly not this soon. This is one of the most unbelievable. And this is, you know, honestly, Ben Johnson deserves some Coach of the Year nods. I think I don't really think.
Who's the MVP, Stafford or Drake May?
What are we doing here?
Stafford will get it for
46 TDs and 8 picks. We're giving Drake May consideration. He's been good.
Stafford has 46.
46 touchdowns and 8 interceptions.
Well, that's just ball hogging.
Awesome.
What are we talking about here?
You know why he did
against
that?
the toughest schedule in
That's
football.
Allen Iverson shooting at 30
Stop
times a
it.
game.
He did it against the toughest schedule in football this year.
Who had more wins? Drake May.
Well, I would hope so when you're playing a schedule and that week. He played 3 teams. He played 3 games against teams with winning record, and he's 1-2.
He was kind of a ball hog, though. All right, who's Coach of the Year?
Quarterbacks are ball hogs?
Yeah.
Well, CJ was a touchdown vulture. He took it away from Togia.
He did. Who's the Coach of the Year?
Probably
it's going to be Vrabel.
Or Liam Cohen.
How are you going to do that? Vrabel had the worst team in football.
Where did the Jags pick?
Well, the Jags were up there.
They weren't.
Yeah, the Jags were right there.
Well, they traded up to get Travis Hunter, so they weren't awful, but they were bad.
And Travis Hunter made no impact on this season. He was literally impactless.
What about Sean Payton?
They were better when Travis Hunter went out.
They brought in Jacoby Myers.
You know, these guys all, Ben Johnson, Sean Payton, Liam Cohen, they all deserve credit, but but Vrabel's winning this
Kyle
award.
Shanahan with all their injuries,
Yeah.
he's getting talked about.
Vrabel's and
Mike
Mike
McDonald?
McDonald should be.
Mike McDonald, holy
but
crap.
Vrabel's a pretty
Vrabel's
big
gonna
favorite,
win
and he's
this
going to
one.
win this one.
Maybe.
No Boston bias.
Maybe.
I would vote for Cohen.
Yeah, but whose roster's better? I would tell you that the roster's better over there with Jacksonville.
I don't know.
They have
Trevor
the
Lawrence
better
hasn't been
receiver
very
core. The running backs are probably lean Patriots. Henderson and Ramondre. Defensive ends, I'll take the defensive line of the Jags.
The Jags is better. Yeah. That's really, really good. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here in a hurry? If you want to talk a little M&J Electrical, that's what we're going to do right now.
Well, so this is really, to be honest with you, this is for people who are going to be general contractors or electrical contractors. At M&J, what makes them special is they can come in and take out all of the old electrical. Let's say you're doing a job and you got to put new electrical in. They'll take out all the old electrical. You can have them come in. They'll take it out professionally because they know how to do it right, and they will give you good money for all that old electrical equipment. And I'm talking about circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, switchgear, panels, all of it. They won't give you scrapyard prices. They give you legit prices, legit money for that. So you are going to make more. If you're a contractor, that's kind of just hidden money that you're going to make. And then on top of that, they are refurbishing. They'll buy used equipment, they refurbish it to excellent working condition, and they'll sell it with a 1-year warranty. So they have new equipment, they have refurbished equipment, so you can buy from them. It cuts down on your lead time, or you can sell to them from jobs that you are doing right now. And if you let them take it out so that they know what they're taking out, they're not going to do any damage to it, they will give you really good money for all of that old electrical, all the old electrical supply. And if you just need removal, they can come in and handle all the removal as well. Emergency needs for electrical parts, they've got you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365, and they ship anywhere in the U.S. They're located at Stubner Airline, near I-45 North. But to get a hold of them, just call 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055. That's M&J Electrical Supply.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
None of Dell's tomfoolery today because I got to get out of here right at 8 o'clock.
What's my tomfoolery?
You always try to keep us longer so that
let's be clear here.
Have to do less on your show.
You like to blame me. It is 9:41 as we start the third segment of this hour. That's
Correct.
on you guys, not me.
No, you.
We should already be going to break for the third segment. Instead, we're just starting it. That's on you guys.
That's not really on us.
So when you talk about tomfoolery,
you're the producer.
Sorry, like I said on Friday, you guys haven't been able to read a digital clock for 20 years. You know what time it is. Go to break if you want. Instead, you don't, and then you blame me.
Tomfoolery today. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
It's on you guys. I don't mind starting. I got plenty to talk about. Sean's back after not being here on Friday. We got Texans. We've got our star pitcher at the game throwing up the horns. All good stuff to talk about.
How about that?
Dylan Brooks back in town.
Sean must love that. I'm mad at the Rockets for losing to the Mavs. I'm just mad at them. That's all. All right, let's get who we got in here. Peyton from Lubbock wants to talk on the show. What do you say, Peyton from Lubbock?
Hey, guys. I am living out here in Lubbock, huge Texas Tech fan, and I saw the news over the weekend about Brennan Sorsby transferring over here from Cincinnati. Apparently he's pretty good, but I wanted to check in with Lance and see kind of what he thought about him and if he thinks that he can help Texas Tech take the next step next year, maybe go deeper in the playoffs, and actually what his draft stock looks like next year. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
I won't know the draft stock until I get into, really take a close look. I know that Sorsby is a guy who is that official, Tech? I know LSU was in the mix too. Is Tech official? Is he going to Tech?
Apparently. I mean, that must be if he's in Lubbock and he heard that.
That's already been announced by the people who keep track of the portal. That's official.
I mean, it was mentioned a while back. I mean, this has been
it was announced official. Well, not announced by Tech, I believe.
He committed to
But
Texas
the reports are, look, he was going to Tech the moment you found out his girlfriend, who was at Cincinnati with him, committed to Tech. All this stuff, he visited LSU. That's all. All he was doing was negotiating with Tech. Look, I mean, if you don't up the price, I mean, Lane's asking about me, but the minute you hear, even at 22, 23 years old, when his girlfriend randomly winds up at Tech with no connection to the school at all, other than she's got a boyfriend who's going to play quarterback, that was wrapped up a month ago.
Well, and did you watch any of Navy in Cincinnati? Navy kicked their ass.
Mm-hmm.
And Lichtenberg threw for 78 yards in that one for Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati lost a bunch of players who didn't even play. That was one of those bowl games that shouldn't have been played by Cincinnati.
Yeah.
A bunch of their guys opted out.
Yeah, they could have used Sorsby. Sorsby's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback. I think Sorsby is a type of guy who can raise the passing profile over there at Texas Tech, and I fully expect them to go get a receiver. They got their quarterback. I expect them to probably jump into the offensive line again. They've already got one good tackle. They'll jump into the offensive line again. At least one player, maybe two. Indiana got 2 or 3.
How are they going to replace Height and Bailey?
Well, that's the thing, is you're not going to – now all of a sudden everyone's on Bailey. Oh, David Bailey had one of the greatest games I've ever seen. Yeah, no kidding, dumbos. Where were you when I was telling you that? Wow. Although, to be fair, my scouting report's
yelling
not
at?
out. Well, the clouds. But I'm really mad that people are trying to steal my thunder. This is my top rusher, and I haven't written Arvell Reese, but David Bailey is special. He's like watching Jalen Green go to the basket. That's how explosive he is as a rusher. He is super explosive. He's the Kingston Flemings of pass rushers.
What?
Yep,
Wow.
that's what I said.
I don't even know what that means, actually.
Well, Bailey was a first-team All-American.
Hey, he did lead. He did have 14 and a half sacks.
So I guess somebody noticed him.
He's not a – he did have over 70 pressures. He led the nation in sacks and pressures.
Yeah.
So he's not a secret
Well, no,
per se.
you're yelling
But everyone else is,
I've been telling you guys. You've
Ruben
been telling
Ruben Bain.
The All-American is pretty good.
Oh, I use Ruben Bain or Mason
You
Thomas.
better watch it.
No,
you better watch
David
the Ruben
Bailey.
Bain stuff.
You better watch it.
David Bailey is who you need to be talking about.
You better watch it. Talking to
Bend
Ruben Bain
and
that
flatten.
way.
You can't even get a hand on him. This guy's so elusive.
Sorry.
Romello Height's all right. He's all right.
Okay, enough Texas Tech while we're in the middle of the Texans playoffs.
We got a week.
Well, this is college football playoffs.
Yeah, those games are sooner than the
Texas
game.
Tech's out. I don't know if you heard. They lost.
Well, that's
I'm sorry some guy wanted to hear about his school.
I mean, already we're talking about
from a draft expert.
Sorsby. You haven't even written him. Why would you
but
write
I can
him up?
only
He's not
imagine.
going to be in the draft.
I can only imagine he'll be pretty good.
We have not played Mike Tomlin. So asked Mike Tomlin last night after the game, after the Steelers won, he was asked, what if the Ravens had won that football game? Which is to me, that's a bit of an odd question.
Mike Tomlin was asked that by his local media?
By a local media.
Bro.
Well, this is his answer. Listen to his answer and see if you agree or disagree.
Make that kick, season's over, comes to a screeching halt, and missing that kick and the winter going on.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle. All right?
Okay, we're going to end on media relations guy got the hell out of there. We're going to end on that one.
Yeah, and then Tomlin said, "Are we good?" Okay.
Wait,
bye.
What are his aunt/uncle's pronouns? Because just because you got the parts,
all right, we're going to end on that one.
doesn't.
Okay.
Hey, coach, What if your aunt or uncle has pronouns that don't match up with her physical parts? What does that
You know
mean?
what they say about that? All right, we're going to end on
what
that
Mike Tomlin. You know what Mike Tomlin says about that?
We're going to end on that one. The
You know
media
what Mike
relations
Tomlin
guy.
says about her parts and her pronouns.
She's
my aunt.
Should have just devolved into more questions about transgender athletes in sports.
Do you
Have Mike
believe
Tomlin
gender's-
answer all those questions.
Do you believe a gender is fluid? Sexuality is fluid, Coach?
Yeah. Is it a spectrum, Coach?
Is there a spectrum, Coach? Before we go, I do want to hear. This is the biggest.
No, wait. If Tomlin makes it to the Super Bowl, you know how the wacky questions start to pop up? Hey, Coach, before, season finale, you mentioned if your aunt had lady parts or man parts, whatever you said. What do you think about the role transgender athletes play in today's sports?
Oh, my gosh. Can you
I'll bet you Mike Tomlin would say, I don't have any aunts that have male pronouns, okay?
Mike would be careful how he answers, but at the same time, the media relations director would have to. He'd look over at the media relations director and he'd say, all right, we're going to cut it off there, guys.
That's all.
Mike's been around. Now, I want you to hear Zach Taylor.
Well, he's not the only one. He's not the only one. Jamar Chase also got in on this and said, what are we doing?
Well, hold on. This is Zach Taylor. So, for those who don't know, Myles Garrett set an NFL record.
In a very similar way to how Strahan did.
Strahan did.
Yeah.
The most sacks ever
and
in
he
a
did
season.
it, and it took 17 games.
Strahan has brought up that point before when T.J. Watt tied him. But except T.J. Watt did it in like 15 because he got hurt. So he actually did it in less games than Strahan
But there's more baseball games. There's more basketball. There's everyone. There's more college football games. There's always more. No one's shortening the season. It's always expanded. So here's Zach Taylor. So they celebrated like you do. They stop the game. They have now this is a game between two teams that had no chance of making it into the playoffs. None. It was a meaningless game except for maybe draft positioning, maybe. And it's not meaningless for any coach. But let's face it, there's 2 years left on Zach Taylor's contract. He ain't going nowhere. Cincinnati's not paying him to go bye-bye. He'll stick around. Here's Zach Taylor after the game talking about the game being held up for Myles Garrett, who had just broken an NFL record.
You had a long conversation with the officials after the Garrett sack. What was going on there? What were you
There's 5 minutes left in our season. We're playing for our lives here. And I was never told that we're going to stop the game. And in a critical moment like that, and the refs just said that they made a decision that they were going to stop the game. And they said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that. We didn't sub. We're trying to be on the ball and go and play with tempo. And the umpire just held the ball so that we couldn't do anything. And I'm yelling at Joe, get on the ball. We didn't sub. We're going. And we couldn't play. And so, again, trying to get an answer was not easy. They just said that they made a decision as a crew to stop the game when that happened. I guess it didn't matter when it happened. It just they were going to stop the game and let it happen.
And you weren't informed of that?
No, I was never informed of that. They didn't say one word. We meet with them in the 90-minute meetings for the game. They never said one.
It's an NFL record in the last week of the season in a game that has no playoff implications.
Hold on. He said he was playing for his life.
Not playing for your life. Stop being
He's
hyperbolic.
playing for his life. Okay, is that your – listen, Stefanski got fired, right? And did you see this stat? I think this is the first time that a rookie led the team in passing and the rookie led the team in rushing, a rookie led the team in receiving, a rookie led the team in tackles. And there was something else, too, that a rookie led the team in. It was the Browns.
Tackling for Carson Schwarzenegger, I bet.
Stefanski gets fired. Oh, and points with Schmidt.
Was their kicker a
the
rookie
kicker
too?
was a rookie too. Yeah, I mean, and Stefanski gets fired. with all who can win football games with rookies. I mean that is pretty. Stefanski should be in the running for Coach of the Year. And instead, he's going to be the Texans' OC next year.
Coach of the Year, huh? He's won it twice already, right? You
Yeah,
think
he's
this
won it
one should have gotten him a third?
Can you possibly put this on Stefanski? Honestly,
look, they were screwed the moment they traded for Deshaun. The moment that went bad, that franchise was screwed.
Well, that's Andrew Berry. That's on Andrew Berry. All right, we got a break. We
Or
got
the-
News of
or
the
the
Weird
owner.
coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we got a little underdog.
Underdog Fantasy, now is the time to jump in on those football games. They have them already at Underdog. I bet if I pulled them up right now, Underdog would show me football. I mean, you have basketball today. You have a lot of basketball. We're going to be doing a lot of basketball coming up. But I do want to let you know that for the upcoming college football playoff games, they've got highs and lows already there that you can take a look at. Chambliss, Trinidad Chambliss, 259.5 passing yards. Kewan Lacey, 84.5 rushing yards. So, they're going against Miami, who have great pass rush. Let's try to figure out how this game is going to break down. Carson Beck, 235.5 yards passing. But remember, Ole Miss's defense is not very good. So what you do is analyze these games, Indiana, Oregon. We're going to analyze the games, and we're going to figure out how the game may work. And then we go higher or lower on statistics for the different players. And when I clicked on Carson Beck, there are right now there are 4 different stats, but that will where I can go higher or lower, but that will start to increase as the game gets closer. You have the same thing for Pro Football, only more stats to choose from. Pick between 2 and 8 players, and you can win up to 5,000 times your original play when you pick correctly on higher and lower. How do you do that? Use your sports knowledge, and maybe every once in a while get a little bit lucky. But you can't win if you don't play, and it's completely legal, real money, right here, state of Texas. Download the app. That's the Underdog app, and use promo code Lance on your first deposit. I love when you guys reach out to me and show me your wins on screenshot and direct message and Twitter. You can always do that because I love seeing people who win at Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance, and on your first deposit, and they're going to give you $75 in bonus entries after you play your first $5 fantasy entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
in an effort to have more children, because there are fewer and fewer children being born in China, the Chinese government has put a tax on condoms. Now, say the people, we can't afford to have sex at all now. Do you think taxes on condoms, should be something that we should try to do here?
Taxing them?
Taxing condoms.
Why? We're having a hard enough time We're having enough time having the 20-somethings do anything anyway.
Anything.
They'd rather just LARP.
Now it's going to cost them more?
No.
I'm going to ask this question. Why are we so interested in whether 20-year-olds are having sex?
Because they have to fund our Social Security bill.
Okay.
Don't be stupid. We don't like them, but
if we continue to have fewer and fewer children,
good.
Guess what?
Good. The end of that sentence is good.
Well,
there are other people that are having a lot of relations and having a lot of children and will take over the world. So that's why. A sword-wielding man offers squatter removal service in the Bay Area. I feel like, okay, somebody's going to squat in my house. I'll use this guy with the sword to get him out. Do you think that's a viable business?
I mean, yeah, I actually think that it can be effective. Now, until you get arrested.
Is he discerning with the sword? Like, is he going to just willy-nilly murder people? Because it's not because then it falls on you.
Steal somebody's house.
But does it fall on you if you kill somebody because you hired him?
I hired him just to show up with the sword. I didn't say.
What did you hire him to do?
I to scare people.
And if he uses that sword to kill someone, is that on you? Those are the
well.
questions. No, not if it falls on me.
Oh, yeah? Well, just because I sold the gun to someone doesn't mean that they should use it on another person.
But if you paid them to, by any means necessary. Is that what you said?
I didn't say that.
All right, then. Just make sure you didn't.
That. All I said was go take your sword and get my house back.
Okay? I think you may – it's a slippery slope. I think you might be in some trouble.
Yeah. Well, I'm done. I got to go because I got to catch. We will talk to you tomorrow, everyone. Del Olaleya is next.
Olaleya.
That's what I said.
No, Olaleya.
Olaleya.
Exactly.
Is
That's
next
how you say it.
with Sean, with Mapes, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome in after, let's say, a productive weekend for the Texans. We'll get into that. Sean's back with us. He laid out for me, and I probably should have known myself. He hadn't produced a radio show since like December 19th, and you're probably like, whatever. What does that mean? To be honest, for someone who had plenty of time off in the last month or so, sometimes you forget the feeling. That's all. So we're gonna let Sean, like an offense that was humming before the bye, work himself back in, get him a couple easy throws, throw some check downs, and all that means is we probably just won't go to sound early. Let Sean get back in the field. He brought us into the show in a very smooth way, so the feeling's coming back.
Yeah, there's some I've been doing this for a while. There's some elements that stay with me, but
Sure.
the finer points, I might
timing of a
might be looking like Julian Saiyan out there.
Yes, we did talk.
I
haven't been able to talk about what happened in the quarterfinals.
I think you've done a show since then.
I have. We did a show on Friday. That's true. So we did have a caller on the morning show call in about Texas Tech football and bringing in Brendan Sorsby. So, of course, we're open to anything. As I always kind of state on Mondays after Texans games, or the Tuesdays if they play on Monday night. It's Texan-centric until you guys decide you don't want to do that anymore. We can always talk something else, as we've proven. And the Texans get a win. We've got a call right now. We'll see how that goes. See if Sean can answer the phone as he makes his way back into
no
rhythm here.
Is tough.
It is tough to start out with no interns when you've been off for a couple weeks. So the Texans win, and it's a game where they bench anyone of any real importance at halftime. What were they up 23-17 at the time? So they leave injury-free, at least for people that we are going to care about, it feels like, going into the game on Monday against the Steelers in that wild card game. Nico Collins didn't play at all. Kamari Lassiter didn't play at all. And the Texans treated it like they didn't care. Once they saw what the Jags were doing, and the Jags were taking apart the Titans, so the division was out of reach, they decided, you know what, this game has little importance. Let's sit everybody. Of course, that came into question, at least for some people, because what are we doing? You had the chance to go face, and it worked out that way, thanks to Kaimi Fairbairn and his game winner. There was a chance where you weren't going to face the AFC North winner, which you didn't know at the time which team that would be. You could have been heading to a place against a team that people at least thought more highly of than the Steelers or the Ravens. Turns out it'll be the Steelers. We'll get into that. I am a little surprised that they didn't want to control their own fate. There was some discussion about, look, I think J.J. Watt talked about it during the game. The AFC is kind of wide open. Does it really matter where you go? I would say yes. Of all the places you would want to go, even with my fear of what the Ravens could do, I talked about that on Friday. If I had my way, I'd want the Steelers to win, and we were very close to not getting my way, but the Steelers found a way, and we'll get into the aftermath of a rookie kicker missing a kick and how people responded to that on his Instagram. The man just posted a photo, I don't know how long ago it was, of his engagement or of his wedding, and people took the time
to be like, oh, missed this. Looks great. Happy for the loops.
I'll read off quite a bit of those, but the one I remember is, she should divorce you. So we'll get
for a missed kick.
Yeah, well, some things are more important.
I know.
You want a winner.
I know, and there's no love lost between those two teams. So
no, I don't think it was a Steelers. I think it was Raven fans.
No, because
the passion involved.
I'm thinking, did either fan base really want to watch one more game of that, or two more games?
I think the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, considering what he did in the fourth quarter, we're thinking, you know what?
Oh yeah, when he found Zay Flowers, thread the needle to Zay Flowers.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about when he avoided the two.
I know.
Yeah,
the other Zay Flowers touchdown.
The specialness of Lamar Jackson, they're always going to think they have a chance, and that was one of the things I was talking about on Friday. I don't want to see us against the world Ravens. No one believes in us. Lamar Jackson motivated, and the fact of the Texans and how they celebrated beating them earlier this year. I didn't want any of that leading into the game, so I'm glad the Steelers won. But yeah, I think the Ravens fans would have thought, hey, we got Lamar, we got Derrick Henry, we got a shot. Apparently, Kyle Hamilton's very important because once he left the game, the Ravens defense was done. They couldn't get stops the rest of the way. So maybe the MVP is Kyle Hamilton.
I worked myself into actually I don't care which one of these teams wins.
Sure.
By the fourth quarter, because I was like, what are we talking about? if we need to take the Texans seriously at any level, they beat these two teams. Like, what are we doing? And I feel vindicated that there was a stretch where it was blown coverage for touchdown to take the lead.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was slips for touchdown to take the lead, missed extra point,
and then a missed field goal. Yeah, so
it was just like, listen, 9 straight wins for the Texans. They've been beating teams like this all. Like, it's gonna be probably 20-17 or something, but I could not formulate a man, don't want to see the Steelers team, or man, don't want to see this Ravens. I did not have that feeling at all.
I just have some resolving, not resolving, but I have maybe some have to resolve some issues with the trauma that I've seen the Ravens inflict over the years.
That is perfect. I am completely that is fair. That is fair to see those uniforms, see that guy number 8,
yeah,
and be like,
playing.
No thanks.
Yeah, what happened early in the year was great, but of course the Ravens defense.
Number 8 wasn't there.
He wasn't there. The Ravens defense wasn't what they had been up until Kyle Hamilton went down earlier in the season. They were awful, and the Texans took full advantage of it. They're a different ball club, but we don't have to worry about them anymore. It's a Steelers team who is as mid as any Steelers team can be. So
and now we have 7 days to preview this game.
I'm not doing that for 7 days.
They play on Monday night.
We're out of the window. I didn't take that into account discussing it on Friday. I just assumed that, hey, the Texans are supposed to be
space.
there. Yeah, but, because it was a Sunday night game, it was going to be unlikely that they throw them up on Saturday.
And that the NFC South team played on Saturday.
Yeah, so
they would have 2 extra days.
Yeah, so it all led to the Texans avoiding the fate. Now, if they had lost to the Colts yesterday, who knows?
Right back right back there.
Yeah, but
I mean, would they'd be playing the Jags, right? I forgot that.
Yeah, because the Chargers lost, they would have played.
Yeah,
the
I'm
Jags,
just going the 3 seed instead of the 4.
They would have played the 6. 3 versus 6.
Yeah, and the Jags are 12 o'clock. Oh, 12 o'clock Sunday. Oh, what gives? NFC South.
Yeah, the NFC South gives.
Come on.
The 8-9 Panthers who needed the Falcons to win.
South. What the? Or maybe no. Normally it's just the Texans.
It's just the Texans. Doesn't matter who's in it. It's just the Texans. Even the Jags got was it a Sunday or Saturday night game?
Sunday noon
against the Chargers. No, I mean it was the Chargers a couple years
they
ago.
got. I think
that was an NBC
Saturday
game.
Night.
Yeah, so it is a Texan spot. It is not this time, thanks to logistics. So they're going to Pittsburgh. They win yesterday, thanks to 6 field goals from Kymie Fairbairn?
6 big ones.
Well, in the case of not having to go someplace else and getting to go to Pittsburgh, it was big. And he along with the Texans, because you have to throw in the Matthew Wright of it all, because he was a part of the team. They kicked 48 field goals, made 48 field goals this year, excuse me. The Texans scored 33 offensive touchdowns. Of course, we know they scored some defensive touchdowns. They scored 33 offensive touchdowns, and okay, without context, you go, what does that mean? It means they only scored more offensive touchdowns than the likes of the Raiders, the Jets, the Saints, the Titans. What do those teams have in common?
That might just be the top 6 of the draft.
The worst teams in football.
That might just. I mean, they're all the worst teams in football, but that might actually just be the worst. I don't think we missed one.
Yeah, the Cardinals are pretty bad, but they did not.
Scored,
they
did not
score
a lot.
Yeah, they did not score more touchdowns. The Cardinals here the Giants as well, but the Giants scored touchdowns.
Oh yeah.
Vegas number 1, Jets I mentioned number 2 in the draft order, Titans number 4. Cleveland, I don't think I mentioned in there. The Saints actually are better than them when they finish with the 8th pick overall. So the Texans scoring touchdowns at the rate of the worst teams of football, but thanks to how many kicks Kymie Fairbairn and Matthew Wright made, plus a great defense, you've won 9 in a row, 12-5. And look, we talked a lot about how at some point we were going to have to monitor Tankathon because of how bad they were, because of what history says about starting 0-3. You got to give them credit. Now, they have been a playoff team for a bit now, but now that it's official, you win 12 games, you match your franchise total as far as record in wins, all the credit in the world to them, and you wind up with a pretty good draw. Of all the teams you could play, like you mentioned the Chargers not being great because of their injuries, but you weren't ever going to play the Chargers unless the Jags tricked off, and maybe you find a way to play the Chargers. You're not playing the Chargers. But of all the teams that were likely for you to play, the Pittsburgh is the one that you would have chosen. So you get that. And now you have to do something the franchise has never done before. Win a road playoff game. We know. They've never been to the playoffs without winning the division, which guarantees them a home playoff game. They win 12 and they don't win the division because the Jags don't do the Jags thing. The Jags just kept winning along with you. You win 9 in a row.
Tied a franchise record for wins in a row and wins in a season.
And the year you do that, the Jags decide we're not going to screw up like we normally do.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence is going to have the best year of his career. They're going to overcome losing Travis Hunter, trade for Jacoby Myers, extend him, and just go on a run themselves. Go into Denver and win a game, which is the one we pointed to as the one, okay, if they're going to lose the game and give the Texans the division, that will be the one. Instead, they dominate Denver. And now you have to go to Pittsburgh. But look, as far as being disappointed by not winning the division, you get a pretty good prize by having to go to Pittsburgh and beat a very average team. And then we'll see how the rest of the weekend goes. Well, we'll know the rest of the weekend before the Texans even play because they're playing Monday night. What is that, Joe Buck and Troy?
That will be Joe and
Troy. How is Troy going to do that when he's advising Stephen Ross on who the GM should be in Miami? Double duty for Troy.
Yeah.
Couple paychecks for Troy.
Not a conflict of interest, but still, I want him focused on
the Texans. You should be doing the research.
Yeah, I don't.
Showing up to practice.
Dolphins. Okay. You already have your franchise quarterback. You're good.
Quinn Ewers, throw one pick and fall apart. That's what happened yesterday. Oh, boy. It went from possibly being 17-17. He throws a bad pick in the end zone, and Quinn Ewers was done for after that. Absolutely done for.
1, 2, 3, can't go.
I don't know. Like the Dolphins defense had no interest in tackling anybody. They won't tackle Nicole. They're going to run right at us. We're not interested in that. But somehow, some way, it's 17-10. First drive of the second half. Quinn's doing fine.
Balling.
Throws that pick in the end zone.
Yeah,
I didn't really see it, but I kind of kept track of it.
Stat watching.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Quinn's leading another drive, and then he throws a pick and he's done for. So we'll see.
Thread the needle on that touchdown to a wide open guy in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, thread the needle. That's how we're going to put
Found
it.
him.
Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to join us? 713-780-3776. Your Texans officially in the playoffs, although that had been a foregone conclusion, but now you know the opponent. The Steelers are the least feared team since maybe, I'm trying to think of the last time, and it's weird because you have to go on the road to win the game, but I'm trying to think of the last time anyone gave me less fear as far as the Texans playoff opponent.
Raiders in 2016.
Yeah, the Raiders with Connor Cook playing quarterback. Yeah. They're on their third string quarterback.
I will say I was like a little bit of you never know until he threw 2 passes. Like, okay,
we know. Like, even Joe Flacco had already come in and destroyed the Texans with Amari Cooper. So,
yeah.
And it was the first year with CJ in the playoffs. So who knows? But this one with, the Hall of Fame quarterback, likely. Of course, Mike Tomlin's making a Hall of Fame. And yet, whatever. Just keep TJ Watt off of your quarterback. He should be fine. Although that's no guarantee. They do have high Smith as well.
Yeah, just do that.
Just try to do that. He's got a lung issue. Come on. Or whatever the hell's going on with him. He was out there playing, though.
Hit him in the lung.
Sure. Whatever it takes, right?
It's the playoffs.
That's right. And we got Texans football once again, playoff football, but we wait a little bit. So we got time. And we'll get into more. The Rockets lost the game over the weekend. They also lost a player. We'll see how long Alpe's out. We'll talk about that. Jalen Green may be in the building, likely won't play because that's what he's done with Phoenix, not play. But Dylan Brooks is back, and the Suns are coming off a win against the Thunder. The Suns, 21 wins on the season, the same amount as the Rockets. I was looking at the Rockets' record through 30-something games last year. Very similar to what we're seeing right now. So we'll talk a little bit about that, and we'll get to your calls as well. We're just getting started here. Myself and Sean back at it. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So we were discussing the unlikelihood of the Texans doing all they did, winning 9 in a row, winning 12 games, and somehow not being able to win the division because the Jags didn't lose a game. And, of course, video is out there of Trevor Lawrence being squatted. Literally, he is across the shoulders of a young woman, and she's squatting him. It almost feels like it's AI, and you can never know, but it's up on her official TikTok. So apparently it's real. Why is Trevor Lawrence at a local bar, it looks like, after the game being squatted by a woman who's probably like 5'2"? I can't speak to that. It's just what happens in Jacksonville, I guess.
Yeah.
He's a true man of the people.
Go to any bar in Jacksonville, that's happening.
There's a guy in like a teal baseball jersey, Jag colors with the tattoo on his head, looking at it and enjoying it. It's a lot of stuff you'd never see a quarterback in a big city do. But it's Jacksonville, so that's what Trevor Lawrence is up to.
That's
imagine Jalen
that's what
Hurts.
time he's on.
Imagine Jalen Hurts at a Philadelphia bar having that happen.
Oh.
Like, you look, someone's like, oh, Jalen, you squat 600 pounds? I can squat you right now. You think Jalen Hurts is laying across the shoulders of a 5'2" woman letting that happen?
Now, if he walks into Patty's Pub, if he walks into It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, maybe that happens.
Yeah. I don't know. In an episode, yes. But
Mac thinks that he can deadlift the Eagles.
Yeah, but no. Jalen Hurts probably won't be seen at the equivalent of Patty's Pub in real life getting laid across the shoulders of a young woman. But you get a grill, and then you get and then you go to a bar and let that woman squat you. Times are good in Jacksonville.
Thanks for pointing out the grill.
You have an issue.
We're still doing our white quarterback's has jewelry on. We're still doing that. That's still.
I guess. I mean,
Kirk Cousins didn't. That joke didn't run out of steam when Kirk Cousins did that on two different teams.
I thought we were done when Ryan Fitzpatrick put on Deshaun Jackson's gear or his clothes after the game
my God, that
and
was
a
like
chain.
7 years
I
ago.
thought we were done with this stuff. Apparently not. We'll get into how the hell are we the wild card team. Look,
First time in franchise history.
And you win 12 games.
They're a wild card team.
And it's all because of the Jags.
All because of the dumb Jags.
It is what it is, man.
Deciding to be somewhat serious.
And if not for a remarkable comeback, that Jags team would have swept the Texans.
Yeah.
And maybe be the 1 seed. In fact, didn't they finish a game behind Denver?
Let's see.
If not, is that what happened? If not for Davis Mills leading that comeback, are the Jags the 1 seed?
They were 13-4. Broncos 14.
Yeah, I don't know how the Patriots thing would have worked out. Well, they're better in conference than the Patriots. They would have been 11-1 in conference.
Yeah.
So they would have been 14-3 like the Patriots, and would have been the 1 seed if not for Davis Mills. The Jags would have a bye if not for that game.
Davis Mills sends his regards.
Exactly. Let's get to Eric here. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I heard that that's going to be an episode of Florida Man with Trevor Lawrence getting squatted on HBO. Also, I heard rumblings that the new head coach for the Raiders, since Pete Carroll got fired, is going to be the defensive coach of the Texans. Is there any truth to that? Also, it feels like college football season is over. I don't know why. We haven't seen a game in a few days, but it feels like that to me. And the racism on the morning show with not mentioning Dave Canales as head coach of the year is blasphemy. Just because his parents were illegal immigrants. I'll hang up and listen.
I don't know if that's true. In fact, considering it's coming from you, I would assume it's not about Dave Canales. Okay, let's start from the top. Yes, we did not get to this. It happened in the last couple of minutes. Pete Carroll, that's actually real what Eric's saying, not the Matt Burke stuff. But Pete Carroll fired. 1 year, he was supposed to be a stabilizing force for the Raiders after losing a lot of games and firing Antonio Pierce. Did not work out. Geno Smith was terrible. The Raiders overall were bad. Although they won their last game, and if not for some questionable decisions with their corners grabbing Texans players who weren't going to make plays, who knows how that Texans-Raider game goes. But he's out. We'll see who's next. I don't know that Matt Burke is in line to be the Raiders' next head coach. It would seem unlikely considering he just got play calling duties in the middle of this year. He was not calling plays for the Texans before that point. But hey, when you coordinate one of the best defenses in football, your name will start to float out there. Don't know if the Raiders are doing that. What else did he mention? Eric, the college football season is usually a week-to-week thing, so only a couple days between games you feel like it's over. How does that make sense? Like, normally, it's a game on Saturday and then maybe a Thursday or Friday game.
Yeah, they played on the 1st. It's the 5th.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long. There'll be a game a week from the last time a game you might have cared about played. In fact, there have been bowl games since the playoff games. So it's actually the last time a college football game was played was the second.
Yeah. Rice and Texas State,
among others. What are you talking about, Eric? Cut it out.
Dave Canales is Mexican, though. I did look that up.
I don't know that.
I don't know the immigration status of his parents.
I don't know if that's true or not. In fact, I don't care that much, honestly. It doesn't really affect what the morning show was on. Perhaps they didn't talk about him as coach of the year because he went 8-9. Perhaps that's the reason why no one discussed it.
No.
We did bring up
what? Oh, and then where did Mike Vrabel go? Oh, wait, 14-3.
1-2 against teams with winning records, though.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Like, they should be like the 6th seed.
It is one of the softest
Texans should
schedules.
get a home game.
It's one of the softest schedules.
Yeah.
Of a team who made the playoffs. And I'm talking about all the time. I'm not just talking about this year. Of course, it's the softest schedule this year, and that's why the Matt Stafford versus Drake May thing is interesting to me, because Patriot fans are talking about Matt Stafford being a vulture because he's thrown a lot of 1-yard touchdowns. Even if you remove all the 1-yard touchdowns, he's thrown more touchdown passes than Drake May has. Now, Drake May can run a little bit, sure, but Drake May did it in the AFC East, where the Bills are the only really good team, and of course we know the Patriots were so bad last year they came in with the knowledge that they were going to play a last place schedule, and then it turns out it was even worse, while Matt Stafford was playing the NFC West and the toughest schedule in football. So
yeah,
sure,
we should look at how we do the playoffs in the NFL.
You want to reorganize.
Yeah, I mean,
you want it to be based off a winning percentage of your opponents,
record. Yeah.
So you want a committee, or do you? Oh, okay.
Let's get a committee together.
Where would the Patriots be ranked in the AFC?
Okay, an 8-9 Panthers team making the playoffs.
We've done this before. I mean, when the Seahawks did it, and then they actually went on to beat the Saints. We've done this before. It's not. It's likely not going to change just because of these one-offs.
Haven't played James Madison, so he just deserves to get in.
What's the team you rather have had in the playoffs in the NFC as opposed to the Panthers? Who was another option?
Next up,
the Lions, I guess.
The Vikings at 9-8. A sterling 9-8.
The Vikings made it to 9-8.
Yeah,
I just tuned them out a long time ago.
The Lions also 9-8, and then the
one game difference.
8, yeah, you know.
But it's not enough of a difference.
I just want to complain about the postseason format. I don't actually have anything to add. I just want to.
You just want to complain.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a lot of that.
It's a safety issue, honestly.
Well, that's what one guy said about James Madison playing.
I'll be watching Rams Panthers. The Panthers.
The Panthers
are
beat the
incapable of being the Rams. They're physically incapable.
I just want everyone to know Sean's in his bag right now because the Panthers have already beaten the Rams this year.
Since I've been able to do this.
Yes. The Rams beat the Panthers earlier this year. Matt Stafford probably had his worst game of the year that day in Carolina, and now they'll get a chance again. 12-5 against 8-9 in Charlotte on Saturday.
10.5-point favorites, LA.
Well, Ohio State was a 9.5-point favorite at one point, and look what happened to them.
That is true.
See,
James Madison covered against Oregon. They're like 21 points.
It took them playing walk-ons at some point, but yes, they did get it done.
And that fueled Oregon to shut out Texas Tech.
Yeah, and then
they're so pissed off that they
I don't know, man.
allowed a backdoor cover.
I think Baron Morton fueled Oregon's ability to shut out Texas Tech.
Yeah, well, they don't have to worry about that.
Nope, he's gone and Sorsby's in.
Yep. Wowed him with the facilities and the team culture.
Yes, that's what happened.
According to Pete Thamel.
A lot of portal stuff going on. Big quarterback movement going on. And Brendan Sorsby, the former Cincinnati quarterback, is now at Tech, which should have been a foregone conclusion. I know he visited LSU. He was talking to Charlie Weiss Jr. Then Charlie Weiss Jr. had to go back to Oxford to get his team ready to play the Canes in the semifinals. But Texas Tech pays up. Oh, excuse me. They impress with the facilities. And that's
team culture.
And that's why Sorsby is now a Texas Tech Red Raider. We can also ignore the fact that it's been a month of knowledge that his girlfriend was going to play at Tech and play volleyball. But let's pretend like that had nothing to do with either facilities and impressed with the team culture.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's everybody, though.
Yeah, everyone's
like, it's not
that
just
way.
Texas Tech.
Yeah,
I honestly thought that they were being again, this is January 1st when they played a football game. But I thought they were being, like, a little too, like, they invested a lot of money into this roster, while they're playing Oregon.
Of course.
That's just another
But Texas
new money
Tech,
team.
Texas Tech is the newest money, though.
They are the newest money.
Oregon's been new money, but they've
For
been
a
around
decade,
for
yeah.
20-plus
Or
years
20,
doing
honestly,
this stuff
Joey
now.
Harrington.
Yeah,
That's not a decade ago.
It's been a while for them. Yeah, Texas Tech is the newest member of new money,
Yeah.
and it showed
I just thought
in
it
the
was,
way where they make a playoff
I thought it was a
appearance.
little messed up that every time they talked about it, they're like, they're paying these players. Like, they're all paying the players. Like, what are we
it's-
talking about?
But people are so unused to Tech being a player in this market. And of course, their biggest booster is some dude who most people hadn't heard of until he made it known that he was their guy.
Mhm.
At least Phil Knight, people knew because of Nike. And
Yeah,
like
he
I
has
said,
a
people
biopic, yeah.
have become used to the Nike influence and Phil Knight's influence on Oregon. The Cody Campbell thing with Tech is hey,
It's no.
look at that. Texas Tech is a spender and a big one, and they're going to use what happened this year to really try to propel themselves into being a contender year after year. You get a taste of it, and you want to keep it going. And Tech is someone not to be trifled with when it comes to spinning and giving bags to big-time players. All right, we'll go to break with that. But before we do, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet, where it's a place where giant bags aren't needed. If you want to get a car, they're going to give you a chance at a great deal. Just check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. Look, sure, the vehicles are great, but how do you get to that great vehicle? It's about the people there who are going to walk you through the process. If you're someone who's not experienced buying a car, or just someone who doesn't want the high-pressure situation that other car dealerships will put you in, Monument Chevrolet is a place for you. Whether you want a Silverado, a Colorado, a Trax, a Blazer, something new from their inventory, maybe you want to look at their pre-owned inventory, the people will get you to the right car at the right price. So head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. They've been in business for 50 years, so that's a long time to be helping out the community and getting them great vehicles. So they know what to do, and they're going to make sure you know what you need to get yourself into a very a car that fits you in a great way. So the website is monumentchevrolet.com. The people are in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Chevy vehicles all out there for you. Get yourself one today. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Sean, you all what would they say? Worked up a lather so you can play sound now. You've got a rhythm going.
Yeah. I think I got tackled one time and got the blood flowing.
That's right.
Like Andrew Luck.
Sean's been he
Worked out for him.
He got tackled too many times.
Yeah, but he said that like he needed to get hit that first time to really feel like he was in the
Now
game.
look at you. You're the GM for Stanford football. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. It was a big day in that building, not because of the Texans. Look, you win the game. It's cool. But Tatsuo Imai was there, and he threw up. I don't know. I don't know if you want to call it horns up or devil horns, whatever you want to call it. But he was in the building, and when he was introduced, he was awesome. Scott Boras was sitting to his right, clapping. But the Astros' new acquisition was in the building, and he got us. I don't know if you would call it a standing O, but people were excited to see him. He was excited to be there. But that's now done. I'm glad he's here. Well, it's football time, and C.J. Stroud was asked about making the playoffs. It's a new time for the Texans, or a new way to go about it. They have to start on the road, but the goal remains the same. And they think they got a chance to do something big. Here's CJ on making the playoffs.
Well, CJ, first of all, congrats on 9 straight wins. I got to start, though. It seems like an ultimate ball don't lie situation with Tommy Togiai on the failed, I guess, handoff, and then he finished it with the tut. Because I'm watching everything.
Yeah, I missed him. Probably got to get some more reps. That's my fault, but, got the touchdown. But Tommy just needs a shot with the ball. He go and score. So that last play, man, just a testimony to our team. Our season, how it's gone up and down. The way we finished right there to finish the regular season was really amazing.
Yeah, now we move on to the playoffs. You lock in the 5 seed. The Titans didn't help you out, so you're going to see on the road either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. What are your thoughts on those potential matchups?
I mean, 2 great teams, 2 playoff-worthy teams that are, going to battle tonight. So, we'll be watching and, seeing who we're going to go and play. But, it's all about us. Everything that, we want is in front of us, and it's all for the taking, so we got to go out and do it.
Yeah, you mentioned it. You've been in the postseason the last 2 years. What's different about this team that you think can maybe push through?
I think the experience. I think myself, I know a lot of the guys on the defense, a lot of guys special teams, offense, all the way around, coaches. Like you said, we've been in the playoffs 2 years in a row, now 3. So we got a lot of hard work that we need to do, that we know that is coming up. The work really starts right now. So, we're excited for it. And all the experience that we had in the last 2 years of losing, we're going to use those pains and those scars, to try to get a dub.
Congrats, CJ. Enjoy that locker room.
God bless you, brother.
He was also asked about, you heard the God bless you, brother. He was asked about his faith, and a lot of guys on the team have that faith as well. And he was asked about, does it affect the results? And he had a reasonable response. No, I don't think God is helping us win games, but the way we play is glory to him.
Yeah, I mean, God would have had you win the division.
You don't know, mate.
Throw an L over Jags way.
I don't. I think CJ, with the proper response, do I think God is favoring us over
9 straight NFL teams?
Probably not.
All right.
But what they're doing, and their testament to what God has provided for them, is the way He honors and projects His faith. Yeah, I don't know that anyone should look to the heavens and go, God help us out there. But it's been done for years. I think the guys actually playing the games maybe understand a little bit more as far as, you know what? He's blessed us, but not in a way where He's blessed us over someone else in that regard.
He got us to this point, and then we got to kind of
because I'm sure there are people on the other side who have faith as well. So CJ's faith has always been at the forefront and continues to be. I did not expect that question to get asked, but
it is a big last week of the season. Like, let me just whatever.
Yeah,
let's ask. See if he answers.
He answered it in a way that any reasonable person should, and he's a reasonable.
But
person.
now, I mean, God's definitely on their side against Pittsburgh, so that's a dub.
Well, if we're
Godless heathens.
if we're going by quarterback faith, I would agree.
matchup.
If
breaking it down
yes
on the touchscreen.
Yeah, if we've got like check marks and offensive line here, edge rushers here, faith in God lines up on the Texans side. Clearly, a big win for them in that regard, from what we can tell when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Heathen, I don't know. Blasphemer, who can say?
What is heathen?
Yeah, I don't know what actually makes you a heathen.
I would never call a person a heathen without putting the word godless. Does not. Oh, okay. Just does not belong to a widely held religion. There we go. So they are heathen.
Yes, the quote was,
or I don't know, they are.
Yeah, from C.J. Stroud. He's more than worthy of all the worship. That's just really why we do what we do. It's not because we want favor from the Lord, even though that would be nice. I think in my opinion, you don't just get a favor from the Lord because you just give him glory, but he deserves it. See, reasonable answer. I do appreciate if he did show us some favor. That'd be great.
Hey,
a little extra help would be great.
A little something. Little tip.
Yeah, in the right direction, maybe. Hey, Tyler Loop
for your troubles.
Tyler Loop missing that field goal
for your troubles, CJ.
Speaking of that, in fact, I did want to get to this. Tyler Loop missed that field goal. You know what may have caused that field goal miss? A priest throwing holy water in that end zone before the game. So the priest, a legitimate man of God, a little less reasonable when it comes to things. I'm just gonna throw holy water on the field. Was he blessing the end zone for good health or for a Steelers win?
Steelers win. I mean, come on. No, I think it's again just hey, God gave C.J. Stroud and the Texans the tools to succeed.
Correct.
God gave that priest the tool to succeed, and that's throwing holy water.
Well, I wonder if the priest would have foreseen what happened to the guy who helped the Steelers win, and by that I mean the kicker Tyler Loop, who missed the kick, and people decided to get into one of his Instagram posts. I wonder if the priest had foreseen what was coming Tyler Loop's way, would he have blessed that end zone?
Also, not my place, obviously, to second guess a man of the faith.
Okay.
Maybe do the other end zone too, so Chris Boswell doesn't miss the extra point.
Yeah, once again.
Maybe
stick with what you said at first. It's not your place. Let's get to La Salsa
I didn't
here.
know there's a shortage. I didn't know he had a ration of holy water.
I can't speak to that priest and his mindset. Just know it worked out for the Steelers. Let's get to La Salsa here. What's up, La Salsa? Once again, a man who lets the lights get too bright. Congratulations. Since I mentioned Tyler Loop, he posted, this was not yesterday because
I would not have posted.
He was too busy getting ready for a game, but he posted a picture of himself with his girlfriend at some point, and as I said earlier, the one I remembered was "Hope you get divorced." That is there. I dead ass hope everyone you love starts getting picked off one by one.
Like not interceptions, I'm guessing.
No, I don't know if he loves Lamar Jackson. I think it's just the more violent, unfortunately, way of thinking of picked off. Get ready to learn Chinese. That's a very NBA thing to say. Hope she divorced you for that.
For that?
Specifically for missing the kick. Yes, not for anything he might have done to, in their own interpersonal relationship for missing the kick.
That's.
Are there other things that I will not say? I'm sorry, Tucker, for ever talking bad about you. That's, of course, in reference to Texas legend. Now I forget his first name.
Justin Tucker. Now disgraced.
Yeah. Yes.
Although Mike Tirico, I think we can ask the question: did Mike Tirico put some bad juju on the kick?
He did build that,
and he was like, he stepped in for one of the greatest kickers of all time, Justin Tucker. I was like, can you finish the Justin Tucker sum up that we're, because there's one part that we're kind of
Tirico, if you're going to allude to the absence of one of the great kickers of all time, would you like to explain why he's no longer kicking?
Why is that? Why did they get rid of Justin Tucker?
That doesn't help. You don't want it to take it off of football when you're building it up that way.
I know, but
you can't.
That's probably less important than Tyler Loop's own leg and the priest's spritzing holy water. I don't know what you call it. Spreading holy water.
I don't know the
Tossing
term.
out the holy water. But I think it's probably the third reason that he missed that kick was that Mike Tirico didn't give the full story on Justin Tucker. Only gave praise to Justin Tucker right before he
More context was needed, and if he had provided that,
and we all know how that one ended. Just something like that.
Tirico doesn't have that.
We all know what happened there.
Tirico doesn't have that in him. Not on NBC Sunday night.
No, that's more of a Buck and Aikman way to do it. Like, well, we all know what happened there. Anyway,
won't touch that.
Anyway, Joe.
Exactly.
It's something Aikman would say too.
Yeah,
it's something Aikman would be like.
And then Joe's got to dance around it a little bit and get back to the play-by-play. Either way, Baltimore fans or maybe just people who had bets on the game, whatever, weren't happy with Tyler Loop. They found out where he posted. They got after him.
They honestly found his Instagram.
I don't know how many people had that pulled up until the moment.
How many followers?
Kick. I'm just going by a post that was grabbed by the Hater Report.
Can I? That is their beat.
Yes,
that is their beat.
If you're looking for a sports figure to be insulted and have at least their social media life ruined, the Hater Report will provide that for
Tyler, and Tyler Loop is the first one that pops up. It's not great.
I get
not
Tyler
great
the creator, so we got different algorithms.
Yeah, 36,000 followers. Well,
I wonder how many he had before the missed kick. Either way, a man who
no one's following. They're just leaving their hey, hope your life sucks. See you later.
It's aggressive. Either way,
12,000 comments on his
nuts.
12,000 comments, 3,000 likes on his engagement.
Let's use maybe one of the more maybe the happiest thing in your life in the last year and ruin it because you missed the kick. I didn't understand why the Ravens didn't run one more actual play. I was questioning it at the time. It was a 44-yarder in today's NFL. That's generally what we look at as a chip shot. But you got a rookie. Derrick Henry's back there. Just hand the ball off to Derrick Henry. Yes, he had that fumble very early in the year. He's had some fumble issues. Maybe he breaks one for a touchdown. Maybe he gets you 8 more yards. Who knows? I don't know if I would have just played it, hey, let's center the football and see what we got. That's not me second-guessing. I thought that at the time. Give it to your giant weapon and see what might happen and see if he breaks one or gets you 10 more yards and makes it an actual chip shot as opposed to a 44-yarder for a rookie who had never been in that type of situation before. Instead, they played for the kick. They miss, and now it's Texans versus Steelers on Monday night. All right, Willie PIC, we'll get to you when we come back.
I saw one keep your head up king on the Tyler Loop.
Look at that. Positive.
I am scrolling through a lot of.
I bet you're not going to find many like that, but at least there's one. Maybe
Hang up the pads is the next one.
Yeah, they asked Lamar Jackson about it, and he said, I had already yelled at him kind of because he kicked the ball out of bounds. So I was already kind of furious with him. And he goes, at the end, look, you got to put it behind. He's a rookie, stuff, so on and so forth. Lamar Jackson, great fourth quarter. The shot of Derrick Henry saying, he missed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Derrick, he missed it. Willie P will get to you when we come back. Hour 2 here. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. And I started the show saying, of course, we'll talk Texans, and if you want to change the subject, you can. This might be one of these times because Willie P roots for a very big club. And I say club because we're talking soccer. And they made a move earlier this morning. Like, you know what? Middle of the season, we're just going to fire our manager. Man, you did that. So I'm guessing that's what Willie P wants to talk about, but who knows? What's up, Willie P?
Good morning, Dale, Sean. How y'all doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
Trying to stay down like 4 flats on a Cadillac. Anyway, yes. It was great to wake up this morning to the news that Ruben Amorim.
Man's unemployed.
What'd you
That
say?
man lost his job. He's saying it's great. I just think it's funny.
You know what? It sucks. It sucks that he lost his job, but he's very well compensated.
That's
he got
true.
a nice severance package.
That's true.
From what I saw on Sky Sports this morning. But it's good to get him out of there, man. This club, it was a lot going on. And, Wolves bottom of the league, tying with them, tying with Leeds United. It was a lot. The system wasn't working. He's icing out academy players. So I'm happy that he's gone. Hopefully we get a superstar manager. I heard the rumor is Xavi from the former Barcelona midfielder, that he has been learning English and that he's interested in taking over Manchester United. So that'd be cool. But the reason why I called, 2 things. One, the Texans. First, the Texans. I was sweating it last night watching that Steelers-Ravens game. I'm glad the Steelers won because I did not want to see the Ravens. For some reason, I feel like they're like our kryptonite in the playoffs. I think we're going to smash Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. I don't care if DK Metcalf is there or not. Adam Thielen, trash. All of them trash. So we're going to handle that and on to the second round. But what I want to say is, what's going on with our defense, man? It's like they started smelling themselves a little bit too much, and the last couple of weeks they haven't been playing up to their potential. I don't know. We shouldn't have given up that much. I mean, I know we had second string, and we shouldn't have given up that much to the Colts. But nonetheless, I hope they get back to it and just go back to being a defense. Because if they're the defense, from a few weeks ago, we have a chance to win a Super Bowl. This defense from the last couple of weeks, I'm not really rocking with it. And then the last thing, so my pops, shout out Pops, I know you listen to the show right now. He would call me yesterday, and he was like, hey, so remember how you were excited that the Rockets got Kevin Durant? He was like, so how do you feel now? And his whole thing is, yeah, Kevin Durant's a great player, top 5, whatever, but at some point it's going to turn into Kevin Durant and the other guys. And we saw that with Dallas. We saw that the game before. I can't remember who they played before that, but it's literally like I had to turn off the Dallas game because it's Kevin Durant dribbling and 4 guys standing around watching him. I don't want the Houston Nets or the Houston Suns. You know what I mean? I don't want Houston to turn into what Brooklyn and the Phoenix Suns were. So we've got to start moving that rock and getting, better offensive movement, not just having 4 guys, watching KD go to work because we're not going to win. And heaven forbid we see the Mavericks in the playoffs. Good Lord, they got our number this year. And that just disgusts me, like screw Dallas. Anyways, you guys have a great day. Love the show as always. Sean A. Mace, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
So the Mavericks are 13-23. I feel confident enough to say you won't have to deal with them in the playoffs. Now, it is annoying to lose to them in the regular season. They're only, they're only 2.5 games out of a play-in spot because how bad the Grizzlies are. But
getting Kyrie,
I guess so.
into the season?
But even at that point,
they are 10 games under 500.
Yeah, what are we going to? Even if they make the 8 seed, you wouldn't see them.
No, because the Rockets would have to be the 2, and then they would have to be the 7.
Yeah, it feels unlikely. But yeah, the Mavericks, and of course that game got off to a bad start when Alpi sprained his ankle very early. Yeah. He won't play tonight against the Suns, a Suns team who has the same amount of wins as the Rockets. Now 3 more losses, but 21-14 the Suns are. The Rockets are 21-11. As far as the Kevin Durant stuff, you actually, the host of Rocket Powers, here with me, or at least the co-host of Rocket Powers here with me right now. Have you seen what he's talking about? Where it's become less of we're going to share the ball and more of the Kevin Durant show?
That's just more. That's just kind of how it. Ime Udoka isn't exactly like the beautiful game offensive coach.
It's true.
So I do wonder if some of that is just Ime Udoka. I mean, not even his stint with the Rockets. not just his time with the Rockets, the Celtics. Like when they made the finals, like it was off the back of, well, when it comes time to get a bucket, we're ISOing either Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, and that is just what we're gonna do. Or we may set a pick for him, and then other than that, it's drive and dish. So I think that just kind of comes with the territory of Ime Udoka, and Kevin Durant is exactly the type of player who's like, it like forces a different style on it. Like that's kind of what Kevin Durant also can just do that. He's one of the best in NBA history of just give me the ball and I'll try to score. So it gets ugly. It gets real like clogged up, and you're like, oh my God, can we do anything else? But I think that is just like when things aren't going right, and you don't have Alperen Şengün, like the other creator on your team, plays what, 1 minute, 2 minutes in that game?
A minute officially.
Yeah, and that's also, Willie P. The 2 Dallas losses that the Rockets have, Alperen Şengün's played 1 minute in them. He didn't play in the loss a couple weeks ago. Neither did Steven Adams. Steven Adams also didn't play in this one. And the Mavs are a team that's like, hey, you know what you want against the Mavs? Big guys.
Size, yeah. So sometimes you're just victim of your circumstances.
Yeah.
And
So
without your big man all-star, the Mavericks. I won't say you have your number because, as you pointed out, your second best player, and in some cases, depending on the night, your best player wasn't available except for 1 minute. So it's disappointing to lose that game. You would have hoped you've been able to overcome them. In fact, let's hear from Kevin Durant because he was asked about Alpie's absence, and he gave some very reasonable reasons why they weren't able to adjust as quick as you'd like. Here's Alperen Şengün. Here's Kevin Durant on the absence of Alperen Şengün in their loss to the Mavericks.
I mean, that's always an adjustment for a team. One of their main players goes out during action like that. We prepared for him this morning with Alpie in the lineup. Everything we did was preparing with our center in the lineup. So for him to be taken out the game on a tough injury, it was tough for us, but I like how we were all pros. We was able to turn the tide and get some momentum for ourselves regardless. So we're hoping he has a speedy recovery, but in the meantime, we'll have to pick up the slack for him and hold it down for him.
Drop a game in the Mavericks. You got the Suns tonight. I haven't seen what Willie P has suggested, but Kevin Durant was brought here to go get you buckets when it matters most. And the Rockets, in some games, have, I won't say been unwilling, but in some cases unable to get him the ball. And it's been more the Alperen Şengün show. Of course, Amin Thompson will isolate on occasion. I think they're going to be an isolation team in big moments. As you said, Sean, it ain't exactly ball movement, player movement, get a good shot. It's, hey, we're going to hunt a matchup. We think, and rightfully so, of Kevin Durant and others like Alperen Şengün, we're going to have an advantage, and we're going to go to work. It has been a tried and true NBA formula for years. No matter what you do for the first, let's say, 45 minutes of the game, if it's a tight ball game, you're going to throw the ball into the hands of your best player and go ask him to create. It's just how it's gone, no matter what team you're watching. Kind of what the NBA does, because at some point you believe the defenses are going to lock in. They're going to know all your counters, all your sets, all your plays. They're going to know that this is what it's going to look like if they run this. So the easiest thing to do to avoid a situation where a play is blown up and now you have little time on the clock is throw the ball to an all-time player and see what he does.
Yeah, you also just don't want, on this Rockets team, like, do you want Kevin Durant to make a decision with the ball, or do you want Jabari Smith or Tari Eason or Reed Shepard? I just want Kevin Durant to have the ball. So, yeah, that doesn't excuse like the lack of like off-ball movement. I do think that like you should almost just do that as, eye candy in an NFL sense of like just give the defense something to worry about. So it's not all 5 defenders staring at the guy with the ball. But yeah, I mean, it's just not. It's not what you get when you sign up for Ime Udoka. No one thought that they were gonna have a beautiful offense. It's always gonna be about the culture and the defense, and you've gotten that. Honestly, how good the offense has been so far this season has been like the surprise of the season.
Yeah, they are a great offensive rebounding team, which certainly benefits what they do offensively. They still remain one of the better offensive teams in basketball, despite what it looks like at times because of their
Because they
ability
offensive rebound.
to offensive rebound.
That's
Yeah,
what it is.
They get the
is that
ball
they
up on the
just
rim,
get-
and they get the ball
3
back.
shots
They
every
rebound their
possession.
misses, and it leads to what you've seen. Of course, if you don't get those misses, and that's rarely going to be the case, you're generally going to grab them. But if you don't, against a bigger team like the Mavericks, if you're not shooting the ball well, you get a situation when you throw in the fact that Alperen didn't play, you only score 104. They'll be fine. And they're on pace for what they were last year. I don't know if that's a concerning thing, but for people, considering you have Kevin Durant, but with guys being in and out of the lineup, you're incorporating Eason and Smith, and you just look at some of the cohesiveness you've had last year because those guys have been around each other for several years.
Yeah.
Things will take time. I said from the jump, this is about what they build to. And hasn't been as smooth as you like, but you're still top 4 seed in the West. All the things that you think you can accomplish are there. And apparently the Thunder aren't as untouchable as we might have thought.
Yeah, very touchable since we last spoke.
At least when it comes to the Spurs and now the Suns. I think that the Wolves got them too.
I think so.
I think Anthony Edwards got them. So the Rockets haven't yet, but they'll get more opportunities to face off. So if we're going to look at the West so far through the first 35 games or so, if we go by what the regular season has shown us, the Thunder, at least certainly in their last 11 games, aren't the supreme threat that they appear to be. Maybe they're just in a lull. But hey, if it's going to be a thing where the West is even more open, great. Love that to be the case.
It's just that maybe they're just a normal, super
normal,
awesome
really
team,
great team as
not
opposed to just
historically.
historical. Yeah, that might be the case. They're just going to win 60+ games.
Yeah, they're just
instead
gonna
of 75.
easily get to 60.
Yeah, instead of 75, like it felt like they were going to do. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thanks for the call, Willie P. I'm sure you're happy. Yes. If I set aside my holier than thou thoughts, when you are rooting for a team and the manager or coach gets fired because they're bad, it's a good feeling.
I get we all know.
We all
what
know
he
what that
means.
feels
It is
like.
just funny to say. I woke up this morning and was happy because that guy got fired.
Yes,
it's just a funny thing. If he said that about anyone else, it'd be a hilarious thing.
It's just an
or mean spirited.
Interesting way to put it, but we all get it. You now see hope.
I woke up to good news
where you had none the night before. All right, we'll go to break with that. We're just after. It's about 11:14. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. Speaking of guys getting fired, we'll get into what's happened in the NFL. Some guys surviving, some guys not so lucky. We'll talk about that when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Willie P called in about his disgust with the Rockets losing to the Mavericks. Well, you're going to see them play each other twice. And China's back open to the Rockets, apparently. The NBA announced that the Rockets and the Mavs will be playing preseason games in China next year. So apparently all the Daryl Morey damage has been cleaned up, and the Rockets get to go back to China and play the Mavs.
Yes.
I mean, we're all very interested in that.
Sweet.
Yes, October 9th and 11th, Rockets and the Mavs will play a couple games in China. So there it is. All relations are fine.
We're good.
Thankfully, that has all been cleared up.
Why aren't they playing the Trailblazers? They drafted Yang for nothing?
I don't know why.
Oh, God. Or they're like, hey, this is the carrot. You got to prove, you guys going to show up? All right, then we'll bring the Blazers.
Do you think it's more the Chinese NBA fans wanted a real rivalry to take a look at, so they wanted Mavs versus?
We remember 2005. This one's 7.
Yeah,
this was awesome.
The picture the NBA
Tracy McGrady dunk on Sean Bradley.
The picture the NBA used was Cooper Flagg and Amin Thompson in the same gym, holding up their team's jerseys with the name of the city. I don't want to butcher the name of the city, but it's a Chinese city. So there it is. Rockets allowed back in China. All right, as far as people who don't have a job to go to, China or otherwise, at least right now.
Get ready to learn Chinese.
Well, Kevin Stefanski.
Jonathan Gannon.
Well, Kevin Stefanski, maybe. If he wants to bring the NFL to China, he'll have an opportunity. He's got the free time. Yeah, he has been fired along with the GM, Andrew Berry. The Browns never recovered from the trade of Deshaun Watson, or for Deshaun Watson, excuse me. We know the Texans benefited greatly from that. It's been up, and away for the Texans. They have gotten better since that point, remarkably better, and the Browns have continued their downward spiral. So much so that the guy who had won Coach of the Year twice for the Browns is now out of a job. The guy who made the trade is gone, and the quarterback that played the majority of the season, certainly the back half of the season, the rookie, put up some of the worst numbers you've seen from any quarterback ever. Shedeur Sanders got starts, got snaps. The Browns did win yesterday, and Myles Garrett set the season's sack record. Michael Strahan pointed out that he did it in 16 games, whereas Myles Garrett did it in 17. And now T.J. Watt did it in 15 games officially. He only played 15 and tied Strahan.
So he has the record, by Strahan's logic.
According to him. But Myles Garrett did it in less snaps. I don't know what that means as far as the calculus, but he did it in less snaps than Watt and Strahan.
I get what you're saying. That helps. I would say it is still less snaps spread over more time, so you're getting more rest between the snaps.
I don't really care for the argument
Also,
one way or the other.
What the hell are the Browns doing? Not playing him more? Why is he getting less snaps?
Maybe Myles Garrett can determine when he plays. That might very well be the case.
Well, who are you subbing him off for?
I don't know, but it's not our problem.
No,
it's no longer Kevin Stefanski's problem either.
Not
Actually,
Andrew Barry's.
No, none of those people's problems. We'll see.
Whatever poor,
who's next in
soul
line
that
to take
takes
that job? Yeah, the GM and
I'm
coach.
sorry. I mean, you mentioned Stefanski winning 2 Coach of the Years, and Coach of the Year isn't like MVP where it actually goes to the best coach.
Sure.
But Stefanski is a good coach, and he's a guy who I imagine is front of the line for any other job, or if he wants to take a year off, he'll be front of the line next year, like Vrabel was last offseason.
And where do they go from here? Not a great quarterback draft. Will they give Shedeur Sanders more time? The stat is here, and it's not a compliment. He ended the 2025 season with a QBR of 18.9. It is the 5th worst mark among nearly 700 quarterbacks who have attempted at least 200 passes since QBR became a stat in 2006. It's also the worst single-season QBR average for any Brown quarterback with at least 6 starts. No one is going to tell you that what's going on in Cleveland is conducive to a quarterback playing well. But when he did play, it was bad. And not that we should be surprised. That team was not going to be good on offense, period. But the conversation surrounding what he could be or would be was always very silly to me. It wasn't a place where you were going to succeed, and he certainly did not. We'll see what's next for him as far as and the Browns themselves, because he's a fifth rounder. There's no guarantee he'll even be back next year if a GM and a coach don't want him there. The Browns go scorched earth on that roster, which might be the case outside of a couple guys. You may see a completely different quarterback room outside of maybe Gabriel because he was a second-day pick. So we'll see what's going on there. But right now, they have a leadership void because Stefanski and Barry are gone. We mentioned Pete Carroll's out. The GM stays. Spytek stays. And also, Joe Shane keeps his job. So Brian Daboll fired. Joe Shane keeps his job. So he'll get one more chance, I guess, to hire the right coach. I guess they'll certainly stick with Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I guess saying like, "Hey, I drafted Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo, Abdul Carter."
Sure.
This year, it's like
you say I can pick players. I just can't pick a coach.
I would be like, you're 4 years into this thing,
and your roster still not very
yeah,
good.
like great job. You've drafted all those good players. Why are we picking fifth?
How come
or
we
whatever?
keep?
Like,
how come you're always in a position?
Why are we always drafting fifth
to take players in that spot?
Yeah. So, dysfunctional organization gonna do dysfunctional organizational
So Jackson
things.
Dart was able to save maybe Joe Shane's job, but
not.
But Daboll couldn't sell. Hey, young quarterback, look where I put him.
Daboll
Position I put him in to succeed.
Have him get murdered every play.
Yeah, he's always in the
Although,
tent.
That might be Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I'm not gonna blame Daboll for Jackson
just
Dart's
might be
willingness to put his body on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but he closed out the year playing a good game against the Cowboys team who stopped no one all year long.
Yeah.
Why did Dak even play in this game? Was it to keep? It's not a start streak. He's not Josh Allen going out there for a snap. What's he out there for?
Is there a Cowboys record?
He only threw for 70 yards. What's he looking for? I would have to figure out.
Incentives, maybe.
Maybe
that's all I can think.
Only reason I can think of for Dak Prescott to play at all.
Yeah. Jonathan Gannon out. Pew shots. Pew pew explosives. Pew 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 pew.
So
fired.
So Kyler Murray
beat it.
Couldn't save Jonathan Gannon. Huh?
No, and I don't think Jonathan Gannon could have saved Kyler Murray.
No.
I don't know. I don't know who lit down who there, but yeah, not gonna be retained after a 15-36 record.
That'll
That's
get
more games than I thought.
That'll
That's
get
a lot more.
What is that?
Three
seasons? That'll get you fired. Yeah. Three seasons for Gannon. He's done.
That is newer.
Yeah, we got plenty of calls, so we'll take a call. Right? We got time for a call.
Yeah.
Let's go to a guy who had to watch his team put up a miserable offensive performance this weekend. Julian, let's talk some 49ers. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Josh Turkeys. I'm just so surprised by how many fans of the 49ers that thought we were a good team this year. The writing has been on the wall all season. I thought it was a Fugazi whole season. The 12 wins, the most bogus 12 wins I've ever seen in my life. I kept wanting us to lose because I want a better draft pick, and they just kept winning. Defense is not good. Hasn't been good all year as far as like when the superstars went down. We didn't have Trent, no Pearsall. Like there was nothing that said, "Oh, this is gonna be a good game." And as always, have a good one, fellas. Bang bang Niner gang.
Well, you can call in 2 weeks and talk about your draft status, I guess, because the
season's not over.
It's not over. 12-5, but they went out meekly against Seahawks in a game where they could have secured the number 1 seed in the NFC. They didn't get it done. The Seahawks do. They win that game 13-3, and now they've got to travel to Philadelphia. I guess a team who's not that impressive.
Yeah.
That's a game they could win.
Sure, we can get an Eagles fan to call in and be like, I don't think our team's going to win either.
Yeah. I mean, if they decided they wanted to call a Houston radio show, they could. They could.
I mean
they
that
could
more
tell us.
abstractly, but yeah.
I know what you're saying. If it so happened to come across where there was the Julian 40 version for an Eagle fan, they can call in to probably feel the same way. I don't know if they would have been rooting for losses, but that Eagles team has not been impressive throughout the year. They have been the beneficiary of a bad division, and that's why they're hosting a playoff game this weekend. And they didn't care about the 2 seed. They decided to rest their guys and lost to Josh Johnson, the Commanders' third stringer, in a game that they could have been the 2 seed, but I guess decided it wasn't worth risking the health of their players. So the Eagles made their path tougher.
So they could have played the Packers instead of the Niners.
Jordan Love coming off a couple games,
with them.
couple weeks off.
I'm kind of with them. That doesn't matter. They're about the same level of like. Okay.
But you would get yourself 2 home games. The opponent less of a concern than missing out on 2 home games if you win the first one.
Having to go to Chicago in theory.
Possibly, yeah. But either way, the Eagles have decided or did decide that not that big of a deal. We'll take the home game and see how it plays out. And they get the 49ers coming to but you have to they probably decided that Monday. So it could have been the Seahawks coming to town, right? Was that an option, or the Seahawks had too many wins to wind up in Philly?
I'm not sure how it would have worked out with the Seahawks versus Rams, because that would have been
That's another option.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how it worked out either, but you generally don't make that decision like Thursday or Friday before the game. That's something they had already worked out. But either way, they didn't beat the Commanders, and now they host the 49ers in a game where what's it going to be? I mean, I just
rematch of that one game where the Niners ran out of quarterbacks,
and the Niners were saying we would have beat you if we had our guys.
Yeah.
We get that
I think
conversation again. I guess. Well, now you have your guy. You don't have a lot of the other guys, but you have your quarterback playing.
23, I think. Yeah,
that was the year they lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to break. Jerry La Salsa, the real La Salsa. What do you mean the real La Salsa?
The guy who called him before was not the.
That was not the real La Salsa. No. But the real La Salsa is just another guy
under a fake name.
Under a fake name,
an alias,
making fun of someone who calls them with a fake name.
Yeah,
that's how deep this goes. Jerry, you seem like a real person. We'll get to you first when we come back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
All right, let's get to these calls. Let's start with Jerry. He wants to talk NFL coaches. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
Real quick on what y'all were saying, I really do think Stefanski is probably the top candidate to get another job. I mean, if I was Vegas, I guess I'd look at him. Everyone else, obviously, Pete Carroll, just retire. It's time to hang it up. Everyone else just go become a coordinator somewhere else. Being it, the Black Monday of firing coaches, I am surprised at this one firing. Maybe not you, but Amarim out at Manchester United with the transfer window just opening the past couple of days. You would think he would still have like another month to just get the players that he wants and try to, fix the way Manchester. I mean, they're playing a little bit better than what they were playing back in September, but Amarim out today it's kind of shocking. What do you think? Thank you.
Well, he's getting crushed by one specific member of the British press, like former player who played for Liverpool, Jamie Carragher, says he's not even a Premier League level manager. Forget about struggling. He said he doesn't even belong in the Premier League. And, well, I guess Man U decided that that's correct. I think he had been around for over 12 months, and they call them projects over there, like not the coach, but what they're trying to do to change things around. He had been there for over 12 months, and, Man U, big club's going to spend money. But you got to win. And whatever he was doing wasn't leading to great success. So there's something they do where they do how many points you've accumulated over a calendar year. And if you look at what Man U has accumulated over the calendar year, over the stretch of a couple seasons, they were in like the bottom half of the league. So that's not working in his favor. I don't know the intricacies of why it happened. I just know when you see the name Man U and you see where they're finishing in the table and they're not competing for trophies, although I think they might have won like something, whether it was Europa League or something, but it's not a trophy that they care about. Or maybe that was Tottenham. I think that might have been Tottenham. Either way, they're not competing at the level they want. He had over a year. It does not surprise me that he goes.
Could U.S. sports learn something from hey, after a year, we can just pull the ripcord?
I mean, it just happened to Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But I feel like it happens where Aaron Glenn so far.
He's got to have time.
Yeah.
It's the rare thing, and people will rush to the defense of the coach if it happens to them. Hey, you only gave him a year to fix things. Sometimes when you know, you know.
Yeah, just sometimes this is. Oh God, who is the Bucks coach that they hired between Budenholzer and Doc Rivers? They hired Adrian Griffin.
Yeah.
They hired him and he coached 30 games.
And they didn't have a terrible record. It's just that the Bucks, the players themselves, had no interest in playing for him, so he had to go.
I feel like the NBA it happens a little bit more. Maybe it's just the Suns.
And he mentioned it. Man U's 6th in the Premier League, so it's not like they're having a terrible year, but just not up to their standard. And sometimes it's not just what's happening on the field, as we know. It could be the inner workings, and they said enough is enough. They want to be competing for titles, and they're not anywhere near Arsenal and Man City right now, so he had to go.
No, they're nowhere near Aston Villa right now.
That's true. Aston Villa tied with Man City for 2nd in the Premier League.
Hire their coach.
Well, that happens sometimes. They just still, unlike in this league where you have to give up draft picks over here to do that, some guys will just leave their current club and go.
No, it's more like college football.
Yeah, it's true. The European soccer is, in terms of hiring managers, is much closer to college football as opposed to our professional ranks, because apparently there's still some decorum on our level of professional sports when it comes to taking a coach. You have to give up picks. You don't want to do it.
Even Sean Payton retired for 2 years. You still have to give up picks to get him somehow.
Doesn't happen over there. Maybe throw him a couple bucks. Yeah. Other than that, doesn't happen.
Grease the palms a little just to, hey, it's a real shame what we're doing to you. But,
yeah, you want.
But you're Wolverhampton. We're Man U.
We're gonna make it right by giving you a couple bucks. Let's get to La Salsa here before we go to break. What's up, La Salsa?
Hey, what's up, Jelly Deli? Hey, what's going on, Mapers? Hey, RIP City Cats. Shout out to Easy. Anyways, I wanted to know, I read somewhere that they're going to do a season 2 of Shogun. And also, what do you think about season 2 of Fallout? Okie dokie.
For people who don't know, and why would you, unless you're a nerd like me or him, okie dokie is one of the sayings from Fallout, from one of the characters. Yeah, Shogun season 2 is in the works. It was supposed to be a limited series, but hey,
Yeah.
cash rules everything around me. So they're making a season
They did
2.
finish the story from the book it was based off of.
Yeah, but who cares when you've got cash to make in your FX? So they'll start filming. Well, this year, this month actually. If it hasn't begun already, season 2.
So it's gonna come out like pretty soon.
Yeah,
or not soon, but like it might come out this year.
Tornaga's back.
Yeah, got to bring back Tornaga.
Cosmo Jarvis,
yeah,
the pilot as they called him, is back. Anjin is back. So of course Mariko died.
Well, spoiler.
Sorry.
It's only been 2 years.
Yeah, it's been a while since 2024. So she's not coming back
She
because
was
she's dead.
the best part of the show, though.
A lot of people liked her. Well, you can watch her on Monarch Legacy of Monsters, and if you like her so much. She won't be playing that character, but the actress will be in that show.
That's fine.
You rather have her be I don't know if you would call it feudal Japan. I'm not sure exactly that timeline.
I think that fits.
You rather have her be in that mode, and then the free thinking. Oh, you've got rights. Character she's playing.
Yeah, I liked her when she was just stuck in a loveless marriage.
Yeah,
for convenience and alliances.
Now she can be willing. Now she can be free willing and have her own thoughts and opinions on things.
It gets lippy with me.
Yeah. Well, she's speaking English though. You don't like reading things. She'll probably speaking some Japanese because she did, and I think in the first season. But you'll have more time with her speaking English than you did in Shogun.
They gotta write her in a flashback or something, right? Of Shogun. Like they're gonna do like a dream sequence. They got it.
I don't know how you keep her out. Yeah, you're probably right about that. They'll probably slide her. They're making up a season, then why not have a flashback where she shows up, or she's Anjin's ghost.
Yeah.
She's on his shoulder all the time talking to him. You know what?
She's the Obi-Wan Kenobi of
Force Ghost Shogun. They haven't mentioned her. I think we might know unless it's a surprise they can keep. But we probably would have heard if she was filming Shogun.
It's like Black Panther 2 with Michael B. Jordan. It's like, all right, we gotta put him in this movie somehow.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if she shows up. In fact, I would almost predict it in some way, shape, or form as just the ghost haunting the two main characters as they go through it. For the boys.
I'd be in the
Are you saying do it for the boys?
The FX meeting being like, come on, guys.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
It would be big for the boys if we can bring Mariko back. All right, we'll go to break with that. What else did he ask about, actually?
Fallout season 2.
I am watching it. I'm one episode behind. Look, Walton Goggins in anything, I'm down. Baby Billy, but this time he plays the ghoul because
Is he more like Baby Billy or I forgot what isn't Frank or whatever from White Lotus?
He's more like he's Baby Billy and Boyd from Justified. If you've watched that show, he's more of a combination of that than he is Frank from because although in White Lotus he is searching for his father. In this one, his father was a disappointing figure in his life. In this one, he's searching for his family. So there are some similarities there, but he's like I said, he's more Boyd Crowder, and
his name is Rick. By the way, I just said Frank because I couldn't think of it.
Who cares? Frank Rick.
There's a white guy named Frank in that show,
of course. But he's more Boyd Crowder and Baby Billy.
Baby Billy,
in my eyes, in this one. All right, we'll go to break with that now. Fallout Season 2 on Prime. Watch it. I think it's pretty entertaining. Go watch Season 1 as well if you haven't seen that.
Righteous Gemstones, also watch that.
Of course, and if
you're listening to this and you haven't seen,
if you love yourself, anything with Walton Goggins in it, you're like me. And if you haven't seen Justified either, although he's not the official star of the show, that goes to Timothy Oliphant, but he plays a big role in that as well. We were talking about Shogun, which is an FX show. You can catch Justified, I believe, on FX too. I would say avoid the revival show. I didn't even finish it. I just didn't think it was very good.
I probably knew it existed. I completely forgot it existed.
You probably did, and you're not missing much. Sorry, I was distracted by Lance Zerline of all people walking, I guess, interns through our now minuscule offices. Like, we went from a sprawling
Like
office.
the entire floor.
Yeah, now it's like we got like walls they just put up to confine us into a certain location. Like, you
Yeah.
used to be able to.
You could throw like a baseball from one wall
Yeah,
to the other.
yeah. Now it's different now. I don't like it, honestly, but I have no control over that. All right, enough of my complaints. We'll go to break. We got one more segment to go. If you want to join us, we'd love to have you. 713-780-3776. Sean and I, one more segment. We'll be back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
After a year of making Jane Daniels a star, and then injuries and other things kept him from backing that rookie season up, Cliff Kingsbury is a hot coaching name again. So the Titans, the Giants, and other teams are expected to ask the Commanders for permission to talk to Cliff Kingsbury.
Not the Cardinals? Probably not?
That seems unlikely.
All right. Yeah. He seems like a Falcons coach. I don't know why. He just seems like a Falcons coach.
They fired Raheem Morris yesterday. Didn't make it to today. They got rid of him and Terry Fontenot yesterday after a resurgence.
Win.
Yeah, they beat the Saints to help the Panthers make the playoffs because there's a 3-way tie at 8-9 in the NFC South.
And whatever dumb tiebreaker for a 3-way.
The two teams, the Panthers and the Bucks, played on Saturday in a rainy Tampa Bay, and the Bucks won. But because the Falcons were lurking, they needed the Saints to win to allow them to be the NFC South division winner. Instead, the Falcons won their home game 19-17 in a barn burner, and now the Panthers get to host the Rams.
I understand that it's not good because their coach and GM got fired like 2 hours after the game.
Uh-huh.
It's got to be kind of a good feeling as a fan, though, to be like, our season's over, but if we win this completely meaningless game for both teams, it's meaningless on both sides. we can just screw over a division rival.
Like, and then help the other. But historically, because the Panthers just don't have the same amount of history, although they've now been in existence over 20 years now, closer to 30.
Yeah.
But the Falcons and Saints and the Bucks would probably have a deeper seated hate. I don't know where the Falcons and the Panthers rank.
I think Falcons Saints is the number one rivalry.
Yeah, they've been together for longer.
It's also fun to win that game.
And plus,
to win that game just on its face is fun. And then it's like, oh, we also screwed over the team that was celebrating last night.
And plus, for some of you who are maybe in their mid-20s, 30s, early 30s, the Falcons and the Saints both used to reside in the NFC West. It used to be the Rams, the 49ers, the Falcons, and the Saints. Before the NFC South became a thing. So their division rival.
How is that the best
way to do it? I don't know. Why were the Braves in the NL West for a while?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why it went, but once they got to 32, they made some decisions about how things should break down, and regionally,
they have like 29 for a while.
Yeah, it was uneven, I think, for a while.
Weird.
I know it sounds weird, but it was a way. Yeah. Why were the Braves playing the Dodgers as many in the NL West? Why? I don't know, but it was a thing.
Yeah, I'm glad all sports though now have conferences and divisions that all make sense. And geography rules. So.
Not the sport we talk about a lot on this show. Not the one we care about the most. Like college football.
They're bringing back the old.
The college football is like 90s professional sports when it comes to how they break down their divisions and who plays who.
Big 10.
Yeah, the Braves won the NL West 3 years in a row, 91, 92, and 93. That was in the midst of their non-dynasty years when they could never win more than that one World Series.
Yeah, but they were in the division like basically every year of that stretch.
Yeah, so the NFC West was just like them. I don't know. I don't know how it came about. That's just the way it was.
I understand that it's weird. I just don't understand how that was the compromise. That was like someone sat back and yep, best we can do. I guess because they didn't want to break up the central teams. That all kind of makes sense. That's basically the NFC North now. But I don't know. Feels like there's a better way to do that. But I like that they paired them to be like, hey, for sanity.
And more nostalgia, the Cardinals were in the NFC East.
Yeah, see, that feels like an easy fix.
Instead of the NFC West.
It feels like an easy... So we have a team in Atlanta in the West, and we have a team in Arizona in the East. All right, nothing we can do. Keep it moving.
Yeah, I don't know what Roselle or Tagliabue, whoever's making those decisions at the time.
Pick it up.
R.I.P. to both
Raj
of them.
would never. R.I.P. to both men.
Yeah. All right, so as you talked about it being a 7-day preview for Texans-Steelers, we're not going to do that, but... that is the matchup, and we avoid what we assumed would be the case, the 3:30 Saturday game, just because of logistics. Texans and Steelers on Monday night, so that'll be a change, and it's a game the Texans are favored in, and we expect them to win. We'll get more into that as we get closer and closer to the game. Sean wasn't here for the college football stuff. Takeaway, Sean. Any surprises from the quarterfinals or bowl games in general?
Indiana. I'll start with the good instead of just calling teams that lost frauds. Indiana. Wow. I think they just might do this thing.
I mean, at this point,
they had both teams that I'm like, well, they played Ohio State close. We'll see in a rematch what happens there. And also Georgia, it's like, yeah, I could believe that Georgia does. They wouldn't get pushed around like Alabama did, and they lost a team with Pete Golding as their head coach, whose first 2 wins have come in the playoff. 2 more wins than Lane Kiffin has in playoff history.
Sure.
I think it's only Nick Saban and Kirby Smart have more playoff wins in SEC history than Pete Golding. Kalen DeBoer and Steve Sarkisian also have 2, but they don't have more. They don't have more than Pete Golding.
We'll see who gets the 3.
Yeah,
Mario
on Friday
or Pete Golding.
Or Thursday?
Yes, Thursday.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, and obviously the Miami stuff is also wild.
Here's a note from Miami history. Not that anyone but maybe not even any sicko Miami fans know, or at least have recognized this. In the history of the program, of their 5 national titles, they were all won wearing their white uniforms. They were all worn beating a team who was wearing their home uniform, which was red.
Okay.
What happens if they beat Ole Miss? They will once again play a game at home.
Yeah.
Like they did against Nebraska in '83.
If
Like-
I'm
like they did
Oregon,
it-
I'm not wearing red.
Oh, well, they don't have the ability. You know where I'm going here. In '87, they beat Oklahoma, who wears what? A red
crimson.
Yes. In '89, they beat Alabama. Now that wasn't at home, but that
Also
was
crimson.
crimson. In '91, they beat Nebraska,
I guess that's just red, right?
and then in 2001, they beat Nebraska. So Miami hosting a national title game, wearing their white uniforms, playing a team like Indiana in red would be just what history has done for that program for years.
If I'm Signetti, I'm like, no way.
If it go now, they don't. Now they have lost games in that white uniform, like they lost to Alabama in '92 wearing the white uniform. They wore and Alabama was of course wearing their home uniform. But it just turns out because throughout Miami's history, for a bit they weren't affiliated with the conference, so conference affiliations determined who was wearing the home uniform, and in other times, like in 2001, they decided to wear white. It's just how history has played out. The 5 national title game wins. The other team has worn the white uniform. I mean the red uniform, and they've worn white. They should have paid attention to that because they lost to Ohio State in 2002. What did they do? They decided to wear their green uniforms. Ohio State decided to wear their white ones because that's what they had to do, and they lost.
Because I can see the last play of the game in my head
Yeah.
still. And
Yeah.
It's like, Larry Coker didn't get the memo.
So if we're just going by history, if it is Miami and Indiana,
Yeah.
it'll play out where Indiana's wearing the red, Miami's wearing the white, and history suggests that's a Miami win.
Yeah.
But
It's two
no
really good
guarantee.
games.
Yeah,
Two
we'll
really
see
good
how
games.
it goes. I mean, the Ole Miss one was surprising. I did not think they could. I didn't think they could keep Georgia from scoring enough to win the game. I thought they could. The game one in the regular season showed they could score.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would keep Georgia off the scoreboard enough. And hell, they gave up 34 points. It's just that
They scored 36.
Kirby went for it on 4th down in his own territory that allowed Ole Miss to go up 10.
Yeah, and then Kirby, or I guess, who knows who did Mike Bobo, whose decision it was, but throwing on the 3rd down before kicking the field goal is also really bad when Ole Miss doesn't have any timeouts, then also pressing up on getting beat on the slot fade.
Yeah, I know they were playing man in the second half or parts of the game because they couldn't get to Chambliss. He was picking them apart in zone, but maybe not cover 1 or even was it cover 0? Either
I'd give
way,
safety
maybe
help. Yeah, I'd give some safety help on that.
Maybe if you just want to play 2-man under and just have two safeties over the top, so you don't get beat for a 40-yard play on 3rd and 5, possibly.
Yeah. They also could have ran off 40 seconds.
Yes, if
just
they
by
would've-
taking a knee and centering the ball. They could have just done that.
Yeah.
Instead of rolling out Stockton and him throwing the incomplete.
I understand you're trying to go for a touchdown to win the game. I understand all
Then
that.
hand it off.
It just yeah.
Then
I
hand
mean,
it off.
since Frazier got hurt, you weren't running the ball as great as you were when he was on the field, but maybe run the ball there.
Yeah,
Who knows?
bootleg it with Stockton.
Run pass option. Who knows? And if it's not open, get down in bounds.
Yeah.
Things could have gone a different way, but instead, we've got a semifinals where we got a rematch, and then we got a game between Ole Miss of all teams against a 10 seed for a chance to go play for the national
Yeah,
title.
Cinderella story, Miami Hurricanes.
Yes. You know what?
The nation is falling in love with Miami.
Never's gonna happen.
Miami football.
Miami, the blue blood of this.
They are.
The only
They
team
are.
who's won a title.
Yeah. Well, Ole Miss is
In the modern era.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
After
segregation or desegregation.
You beat me. I was like, should I choose like moon landing or should I just say the real thing?
We know the real one. We know what I'm thinking and what you're thinking. Ole Miss was a power before they allowed certain people to play football with them.
The low key chose racism over being good at football.
Yeah, were they one of the last ones to get that done?
Maybe the last.
Well, you consider the flag that they used to fly. Makes some sense.
It's heritage.
But I've been told that. But that's all over. Ole Miss, Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah, now they fly a different flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, because the quarterback.
That's true. Think of Trinidad Chambliss.
Who's from like Michigan.
a guy who didn't start initially at Ferris State could be in a national title game because at least in the quarterfinal, lit up Georgia. Now he's got a chance to do that to Miami. We'll talk more college football as we get closer to those games. Of course, the NFL. Texans, Steelers, love that for the Texans. And Rockets, Suns tonight. Rockets are going to be without Albert Şengün. We'll see if they can bounce back after their loss to the Mavericks. We're done for the day. Rich Eisen's up next. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
You guys good?
You guys are 12-5. Congratulations. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Happy New Year, boys.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year's, you know?
Season on the line. Loop's kick is on the way. Loop missed it. Woo!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. On today's show, Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen. Full NFL playoffs breakdown. Your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show, live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, and more. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on this Monday program. The National Football League regular season is in the books. The playoffs beckon. Liam Cohen of the 13-win AFC South, winning 8 in a row. Trevor Lawrence is a real-deal MVP candidate. Jacksonville Jaguars is going to be joining us in less than 20 minutes' time as we find out 1 hour after another which coach in the National Football League is now on the coaching carousel out the door. An hour before we went on the air, the Las Vegas Raiders informed the great Pete Carroll that his services are no longer required. And during the open of this program, literally less than a minute ago, my coordinating producer, the great Mike Hoskins, gets in my ear to tell me Jonathan Gannon has been let go as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Last night, Raheem Morris let go in Atlanta. And then earlier this morning, Kevin Stefanski's 6-year, 2-time coach of the year during that 6-year run as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns is all over. So there's lots to get to on all of those fronts. The wild card weekend is set. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman, on this Monday morning.
Man, oh, man. Great to see you, Rich. How are you?
Or Monday afternoon, wherever you may be. Good to see you. Jason Feller, how are you?
Got my clean slate Raiders hat.
DJ Jefferson, good to see you over there. The candle does appear to be lit.
It's lit. Wild card weekend for a wild season.
Thank you, sir. No doubt about that. Way to put it. A wild card weekend for a wild National Football League season. I have been fortunate enough to do what I do for a living for, my gosh, it's coming up on my 30-year anniversary in March, doing my first ever Sports Center. Now here I am on a show with my own mug.
Still shining.
Coffee-stained mug, I might add. And then for the last 23 years, my goodness, coming up on 23 years for NFL Network, I can't recall a more wide-open National Football League season. For the postseason, I can't recall a wilder regular season as well. I seem like to set a record in terms of our 11-year history of the show of coming on the air over the last 6 weeks saying that was the game of the year. No, that was the game of the year. No, this was the game of the year. And it only makes sense because the stakes rise as the regular season dwindles. And the way the regular season began with the Ravens on a Sunday night after a Philadelphia Eagles win over the Cowboys and a Chargers win over the Chiefs to start the season on a Thursday and on a Friday. And then on a Sunday night, the Ravens go into Western New York and seem to have the Bills dead to rights until they didn't. The Ravens on the final Sunday night of the year seem to have the Steelers dead to rights. That's what happens when you line up your steady rookie kicker from 40-plus yards away with no time left to win a football game. And then the most unpredictable season I can recall, wildest season I can recall, season chock full of games of the year that I can recall, ends with a wide right to send the Pittsburgh Steelers to the playoffs as the AFC North champions and the Baltimore Ravens home. in a season in which the Ravens entered as a surefire Super Bowl candidate, and the Pittsburgh Steelers entered the season of, well, let's see what Aaron Rodgers at age 41 turning 42 can do. And what we saw last night in the fourth quarter was game of the year type stuff, because this was the first playoff game of the year. Well, going for the 1 seed or not is always fascinating. The NFC South was up for grabs on Saturday night for the Panthers, and it wasn't for the Bucs if they won, which they did because they had to wait for Atlanta to spit their last breath with Raheem Morris as their head coach at Tampa in order for the Panthers to survive. This was the first playoff game of the year. And what we saw in that fourth quarter after Chris Boswell gave the Steelers the lead with 4:28 to go in the third quarter was something to behold, from Lamar Jackson turning into the Lamar Jackson of last year and the previous MVP years that we were waiting for Lamar Jackson to turn into this year, finally hit, escaping a couple of Pittsburgh Steelers to step through and find Zay Flowers for a 50-yard bomb to explode in Pittsburgh in the end zone was holy ass type moment. Mm-hmm. And just when you thought that would be a wrap because the Steelers offense couldn't do a darn thing through the first 3 quarters except kick field goals and overtake a Ravens team that fell asleep offensively after their first drive all the way to the fourth quarter, Aaron Rodgers marches down the field. And despite having problems with his helmet and needing to fire off every darn near last timeout they've got at their disposal to avoid delay of game penalties because they don't want to settle for another field goal down 4. After they didn't settle for a field goal with 1 second left on the clock in the first half, deciding to go for it rather than kick a field goal, only to get stopped and come away with 0 points at the end of the first half. They're going to go for it. And they did, and Kenneth Gainwell dashes into the end zone for a 2-yard run to take the lead again, only to have Lamar a minute and 25 seconds later find Zay Flowers behind the defense again because he comes through the wash and somehow, some way, the Steelers' defense doesn't pick up on the most dangerous threat the Ravens have at the receiver position for a 64-yard score, only to give it back to Aaron Rodgers and have him come up with the go-ahead score to Calvin Austin because the Ravens slip on the turf in Acrisure, where the turf is never Acrisure for anybody, from defenders to pass blockers to pass rushers to, as we eventually would find out, it's never a sure thing in Acrisure when you're kicking. And the Ravens march down the field with a 4th and 7 at midfield. Lamar finding, of all people, Isaiah Likely to grab a catch to set them up for a game-winning field goal. The same guy who Ravens fans thought had the Steelers beat in their first game this year in the end zone, only to have a what looked like touchdown grab knocked away before he got his third football act foot down. Same guy is now got the Steelers on the precipice again, only to have Tyler Loop come out and miss the game-winning field goal with no time left. And that's the way the season ended for the Baltimore Ravens, and the regular season ended for all of us. Exhausted, felt like we did our cardio.
Right.
Unbelievable, leaving Lamar Jackson stunned that this season wound up a losing season, not just in terms of their overall record, but in terms of this winner-go-home game. By the way, the first ever of its kind in the history of the AFC North. Did you know that? There's never been a winner-take-all final regular season game in the history of this stout black and blue, if you will, division. This is what Lamar had to say afterwards.
You know what's the emotion, Jameson? Like, we did all that, man, to come up short, bro, you know? Devastating. Furious, all type of, I don't know. I'm everywhere with it right now.
I mean, after you completed that last pass, it looked like this thing is, I mean, it's not over till it's over. But are you just still stunned right now?
Definitely stunned, man. Thought we had it in the bag. Man. I don't know what else we can do.
Well, what else can you do except try and find the words when you come up with a loss and you're the first quarterback in the history of the National Football League to throw multiple go-ahead fourth-quarter passing touchdowns of 50 or more yards and lose. That's what Lamar Jackson was last night. And he and Zay Flowers were the first quarterback receiving duo in NFL history to connect on 2 go-ahead fourth-quarter touchdowns of 50 or more yards in a single game. That's a first. And Derrick Henry ran for 126 yards, his 37th career game with over 125 such rushing yards, including the playoffs, breaking a tie for 5th most such games in NFL history, with Emmitt Smith trailing only Barry Sanders, Jim Brown, Walter Payton, and Eric Dickerson. And if I told you all of that stuff would happen and the Steelers would win the game, you would have told me you're out of your mind. But the Pittsburgh Steelers have some old war horses like Cam Hayward. That dude is playing at the top of his game with gray in his beard. T.J. Watt holding on to the side of his surgically repaired lung during this game, only to have a ball batted in his direction and him have the presence of mind in the middle of the wash of trying to sack Lamar Jackson to grab the ball out of the air and come up with the interception. And joining Julius Peppers is the only player since '82 with 9 career interceptions and 100 or more career sacks coming after that 3-game absence due to a collapsed lung. That guy was out there with Highsmith and the rest of that defense in support of a run game that has Kenneth Gainwell grabbing a team-high 8 catches for 64 yards and Jalen Warren coming up with 4.7 yards a clip. And then, of course, there's Aaron Rodgers, to whom one must give it up. Coming into this season, there was a ton of skepticism, and rightfully so. Certainly coming off of 2 years in New York, one completely lost due to an Achilles, another year completely lost due to it being him coming off of the Achilles and the Jets being the Jets. Putting it all together, he was what appeared to be a Hail Mary attempt for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who, as we all know, waited quite a long time for Rodgers to clear himself of his mind, his body, and, of course, whatever was going on in his life to join the Steelers, to the point where the guy who he strode off the field with Mike Tomlin every single year, remember Cam Hayward was like, hey, you don't want to join the Steelers, basically pound sand. Remember he said something like that? Yeah. Didn't like the characterization of it post. Yep. And so Rodgers finally does join, makes every start except the one that you pretty much think prior to the season he would say, that's the one game I don't want to miss outside of the Packers, would be at the Bears, okay? He makes every start, has them in position after the Ravens went on a 5-game win streak to beat the Ravens, go on a 3-game win streak of their own, and overcome the loss of DK Metcalf in the final 2 games of the year, because DK Metcalf loses his composure and mind with a blue-haired Lions fan who he knew when he approached him had it in for DK. And I don't want to say any more because I fear litigation. And on top of all of that, comes the responsibility of being a Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback in the era where Steelers fans have, maybe, I don't want to say collectively, but a large share of them, maybe the majority of them. But it feels like whenever I cape for this man, a majority of you don't like when I cape for Mike Tomlin. Yeah. You're ready for the action of the Rooney family that you have been waiting for, because it's just not going to work. And at the end of the day, who are the champs of the AFC North? Who is coming into the playoffs off of his 9th division title of his first ballot Hall of Fame career, who is making the 12th playoff appearance of his first ballot Hall of Fame career, tied with Favre and, yes, Big Ben, behind only Peyton Manning and Tom Brady all time. That would be Aaron Rodgers. And the reason why you go get him is exactly what we saw in the fourth quarter and exactly what nobody thought we would see again in the fourth quarter of a winner-go-home game from Aaron Rodgers. That is to go 11 for 14 for 133 passing yards, a touchdown, and a passer rating of 130.1 with the season on the line. The 133 fourth quarter yards, by the way, the most for Rodgers in any quarter this season. He saved it for the last moment and for that play to Calvin Austin. This is him breaking it down. You tell me how many quarterbacks can break it down quite like this.
And multiple times in the huddle, I'm asking him on various plays, what do you want on the backside? What do you want on the backside? And he wouldn't give me a straight answer. And on this particular huddle conversation, I said, what do you want, Cal? He said, and somebody to my right, I don't know if it was McCormick or Pat, said something about, like, man, just go cook him or something. So I said, all right, Cal, you run the hitch and go back there. And I was really thinking the front side three-man combination that we worked and had success with most of the night was kind of my first thought. But I just peeked back to the left and saw number 3 slip, and it's a gimme touchdown. But I'm proud of Calvin, and the line really gave me a lot of time all day. They played really well.
That's Aaron Rodgers breaking it down. That's why you go ahead and get him, which is what Tomlin said after the game. And that is how the Steelers head into the playoffs. And I understand. I'm sure I know what you're thinking, maybe potentially what everybody's thinking. Hey, the kid from the Ravens should have made the kick. But at the end of the day, they were the ones that needed to come from behind to win it because the Steelers took the lead late in a game, in a season, that a lot of people were skeptical could, period, happen at all. And they are going into the playoffs against a stout Houston Texans team coming into their house on Monday Night Football. I cannot wait for all of that. But got to give it up. Pittsburgh Steelers get it done in a game of the year. Again, Rodgers doing what he did in the fourth quarter, overcoming, may I repeat again, a future first ballot Hall of Fame running back doing what he did in Derrick Henry to the tune of 126 yards, and Lamar Jackson finding his MVP form just in time to throw 2 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter of 50 or more yards and becoming the first quarterback in history to do it to lose. That's what's going on. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I just said what I said about the Houston Texans. They're on the road because they did not win the division. The Jacksonville Jaguars won the AFC South with 13 National Football League wins, reversing their 4-13 record from last year. And their bona fide, surefire Coach of the Year candidate is about to join us right here on the Rich Eisen Show, getting set to host a playoff game against the Buffalo Bills. Liam Cohen, the man of the hour in Jacksonville, along with the rest of the team, coming up next.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event, extended until January 5th, and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get a great deal on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid models. There's also our bold and stylish Elantra, packed with all the latest tech, or you can go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. The Hyundai Getaway sales event, extended until January 5th. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Right now, no payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day, every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply, and you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Surroundus. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Surroundus has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Surroundus, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by The Slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at dessertgallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy, promo code 1560, promo code 1560.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
where we played really well in all three phases. I think that was something that when we won that game, it really looked at our team looked at it like, okay, all right, we have an opportunity to continue to elevate and raise the standards. We've done some good things, but that was a really quality, I think, team win, which gave our guys a ton of confidence to continue to move forward, to say, okay, we can go on the road against Denver and we can compete with a really good football team. And we've had some quality wins, but playing your best football later in the season, as you guys know, December and January is really what matters.
Absolutely. And again, you're an honest guy. I am as well. I will just shoot you straight that when I was on that flight home from London, and again, you were stressing prior to that game, we're making too many mistakes as a team. Your Wednesday segment where you show a game breaker, right, to your team. You said you shared with us that you showed the Jacksonville Jaguars logo to your team. Like you basically were shooting your team straight up. We're breaking ourselves here. And then you had the same mistakes against the Rams. I thought this team is in trouble. And now I'm talking to you as a bona fide, surefire Coach of the Year candidate. Your quarterback is a bona fide MVP candidate. Your defensive coordinator is a bona fide assistant Coach of the Year candidate. You got winners all over the lot here. And I'm wondering if there's a secret sauce that you can share with the audience here. And I try to pinpoint an actual game moment, but is there a secret sauce here that you can share?
Rich, I've been very fortunate to be around some really quality coaches along the way, right? Whether you're coaching at Brown University or you're coaching for the Los Angeles Rams with guys like Sean McVay. And you learn so much along the process, along your journey. I grew up in a football household. My dad was a college and high school football coach for my entire life, and that's all I've ever known. And so you get to learn from experience. You get to learn from others' experience and figure out, okay, when you're in that situation, and this is how I'm going to maybe handle it. And, we hired a very quality staff, as you mentioned. I think a lot of hungry young football coaches that relate very well to this group, and the players have taken to it. So, look, this is a talented group. This is a talented team. It's a very fun group to be around because they allow us to keep coaching every single week, where we've won a lot over the last couple weeks, but they allow us to keep coaching them hard. They're open to it. These guys practice their tails off. We don't have prima donnas walking around like, nah, I'm not doing that, or I can't do this because I've played or I've been there and done that. We don't have that going on. This is a group that's hungry and, a lot of work getting started for us right now.
And, I don't want to say you unlocked Trevor Lawrence because he has had 4,000-yard seasons beforehand. His 29 touchdown passes are a career best. And obviously he set a record for the franchise in terms of touchdowns accounted for. It just, from my perspective, again, I know I'm not in the film room. I'm not in your building. It just feels different with him. It feels like he is a confident dude, and he's seeing it and he's firing, and he knows when to take off. He's not making mistakes that we've seen him make. I'm wondering what you see from your perspective, Coach.
That's a great point, Rich. He's taking care of the football, but also playing aggressive, and he's throwing the ball on time and in rhythm and accurately, but also using his legs as a weapon and being able to extend football plays, make plays outside of the pocket, which forces the defense to defend every blade of grass, right? There's nothing more frustrating to a defense that you can't get to him when he's in the pocket. Then he escapes. He's a threat to run, but also keeps his eyes down the field and makes throws. And he's executing third downs in red zone at a high level. And throughout the whole season, he's honestly done a great job, I think, in 2-minute situations, whether it's end of half or end of game. And, these quarterbacks are judged by those moments, right? By 2-minute, by third downs, by red zone. And ultimately, does your team win? Do you elevate the team and the players around you to lead? And that's what he's done. He has complete ownership of the offense right now. He's making audibles, checks, cans, alerts. He's doing everything that you want a franchise quarterback to do, and he's doing it at a high level right now.
And how does that change your daily conversations with him based on maybe even the first month of the season? How does that change for you?
Yeah, it's a lot more, less, I guess you could say, like coaching and more just conversational, and allows me to listen and hear him out of things that he's seeing when he's preparing, when he's watching tape. as we're going through the week, little, slight tweaks and adjustments that we make together. I think Grant Udinsky, Spencer Whipple have done a phenomenal job working with him on a day-to-day basis, and it's been a collaborative effort. But he's earned the right to have those conversations. He's seeing it at a really high level, throwing it at a really high level, and the players all trust him. They know his preparation. They know what he puts into it each and every week, and there's not a lot of things on Sunday that are confusing him or surprising him, and that's credit to his preparation.
And in terms of your offense as well, before we move to the defense, and obviously this week, I've got Liam Cohen here from the Jacksonville Jaguars on the Rich Eisen Show. When you lost Travis Hunter in the middle of all of the transition from what the team was, I guess, 1.0 this year, if it's fair to say, to what it is now. Normally, when you lose your second overall pick, that plays I can't even say there's nothing normal about him. Normally, when you just use your second overall pick and don't get any production due to injury, it really hamstrings the team. How much did that lead you guys to go get Jacoby Myers, and how has he helped you guys continue being that chunk play down the field aggressive offense, Coach?
Yeah, it was challenging losing Travis, especially at the time that we did. He had come off the end of that Rams game in London where he ended up having 100 yards. Yep. Trevor and he started to build some chemistry and continuity there, and then unfortunately gets hurt on the bye. And so we had to adjust, right? We had to have players step up, which we have, and then it gave us an opportunity to go get Jacoby, which has really spearheaded our offense, and especially in the intermediate parts of the field. He's tough, physical, smart football player that Trevor trusts. I mean, there was an immediate connection between those guys when he came, getting ready for that Houston week. We end up losing that game to Houston, but you just felt a little bit of a chemistry that was going to build. And what Jacoby's done in the middle of the field in some of those tough areas has allowed Parker Washington, Brian Thomas Jr., Brenton Strange to go be themselves and to do what they do really well and attack the areas of the field that they are comfortable and have success doing so. So it's allowed our offense to kind of unlock in some ways, especially in the intermediate middle of the field. And he blocks his tail off. Jacoby's a pro's pro.
And now let's talk your defense. And I guess turn it to this upcoming week. You got the league's leading rusher of 2025, James Cook, coming in your house, but you do have a defense that's only the third team since 2000 and not allowed an opposing rusher to hit 75 yards in a game. The Jacksonville defense under Anthony Campanelli is 85.6 yards per game. That's the NFL's best in rush defense. What has this coach done on that side of the ball and getting you ready for a game like this weekend, Coach?
Yeah, Campy deserves a lot of credit, and with the defensive staff. I've known Anthony for a long time. I was at Maine, and he was at Boston College, and I was watching him coach. And I'm like, if I ever get an opportunity to hire somebody, I want to hire him. And that has been so much fun to work with him, to see his personality show in this defense and the way that they play, their effort, the physicality, the toughness. The pillars of our defense are stopping the run and taking the football away. And we've done it at a high level. These guys have bought into it. These guys detail and coach the heck out of run fits, gap integrity, physicality, strain, and also ball disruption. And it's what they've done at a high level. To not allow a 75-yard rusher is pretty impressive. I mean, to play Jonathan Taylor twice, Christian McCaffrey, some of those really darn good players in this league. And look, it's a group effort. Campy's a huge part of it. And we've got players buying in and doing their jobs at a high level. It's been really fun to watch, and it's a huge reason why we've had success this year.
Yeah, and then obviously Josh Allen's coming in your house, Coach. The challenge that represents first blush is what?
Yeah, huge respect for Josh and really for the whole Buffalo Bills. I mean, they've won at so many different levels and have won a lot of critical football games over the past few years. He's a man. I mean, he's just a total freak that plays the game. He's a football player that also happens to play quarterback, right? He's extremely talented, can run it, can throw it, can improvise, can do so many good things. I really respect that the way they run the football, the way that they run things there. extremely creative. Joe Brady does a great job. Aaron Cromer, their offensive line coach, does a phenomenal job. And we're going to have a huge test for us this week. I mean, when you've got one of the best run offenses coming into town, we've got a good run defense. I mean, that's what you hope for. You hope for those matchups, and you got two great quarterbacks going head-to-head.
Brother, do me this favor. And I know that's odd to say that to a head coach who actually is doing me a favor to join me on the week of his first career playoff game as a head coach. But at some point this week, you will be asked the same questions I just asked you. When you refer to the Bills, can you do me a favor and say not bad for a small market team? Will you please do that for me? Refer to the Bills.
Why would you do that to him, Rich? Come on now.
Just do me that favor.
The Mafia is not going to hear that, man. There's no shot. No shot. I'm not giving them any of that, man. We were in 2022. We played them in a home opener in L.A., and we were on the silent count at home. So
I remember
know
that.
How they travel.
No, I remember. That was a hell of a game, man. That was a game where Allen was going off. But again, listen, that's what I do for a living, is just kind of subtly throw something aside without making a big deal of it. That was next level, Coach. That was. By the way, did you notice that Sean Payton even caught wind of that and gave you a sort of a tip of the cap? Did you notice
he's
that?
One of the best at understanding what you have to do to kind of motivate your teams, right? I mean, I went down and watched Sean Payton coach in 2016, and I learned a lot of football from him. So you learn everything from everybody, and you try to take something from everybody. That's the beauty of this profession.
Well, in the couple minutes I have left for you, again, I know this is not your lane, but I'm going to throw it your way anyway. There's going to be a lot of first-time head coaching candidates applying for gigs now. The carousel's spinning. What advice would you give them based on your experience of getting this job in Jacksonville and making the most of it in a first year? What advice do you give them when they're sitting in front of ownership to try and pound the table for themselves? What would you say?
The same advice that Sean McVay gave me was to go be yourself. I mean, really, at the end of the day, you only get so many of these opportunities. And I know that this was a dream opportunity for me. I've been wanting to be a head football coach since I can remember wanting to be anything. I wanted to be my dad. That was who my dad was and is. And so to truly be yourself throughout the process, when it comes to on the Zooms with the owners, with the GMs, whoever it is that's involved in the process. And then when you get in front of them, let your personality be who you are. And when you get in the building, try to do the same, because I think that's when things can get a little sideways. You try to maybe if I were to try to be Sean or Kevin O'Connell or Zach Taylor and things like that, I don't know if it always works, right? I think players see through that, and they're the ones that ultimately truly matter when it comes to this, is the relationships with the players. And when you're yourself, I think they can respect that either way.
And then, again, the last one for you here is you got to be there for so many people, man, in your own personal life, obviously your professional life. This is a big week. The Cons put their faith in you, and you have delivered for regular season. Obviously, there's not going to be a banner raise to kick off Sunday. You know what I mean? So that said, what is it going to – are you going to take it in? Just look around in that stadium where, you got a 13-win championship team out there. The quarterback is absolutely an MVP candidate. I know you don't toot your own horn. You're a Coach of the Year candidate, as I mentioned. What's that going to be like for you right before kickoff, do you think?
Man, it's you're proud to be a part of it, right? I mean, you're proud to have the opportunity presented by Mr. Khan and by his family and by this organization for entrusting you to go and lead this team. And I'll definitely try to take a couple minutes. You haven't had much time to self-reflect and to go through how special this year has been. I told our team this a couple nights, really last week, how special this group is. Guys, think about it. Take a little time. But I haven't had the opportunity to have many of those moments. And hopefully at Sunday before kickoff, I'll maybe take a moment there in pregame.
You don't play the why not us card anymore, do you? You play that?
Well, we're home underdogs, so I think we got something.
Okay.
Yes. There it is.
Okay. You're taking notice. I like it, man. Congrats on the regular season. I appreciate the time here. And it's just been awesome, for me to be able to have a front row seat. You were kind enough to come on after you got hired. We chatted during the season when you were trying to get your team in the right direction, and it's been nothing but straight up, so I won't take full credit for that. But all said and done, congrats on everything to this point in time, and thanks for the time this week. Good luck.
I appreciate it, Rich. Thanks for your support.
You bet. That's Liam Cohen, everybody, here on the Rich Eisen Show. The Jacksonville Jaguars have completely flipped the script from the middle of the season, and they are hosting the small market Buffalo Bills. I'll keep doing it. That was awesome. A lot of fun right there. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Jaguars and the Bills kicking off a wild card Sunday triple header as we are all set and going in the direction of this commercial break. On the other side, the coaching carousel is spinning off its axis already.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CD&A. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen, broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow @Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
Hey, it's John Granado. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Bluebonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day, every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply, and you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Mike Tomlin. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event extended until today and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get a great deal on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe hybrid models. There's also our bold and stylish Elantra, packed with all the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event extended until today, January 5th. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We're here on the Rich Eisen Show on a very busy Monday, always a busy Monday after a regular season ends. We're taking in the way the regular season ended. We're taking in the way that the wild card weekend is now slated to begin. And, of course, coaches are beginning to find out they've been pink-slipped. Only one found out Sunday night. That was Raheem Morris. Jonathan Gannon, Kevin Stefanski, and Pete Carroll finding out today. I will just say this about Pete Carroll, the one who I've actually gotten to know and meet. This is just a damn shame that an otherwise Hall of Fame career, which I believe Pete has put together, certainly in terms of professional and collegiate football, just a football life, that this man gets one more shot at it, and the Raiders fall completely apart. And I'm sure, again, I don't know what happened in the building. I'm sure Pete would point to a couple things that he couldn't control, a couple things that he did control and didn't go his way, or things that he couldn't affect, which I'm sure drives him completely crazy. At the end of the day, I thought Geno Smith would be a guy that would lead the way and steady the ship at quarterback for a Raiders team that's been churning through it. Instead, he had a dreadful professional season himself. Chip Kelly getting fired in the middle of the season. The offense was awful. Ashton Genty, we were talking about the way he stands in the backfield and how that needed to be changed. Then they went back to it. It was just a frustrating season all around. Max Crosby, defensive player of the year type guy, in my mind, an all-pro. He still had a terrific season. He couldn't affect wins and losses. Unbelievable that at the end of the day, the reason why the Patriots are playing in week one of the playoffs as opposed to being off in the wild card round is because they lost to the Raiders in week one of the most mystifying results of the entire season, and the Broncos beat the Raiders twice. I wish it were different for Pete Carroll. 100% think that we should focus not on the way things ended, but I understand that's the way people always look at aspects of people's careers, and just wanted to say all of that. And the Raiders are going to hit a reset, not a full reset. John Spytek, the general manager, was part of, with Brady hiring Pete Carroll, is going to lead the search with Tom Brady. Brady's name was mentioned in the Raiders release announcing the firing of Pete Carroll, who deserved a better fate. Again, I might be biased, but just wanted to say all that. That said, now that the Raiders have let go of Pete Carroll and there are now 6 job openings, I'm wondering who's going to take the opportunity. And I would. Certainly if I'm the owner, if I'm Mark Davis. By the way, I think I'd look great with his haircut. Don't you think? If I'm Mark Davis,
50-50.
The first person I call, and I understand this would be out of the ordinary. And I understand I might be stirring something up that doesn't exist. But I want to find out.
Can I guess?
I'm just going to say it, if you don't mind.
Please do.
I'm going to say I find out the phone number of Curt Cignetti, and I call him up, and I say, listen, I don't mean to disturb you. That's the first way I would say it.
Excuse me, sir.
But I've Googled you. I have Googled your work.
I've done this, you asked.
Google me. I don't know if you're aware, but we hold the first overall pick in the draft.
Really?
And you've got a Heisman-Doza quarterback that we're kind of interested in. And I don't know if you're interested in this pro game. Don't mean to disturb you at all. Did I mention I don't mean to disturb you at all?
Just make that clear.
Because I know the way you can look at people. I don't want you looking at me that way.
He's never smiled.
But do you want to move to Las Vegas, Nevada, and be still coaching your superb individual human being and quarterback in Fernando Mendoza? Do you want to do that? And if so, check this box, okay?
Just pass them
and then we are tight-lipped here. We're going to keep our coaching search going, and we will speak to you on January 20th after you win it all. And you just want to know, should we save a spot in our rotation? And if I'm the coach, I'm thinking I got to listen.
Yeah.
I don't know, because he seems to have figured out this portal and NIL thing in a way that nobody ever thought somebody who coaches Indiana football can. But, again, I don't mean to disturb you, Coach. I don't want you looking at me that way. But if I am the Maras and the Tishes, I'm calling him already. I've had to jump. I've had the opportunity to call anybody I damn well please. Because I've had a job opening. And every Giant fan I know is looking for a culture changer that is an organizational genius to be their next head coach. And if he's got an offensive side of the ball type, pedigree, we learned from our Friday guest, Phillip Rivers, last week, that his final quarterback coach at North Carolina State football was Curt Cignetti. Somebody with a Saban upbringing. Somebody that can put on that headset in East Rutherford, New Jersey, and channel up a little bit of Bill Parcells. That guy. Giants fans would say, please, do you want to move to New Jersey, Coach Cignetti? Now, this, again, may not even be entering his mind, and he loves it where he is rightful. He should. And I just don't know if he wants to get ready for Oregon dealing with roster retention and player retention and NILs and portals, and we'd rather go to the NFL and figure it out. He'll never be hotter. He'll never be a hotter candidate. I would kick the tires and find out. If the answer is no, I'll move on with my life and just say to Coach Cignetti, sorry to disturb you. We don't mean to disturb you. Honestly, you're Cleveland? You're looking for the next guy. I mean, how do you think? Listen, all Ohio State fans think that he should quit Indiana and go coach them because they're so great and they have got greater, resources than Indiana. He's perfect for the state of Ohio, too. That guy with that mentality, that ability to coach people up and organize. Holy crap. And guess what? You're in an organization in a league where they choose your schedule. They tell you when free agents are available. There's a salary cap, which Cleveland fans know exists for sure because there's been a quarterback that's been roosting on top of it for a few years that doesn't play.
Roosting.
So, listen, I would shoot my shot if I'm an owner of the National Football League right now.
Due diligence, right?
Due diligence. That's all I'm doing, Coach. I Googled you, and I'm doing my due diligence, not to disturb you or anything. But we figured we'd pay you the respect of kicking your tire. That's for damn sure.
Makes sense.
Well, thank you. I like making sense sitting here in this chair. That wraps up hour number one here on our radio show, Back as a simulcast in a moment.
The post-crib assembly press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Happy New Year, boys.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year's, you know?
Season on the line. Luke's kick is on the way. Luke missed it. Woo!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen. Coming up, full NFL playoffs breakdown, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Liam Cohen of the Jacksonville Jaguars joined us in hour number 1 of this program, and then you can join us the rest of the way. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone lines are already lit. Everybody wants to talk about a lot of coaches that have been fired. Already, it's 4 today and last night to the 2 that had already been bounced during the regular season. And so we wait. We wait to see if there's any more to come, but I kind of get the sense that Atlanta, Cleveland, and Vegas, and also Arizona are going to be it. We'll discuss that later on in this program. I don't know who else there could be other than, would Miami go ahead and do something? I don't know. We shall see, but I shouldn't say such things out loud when the carousel just starts spinning. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. We started talking about the Sunday night game between the Steelers and the Ravens. Took the Steelers' point of view right off the bat because you always talk about the winners usually, unless it's the Cowboys. Then we'll talk about them first, right?
That's a fact.
Let's talk Ravens. Certainly coming into this game, there was a lot of talk of which longest tenured head coach in the National Football League is going to be on the hot seat by losing. And I just don't know. Let's just put it this way. I don't think the game went down in a way that could be pinned on a coach by a decision or anything like that. Out of anybody that could have potentially had anything pinned on him based on decisions made in the game last night, it would be Tomlin. Deciding to go for it from the 1-yard line before halftime rather than taking the 3 points. I did like the decision at the time. Didn't like the play call.
Same.
I think Jason Garrett said during halftime he liked the play call until he saw what defense the Ravens were showing. And then of all people to, I guess, pin on to not change the play was Aaron Rodgers saying they should have checked out of it. But long story short, other than just the offense falling asleep between quarters 1 and 4, allowing the Steelers to play catch-up and then eventually take the lead, that is something that I think is part and parcel of a Ravens season that wound up being very frustrating. Didn't help that Lamar went out of the hamstring injury, as we're now dissecting or CSIing the Ravens season here. And the decision to go with Cooper Rush as the backup quarterback lasted just one game. We were all wondering if that was a fit. If Lamar went down, Cooper Rush is so not Lamar that you'd have to change things up. Snoop Huntley brought in, and obviously he performed well enough. They beat the Bears.
Yeah.
The Ravens did.
Huge game.
And Snoop, as we know, also beat the Packers in Green Bay with Malik Willis looking more like Lamar than Lamar did all season long until the fourth quarter of this football game. And there was also that Sunday night loss to the Patriots, that sticks out because Derrick Henry didn't touch the football in the final throws of that game. And, Harbaugh and Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator, responded by giving Henry the ball 36 times in Green Bay, and he wound up rewarding them with 216 yards and 4 touchdowns and an opportunity to win the division just by, at the end of the day, everything that I just recounted, starting with the Sunday night opener in Buffalo when the Ravens put up 40 and lost in a game that they had dead to rights until, of all people, Derrick Henry fumbled, flipping the script, the Ravens starting off stubbing their toe like that, able to win 5 in a row and dig out of that hole, only to suffer more inconsistent play and losing back-to-back home games in a span of 5 days to Aaron Rodgers and Joe Burrow on a Thanksgiving night, is just something that Ravens fans are going to have stuck in their craw. And now the question is, what next? Because they do have an incredible roster. I mean, you look at their team and you're wondering, how did they finish below 500? I just gave you some reasons. And do you pin that on a coach who otherwise is burnishing a Hall of Fame resume? And I know Ravens fans might not want to hear that. There is some maybe fatigue of having the same things materialize in fourth quarters and in, Januaries, and with the exception of one February day in New Orleans, winding up short. And John Harbaugh was asked after the game about his future.
It's disappointing. It's disappointing. Our guys fought. We were that close to winning the North, and we didn't get a chance to get it done. So all that other stuff is history. Had a chance to do it. We didn't do it. We're disappointed, and we'll move on.
It just happened, but are you feeling like you want another shot with these guys?
Yeah, I love these guys. I love these guys.
And for the radio audience, there was a furrowing of the brow from John Harbaugh listening to that question before answering it. The body language being, are you asking if I want to quit being the Baltimore Ravens head coach? Or are you asking me if I'm worried about my job? And if you're asking that, you didn't ask me that directly, so I'll turn down answering that directly and just say, of course I want to be with these guys. I love them. What are you inferring? And the question is, at the end of the day, what does the owner think? And I don't have any inkling of what's going on inside Steve Bisciotti's head, other than the fact that the guy likes continuity, obviously, and that the teams that don't have a shot at the Super Bowl are the ones that churn through head coaches and churn through front offices. And I understand at some point the Ravens would like to see some churn in terms of results.
4 playoff wins in the last 13 seasons.
And so the question is what do you do now? I don't think the Ravens are going to do a damn thing with John Harbaugh. And if they did, I think one of the 6 teams that's currently going through a coaching cycle would be all over him in 2 seconds flat. And so, because I know when my end of the collegiate world was going through it a couple of weeks ago, looking for a coach, there was a lot of Michigan friends of mine were like, would John Harbaugh do it? I'm like, let the man finish the season before you even ask, would you want to do something your brother did? I don't think so. I think he's in a spot that he wants to be. And that's his answer. Now, the quarterback's a different story in terms of the answer he gave in the first blush moments of losing in heartbreaking fashion. Listen to this exchange that's been resonating all since the words came out of Lamar's mouth.
This offseason, there's a lot of questions about your contract, your salary cap number. Do you feel you'll be back as the Ravens quarterback next season?
We just lost a game, a divisional game, a game to put us in the playoffs. I'm not even thinking about that right now, to be honest with you. I'm still caught up in what just happened, That's not my focus right now.
There's a lot of questions about Harbaugh's future as well. Do you want to see John remain the coach next year?
That's you asking me about next year, Jameson. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you. Like, he asked me, "Are you stunned?" I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Like, I know we lost, but what the like, you know?
I think he almost went WTF right there. And to his defense, if you will, he was still steaming about the loss long after. I don't know if you caught this exchange. Did you see this one? Where Jason McCourty had a screen grab of Ben Skoranek, their Steelers' stellar special teams player, seemingly using the backs of his teammates as leverage to try and block the eventual game-winning field goal that was missed. And Lamar reposted that with SMFH, not to go all Kurt Signetti on you, but Google it. So he was still steaming afterwards. Yeah. But the question of, like, you know, listen, let's just put it this way. Let's say we are fortunate enough to be Emmy nominated again, right? In the running for the ultimate prize that you search for in our business, right? Other than just success and happiness working, right?
Right.
You're looking for the accolade.
Sure.
Let's just say we get nominated again and don't win it again. So let's just say that happens. And you then say to me, do I want to, like, you come up to me within 5 minutes of losing. Okay. Let's just say I had a press conference.
Okay.
You ask me if I want to still be the host of the Rich Eisen Show. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Rich, I know heartbreaking loss, and again at the hands of the Emmy board.
Yeah.
You still want to be the host of the Rich Eisen Show? You still want to keep doing this?
Of course I do. What are you talking about? See how that works?
Right.
Now, ask it again, and I'll give the answer similar to what Lamar just gave.
Yeah, Rich, another heartbreaking defeat here at the Sports Emmys. Seemed to be a tradition that's taken place. You still want to be the host of the Rich Eisen Show?
I just lost again to that show.
And that guy.
And that host.
Right, that other host.
I just sat through 4 hours of sitting in the back of this room waiting for the awards, where they don't serve you anything to eat or drink. You know, you're sitting back there. You don't have any Wi-Fi connection. It goes in and out. You're like sitting here thinking, this is the heart of New York City. You can't give me a Wi-Fi connection? And I'm still going for what the... just give me a minute. You see the difference?
Yeah, I feel unemployed.
Sorry, Jay.
Do you see the difference? That's a difference.
Yeah, but...
Now, again, Lamar is he's a unicorn. There's very, very few people like Lamar, and he can potentially compartmentalize that sort of thing without realizing, if you don't give an immediate answer of, like, what Joe Burrow did, remember a few weeks ago, where he gave a cryptic answer about being happy there, and then he was asked point blank, do you see yourself as anything other than the Bengals quarterback next season? No, I don't see it. Of course, I don't see not being here. He's like, give me a minute before I answer the question about whether I'm going to be here or not. Sometimes you don't need a minute. Do you see the difference between John Harbaugh's answer and the quarterback's answer? Now, again, I'm just pointing out why this is going to linger. And I'm just wondering if we're entering a period of time where Lamar wants a contractual enhancement or something similar, and we're going to be in another spring wondering about their relationship. We already spent the last time we went through this, Snoop Huntley late season start, wondering where Lamar is under center. We just spent that week hearing all sorts of stuff about Lamar falling asleep in meetings, which he pushed back against vehemently when asked. I'm just saying, I think we're going to go through that. I think we're going to go through that where John Harbaugh says nothing but love for Lamar Jackson, and he stays put. How's that for a prediction? But that answer is not going to help. calm any waters.
Yeah, but he gave a perfect answer to start with. He's still in his feelings. He's like not registering what's going on. I think we sometimes hold these athletes to this regard that like they should be wordsmith like you. You know, they can't. They're not. That's
but it's. I don't think it's about a choice of words. I think it's about an emotion. Right? You're saying he's too emotional to sit there and
I mean,
and tell everybody in the fan base that he's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? Again, it's a question of like, are you going to have a massive career change, seismic? And ask him that obviously in the moments that might give you a more visceral answer, not like, I can't even think about that. You understand the difference of what I'm saying? Like, I understand that, you know, he might not have found the words, but the bottom line is he was just asked, are you going to be here? And he's just like, I can't think about that right now. And the answer to that is, what's there to think about?
If he was designated as a post-June 1st trade.
Oh, gosh.
Saves the Ravens $52 million against the cap.
I get it.
Just saying.
I hear you. And we're not going to be in another situation of like, who wouldn't want him? Of course, everyone's going to want him.
Yeah, but we said that last time, too, and apparently nobody.
Well, it was also 2 firsts that would cost.
Just saying.
Even though that just got flipped for Sauce Gardner. And I think people would probably use it on Lamar more than a corner.
Sauce Gardner, who won 2 games this year.
Oh, my gosh.
That's true.
Again, it just strikes me as like it's a simple question that at its heart is like, John Harbaugh was asked it, do you want another shot at being the coach here? And he's just sort of like, of course, I love these guys. Not like, you're just asking me in a really difficult moment a question about my future. If John had given the same answer as the quarterback, this would be a massive alarm fire right now in Baltimore.
Rich, pretty tough dinner situation at your house. Seemed you and the wife got into it a little bit. You still want to be married tomorrow?
You don't ask me now. I'm still upset about dinner. You see what I mean?
It's like the "Do you love me?" in any breakup. Yes, of course.
You know,
but
I don't know.
Nothing.
Me?
Yeah.
I've already.
I know you said
you spoke my.
Okay. You know. But again, the answer is Lamar is definitely he definitely is wired differently. He's 100% wired differently, and so, like I said, that's why the first thing I showed you before setting up the question about it was him being upset about the leverage penalty that apparently could have been called to wipe off that missed field goal. Similar to the way Denver lost in Indianapolis this year. At the time, us thinking that would cost Denver a 1 seed against Indianapolis and yada, yada, yada. Denver got the 1 seed because the week 1 loss to the Raiders cost the Patriots.
Embarrassing.
Okay.
Week 1's the preseason.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on The Rich Eisen Show. We come back, we'll take your phone calls, and then the conundrum of do you play your guys or not in the last week of the regular season. We saw 2 teams having different approaches, but the same result. Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day, every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply, and you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697, 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Frio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Frio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show is a simulcast. ESPN, the app, Disney Plus, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. We always appreciate everybody checking us out. All right, let's go to Ty in Illinois. Let's go to Ty. What's up, Ty?
Hey, Rich. Thanks for having me on. Hey, I think that Lamar either needs to move on or he needs another play caller. He needs a dynamic play caller. Imagine him in Green Bay or Los Angeles. He needs the type of play caller to do for him what Ben Johnson did for Caleb Williams in Chicago.
Well, didn't Todd Monken, change things for him? I mean, he had, with Monken, an MVP season and one that a lot of fans think in his corner got stolen from him by Josh Allen last year. Ty, it's not like it hasn't it just hasn't happened. And I don't know. I mean, Zay Flowers holds on to a ball against the Chiefs. It just, that's one. I understand that Derrick Henry disappeared in a playoff game against the Chiefs as well. I don't know. Certainly last night's game, I can't pin that one on him.
I think he needs the accountability piece of it too. If you go back to what was done for Caleb Williams, the accountability is so huge, and I don't see the accountability there.
I don't know, Ty. I mean, I understand that he gets love and support nonstop to the point where what we read about in the Baltimore Sun gets alleged, and that there might be some smoke, if not a complete fire, on his ability to prepare himself for a game similar to what we would think as a conventional quarterback would do. And thanks for the call, Ty. I don't know if there's a lack of accountability other than the fact that you hear he doesn't take care of his body, he doesn't take care of this, he doesn't take care of that. And then after that was all, alleged again, he showed up on that opening night in Kansas City when we were there a couple of Septembers ago, slimmed down. He looked great. I don't know what else can be done except when it happens in January or February, things go differently. This year was just sideways from the start. I don't know if they need to break up, right?
He looked pretty out of it last night, I thought. Just kind of, I don't know if it's disinterested is the right word, but just not himself until the fourth down play.
When he not the fourth down play, when he burst through a sack and found Zay Flowers. Like
that's what I mean.
Running for a first down.
That play, yeah.
And he finds Zay Flowers up top. Yeah. The fourth down play, he threw an incredible ball to Isaiah Likely. And then in terms of play call, but that was Todd Monken kind of dialed one up where Zay Flowers got lost in the trash on the right side of the play, and then he's dashing empty. I mean, with nobody wide ass open. Listen, I mean, it's just that kick. If it goes through, we're talking about the Ravens hosting the Texans, and we're talking about what do the Steelers do from here. Man, the NFL, it's just really so razor thin between success and despair. In a way that I don't know how many other sports are. And that's kind of why the World Series came as close as it does in terms of viewership or interest to the NFL, because it was so razor's edge over and over and over again. Well, if that guy was, safe, if that ball went another inch, if it didn't get lodged in the wall, what would happen? It's similar to what we saw last night. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. A lot of recrimination in Philadelphia, which, by the way, could be any day of the week ending in Y. But the Eagles decided to hold out their starters and let the chips fall between the 2 and 3 seed. And the chips fell. And sure enough, the other result that the Eagles needed in order for them to get the 2 seed with a win over the Commanders, who hadn't won in forever and a day, happened. The Lions go into Chicago and beat a Bears team. That starts everybody. 2 coaches have different approaches, both lost on Sunday. Who would you rather be? The coach that, had they started everybody, could have gotten a better seed, and you lose, and you can go into the playoffs saying, that's not the team that we are. We rested everybody. Or do you want to be the head coach that said, we play people around here. We put it all out there. We almost pulled it out of our orifice again, but we still lost to a Detroit Lions team that didn't make the playoffs and swept us. And you're now saying we're not that team, even though it kind of looks like you are because you started everybody. And you still wind up the seed that you wanted anyway, which is the 2 seed. Because the difference between the 2 and the 3 seed in the NFC, the 2 seed takes on a Packers team that didn't start anybody at all, from your quarterback to pretty much everybody, lose to Minnesota. But they're also 9-7-1. And, ever since the Packers lost that game to the Bears that they were up 10 points in with, just a little over 2 minutes to go, they didn't win. And it's the Packers and the Bears. And if you're the 2 seed and you win that game, you get another game at home. The only road game you have to play would be an NFC Championship game unless somebody knocks off the 1 seed. And if you're the Eagles and you fall to the 3 seed, instead of getting a Packers team that you have had a number against in various hemispheres, instead of them, you get a 49ers team that's coming in. And let's put it this way. If you knock Brock Purdy out of this playoff game, Josh Johnson and Christian McCaffrey running a Wildcat offense is not walking through that door. So there's a difference. Let's hear what Nick Sirianni had to say after the game, as I'm sure today in Philadelphia, everybody is just spending one more day upset about not putting out the best team on the field in an 18th week to get the best possible seed before they turn a page and focus on a 49ers team coming to town.
No, again, you go through your process. You make what you think is the best decision for the football team, and that's what we did. I knew this was an outcome that these things could happen. Like I said to you guys, one thing I could guarantee was giving them rest. I couldn't guarantee anything else. And us being healthy and going into the playoffs healthy is a big deal for us. And, that's served us well in the past. And so, again, I know there'll be debate on that. But, again, I have to do what I think is best for the football team moving forward. And that's what I did.
Has there been, name me another coach in recent memory who's won as much as this guy has, including a Super Bowl as recently as this guy has, to have his process questioned as much as it is?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So him coming out and saying, trust the process. By the way, in Philadelphia.
And maybe choose a different
phrase. That we have a process, and we're sticking to it, and that's our process, and trust my process. And that's going over, I'm sure, like the proverbial, what will you say, church-like
flatulence.
So that's liquid.
Oh.
Don't forget that part.
Yeah, sure.
Meanwhile, there's Ben Johnson, whose process is beyond trusted in the city in which he coaches, because the previous processes were so bad and so in question and have been that way for so long that just seeing what we saw from them in NFC North Championship, regardless of result yesterday, starting everybody, only to have another 3 quarters of mind-numbing offensive inactivity suddenly come alive like the Undertaker off the mat or Tim Tebow starting in 4th quarter, only to have that happen again, only to lose to the Lions anyway. Ben Johnson on his process hit it.
Ultimately, as you mentioned, this doesn't cost you with seeding. What was your messaging to the guys in there?
That we're quickly turning the page here. Everyone's disappointed. I appreciate, like I said, their effort. Some teams, they rest their starters. We don't. We play football, and, and we felt like it was really important that we were playing our best ball here today, and we didn't get that job done. And so we're quickly turning that page, and now we got a home game coming on up, and there's a way to win this next game, and that's what we're going to be solely focused on.
Mm-hmm. We could go back and forth about this, but at the end of the day, we will not know the answer until next week. I know that's not what you want to hear. You want to hear a take. Boy, I have a problem with what Sirianni did. And I just know the way a lot of coaches think. A lot of coaches think we have the process, we have a plan, and if it doesn't work out, it is what it is. That's our result. We got to play this team anyway at some point. We got to go through a team like as good as the 49ers. You know, the Packers are playing National Football League football, too. How does it matter what we did to them in Brazil and what we did to them last year in the regular season or what we did to them last year in the postseason? Doesn't matter what we did to them in the regular season this season. 4 quarters of football and a wild card weekend, anybody can win. And the 49ers are a team that we got to go through anyway at some point. So what does it matter? Well, fans are sitting there going, it matters because I'm doing the smell test. I'm doing the eye test here. And that 49ers team that played everybody on Saturday night and couldn't run it or pass it a lick against Seattle.
Couldn't do anything.
It's only going to go up from here. At least that's what fans are thinking. And why wouldn't we want to guarantee ourselves a second home game with a wild card weekend win if we can? And why would you just sit back? Well, because if Jalen Hurts gets rolled up on, or A.J. Brown gets rolled up on, or Blankenship gets rolled up on, I could just keep going on and on and on, and suddenly isn't available for the Packers, what good does that do us? Yeah. And with the Bears, the answer is, if I'm Ben Johnson, we don't have the luxury of sitting people down. Are you kidding me? We're still, every rep matters. Every rep matters. And would it be great for me to have, put everybody out there and it all worked out so well that we beat the Lions and I could good, better, best us to the playoffs? Sure. But at the end of the day, doesn't matter. We still were the 2 seed. Didn't cost us. And here comes a Packers team that we're going to play. And, does it help us that we're not playing the 49ers? I don't know. We almost beat them too. We put 40 up on them, and Seattle couldn't do a thing against them. So we're better than Seattle. How does that sound? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different ways to sell this thing. But in terms of what's right and what's wrong, we don't coach their teams. We don't have the medical reports. And on top of it, most importantly, we don't have the results of next week yet. And if the Packers come in to town and beat the Bears, is it because they played their starters in Week 18 and they're tired? Or the Lions exposed them? I don't know. Packers have 2 games of their own against them. So there's that. By the way, did you see the way Matt LaFleur dapped it up with Kevin O'Connell?
LaFleur.
At the end of that game? They were like long-lost brothers. Certainly not the way LaFleur and Ben Johnson meet each other in the middle of the field. And then with the Eagles, if they get beat by a 49ers team, is it because the guys didn't play last week? Or if they're all healthy and they won and done a 49ers team that comes in banged up because they did have to put Brock Purdy behind the Trent Williams-less offensive line, and he suffers a stinger at the end of a game.
Now what?
We don't have the results, but it's sure fun to talk about, is it not?
Sure is.
You thought the Eagles should have played everybody?
I think punting on the 2 seed, that was an interesting strategy.
Didn't the Clippers do that all the time? Where they punt on a better seed, doesn't matter. What does it matter?
All the time would mean that they're always in the run for something. It
like
happened.
I think of all, or just NBA teams seem to do that quite a bit.
Of all the teams, I understood the Chargers kind of punting on Week 18. I understood the Packers punting this week. I didn't get
the Eagles.
The Eagles. And even I guess Josh Allen's a little banged up.
Oh, dude, you're not playing Josh Allen against the Jets team trying to take shots. Are you kidding me? Not saying that they're headhunters, but they're trying to keep food on the table and keep a job and prove themselves to a head coach and a front office that's like, who's in with us next year and who's not. And you want to put Josh Allen out there? Not a chance, man. I don't care.
No, they didn't need them to beat the Jets,
way.
obviously.
And James Cook, too. Yeah. Not a chance.
The Eagles one was a little head-scratching.
Not a chance. You want Josh Allen as spry as possible, and Josh Hines Allen and the rest of that Devin Lloyd's coming for you next week. No chance.
But the way their offense has just been kind of up and down and inconsistent for full game, it would have been nice to put a full game tape together.
That's why the Bears are like, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. But I love it. Ben Johnson says, we don't rest our guys. We play football around here. That's why Chicago fans love that sort of talk. They love that sort of talk. Big time. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. So much more to discuss. Eyes on the quarterback, coaching carousel that's spinning. We'll hit that more of your phone calls, 844-204-RICH on this busy Monday.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taquerias Arandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taquerias Arandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taquerias Arandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your time timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Hyundai Hope on Wheels is something I've been telling you about for months, and for over 27 years it's been going on. Every Hyundai sold has been help fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more about this awesome program. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Here on the Rich Eisen Show, Gabriel in Washington. Let's take your phone call. What's up, Gabriel?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's going on, man?
What up, man?
Thanks for hanging on as long as you have.
Hey, I'm glad you guys finally touched on the Seahawks. I know we're tucked up here in southeast Alaska.
Yeah.
We always, when it comes to media and all that stuff. But I've grown up like that. I'm used to it. It's all good. So I just want to crow for the Seahawks. What I've forgotten to say the last couple of times I've been on is, speaking of crow, anyone that refers to us as the Sea Chickens, I just want to give you a little correction. We're the Sea Roosters because we're your daddy.
The defense Terzo in Iowa.
Shots at Terzo.
From Gabriel in Washington.
These last 3 weeks, no, it's not just Terzo. I've heard Tozer before, whatever, but anyone that, I got a brother-in-law, I got an uncle, I got a best friend that's all 49ers fans or whatever, and it's always playful banter. But I think the Seahawks and 49ers is a real West Coast rivalry, even though the Rams are good this last handful of years. But Seahawks-Niners is always a great rivalry. Football is better when both those teams are humming and they're going back and forth. But anyways, the Seahawks, I know their offense definitely left some points out on the field. Jason Myers isn't using missed kicks, so there's another 6 points. That would have been 19-3. And then I was screaming at the TV for the barnyard. They're on the 1st and goal after the pass interference on Giannamador Lenore. And, A.J. Barner, give me the barnyard for the touchdown. They didn't do it. They got sacked and then went backwards and missed Charbonnet. But, anyways, that game could have easily been 26-3. But
well, how about this, Gabriel?
They did beat the 49ers by 10.
How about this, Gabriel? It felt like it was 26-3. You know what I mean?
It did. And then these last 3 weeks, so all year long, you're going to like this, Rich, all year long the Seahawks run game has been solid. But these last 3 weeks, it's been great. They went for 170 against the Rams, 160 against the Panthers, and they ran for 180 Saturday night.
Well,
and that's going to be dangerous in the playoffs. I think the Packers are going to come to town after they beat the Bears. I think the Rams go to Philly and then lose to Philly, and I think in order to beat the champs, you got to knock them out. I think Philadelphia is coming to Seattle for the NFC Championship.
Did you call them Philadelphia? Did I hear that or no?
Yeah, why not?
Gabriel in Washington, everybody right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Well done. And I appreciate him using the proper terminology that the run game was solid, but the last 3 weeks it's been great because, again, solid does not mean great when you use that adjective.
And they weren't.
So let me just say this, because I, in the same way, heard from every Niner fan I know and in my life, hey, man, thanks for that top ranking in your power rankings going into the final week of the season.
People were thanking you for that?
I was getting some Niners fans saying, you're finally seeing what we've been seeing all year long. This team has heart. This team has guts. It's got grit. And we're going to win this game against Seattle. And In the same way I was hearing that, I was hearing from Seahawks fans, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I will say to those Seahawks fans now, mea culpa. I saw a Niners team that had Brock Purdy account for 5 touchdowns in 2 straight games. I saw them on tilt offensively. I saw them overcome a lot against the Bears to outlast them. I saw them go on the road in Phillip Rivers, Monday Night Football at home. That's not an easy place to go into with Phillip Rivers starting and the fans there in Indianapolis going nuts, and they took care of business there. And I saw them with this team taking on the Seahawks at home with an opportunity to get the 1 seed in the NFC. And they went from not having to pack for the entirety of the playoffs as long as they were in it, including the Super Bowl. They went from that to needing the Packers to go on a run like them for them to have one more home game. That's it. And I'll tell you this. The Seattle Seahawks defense is up there with Houston's. It's up there with, Jacksonville's defense, Denver's defense. They are up there. And maybe the best one, period. And as long as Sam Darnold doesn't turn it over, you're going to hear that over and over and over again, even though he didn't do it to the tune of his usual doing it.
Well, he led the league in turnovers this year.
I understand. What I'm saying is this game and what he's done in the past games, in his other time winning 14 games last year, first quarterback to win 14 games for 2 different teams in back-to-back seasons ever. And the run game, Zach Charbonnet, 12 touchdowns this year, 12 of them. And the play of the game, I understand we're all talking about how tip ball off of Christian McCaffrey's hands, interception in the red zone. That one changed a lot. But I kind of think this 3rd and 17 that they handed to Kenneth Walker, and he gets 19 on it, and they show John Lynch cursing in the general manager's suite. That one led to a field goal by Jason Myers that he did make, 13-3. And that made it feel like it was 26-3. So they're coming up with big moments, key moments. Defensively, they were all over Brock Purdy. They were all over McCaffrey. They were all over anybody. They didn't give the Niners a second to breathe. And the Niners offense was on tilt, including the week before against the Bears without Kittle. In this building with everything to play for. And Seattle went in and said, not today. We're the ones getting hats and T-shirts. Yours are being sent to some country you'll never hear of again. And we're going home. You're going to Philly. That's what the Seahawks did. And you got to give it up. Mike McDonald, the same way I said about Liam Cohen in hour number 1, Coach of the Year candidate. There's so many of them from which to choose. And the Seahawks are the 1 seed. And every year that they've been to 1 seed, they make the Super Bowl. They haven't won it every time, but they make it in the past. So you got to give it up. And I had them 4th on my power rankings. They'd now be 1. Going into the playoffs. Do I do that one more time?
Yeah, I think you should.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, I mean, Seattle, you've got my attention now 100% and completely. And enjoy the week off because the NFC playoffs are a you-know-what. Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players would go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit NADEX.com/rules and UnderdogFantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697, 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Stand by. Cue announcer. The Del Olalea Show. Weekday mornings from 10 to noon.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Let's go! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Happy New Year, boys.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year's, you know?
Season on the line. Loop's kick is on the way. Loop missed it.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen. Coming up, full NFL playoffs breakdown, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, everybody. It's hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show on the air. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. We'll take some phone calls in just a matter of moments. We're just picking through Week 18, and it's now time to turn to the unfortunate subject matter that happens every single day after the NFL season is over. It's kind of sad, but it's always happens. I'm holding in my hands a 20-page document from NFL Network Research, which is the packet of coaches on hot seats and who is not and who is and who's gone and who's already been gone. It's sad because in this 20 pages are names of, again, coaches who thought better could happen, who get opportunities that they didn't think could happen maybe, that they earned through hard work, climbing up a ladder, and families who are now putting things in boxes right now. So I just want to just put that out there. I understand, that coach should be fired. This one should be that sort of other thing. But
most people won't humanize it the way you just.
I just wanted to say that because, again, this is not fodder. It is of interest, and obviously it's news because you hire the right one. Hour number 1, we had Liam Cohen on the program. 4-13, 13-4. Hello.
Got it right.
We just talked about Ben Johnson.
Got it right.
Right. And so I've got this packet here. In this hour of the program, third hour of this Monday program, we just went through the first hour 2, in which somebody wasn't fired. Hour 1, right. Jonathan Gannon. The hour before the show, Pete Carroll. 2 hours before the show, Kevin Stefanski getting fired. Last night, Raheem Morris getting fired. And so we shall see what happens over the next few days and hours.
Yeah, Bengals put out a statement, Zach Taylor safe.
I could have told you that. Same thing with general manager Duke Tobin. If you're under contract, now the question is, will they put another year on his deal?
Right.
The answer is no. You ask Marvin Lewis how this happens and how this works. Mike Brown does not pay you to coach somebody else.
Yeah, to not work.
It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So I could have told you that.
Bengals fans kind of in an uproar. I've read some.
For sure.
Like Nick Lachey wrote a very long,
Nick Lachey. You went deep there.
He is not happy with it.
You don't want to piss off Nick Lachey, do you?
No. He went to 99 degrees.
Wow.
This is like 110.
Look at you.
Thank you.
You caught me with that one.
Thank you.
I'm kind of staggered. I didn't see that one coming like Jake Paul.
Hey, now.
Oh, he saw it.
He did.
Well, not in the script, TJ.
So, the question is why did these things happen, okay? And in the case of Jonathan Gannon, 3 years at the controls in Arizona, 3-14. Would you believe that's the most losses in a season in the history of the Cardinals?
14.
Don't forget, there used to be only 16 games.
Right.
The Cardinals never cracked above 500 in each of Gannon's 3 seasons there. 8-9 was as close as they would come. That was last year.
Did they start 2-0 this year?
They did. In case you're wondering, the Cardinals joined the 2013 Texans and the 1966 Houston Oilers as the only team since the middle of last century to start the season 2-0 and finish with 3 or fewer wins.
Oof.
They lost 14 of their last 15 games. They lost their last 9. Longest Cardinals losing streak to end a season since they lost 10 in a row to end the 1944 season. Meanwhile, each of the 3 NFC West teams, the other teams in their division, had 12 or more wins and made the playoffs this year. So that kind of hurts your case too. And in the middle of all of it, and we got an indication from the quarterback in question that something went down about Kyler Murray. And I understand he got hurt, and he got hurt. It was a foot injury on what looked like to be a snap that went off his face mask, and he stumbled after it, and we didn't see him play another down the rest of the year, right? And Jacoby Brissett comes in, and suddenly Michael Wilson looks like Marvin Harrison Jr. did in college.
Yeah. Looks like his dad.
And then we watched Trey McBride have an all-pro season at tight end.
One of the best tight end seasons of all time.
Right.
World season.
And Kyler Murray said something very cryptic, if you recall, at the outset of, whatever was happening when he was asked about the new facility that was announced, that they're upgrading their facilities in a couple of years. And he basically said, if I'm here to see it.
Yeah.
We all kind of caught that.
Right. Whoa.
What's that mean?
So Gannon was in the middle of all this. And he is now gone at age 42, joining the team, as you all know, after the Eagles went to the Super Bowl in the building he wound up coaching in and losing to the Chiefs. So, Kyler, by the way, started only 5 games this year. He's counting as $54 million in dead cap money if they cut him. Of another 2020 in the 2026 league year, he's guaranteed on the 5th day of the league year, $22 million. Keep an eye on that as they go and look for a new head coach, and that'll be one of the first questions the new head coach gets asked. Right? What are you going to do with Kyler? Certainly, since Jacoby Brissett was running the offense in a way that looked far better than anything we've seen from Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins and James Conner.
He was slinging it.
So Jake Brisket showed the way, and unfortunately it did not lead to wins, and now Jonathan Gannon is going to be somebody who I would imagine you can hire to work on your defense, if not maybe as a head coach. We will see. Same thing for Raheem Morris. This one I don't understand. Again, I'm not in the building. I don't know what's going on there. I don't understand why a guy who finished with 4 straight wins and the offense looked like it did, with Bijan Robinson looking like an Offensive Player of the Year candidate, the first variety, and Kyle Pitts looking like the guy the Falcons thought he could be when they drafted him 5th overall out of Florida, right? Was it 4th? At any rate, top 5 pick.
Might have been 4th.
And they go 4-0 after being eliminated from playoff contention. So they played hard when there was nothing supposedly to play for. And Raheem Morris is one of 5 head coaches this century to end a regular season on a 4-game win streak or better and then not return the next season. The last one was Anthony Lynn in 2020 here in Los Angeles. But that one kind of, you could see coming in a way, certainly since he was seemingly resistant to start Justin Herbert, wanted to make sure Tyrod Taylor didn't lose his job to injury.
Well, then they sent in the team doctor and took care of that.
Jeez. That's the craziest start to a career.
The other 3 coaches retired at the end of their seasons. And their names are Tony Dungy and Joe Gibbs. The only other one who had a win streak of 10 and then got fired was Marty.
Yeah.
In 06 for the Chargers.
They went 14-2 that year, I think.
That's wild.
Falcons haven't made the playoffs since 2017. Arthur Blank clearly is running thin on patience and decided to make a massive organizational change. Massive. I mean, Rich McKay has been the president of the football team forever. I don't recall last time he wasn't.
Yeah. I don't know an era where he wasn't.
As you know, he's always involved in the competition committee. He's now going to be in charge of the Arthur Blank Sports and Entertainment Group, which has got a whole bunch of stuff going on. So Arthur Blank has decided to keep Rich McKay in his orbit, but completely change things around football operations-wise. A lot of rumor is Matt Ryan's going to be hired to become the president of the team and run that part of the operation. And if you're going to be just saying, you know what, I'm changing the entire way I've done things around here, I guess it stands to reason that you're going to, if you do that, tell the new folks, new GM, new coach, you choose it.
Yep.
That's the only way that this makes sense. Because it seemed like they were playing for Raheem, and what didn't Drake London and Bijan say they want the guy around, and the two rookies, there's some rookie defensive player of the year defensive rookie of the year candidates, James Pierce rushing the ball, Xavier Watts picking it off. The offensive line was beginning to gel, but just
a lot of talent on that
team. Can you imagine if they'd beaten the Jets, they'd win the division, the Jets would be first overall on the clock.
They should have beat New England. They missed extra point in that game.
And how about the way the season started against Tampa? Who wound up going 8-9 and not making it because the Falcons won their last 4.
The way to not winning that division is just almost inexcusable.
So there's that one. Let's go to the phone lines. David in Minnesota wants to chime in here. What's up, David? You there, David?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Appreciate you having me on. You guys hear me?
We can.
What's up, David?
All right. First things first, I got a comment. Last time I called in that we were having some technical issues. It is absolutely diabolical to go through an airport with a full sandwich. So let's just get that out of the way. But
yep.
And Rich, you asked me how long you've been a mailman.
Cut this call.
It's long enough to be more opinionated than Newman on Seinfeld.
Okay.
So here come the opinions. I want to hear some apologies from all the Mike Tomlin, Harbaugh haters, Kyle Shanahan haters, the teams that have fans that want to call for their head, but they still figure out a way to win, or unfortunately for the Ravens to lose. But the whole point of this call, though, is I don't know what the Browns are doing with Kevin Stefanski, and, he gets handed this absolute goose egg of a quarterback contract situation, no draft picks, and he still finds a way to, do what he can with that. But the real question I had for you guys is, where do you think Kevin Stefanski is going to end up to be the head coach of? And then secondly, what would be your opinion of where would the best team fit be for his style of offense?
Giants, David, I think the Giants would be, again, I don't have any insight other than just what I hear in circles. I'm not in contact with anybody in the Giants organization. I just know how Stefanski is regarded around the league. And out of Pete Carroll, Raheem Morris, and Jonathan Gannon, and Daboll, and obviously, out of everybody that's been fired right now, Brian Callahan, the one that I would think that would have the best chance at a job next year, still being a head coach, would be Kevin Stefanski, a 2-time coach of the year for Cleveland, where I think his offensive acumen is valued and his organizational skills are valued. And we will find out. We will see. I don't know. I know his name has not been mentioned yet for any other job because he's now free to find one. Would Tennessee want to bring him in? I don't know anything on that front. But you're right. There's many different circumstances. You could say this year was a complete dud and he's to blame. You could also say this year was a complete dud because, how is it to draft 2 rookie quarterbacks and have Tyler Huntley on the roster and also for a brief bit, and also Kenny Pickett before a game even gets played, you trade him away, and then you trade Joe Flacco away and start 2 rookies. How does that look? I mean, no one's going to look coach of the year on that front, David. My follow-up question for you is, what sandwich was it that you were trying to get through?
No, he's talking about me.
Oh.
No, he's talking about, I'm talking about him. It was the ham and, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the ham and cheese sandwich.
Okay, very good. Thank you, David. I appreciate the call. That's David in Minnesota calling about his Browns.
And my sandwich.
And your sandwich. Entering this year, Kevin Stefanski had won 2 of the last 5 Coach of the Year awards. Stefanski, Belichick, Arians, and Ron Rivera, the only head coaches this century to win multiple Coach of the Year awards. Listen, let me ask you this question. Chris, can you look up, when did they make the Deshaun Watson trade? Look that one up for me.
Sure.
Because I'm sure I know it, but things just blend together.
It was March of 2022.
Is that right? Okay.
Formally announced on March 20th.
Okay. So,
giving up 3 first-round picks.
From 2020 to 2023, the Cleveland Browns under Kevin Stefanski went 37-30 and made the playoffs twice.
Won a playoff game, right?
It was the highest winning percent. Well, they won the COVID year, as you know. It was the last year that the Steelers won the division, and they were 12-4, and Stefanski was in his basement with COVID, and they went ahead and won that football game and then went to Arrowhead and gave the Chiefs a nice run for their money with Baker. And it's the highest winning percentage for the Browns over a 4-year span since the 86-89 Browns team. So, and then Deshaun Watson shows up. And that contract still stands the test of time as one of the worst ever awarded to anyone in the NFL. Now, the results, we're playing it. Because Watson on the field was so dynamite in Houston, I totally understand why people would fall head over heels for the guy on the field. The guy off the field, what was going on then, again, has to play into it because he did, miss 11 games one of the seasons. And that contract just still rules over the Cleveland Roost. All of it. No question about it. His inability to be available has killed the team. Killed it. He, when available, played well enough, it seemed. And sure enough, the new head coach coming in may have number 4 as his starting quarterback next year, the final year of his fully guaranteed contract. And I think, just reading tea leaves, the Haslam family's fingerprints on that decision alone, along with last year's draft being chock full of rookies that look great, from potentially the defensive rookie of the year, and that's not Mason Graham. I'm talking about Carson Schlesinger. And they also, Harold Fannin, they had a terrific draft this year.
They did.
That may be why Andrew Berry's still around. Might not have been his call to give it fully guaranteed. That had to come from the ownership suite. That had to. And that's part of why Stefanski's on the street right now. Who would have thought starting the season with Joe Flacco and 2 rookies was going to work out in this division? Who would have thought that? And then you trade Flacco in the division and you go fully with 2 rookies. And you send Pickett to Vegas, and Tyler Huntley winds up winning a game against the Bears and the Packers. He went 2-0 against the NFC North. He was on your team. Who'd have thought that was not going to work out? Literally anybody who could fog up a mirror and follows football. So we'll see. The Browns are going to be on their 11th head coach this century when they hire a new one.
Jeez.
And if he is hired somewhere else, the rarity of that. There have been 4 head coaches since 2015 to be fired by one team and then hired by another team in the same offseason. The most recent one was Frank Reich, who didn't last the year in Carolina. Before that was the aforementioned Ron Rivera, went from the Panthers to Washington.
Oh.
Before that, these other 2 didn't work out. Chip Kelly going from the Eagles to the 49ers, only to be one and done there. And then from the Dolphins to the Jets, Adam Gase.
Oh, then Andy Reid, though. Andy Reid's on that list.
To go from since 2015.
Oh, it's 2015, sorry.
He predates that.
He was 2012.
The only Browns head coach to get another job in the season after coaching the Browns was Marty. parted way with the Browns, and then wind up with the Chiefs. That's how rare it is. So, but if there's anybody, I think, in the current coaching cycle that would get another job, it would be Stefanski, who I think is valued by a lot of front offices in this league. And we'll find out just how much. But the Browns are moving on. And whoever takes the job, it's like, hey, you got a bunch of fresh rookies who are just balled out, okay? And the 6th overall pick. And also Deshaun Watson. Don't you think he's starting next year?
I do.
You'd think so, right?
Why wouldn't they give it one last run?
50-something million reasons.
For all your money that you've put in his pocket.
Exactly.
And he's ready to play. Let's see what you got. I mean, we've seen Rodgers at age 42, a year removed from an Achilles. And we've seen what Cousins looks like now, a year removed from Achilles, doing what he did in the last 4 games. Deshaun Watson's a spring chicken compared to those guys.
Yeah, I mean...
Best of luck.
Remember how good Deshaun Watson was, Brock?
Yeah, I do.
He was unstoppable.
He was unstoppable.
Dude.
But the guy's played in, since 2022, he hasn't played over 7 games.
Like 20 games total?
You know, like...
That's the Browns right now. But they keep the GM, and they're keeping the GM in Arizona, and they fired the lot in... And they're keeping the GM in Vegas, and they fired the lot in Atlanta. House clean. And they fired the coach, but kept the GM and reorganized the front office in Tennessee. And they keep the GM in East Rutherford for the Giants. And they keep the coach, but not the GM in Miami, presently. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. That's our check of the coaching carousel. We talked about Pete Carroll earlier. I'm happy to revisit if you want to chat. 844-204-RICH. Number to dial here on this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. When we come back, there's a new sack record, everybody. We'll stop the show for it.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply, and you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that give me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Eight 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the Rich Eisen Show. Where are we going to go here? Oh, Al in Dallas. All right, Al,
Hey,
you got the floor. Happy New Year,
Al,
brother.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, gentlemen. And more importantly, congratulations to my brother from another mother, Mr. Chris Brockman.
Okay.
Fantastic news.
I know. The Patriots are in the playoffs.
That's
true.
Yeah.
Looking for a ring.
Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
What's on your mind, Al?
Congratulations. Welcome to the party, pal. So, how fast should Stefanski have gotten a phone call this morning from where are they now? East Rutherford?
Well, Al, I don't know if you heard the end of my first hour commentary on this program, but I said the Raiders and the Giants and anybody else should just take a YOLO shot at Signetti. Take a shot.
Yes.
What do you care?
Yeah,
what do you care?
I agree.
You just apologize for disturbing him at his moment of being the head coach of the biggest bullies on the college football block out of nowhere in Indiana. But you got to shoot your shot just to see if you.
Yeah, well,
wouldn't he be perfect for the Giants? Signetti.
You understand these things? They don't really go right to the coach. They go to his, they go to his representatives and they have a quick conversation.
Sure.
And I'm sure that's going to be a quick conversation. But yeah, I mean, you got to give it a shot. I mean, the Raiders definitely got to give it a shot because they're going to draft a kid, you know. And you know, like as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'm all in on Stefanski. So
you are.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is 11. He was 11 games under 500 and went 3-14, whatever he went this year. I mean, with the Cleveland Browns. I mean, come on. He was celebrating. He probably popped champagne this morning after he got canned.
Oh boy.
You know, so like for me, it's a no-brainer, and that's a no-brainer job. I mean, they have the parts there. I just can't see. I can't see how that's not done in a week.
Well, I mean, they're going to go through their due diligence. That now is
you know what I mean.
Now the interview process is starting, and we shall see how the Giants value Stefanski, or if they're going to take any YOLO shots here. The other thing I would do is I'd wait to see when the Steelers season ends. You call up your old pals, the Rooneys, and say, you know, what compensation do you want if Tomlin wants out? You kick that tire. You kick every possible tire before you go and hire somebody from the current cycle right now.
Let's just assume let's play in the world where Harbaugh and Tomlin aren't available.
That's correct.
Like
you should play in that world,
you know what I mean?
most likely.
Like,
yeah.
Yes, if those two gentlemen are not available, Stefanski's, I think, 1A, you know, Signetti, I don't even think that's going to be a possibility.
I don't think that's either. But I'm just, again, saying you got to take these shots. It's all it costs is just one quick phone call to be told the door's shut. That's all.
Yeah, you know? I mean, that's what Joe Shane gets paid the big bucks for, and he was able to survive, you know. And on another note, just I was torn with the Giants winning, but the last thing I wanted to see is the Giants with the first pick and having to get tempted of possibly making a trade with the Jets and sending them the next Joe Namath. You know how strange would that have been? You know, if they were in that position and they had to trade that pick and then the new franchise quarterback was traded in the city. That would have been a tough spot.
Al, greatly appreciate the call. We've got the draft order up on the screen here. Keep it up there. I don't recall this happening, guys. Honestly, think about it. I've been around this a long time. This just hit me. You look at the top picks in the draft. Every one of them, except for the Jets, are on to a new coach. Look at that. The Raiders, Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns will all have new head coaches.
Wow.
All of them. And Aaron Glenn at this point in time is apparently safe, despite the Jets having a season with 3 wins. And then this has got to really stick for Aaron Glenn. As prideful a guy as there is, and a cornerback by trade when he played. But it's official yesterday. The Jets became the first team since interceptions were tracked in 1933. How about starting that way?
Man.
Became the first team since the NFL decided to say, you know what, when a defender catches a pass thrown by the opposing quarterback, we should start recording these.
Just mark that down.
You know? We should start marking this stuff down. They're called interceptions. That's called a pass that's forward. You know, if this forward pass thing's going to be a thing.
If it's going to stick.
You know what I mean? We might as well start marking it down.
That guy out there, he's done that a few times, right? Do you know how many times?
That might have been the earliest higher register in the history of the NFL. You know what? These interceptions are a thing.
This might catch on. By the way, I just looked up things that were invented in 1933. FM radio.
Okay.
Amphetamines.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey.
The Monopoly game.
Hey.
That's massive.
Drive-in movie theaters. And the first Major League Baseball All-Star game.
Yeah, okay, there you go. And the only thing that probably, you know, Jets fans from back in that day would reach for is amphetamines. When you hear this stat. The Jets became the first team since interceptions were tracked in 1933 to finish the season without a single interception.
That's crazy.
And just to again, talk about how difficult this must be for Aaron Glenn to swallow. He's one of 6 NFL head coaches in the history of the NFL to have had 40 interceptions on his own as a player or more.
Ooh.
Unbelievable. And they had an extra game to do it. You know, every stat is just like, oh, you know,
little asterisk.
There's an asterisk because they have an extra game. Well, this is an extra game that actually helped the Jets, and it still didn't.
They almost had one.
And Richard Trubisky was starting the last one.
Miracle Whip invented in 1933.
Oh, stop it.
Well, one thing, though, Brock...
V8 Windex.
You know what?
Rich, one thing I can't believe Brockman didn't mention, the electronic tote board for betting was invented.
Hey. You know what? I could take it from you.
Okay, sorry.
Can't
PJ.
take it.
No, from the Patriot fan over there. It's not like he's enjoying this segment too much.
Very much so, yeah.
But it's kind of crazy. Out of the top 6 picks in the draft, the Jets, despite winning 3 games, are the ones to have kept their coach.
Do you
and
think
everybody
they should?
else? Oh, absolutely. Come on, man.
I don't know.
Come on, man.
A 3-win season and you have 0 playing at quarterback.
Dude.
But how's that the coach's fault?
Well, it's not the coach's fault. He took the job, and they decided they took their shot at Justin Fields, who, is going to be one and done there. Then, of course, the second overall pick in the draft is in a draft where you don't even know who's going to be the second best quarterback available. Bottom line is the Jets should just keep trade out to somebody who wants Dante Moore if he comes out, and save all your picks for a Manning. The Jets should choose. The Jets should look at their franchise like you do your trading card. At some point, it's going to be really valuable.
Yeah,
and we're going to strike it rich with them.
Can you do this in the NFL? Remember back in, 78, 79? The Celtics drafted Larry Bird, even though he didn't come out.
They can't do it.
Imagine if you could do that in football.
You know what?
Use your pick on art.
Honestly, if you could do it in football, I would advocate the Jets do it right now for Arch Manning with the second overall pick. Yes.
He's not going to come out for another year. Don't care.
Doesn't matter.
Don't care.
Doesn't matter.
Man.
But, yeah, I mean, I don't look at this season and go, that's Aaron Glenn's fault. Really? Especially in the middle of the season, let's take a defensive-minded head coach and let's pluck their 2 best, youngest players off of the roster in the middle of the season for future draft considerations. Let's do that.
I appreciate.
Come on, man. And then Garrett Wilson. Let's just sit him out the rest of the season.
Did you see he led the Jets in receiving yards and only had 395?
Okay. Exactly. That's Aaron Glenn's fault. Really? Come on now. Let's be honest. Couldn't be more honest.
Not great.
Don't usually start a stat with that. These touchdowns are a thing. We should start tracking them. When did they start tracking touchdowns? Was that from the very first game, I imagine?
When
that guy's been like
when the
really
Potsdam Pots took on whatever the hell, the Canton Bulldogs against the Potsdam Pots.
Yeah, you wouldn't notice
what we should do.
Deacon Jones has been really hitting the other quarterback a lot and stopping them. Maybe we should keep track of how many times.
Call them sacks.
Yeah. The first touchdown was tracked since the beginning.
Okay, good to know.
1920.
Okay, Jim.
All right, we take a break, and now we're going to stop the show for the sack record conversation. Brockman thinks it should not be celebrated.
Well, that's not a shock that he would.
Wait till you hear why.
Oh, do you?
Do you?
All right, we're back on the Rich Eisen Show to wrap up this Monday show in a sec.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Frio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Frio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
All right, back here on the Rich Eisen Show, LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent and hiring right the first time. Get this, employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. So we're sitting here on the Rich Eisen Show. Understand this. there's somebody in the vicinity here with their dog that is barking, which is only fitting that we're about to talk about Myles Garrett. You know what I mean? Although this didn't happen in the dog pound, it happened in Cincinnati, Ohio, where the Bengals were not happy about losing to the Browns again. And they certainly weren't happy that Myles Garrett got the sack record against them, and certainly weren't happy that he got the sack record against them. And then the officials stopped the game for a few minutes because it was a moment. And Zach Taylor said, we didn't expect the game to be stopped. And I understand the frustration. You know who doesn't care? Myles Garrett.
Yeah, well.
You know?
He showed us what he cares about.
Which is the sack record. Yeah, Chris, hit it.
And it was everything I expected. And it was so tough. I knew they were going to make it difficult, but I don't think I saw more than 3 singles on a real drop back the whole game, and I just knew that if I did, I had to make that moment count. And the feeling couldn't be better.
Man, this remember McGuire toured the country for a long time trying to get the home run record? Remember that one?
Yeah.
This kind of felt like that. Where opponents just they didn't want to be that, they don't want to be on the video.
Well, we saw how Pittsburgh approached it last week.
Which is make sure we don't get sacked.
Yeah.
And, of course, Garrett lobbed the verbal grenade in there saying they're
more worried about
the sack record than winning. Okay.
I'm just saying, they could have made last night irrelevant had they just handled business against the Browns.
If I had told Myles Garrett when he came on the set saying, I don't want to play for the Cleveland Browns ever again at last year's Super Bowl, you'll get paid $40 million, you'll get the sack record, but your coach is going to get fired and it's a terrible season. Do you think he'd still sign?
Yeah. Because it was $40 million.
It's a lot of cream.
I don't know. How about this? If he'd already seen Micah Parsons get his exit visa and get paid more, do you think he'd still do it?
No, he would have waited, got traded, and gotten more money.
So what? He would have got $2 more million?
He cares about money.
We all do. Let's not front.
Not as much as this guy.
Yeah, because you're not in a position to have that much money. Then, if you were, you'd probably do what he did.
I mean, with all due respect, I would not want to play for the Cleveland Browns.
Okay, I'll give you that.
After I went everywhere and said all I care about is winning a Super Bowl.
But he's got the sack record. And by the way, on game day morning on Sunday, we had all the analysts announce awards, end of season awards, the Defensive Player of the Year award, and for each award, the producers chose 3 finalists. In the real world, in the AP vote, there's 5 finalists. For the Defensive Player of the Year award, the 3 finalists that they chose were Myles Garrett, and Myles Garrett. That one is the only award, end of season award, where it's 100% locked in. I think that'll be the only award where it's unanimous. I don't know of another end of season award where it won't be an even split, where there's a ton of first place votes and points being awarded, and it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, Myles Garrett is minus 50,000 TJ to win.
Meaning what? You'd have to bet
$50,000
$1
to win 100.
Oh,
quite an investment. Yeah.
You understand why I feel this is so stupid?
Which is what?
50,000 to win 100. Like, what kind of sickness is?
TJ, I can guarantee you a free $100.
Just got to put down 50,000.
That's a sickness, man. There are 800 numbers that people can call for that.
High fives all around.
Hello, I need help.
And you don't think Joe Burrow kind of?
No, he didn't like that.
Fell down on that.
Get out of here.
Yeah, he did actually because he didn't want to get blasted.
He didn't want to get hit.
Yeah, so he wasn't.
Why does he get credit for a sack? He didn't take him down. Joe Burrow fell down and he touched him.
He fell down because he didn't want to get hit.
That's correct.
That's not a sack.
That is a sack.
Actually,
you were giving yourself up.
That's Joe giving himself up.
I don't know, buddy. His knee's down on the ground, and then Garrett is the one who's on him. Let me tell you the one thing Joe Burrow doesn't want to do after spending the entire season rehabbing from a toe injury is spending another second in a rehab room this offseason.
Because Myles Garrett fell on you.
That is, or he's going to come sack you. I would counsel Joe Burrow to get down on it.
Get down. Get down.
Brett Favre was clapping yesterday. That's all I'm saying.
Did you hear Strahan say that he's got the 16-game record, and
they've got the 7?
They've got, and Watt and Garrett have the 17-game record.
But no one ever mentioned that T.J. Watt was technically tied for the all-time sack single-season record. It was always Strahan.
Guess what's not going to matter? They're all going to be in the same bust gallery in Ohio.
I get it.
At the end of the day.
I get it.
Last thing for you, speaking of going to be in the same bust gallery in Ohio as everyone else that's in the Hall of Fame, Travis Kelce will be. The question is, will it be 5 years from now, because he just played his last game yesterday in Las Vegas? This is what Kelce had to say at the end of the day, period.
I got so much love for this team, this organization, and the people here. So I'll spend some time with them and go through exit meetings tomorrow and get close to the family and figure things out. Who knows? Either it hits me quick or I got to take some time. I think last year was a little bit easier. I think I knew right away I wanted to kind of give this one a shot. So I don't know. We'll see.
Well, that's better than the what he said on his pod with his bro. Remember that you refer to the Chiefs as what it seemed like as they?
Right.
And everyone's like, well, there he is. He's definitely out.
Well, he looked exhausted on the pod last week.
Guess what, man? It's been a long season, longer than he thought. Did he think he was going to be finishing the season with Oladokin as his quarterback, just playing out the string?
No, of course not.
Eliminated a month in advance.
They have a top 10 pick in the draft this year.
Losing to the Raiders. 3 catches, 12 yards. Last time he's used to strolling off this field with confetti in his hair. I hope it's not over. Just obviously, I want him to. He deserves to be as happy as any other human being I've ever come across. Chris Jones thinks it's not over, but I don't know if this is wishful thinking. Hit it.
I'm not done it. He'll be back next year.
Is that a promise?
I can't promise you anything about another man, but I just don't. I don't know. This year was a tricky year for us. I got faith my dog coming back.
I hope he's right, too. Don't forget, though, he also had to be informed they were eliminated from the playoffs by the media.
That's true.
I don't know if that's too soon.
He wasn't sure.
That would have been a cruel joke to play on him. Oh, by the way, he just announced his retirement.
Oh,
what?
Come on.
This happened again? I could sit here and run out of time talking about what an awesome human he is. He's a Walter Payton Man of the Year candidate again for the Chiefs, and what he's done in his career. So you take your time, sir, and hopefully I'd love to hear he's coming back. That'd be great. I know Chiefs fans would love it if they could just see one more time Mahomes and Kelce, right, going on a run. They take the kid out of Notre Dame as the running back, 9th overall.
Whew. Now you're talking.
And go to work. That's what everybody's thinking they should do at the 9th overall pick if Love is available.
Yeah, you just don't know if Patrick's going to be ready for week 1.
I know.
So. He's not, right? But it
doesn't seem like it.
He'll be back by, say, week 5.
Yeah, let's
probably
go.
Week. Yeah. So there you go.
Maybe he'll be back anyway.
Oh, he's coming back.
I'll be back.
Thank you. I just both guys, who I adore on that field. Pete deserved to go out better than what the Raiders did this year, and then him getting fired the next day. And Kelce deserves to have a moment more like, in line with Elway and Ray Lewis and
it's not for
Stray
long. Not for long, Rich.
And Bettis. That's the way to do it. And that wraps up this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Back on Tuesday show, Bill Cowher's going to be our first guest on Tuesday.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
I'm Hector with Laporte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. Laporte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CD&A. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's around as well. New year, new us. New year, new us. Unless you're Larry David, he doesn't think that you can say New Year after like the second or third day. And Brian hates New Year's, so
he does.
We already know his feelings.
Found a backer though. Thank you for sending that to me, by the way.
No, I like to. I'm in the interest of fair. Sean Payton says he doesn't like New Year's Day. He said he didn't like New Year's.
He called it overrated.
Called it overrated.
I think it's because he's a football coach more than anything.
Yeah, football coaches don't have holidays.
Yeah, they don't like Christmas.
They're working.
They're working.
Thanksgiving, they're working.
They're grinding.
New Year's Day, they're working.
Yep.
I mean, they work. They work on holiday.
They do.
I don't think they work Memorial Day.
I'm
trying to strengthen my argument that Memorial Day greater sign than New Year's Day.
It's probably like the one time a year football coaches don't work.
Probably July 4th is like the day, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Not for baseball managers, but football coaches, basketball coaches, July 4th has to be the holiday, right? Has to be the holiday.
I would think so.
Holiday is one of the words in the European language, not that that's a thing, that I like a lot. I'm a big fan of I'm going to go on holiday.
Oh, instead of vacation?
Yeah, bloke, holiday. Like, big fans of those words.
Okay.
There's a lot, like, they do like the, what do they call them, fish and chips? Like, they call fries chips. Like, not a fan of that one. They're fries. They're not chips.
Don't
but
like that.
There's some words that I like in the King's English.
Yeah, I like
bloke and the other one, holiday.
I like holiday.
Yeah.
Holiday works.
Yeah, it's
going
better.
on a
Sounds
holiday.
better than vacation.
It does.
Yeah, like I'm going to take a week off for holiday in the summer. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm going on holiday.
Going on holiday.
2 weeks.
Big fan of holiday, greater than vacation. Don't at me. Anyways, Texans won a playoff game yesterday. Not a playoff game. They beat the Colts.
Texans!
Who is that again?
What is that?
That was something you sent me a few weeks ago.
I remember sending it to you, but I forgot who it was.
I don't know who the lady is, but I think it's from that reality show watch along thing that one the networks was doing.
Oh, it's the girl from Below Deck, the blonde who's on Traders.
Okay.
I forget her name. But yeah, they had remember the Texans when they played on Peacock or NBC or whatever? They also had like the secondary broadcast of the reality shows.
Yes.
And this was the only good piece of it.
Yay, Texans!
I forgot about that. I forgot who said that. Yeah, it came from the Bravo reality alternate view of the Texans a few weeks ago.
That's a great way to say it.
Yay, Texans. That was yesterday's game. That pretty much summarizes it perfectly.
Yay, Texans!
I think I like her more than I like Cal.
It's always fun to win.
I like doing the Where's Waldo with Cal in the post-game speeches.
That's true. I didn't watch that yet. So is he
I
visible?
saw him hanging out near Andre on the field yesterday.
Yeah.
He was on the field right next to Andre, he and the missus.
Yeah, and then the president of operations, I forget that dude's names.
No idea.
Well, he's only got one name, but I forget his name. Anyways.
I do not know this man.
Texans beat the Colts yesterday. They locked up the 5 seed. A little bit nervous, unless you wanted the Texans to lose, which there are some people that were in that school of thought. We're like, hey, Texans lose. It doesn't matter. Drop down. Rather play Jacksonville than go to either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. Where did you land there? Like, while the game was going on, where did you land in the whole play the guys, don't play the guys? Obviously, you wanted to win the division going into the day, but that was put to bed by halftime.
Yep.
Titans actually got ahead 7-0, and then Jacksonville scored like 100 unanswered points. So you knew that was done about the half, prior to the half. But you're in the locker room. D'Amico makes the decision to pull all the starters. The game was in question. It took some Mills magic late in the game to pull away a victory, which is there anybody that owns the Colts like Davis Mills owns
Nobody.
the Colts?
Nobody.
Davis Mills is the Colts' daddy. But what side were you on? Rest? Play them, 5 seed, 6 seed potentially, depending on what else happened the rest of the day. But where were you in that whole like kind of atmosphere as the game was going on?
Okay, so 5 seed because I think Pittsburgh or Baltimore was the better matchup. Lamar hadn't been playing. He hasn't been playing particularly well this year. Their defense is banged up. Derrick Henry's been going off recently, but I like Baltimore. And then you have the ghost of Aaron Rodgers, who occasionally comes back to life, like we saw in last night's game, where he looks like the old Aaron Rodgers. So I thought the 5 seed. Just also, I think there's still an outside shot. It's not, it's outside, but like, could we see 2 upsets this week or 3 upsets this weekend in wild card round? You're hosting a playoff game in the divisional round. I don't think it's totally out of the question with the way the AFC is looking like this year. So 5 seed there. I wanted to rest the starters in the second half, but I was kind of with the emphasis of there should be like a 2 touchdown lead.
I got
or
you.
a 3 touchdown lead. Like it's like get up early. Put the Colts away, rest your starters in the second half. I don't know if I would have played it exactly like how they played it.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to still win the game and get the 5s.
So you were in favor of going to Pittsburgh, Baltimore, as opposed to Jacksonville?
Yeah.
I
think
was
Jacksonville's
too.
playing better.
I think of those 3 options, Jacksonville is by far the last team that I wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
Like weather, they don't have the atmosphere. I get all of that, and those are valid points. I'm not going to dismiss that. But I'd rather go to Baltimore, Pittsburgh than go to Jacksonville. I just think Jacksonville's a far superior team. Like, it sounds crazy. I'd rather play the Jaguars in Jacksonville in the playoffs than Pittsburgh or Baltimore.
Duval.
But I just think they're way better than Pittsburgh or Baltimore. And then going into the Sunday night game, I found myself early pulling for the Steelers. And then it was about maybe after the third quarter or so where I'm like, I think the Steelers are better than the Ravens, or at least a better matchup against the Texans, right? Because Lamar's not even running the football. Like, I understand the Texans struggle against mobile quarterbacks, and maybe Lamar gets into the playoffs, and all of a sudden he's running all over the park. Well, why wasn't it doing that yesterday? Yesterday was a playoff game for Baltimore. That was a must-win game. He carried the ball twice. He had multiple times, Joe, where he could have ran for first downs, and he's chunking it down the field. The one with DeAndre Hopkins, and maybe some miscommunication there. If Hopkins, just goes, maybe that's a big play. But he had multiple occasions where Lamar Jackson of the past, MVP Lamar Jackson, takes off, has a 60-yard day. He ran it twice yesterday. The last 3 games, he's run it 2 times, 3 times, 2 times. He doesn't want to run the ball right now. Why? I think he's dealing with an injury.
Agreed.
That's why you've seen him not play to the level that he's capable of playing. Do I think he's washed? No, I don't think he's washed. I think Lamar Jackson's still elite, but he's hurt right now, in my opinion. So that kind of, in my mind, dismisses the whole, Lamar Jackson, the scrambling quarterback, because in a normal occasion, I agree. The Texans do struggle there, but Lamar's not running it. Derrick Henry's a beast. The Texans are pretty good against the run. So, it neutralizes that a little bit. Baltimore has 0 pass rush. No pass rush at all. What is the biggest concern for a Houston Texans offense? It is dealing with a pass rush. Their best defensive player left yesterday's game with a concussion. Do I think he would come back for the Monday night game? I don't think that he would be ready by then. Maybe he would. I don't think so. So I actually thought that the Ravens would have been a better matchup. The Steelers, I'm not concerned about their offense. I'm not worried about Rodgers. I do think he's washed. Now, they do get DK Metcalf back, which he's their best skill player by a mile. But where the matchup against the Steelers, the area, and I don't want to use the word concern, but if I had to pick one area at the very top of my list, where can the Steelers give the Houston Texans trouble? It's the pass rush.
Yep.
They have 2 very good pass rushers, one elite pass rusher who came back yesterday and was 100%. He was totally fine. The little dry needling, puncture of the lung, kidney, whatever it was, there was 0 ill effect of that. So, yeah, that's I found myself flipping between the third and fourth quarter of thinking that the better matchup was actually Baltimore.
Yeah, I still think it's Pittsburgh, but the counter there is to what you just said is it's TJ Watt and Highsmith. They're a problem. They're going to be a problem for the Texans no matter who's out there at tackle at this point for the Texans. Whoever it's going to be, whether it's Trent Brown or Titus Howard or Blake Fisher or Ariante Urser, they're going to cause you problems. And Lamar, it's the boogeyman a little bit for me, where it's you've just been a disaster against him every single time you've gone there in the CJ Stroud era. So I don't know if you want to do it again, even though it'd be nice to exercise those demons.
I just don't think it's the same Lamar Jackson. I don't think it's the same Baltimore.
It's not. I mean, I think there's a reason why people are still wondering what's going to happen in the next 48 hours with John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
If he's going to be the coach of Baltimore next year.
I think it'd be ridiculous to fire him.
I would too, but that feels like new owner syndrome a little bit, where you have someone that, you failed to meet expectations. It's been a while since you've won. It's maybe you panic a little bit and make the wrong decision here with Harbaugh. Mm-hmm. I think it would be a mistake. He'd be the best candidate out there. Not even close. You don't think so?
I don't. No.
Really?
If we're just talking about fired coaches,
Stefanski's one?
Yeah, he's one for me.
And he's apparently interviewing for everything already.
I thought that was a terrible decision by Cleveland. This was Cleveland being Cleveland.
100%.
What are you doing firing that guy? And keeping Andrew Berry?
I don't.
Who is the problem in Cleveland? Is it Stefanski or is it Berry?
I think it's both a little bit.
What do you mean? How's it Stefanski? Stefanski did pretty good with Cleveland this year, I thought.
But more Berry.
He's got a 5th, 6th round quarterback looking decent.
And Barry's responsible, or maybe not responsible, for the worst trade in NFL history.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like it's kind of, I know we're going to do more of it later, but I feel like it's the Haslams kind of admitting that he didn't make that trade.
Okay. But then how do you fire Stefanski?
I don't know.
I think it's a terrible firing.
It's just Cleveland being Cleveland, like you said.
Is Cleveland going to improve the head coaching position going into next year?
No.
Not by any close measure at all.
Nope.
I think we get too firing happy in sports. Like somebody has a bad season, and we're like, okay, let's fire the coach because that's what we do. What is the problem? Like, why is the team bad? A lot of times it's injury. Like in Baltimore's case, if they fired Harbaugh, what? Why was Baltimore not as good this year as they normally are? Health, injuries.
Lamar.
Harbaugh's the last of your problems. Lamar banged up and playing through injury. Maybe you need new coordinators, that sort of thing, but Harbaugh's not the issue. Same thing with Cleveland. Why is Cleveland bad this year? Because their roster's not great. Their quarterback plays bad. Their offensive roster is terrible. Stefanski's not the issue. But let's fire him because that's what we do. I think it's foolish logic.
I agree. 2-time coach of the year. Well deserved, honestly. Yeah. One of those years he won 10 games with 10 games with 4 quarterbacks.
Like Flacco, he went to the playoffs with Flacco.
Yes.
And Flacco was break glass in case of an emergency pickup late in the year.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? I would be ticked off if I were a Cleveland fan. Although I think they live that's their prevailing mode, I think. Well, it's ticked off because they're the Browns.
It's do you blame them?
No. I don't.
How do you enjoy football if you're a Browns fan?
You have these brutal winners and you have nothing to cheer for.
They're never in the playoffs. You're the team that left you has success pretty frequently in the Baltimore Ravens. It still upsets people. You're just kind of a nothing burger franchise. Besides, all you're really known for at this point is a jersey by a fan that's got 300 quarterbacks.
Yeah, which is kind of funny.
It is funny.
Which included Baker Mayfield, who left you and became a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's depressing to be a Browns fan, no doubt. How about the decision to sit Nico Collins after D'Amico Ryans told us earlier in the week it's not in their DNA to rest guys?
Well, so the other thing with the resting guys before the game for me was just if anyone's dealing with anything of any consequence, rest them.
Sure, Lassiter.
So
Brown,
Lassiter, Brown. So I wonder if there's anything with Nico that maybe it's not even worth putting on the injury report, but it's just feeling a little banged up at this point in the season.
Okay, that's an interesting theory.
That's honestly, it's the only really one I got because it's
the only one that makes sense.
What do you mean it's the only one that makes sense? I think what happened.
D'Amico changed his mind?
No, D'Amico lies. They all lie. Coaches lie. Breaking news. Coaches, what they say to the media isn't always true.
Oh, you mean nothing's?
Whoa.
Oh, you mean nothing's going on with Joe Mixon from back in July?
Did they ever say nothing was going wrong though?
He said nothing's changed with him. He's on track.
Did he say that? I would be curious.
I'll find the exact.
I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember.
Okay.
But look, coaches lie. Breaking news. Coaches do this all the time. I think they were just sitting Nico Collins for the playoffs. He was on the bench, having a joyful time. The camera showed him shaking a bottle and then handing it, I think, to Kate Stover and smelling it. And then Kate Stover went, "Ooh, that's gross." So he's being a child on the bench. I think they just rested Nico Collins.
I wonder why they went with the half measure though. Fine. You want to sit Nico's got nothing to gain. He's got his 1,000, whatever.
Yeah.
Bench him. Okay. What about Hunter? What about Will Anderson?
You could have done that. But now if you go look at the snap counts, they also didn't play much though. Hunter and Will Anderson only play 20% of the snaps. They play not even 20%. I think it was 15 snaps, 12 snaps. So it was like a dress rehearsal. It's hey, go get your run in and then hey, we're going to check you out of the game. So I don't even think it was a half measure. I think it was more of a 3/4 measure. Nico Collins, you're resting. You're our most important offensive piece. Is he more important than CJ Stroud?
Yes.
Is it better to have Davis Mills and Nico Collins than it would be to C.J. Stroud than no Nico Collins?
I'm going to say yes.
I think it might be. I wanted to stop short of saying Nico Collins is your most important offensive piece, but as I was thinking through it in my head rapidly, I was he might actually just be the most important offensive piece.
I mean, the offense just not to be negative because they won, but CJ they still just hasn't been excellent this season.
Okay,
and Davis Mills has been serviceable.
He's a 2-minute offense. Who runs a 2-minute offense better?
Outside of Jaden Higgins.
Look, I don't want to make this the conversation. No one's calling for Davis Mills to start the playoff game in Pittsburgh over C.J. Stroud. We're not saying that. We're just asking, is Nico Collins more important than C.J. Stroud on this team? He might be. I just thought it was simply that. I thought it was simply we're going to rest one of our best offensive players. Mm-hmm. You go look at the snap count defensively. Those guys suited up and played, to Brian's point, valid point, but they also played very, very little. So I think they were treating it like a preseason game. D'Amico Ryans won the flip and took the ball. D'Amico Ryans almost never, it has happened once or twice, almost never wins the flip and takes the ball. He puts his defense on the field and then, gets the football first to start the second half. They treated yesterday's game like a preseason game, which, hey, look, you won it. You kept the seed that I wanted. I'm not gonna be mad about it at all.
Yeah, Will Anderson played 19 snaps, which is 29%. Danielle Hunter played 17 snaps, 26%. Like
they got to run in.
They're way low on this list. I mean, of all the starters, they're the lowest. I mean, Derek Stingley only played 40% of the snaps. It was a practice game.
It was a preseason game. They treated it like a preseason game yesterday. Which again, look, I wanted them to win. I thought yesterday's win was important. You did as well. People disagree with us because they wanted to play at Jacksonville as opposed to Baltimore, Pittsburgh. I get it. Not the argument we need to have today. But they treated yesterday's game as a preseason game. Absolutely did. Your offense played the first half. Your defensive starters played the first half. Sometimes Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, even less than that because they played 19 and 17 plays. Between the two. Preseason game, which, hey, you won it. You maintain your seed. Let's get ready for playoff football.
Yeah, and even the offensive line was doing a lot of in and out as well throughout this game. Because I was really curious about Ursery, like what he was going to look like.
He played every snap. That was shocking to me.
Yeah, because at one point I thought, the formation I saw, Blake Fisher was in at left tackle next to him, and I lost Ursery in the mix of the play.
Oh.
So I thought he was out of the game.
Yeah.
And then I saw the snap count after. I was like, oh, I guess he didn't leave the game.
Maybe he was a jumbo. He was like the jumbo tight end once or twice. But he also played right tackle once they made their changes to like Howard and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I was curious how it was going to go because I was like, he's just got a screw put in his thumb.
Yeah.
He
played every play.
I guess he's fine.
My thought, though, is they wanted to, what does this look like? Is this playable? Like, if he looks really bad, okay, we probably don't need to play him against Pittsburgh. But it's like, okay, let's see what it looks like. If he plays well, then okay, all systems go.
Yeah, especially because, as you said, that's a huge test next weekend.
Yes.
If you can't use your hands at all against TJ Watt, that's going to be a problem.
I didn't notice him being bad. Not that the Colts defense is good, but I thought Ursery was fine with a broken thumb and surgically repaired and, hardware in there. And I didn't notice anything bad.
And that, to me, is good.
Yeah.
If I have no notes for an offensive lineman, good day.
Yeah, it's like a referee. You don't notice them, they had a good day.
Yep.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get into Black Monday a little bit later. Best NFL victory yesterday. Some of the top stuff in college football, plus this transfer portal frenzy is awesome. And then also Houston basketball weekend. We got to talk about the Houston basketball weekend, right? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. You can watch on Twitch. Be careful. Twitch.tv/ESPN975. YouTube at ESPN Houston. TikTok at ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio on TikTok. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. You can find us on Twitter as well and watch live at ESPN975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Offense yesterday. Who cares about the second half? You won the game, yay. But first half, C.J. Stroud, what did you think of the offense? Joe's already been critical about said offense. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
ESPN 97.5.
This Tuesday, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Auburn Tigers. Game coverage begins Tuesday at 7:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. The college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands, or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Yay, Texans!
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy, the Huntington Bank bad boy. I love this song.
Is that accurate?
The Texans are ready to play. Not ready to win.
Ready to play.
They're ready to play. Ready to play today. What'd you think of the offense? You were already kind of critical of the offense. I caught that. Like, it's a little choppy.
You always come in here with these down questions.
Why didn't you think the offense looked good yesterday?
It just wasn't as clean as I was hoping it would be. I was hoping for like one last game of the regular season. Finally show me something. Now, part of it is I'm annoyed with these big plays that they're hitting and they keep getting called back.
Okay.
The throw to Higgins.
You have an offensive lineman running 5 yards down the field.
That's what I mean.
What are you doing?
It's that throw is remarkable.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It had to be an RPO, but
no. Have you seen the Texans run an RPO all year?
I don't know.
They're not running RPOs.
I mean, what other reason would he be that far downfield, though?
He just kind of got lost.
I guess, but how do you get that lost?
That's what I'm saying.
So that to me is even the best plays they have. That throw is everything you want from CJ. He puts it on the money, on the sidelines. No one can get it. Great throw to Jaden Higgins, and it's flag.
Yeah.
Come on.
That was a bad one, man.
Yeah,
just offense wandering down the field.
Just give me a break.
Really, they had two guys that were beyond, but one was more egregious, and they threw it on him.
Yeah,
that's valid. That's valid.
I just don't understand. And maybe that's if there's two guys, then how are there two guys potentially not knowing what the play call is?
Well, it's not an RPO. The Texans don't do any RPO elements. I would bet everything in my pocket right now that was not an RPO.
You don't have anything in your pocket, though.
I have my keys.
Unless I'm going to steal your house, then what good does that do to me?
I'll watch it in the All-22. I would be stunned if it. They haven't run an RPO all year. All year.
I mean, it's a handoff.
Well, not to get too sidetracked, but when watching the college football playoffs last week, they were showing a percentage of RPO plays. I think Indiana was near the highest. How do we know for sure on our plays? They only do one of them. You could say, well, it was an RPO because it looks like what the offensive linemen are doing. But we don't know for sure if it was truly an option on that play.
It's just like an RPO look. A lot of times those RPO looks are pre-designed or predetermined. Hey, this is going to be one we're handing it off no matter what. You're trying to bait them into the defense into a certain look later in the game. A lot of them are predetermined. I thought the offense played good, Joe. I thought the offense looked good. First half offense, and I didn't even bother with the second half.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter.
They went 4 for 5 on their drives. And look, I'm a huge believer. I don't get lost in the how many points you're scoring a game. Obviously, the more the better. I don't get lost in the total yards. I mean, you can rack up 400 yards in a game that you lost 42-32. That doesn't do anything for me. I want offensive efficiency. The Texans scored on 4 of their 5 drives in the first half. And I'm not counting the drive, which started at the 2-yard line. Didn't count that one.
Okay.
If you wanted to count that one, it's 5 for 6. Like, that's incredible efficiency.
It is.
They had 225 yards. They racked up 23 points. They got points on a 2-minute offense. I thought that they looked good. Not great. Good offensively in the first half. Now, the Colts defense not good. They're not playing for anything. They've probably, opened up a can of quit. But I was pleased with what I saw in the first half offensively.
Yeah, I mean, they were moving the ball well. I think I finished more drives in the end zone. I know it's good to score, but what they said, a record for field goals.
Tied a record.
Tied a record.
Yeah. Tammy Fairbairn's the greatest of all time.
Well, I think the team has the all-time.
Oh, okay.
Because of
Fairbairn missed games.
Because Fairbairn missed games.
My bad. Yeah, good point.
But and then the other one, which is, I don't know if it's nitpicking, but I felt I don't know if it was play call, decision-making process, the drive that ended in a field goal at the end of the first half. I thought it was a little strange to me. Like, there's one play where it's like a little, I think it's Nick Chubb, like a little out route to him.
No, he was inactive, Joe.
It was? So then it was Jawar Jordan? It was one of the running backs. I can't tell with these numbers anymore on these jerseys.
I mean, you could have seen that, on the graphic that everybody posts before the game that Nick Chubb was inactive.
I guess I didn't
and then
look
you
at
could have
that.
just eliminated the possibility
I was
of Nick
busy.
Chubb catching a pass.
I wasn't on Twitter in the morning.
Week 18.
So someone caught a pass. It was a running back.
I'm pretty sure it was Woody.
It was Woody. And I'm just like,
I know it was not Nick.
Correct.
Chubb.
You're right. I'm wrong. And it's just like the play didn't get out of bounds. I'm like, I don't love that. So
yeah.
I'm nitpicking here a little bit for sure. I know.
See, I put that on Stroud.
That's fine. No,
that's on Stroud. Man.
Yeah, whether that's quarterback, play call, whatever. Like you got to get the ball into a position where it's going to get out of bounds.
Yeah.
And even I thought and then the very, very end of that drive, when he threw the ball to the sideline, it was a really nice throw. I'm like, well, just go to the end zone because you're going to kick a field goal in the next play. So if you're going to try to throw, what are we throwing to the sideline there?
Are you talking about when we threw it away or we got out of bounds?
When we got out of bounds.
That one made sense to me. Like the Colts had 8 dudes in the end zone. Like, you don't want to turn it over there. You want to guarantee 3. I'm cool with that. And what they ran a play there, that way they wouldn't have to kick the ball off. I thought that was actually pretty sound strategy.
It wasn't a really nice throw though, too. Like he was roping it yesterday throughout most of the first half. Like, there's not scoring enough touchdowns.
I think a lot of times in the 2-minute offense, they're like, hey, let's get a field goal here. Let's get a walk-off field goal where they could be a little bit more aggressive. The moment, though, that you saw the Colts drop 8 in the end zone, like, you're kind of toast at that point. I'm with you, though, on the situational awareness. C.J. Stroud, his situational awareness, I'm going to be honest, man. Like, I thought he looked good yesterday. I just said that. I thought the offense looked really good yesterday. I like C.J. Stroud long-term. I'm bullish on Stroud. Don't jump my butt. C.J. Stroud only fans. Let's have an honest conversation. His situational awareness ain't great. Mm-hmm. And you brought up the play that stood out to me. You're in your 2-minute offense. You have 1st and 10 at the Colts 30. You have a rolling clock, 40 seconds. It's ticking down to 39 by the time you take the snap. And you run a 3-yard drag to Woody Marks where he has no chance to get out of bounds. No chance. There's a defender there. There's a defender there. And you throw it to Woody Marks between the numbers with 0 chance to get out of bounds. Mm-hmm. That is a terrible situational awareness moment for Stroud. Because what's the gain there? What is best case scenario? Woody Marks catches it, turns it upfield, runs for 7-8 yards, and then you have to burn your final timeout. That's best case scenario.
Or maybe just he outruns the defender and gets out of bounds and wastes 2 or 3 seconds.
Maybe that's best case, and it stops the clock and it prevents you from using the timeout. That would be a fine conclusion to the play.
But it's still
just
kind of
very unlikely.
Yeah, it's like a nothing burger play then.
But that's still fine. Yeah. You know what's better? That's better than what happened.
Yes.
Where you run the 3-yard drag to Woody Marks. Let me throw it to him. He gets tackled between the numbers. Clock's ticking, and you have to waste your final timeout, which eliminates any high percentage of getting into the end zone on that drive. Mm-hmm. That's poor situational awareness. I'm sorry.
No,
it is. You know what's a better result? Throwing it at Woody Marks' feet. So it's an incomplete pass. Like, do you want it 2nd and 10 at the Colts 30 with 35 seconds and you still have a timeout left, or do you want to complete it for 3 yards and have to burn your final timeout?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's bad situational awareness. I am sorry.
I mean, it's low S too.
Did you see his intentional grounding?
Yes.
He threw it at the feet of his offensive lineman and thought he was throwing it away.
See, but gosh, I don't want to defend him for this because it's bad. I feel like quarterbacks do that a lot, and they get away with it.
I don't see many quarterbacks throw it at the feet of their offensive lineman thinking it's one of their eligibles.
Like
I don't see that much.
Like, there's just running backs in the area generally, and they just throw it. And
aren't you supposed to know if your running back's going to be there or not as a quarterback? No, and there wasn't.
I guess from a larger point of view.
I don't think he thought it was ineligible though.
So what's he doing?
Some quarterbacks will just throw it and take the risk. I heard that got
this
pointed.
Is silly logic to me. You know where your eligibles are at, and if they're all downfield and you throw it at the feet, not even the feet, Brian, Joe, the heels of your offensive lineman.
I get it, but if you're gonna get, I'm fuzzy on the details of that play, so forgive me. But just in general, like if you're gonna get sacked anyway, and maybe your eligibles are at a place where you have to put the ball in danger, they're too far downfield to get it to, then just clock it and see if the refs miss it. That I've heard that from quarterbacks, that they'll just take that loss.
Please show me where a quarterback has said that.
I heard it in last night.
Let me know if you see it. If it comes across, I'm not asking you to do it right now, but if you catch another wind of that, I would love to hear it. I just think it's bad situational awareness.
No,
and he was pointing to the official, and I think he was pointing to the secondary. I think he felt like there was an illegal contact there, and there might have been. It looks like, I think it was Hutchinson actually got like kind of bumped off his route.
Yeah, he went right to the ref like he thought a flag was thrown, or like
should have been.
Had to be thrown. Like he was so confident.
I think people saw the play and saw him pointing, and he's like, what is he doing? Pointing to his lineman saying that I have a receiver in the area. I don't think he was pointing at his lineman saying I have a receiver in the area. I think he was pointing to the official saying my guy got bumped in the secondary, and it should have been illegal contact. So I will defend him there because I don't think he was trying to argue with the referee that his left guard was an eligible receiver and in the area. I don't believe that. But situational awareness sometimes with Stroud annoys me a little bit. 713-78, and I thought he played well yesterday. Big picture, we're nitpicking. It's what we do. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Larry, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Larry?
You're not nitpicking. You're not nitpicking at all.
Thank you.
Because if that comes to money time, hey, he lost, bro. For a third-year starter, for the time as much as he's been in the league, he's supposed to be a way, way ahead of where he at, thinking of the game. This dude, he gets lost. It's like he gets stuck or something.
Appreciate the call.
For
Larry.
real.
Yeah. So I've had this theory all year. I think that the Texans are trying to neuter C.J. Stroud, for lack of a better word. They want to take away the sensational, highlight the simple, and I'm not opposed to that. I want a quarterback that's great at the simple. I don't need him to be super, at the sensational. If he is, that's great. I don't want Josh Allen, though. I don't want a human highlight reel that can't complete a two-point conversion when his guy's, 10 yards wide open when the game is on the line. So I don't necessarily disagree with the logic. I just think we see it happening, right? We see a quarterback trying to be conditioned to be what his coaches want him to be, and he's not quite comfortable with it yet. I think he's gotten a lot better. Again, first half offense yesterday, very, very good. Stroud had the quote last week that in terms of like a logistic standpoint, he feel like he's playing better than he has all year from a logistic standpoint, not his production, but just like control of the offense. So it's getting there. And I think that it's magnified in 2-minute offense because 2-minute offense is kind of like freedom, flow, let's go. You're just out there, right? I have control of the offense. I'm the one that's behind the wheel. Where that is where you want him to be kind of old CJ Stroud, but you also can see the mind working a little bit where he's like, I still want to be simple and not make mistakes. So it's kind of like this weird, happy, not even a happy, maybe unhappy medium where you have like the CJ Stroud wild horse that wants to break out, but also with the thought of I need to be tamed like they are taming me.
Yeah, it's like he has to think about if his left foot goes in front of his right foot.
Yeah.
Like it's just what it looks like. And even like he makes these big, great plays, and then other stuff where it's just like, how is this the same guy? It's kind of shocking to me. Like in one game, you can see throws and decision-making processes that he makes, and you're just like, that's incredible. Yeah. And you're like, what the hell's going on here?
Look, I don't think, and it's probably one of the reasons I would like to have Kaylee back. Not that I think Kaylee's like this fantastic coordinator, but there are strides there.
I agree.
CJ Stroud last 3 weeks versus the first 3 weeks, I think is a different quarterback. I think he's far better now than he was at the start of the year in terms of control of the offense, playing comfortable. Like he's starting to find some of that comfort level, but they're very clearly, in my mind, trying to mold this young quarterback into the quarterback that they want.
Yes.
Where it's, you make the simple plays great. Every now and then, hey, give me a highlight reel play when the time is, needed for that. But it takes a while. Like it takes a while to condition yourself if you're this quarterback who's always had freedom and, makes the big play and all of this. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, eliminate that 95% of the time and, make the simple play great, hit the check down, all of this stuff. It's going to take a while for a quarterback to find that classic conditioning.
Yeah, and maybe it'll just be there next year when the season starts, or it'll take a little bit more time. But That's where I'm kind of with you that like I've kind of come around the terms that Kaylee's going to be back next year, and I want to see what the growth looks like in year 2 of this offense, because there has been growth. I think not as substantial as I would have liked to see from the start of the season to where we are now, but there has been growth.
And it's not a great offense.
No, it's not.
But
and
growth is a good word for it.
And I'm not sure if it can be great, to be honest with you. I think it could be very good at some point. I'm not sure it can be like a great, one of the best offenses in the NFL.
Yeah.
But
no, I don't either. But it could be highly efficient, top 12.
Yeah.
Coupled with this defense, it could be really, really good.
And the other one too, like the situational awareness, is the botch play to Togia.
Oh yeah, good call.
First of all, they coached him on how quickly that he was going to be there behind him. He doesn't, I guess, listen or just misses it. But then he recovers and scores a touchdown. So, he has the awareness in that moment to not let it be a total disaster.
Yeah.
So, there's good situational awareness, but it's kind of shouldn't have.
Did you hear him talk about it after the game? He's like, we didn't rep it, which is kind of weird.
Yes.
He's like, we walked through it, but didn't have a live rep on it. Okay. That's maybe this is an example of this just being a preseason game. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I saw it written. I didn't hear him say it.
But if this were to happen in the playoffs and you run a play on the goal line that you didn't rep,
that's crazy.
That's an issue. Yeah. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because I felt like they were treating this game like a preseason game. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But it did catch my attention that you're running a play on the goal line that you didn't have a live rep for, you just walked through.
Yeah, that's a coaching concern. That's
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one because it's week 18. I think it was a preseason game for them.
I feel like you should coach your trick plays.
I think it was a preseason game.
It was.
Maybe it was just something you wanted to put on film. Like they wanted to be scared of touchdown Tommy. Maybe.
Hey, look, maybe he'll lead blocker the next game.
It's in the back of my mind, Joe. It's in the back of my mind. Yeah. If they're in the playoff game next week and they botch a play at the goal line, and then after the game, C.J. Stroud's like, well, we didn't have a live rep on that, I'm going to lose my mind.
I mean, that might be like, if that happens in the playoffs and it were to cost them.
Yes.
Fire Caleb.
I'm process-driven.
Not fire D'Amico, but I'd be very mad at D'Amico.
I'm just saying. I have stored that in the back of my mind that they ran a play that they didn't live rep.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I think you're being generous here.
You might be right.
I think you are,
You
too.
might be right.
Even if it's a preseason game, you can't run one rep on a play.
If it's a preseason game, who cares?
But your trick plays, even though it's just
they walked
the
through it. They did walk through it.
It's just the handoff. But since they just walked through it, it looks like now that you know that, when you rewatch the play, you can tell CJ is operating at walk-through speed.
He said that there was a little skip there.
It's like
let me try to. I think I deleted the transcript.
I think it's like he just didn't realize that time was going to be right there.
He said he was trying to get out early because they had big guys in the middle
who are breathing.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, he said.
You said you ran you had the transcript in front, handy?
No, I just heard him say it. I heard him say number 90 was breathing really heavily, I was like, "What are we scared of the?" I don't even know who number 90 is.
Look, this is my example of whenever they get a good result, you kind of forgive a lot of things. But if yesterday's game mattered and they lost, and let's say you fumble there. It's kind of the same process in this whole deal.
If yesterday mattered and they fumbled that play, it would be put in the pantheon of the Watt Cat.
But because the game didn't matter, and he saved the play, it's yay! But at the same time, you screwed it up in either scenario. I just found the transcript. Let me. If it was for Tommy. I feel bad because it's always weird when you're under center. They got some big boys. Number 90, he's a big guy. He's breathing, and I'm like, I got to get out. I don't want to get my foot stepped on. So I skipped out. Coach Johnson was like, don't skip on this play because it's going to happen faster than you think. We only walked through. We didn't get a live rep, I don't think. So I didn't skip. I don't think. I think he tried to save it at the end there. So I didn't skip. Then I went back to my human nature, and I skipped out and missed him. So Stroud admitted that he just missed him. He skipped out, missed him.
Grover Stewart is who number 90 is.
He's a big guy, and he breathes.
He's 6'4", 314.
He's still alive.
That's a large man. But if you're scared of the guy breathing, you can't run that play.
What a quote, by the way. We'll overlook the quote because they won, meaningless game. Texans are the playoffs. They're hot. They've won a bunch of games. We all, love C.J. Stroud, I guess. But we're going to overlook that. But what a quote.
Yeah.
I'm under center. There's a big guy, and he's breathing, and I got out in a hurry.
Yeah. It's not good. It's one of those where, I bet you as soon as the press conference was done, CJ was like, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the end was I probably shouldn't have said we didn't rep that.
Yeah.
713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Lamont?
Hey, man, like you guys been saying, how you guys doing, fellas, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lamont.
But, you know, I know yesterday was pretty much a preseason game, man, but like I was telling Brian and Joe, like last week when you was going to the game, you had to go to work. You had to go to work, Jeremy. These referees are pathetic. That ticky-tack call that they called on Pierce yesterday for him running into the referee, I was like, really? And if you go back and look at it, it looks like the referee ran into him.
Yeah.
I just didn't like that. I thought that was like piss poor. And going back to what you guys were saying, if this was a real game, that would have been highly controversial right there. Because that dude right there, he was eating. He was playing some good football, too, and that's all I have, fellas.
Yeah. No, we agree, Lamont.
That,
Great call. Happy New Year to you.
I can't believe he got thrown out for that. I know by the letter of the law.
I think they need to change the letter of the law. Like I agree with what J.J. Watt said. Like there needs to be a bit of discretion there. Like if you think that the ref comes up and chest bumps you, like okay, throw him out of the game. If you think that he accidentally nudges you, just throw the flag, keep him in the game. Like it's the same way I feel about the college football targeting rule. Like if you think there's intent and motive that he's headhunting and leading with the crown of his helmet, and you think that there's malice there, throw him out. But if you think that it's just accidental, just throw the flag. Don't kick him out of the game. That's the same way I felt about Alex Pierce. Like, he's mad. He thinks he's in. He's not even that mad. He's arguing the call. It was an accidental bump. I agree with Lamont. Maybe the ref kind of, I don't think that the ref was seeking contact, but maybe the ref's momentum took him into Alex Pierce's momentum. I believe that to be possible. I have zero doubt in my mind that Pierce was trying to intentionally bump him. So I think there should be discretion there. I don't think it should be, as binary as, was there contact? And if there was, they're ejected. Was it intentional contact? In my mind, is what should lead to the ejection or not. Now, I think it should be penalized because I don't think that's something you can condone, right? Even if it's accidental, I think it should be a penalty. But unless that there's like clear intent and you feel like there's clear intent, just don't eject them.
Yeah, I mean,
flag, no ejection.
So someone tweeted out the actual rules of this.
Okay.
And it says, under no circumstances is a player allowed to shove, push, or strike an official in an offensive, disrespectful, or unsportsmanlike manner. I don't think he did any of that stuff.
Say the rule again.
Under no circumstances is a player allowed to shove, push, or strike an official in an offensive.
I mean, he struck him.
Did he strike him?
Yeah, he struck him. Absolutely, he struck him. He struck him.
He made contact, but just like your arm grazing the shoulder of the
strike.
referee is not a strike.
Okay, absolutely, it is.
Strike implies force.
A strike is to hit forcefully and deliberately. Okay,
yeah.
maybe it wasn't deliberate.
But was it offensive, disrespectful?
Yeah, it was disrespectful. Like if you jumped into my space and nudged me, that's disrespectful.
I mean, I think it's probably because of what happened leading up to it, which is the taking out the mouth guard and screaming at him.
Yeah,
that kind of helps. Like if you just walked up to him, bumped into him first, and then started yelling at him, like maybe it saves him. But I still think it's just soft.
I think they need to give the referees in that time the ability to have some discretion. Like, do you think he did it on purpose? If the answer is yes, see ya. Yep. Goodbye. If you don't think he did it on purpose, 15-yard penalty, play on. Like, Pierce didn't even know he was ejected. He stayed on the field forever.
Yeah.
He didn't even know he was ejected. And then after he's ejected, went up, hey, my bad, man. I didn't mean to do that. And he didn't. You could tell he didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. And that's where
it was a bad ejection. I agree.
It was a bad ejection.
Now the rule's interesting. That's interesting.
That's like,
but a lot of times, if like officials officiate things, unlike the rule is written,
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, they do.
It just unless it probably pertains to them, where they're going to fall a little more strict.
I mean, the precedence needs to be you can't touch an official.
Yes, because
that has to be there. Yes. All right, 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776.
It does make me wonder because of how light the contact is, and maybe we'll get access to a mic that picked it up or later. But I wonder if there's also a magic word tossed in that.
Come on. No, I don't believe that. What are the let's think about this for a second. Other side. Okay. 713. Let's tease this. What are the magic words for officials? 713-780-3776. Because I have thoughts about this too. Your thoughts on the offense yesterday, Stroud. Blah 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 blah. What are some things that maybe are on the top of your mind? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Football season is here. We all love football season. Football season's the absolute best. And we're about to get a bunch of playoff games. And we love playoff football. You know what you need to be doing during the playoffs football? You need to be on Underdog. Just download the Underdog app right now. Sign up with promo code KillerB. KILLERB, and they're going to give you $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Don't say we don't do anything for you. And Underdog's doing things for you. Texas is the best place to get in on all the action. You can do it right now in Texas. You can make team picks, player picks. Just download the Underdog app, sign up, and get those $75 in bonus entries. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. And Underdog's got the ultra-fast payouts for you, so you can get your profits in a snap. I was doing a bunch of those best balls right there, right in the account. You slide it over to the bank account, no problem. So you got to be on Underdog this playoff season, whether it's the pick 'em, whether it's the prediction. Maybe you want to play a little bit of playoff best ball. You can do that on Underdog. And it's $5. $5, $75 in bonus entries, and it's like you have $80. It's better than stopping at the C-store for a couple of 40-ounce beverages. So take advantage of that. Download the Underdog app. Use promo code KillerB to score those $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Junkie saying if the game mattered, they don't run that
Junkie?
play. I agree with that. I don't think they run that play if it was a playoff game with Tommy. Tommy touchdown. Who got his touchdown later in the game anyways.
Great play.
D'Amico was in the end zone celebrating again. The clock's at 0.
He loves his team. He's out there.
I just wonder how the opposing coach feels about it.
It doesn't really matter.
I guess.
Steichen's got to beat him first.
That's true. Magic words, Brian. What does a professional player have to magically say to an official to get him ejected?
Just to add a little context, it was furthering to the point of that Joe made that the referees don't always call it actually by the letter of what the actual rule is.
Yeah.
Because of that, because the way that Joe read the rule, Alec Pierce did not break the rule, because the closest thing you could say to what he did was strike, but strike implies force and intent, and he didn't do that.
It has to be some force.
I think if you mix in a soft touch, a soft referee, and maybe an F-bomb, or maybe calling the B word, something like that, a bad referee might throw the flag.
An F-bomb is not going to get anybody ejected in professional sports.
I'm just saying.
That might be the softest take you've ever had.
I'm not the one being soft.
And I don't use that kind of language. But if you
use that language all the time.
If you think an F-bomb is going to get you ejected from a professional sport,
okay, so you think the referees call exactly by the letter of the law every single time?
No, I don't think that.
That's the whole point.
You said magic word.
No. See, it's not just the word; it's what follows the word.
Yeah, it's all of it.
It's not even the word.
No, I'm just saying. If you just go, what the bleep?
That's not going to get you ejected.
No, but if you go, you're a bleeping. Bleepity, bleepity, bleepity.
Yeah. But if you just said the bleepity, bleepity, bleepity beep, you would have been ejected anyway.
Probably.
Yeah, you're overrating the F-bomb being a magic word. I promise.
That wasn't the only thing that I was said though.
The B could depend on the official.
You're a B.
Yeah, the B could depend on, like, if it's LeBron as an official, he would immediately eject you.
You're a B combined with a light bump and maybe an aggressive. Because Alec Pierce did step towards him, like all that combined, a bad referee might throw you out for that.
Yeah, probably an insulting. You're insulting the official would probably be a bad thing,
also,
or like you're cheating us, you're questioning their integrity.
You said,
that would be bad.
Are you blind?
That's not going to get you out. I don't think so.
Yeah, with the bump.
With the bump and an F-bomb?
I don't think he said magic words for what it's worth. And, like, the official, like huddled up with his other officials before they determined that he would be ejected.
Yeah.
Like, it never looked like the umpire lost, or that the referee lost his cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he, intended on ejecting him.
No, he was just kind of like, bump, flag, let's get together and talk about it. But he was never like, you see these umpires, they get, like, power hungry, and, they get super aggressive. That official was pretty chill.
Yeah.
He was pretty chill.
He doesn't even talk to him.
No, he got bumped, throws a flag, as you should.
And he walks away.
And then he was like, kind to him whenever Alec Pierce was like, my bad.
Yeah.
I don't really it should have been a flag. The ejection obviously is something that none of us feel like he should have been ejected for that. So, all right. 713-780-ESPN. You should be allowed to belly to back suplex a referee if you don't agree with the call. That would certainly make things more interesting.
One per game?
One per game.
One suplex per game?
Yeah.
Is that too much?
No, I'm for that.
One every 2 games?
Can we hit a ref with an F5 if it's a really bad
referees
call?
would die.
One per game.
These refs would not survive it.
I mean, it can't come from a player. Then you're saying?
No,
you have a coach on the sideline.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they wouldn't survive the hit, the bump.
Got, a designated coach. He's your wrestler.
He's your F5 guy.
The pullback guy.
Oh, the pullback guy hit the F5?
That's your referee attacker.
Have you seen the one Texan staffer who's big? He must be on the strength and conditioning staff, and he wears the sleeveless vest without anything underneath.
Yeah.
It's like, who is that guy, and what happened to his sleeves?
He doesn't like him.
Maybe that guy hits the referee with the world's strongest slam.
Have you ever? Well, there was it Pogge that in college where he did that?
Yeah, he did that.
Have you ever seen an NFL staffer wear a sleeveless vest without any sleeves?
I have not.
So.
Have you seen this guy for the Texans?
I've never.
He's
I haven't noticed.
I think I have.
Yeah, he's a massive dude. I've seen it the last few weeks where he's big, burly man, and he doesn't have any sleeves.
I'm gonna look for that on Monday.
I'll look for it again and post it out there. But yeah, it's weird, man.
It might be cold on Monday. He might not be sleeveless.
Kind of guy would be a guy that's always sleeveless.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I think if Pierce had said something along the lines of "Are you bleeping stupid?" that might have pushed things over the edge. I don't think he said any magic words though. The ref just had a quick trigger finger. Eric DeBuyer. This is so much speculation. It really is. What'd you think of the Texans' defense yesterday, Joe?
I mean, Will Anderson, in the limited time he was out there, gonna be honest with you, thought he was out there way more than he was because he was making a huge impact in the run game. He was crushing Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. Danielle Hunter, really nice play on the strip of Riley Leonard.
Yeah. Do you think it was a fumble or a pass?
It was a fumble. He pulled it back in.
Yeah. It would have been a incomplete pass back in the day.
Yeah, but no, you got to let that thing go, Riley.
Mm-hmm. I didn't think the defense was very good. I think they were coasting, which I don't care that they did. 17 points for the Colts, 160 yards at the half before you pulled the starters. Which, by the way, with the Colts in yesterday's game scoring 30 points, the Texans fell behind Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up the second most points in the NFL this year. They didn't lead the NFL. So can we stop saying top-ranked defense?
Yep.
They were number 1 in yards allowed, but number 2 in points allowed. So I guess technically you can still say top-ranked defense.
Yeah, there's one of the top-ranked.
But you'd be going, no, if you're going just yards, they would be the top-ranked.
I guess, yeah. Derek Stingley Jr., only thing I would really, with him, is the touchdown play and the play before. Because he gets burned by Pittman.
He did.
But Leonard overthrows him, and then Pierce gets him really good on that one. I mean, Kamar Lassiter's backups suck.
I mean, Tremont Smith was
They're
awful.
So bad.
Yes.
They're
Tremont
bad at football.
Smith is just a disaster.
How high would you be willing – actually, I'm going to tease this. How high would you be willing to use a draft pick for a corner in the draft? 713-780-3776. Also, are we ready to proclaim Kaimi Fairbairn the greatest of all time? Are we ready to do it? And a hyperbolic J.J. Watt, I thought, in yesterday's game, too. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. What's not hyperbolic is that Two Creeks Crossing Resort would be the best time for you and your family. Get out of the city for a little bit. Escape the city for a few days. Escape all of that stress and anxiety. Maybe this is one of your resolutions for the new year. Have more fun. Enjoy your time more. And if that's one of your resolutions, well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort is for you. It also might be one of your resolutions. I don't want to waste time traveling. Perfect, because Two Creeks Crossing Resort's only 90 minutes away. You're there in an hour and a half. You're enjoying yourself. You're enjoying nature. You're enjoying the beautiful weather. You're enjoying, I don't know, maybe some of the open green spaces out there. Maybe some wildlife you just don't see in the city. And just the peaceful outdoors. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas if you like to drop your line in the water. They got the two creeks that run alongside their property, big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kids, and so much to do out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, whether you just want to rest and relax, or you can do some hiking on their 92 acres of property. And they got some water for you to kayak. I mean, it's in the name, right? Two Creeks. Or you can just hang out at Swampers and have a drink. They got the glamping for you. They got cabins for you. We stayed in the tree house when we went at the start of summer. We loved it. Or just pull up the RV. They had the perfect stay for everybody. And act now, because from now through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays with their 40/20 discount. So take advantage of that. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. And they're always taking care of you at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's one of their favorite things they do. They hang their hat on this, and that's taking care of their visitors, taking care of everybody who visits them out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They got Singo, they got stuff for the kiddos. You're gonna love your time. So book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Jeremy and Joe start now again. See, Cutler's New Year's resolution didn't pan out.
Year's not over.
I was in a good mood. I was in a good mood up until now. 713-780-3776. So, J.J. Watt, was he being hyperbolic with Riley Leonard? Looks like a starter. He was riding the Riley Leonard train a little bit yesterday.
I mean, I did my Notre Dame podcast this morning.
What do y'all talk about right now?
Dude, it's been tough. Transfer portal.
Marcus Freeman staying. Yeah.
They hired the Colts defensive line coach.
Is what?
He coached J.J. Watt at Wisconsin.
But what's he going to be at Notre Dame?
Defensive line coach.
Oh, okay.
But one of the topics we hit on today was like, why did they not let Riley Leonard do this in college? He looked like Duke Riley Leonard again yesterday. But yes, he's being hyperbolic.
He didn't. Yeah, I mean, he looked good.
Like, this is the best he's looked
good
throwing the ball since he was at Duke.
He also turned it over, 3 times?
Yes.
Like, it's something you don't really want your starting quarterback to do. I thought that you looked like a capable backup.
I think he set himself up for a very long time to be in the NFL.
And maybe a future starter.
I think maybe just as a backup. Yeah. Like, not Davis Mills, but like.
And he's only going to be a second-year guy, so he's still developmental.
Yeah. I mean, he's a 6th-round pick, but like they still chose a dinosaur over him.
Right.
Like.
Which kind of seems odd now.
And I know he was hurt a little bit. Remember, he was hurt.
He was.
When they signed Rivers, and they weren't sure
Leonard
he was going to
started
go.
a game.
And then they just stuck with Rivers, I guess. But, like, I did feel like watching yesterday's game, I was like, are we sure Phillip Rivers gave them the best chance to win? But he played well for them.
Yeah, I don't think
he's being hyperbolic. Riley Leonard did not look like – he looked like in chunks a starting quarterback. But Tremont Smith stinks at football.
He's really bad. Which leads to the question. Actually – I don't want to get there yet. The Colts quarterback room kind of fascinates me. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. Are they just going to re-sign Daniel Jones and they're done? And it's going to be Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, and Riley Leonard? Do they try to trade Anthony Richardson for whatever they can get? Like, I'm pretty fascinated with what they do at quarterback.
Well, because what's the Achilles timeline probably? Like, do we think?
I think it's at least 10 months.
So
I don't think he's ready to start the year.
I wouldn't think so.
So you have Richardson.
At least 10 months, maybe 12, 14.
But like you bailed on Richardson. Basically, the second Daniel Jones walked in the door.
Yeah.
Like, that competition was closed.
Yeah.
So it feels like you could go with Riley or like a Jameis Winston to lead you into Daniel Jones coming back. But he still turned the ball over a ton. And this might, to me, kind of feels like an exit ramp for them if they wanted to go to a different path at quarterback.
I think you have to play Anthony Richardson until he tells you I can't do it anymore. I can't battle Richardson, Riley Leonard. You hope that Richardson wins it. You give him a little bit of a runway, and then
get hurt in the first game.
Well, then you got Leonard.
It's like you still need.
And then you have Jones coming back in week 10 or whatever.
It's like that. This is a team that
I think you can go with Leonard and Richardson.
If you could find,
now, I don't think it's a playoff team. Sorry to interrupt.
If Kyler Murray or Tua were to find themselves as free agents, I would bring in one of them and see what they can do under Steichen, and then. Daniel Jones, maybe he gets Wally pipped before he even gets back on the field. But, like, I think if I can get, like, a caliber of quarterback like Tua or Kyler until Daniel Jones is healthy, I think that's the path I would go down. But one of those guys has to get cut.
So what do you do with Anthony Richardson? You just trade him for a 5th?
Yeah. Move on.
Yeah.
Someone will take him for a 5th.
Well, you kind of already have.
I mean, Trey Lance was traded for a fourth rounder. Yeah. Like, you can get a 5th rounder for Richardson.
I think so.
Like, someone's going to take him.
Yeah. Junkie says, Justin Fields, you are a Colt.
No, I think his career is kaput, man.
I think he'll be on a roster.
I don't know.
You think he's out of the NFL?
He played so bad this year. I don't know. Like he's been.
Max Brosmer's in the NFL. Yeah. I think Justin Fields could get a job.
He'll get a job as long as he's like a good teammate, and it seems like he is.
He is. So like a third. So I guess he could be a Colt.
Yeah. I don't know if he'll be a Colt, but I think he'll have a spot in the league.
Yeah, I just don't know. He's third on your depth chart.
You know who else has a spot in the NFL for a long time?
Who's that?
Kymie Fairbairn, the greatest kicker in NFL history.
But today, I'm the greatest of all time.
That was Kymie yesterday after the game.
I mean, it sounds just like him.
After he tied the field goal record, that was him. Did it in a season where he didn't play in every game. Yep. But he also did it in an 18-week NFL season where you play 17 games.
I don't think that matters to me.
Are you okay? Why not?
I'm sorry.
He missed. How many games did he miss?
I think 2, right?
Well, then, that cancels out the extra game.
Yeah,
I don't think it matters.
But every record has
you need to be healthy. Like that's part of it. You can't be like, well, you get the extra game, but then you weren't healthy and it equals it all out. No, it's an NFL season. Attendance is part of the grade.
But every record has this, and it goes back. I mean, they used to play 12 games in a season,
right?
So like every record that's been broken by everybody, for the most part, has been.
Yeah, but some of these records have had an asterisk next to them. Roger
they,
Maris had an asterisk. Don't you remember the Billy Crystal movie, 61, asterisk?
I do. It's just like at some point, like I think Jeremy's mostly talking tongue-in-cheek, but at some point we have to, like, to Joe's point, like every current record holder is playing more games than Jim Brown played, right?
Yeah. But if we're being honest, I mean, we have a like a figurative asterisk on certain records. Like, don't you put an asterisk on the Barry Bonds home run records?
Yes.
Don't y'all?
I'll think a little apples and oranges, but
I mean, we don't know.
I guess we don't know.
Kymie Fairbairn has been he's had soft tissue injuries.
Now there.
You can check him for the cream and the clear.
So no, I'm obviously joking. What? Don't sue me, Kymie.
But the balls are different this year.
They are. That's true.
Yeah.
Great call.
Yes. They are very different this year.
That's a great point.
Did you guys see
they're juiced.
You guys see the field goal Cam Little hit yesterday?
Dude,
no.
I think it was good from 72.
Really?
He hit it. I can't remember. It was 65.
It was 67.
Not only was it 67 though, but it hit the net.
Yeah.
It was 67 and hit the net.
That guy's so good.
But like
he is, but it's got the K balls are they're juiced.
That's a great
out of their
point.
mind.
Does because the K balls are juiced, do we need to have a
like this is the Barry Bonds. This is Barry Bonds.
It is.
Like Cam Little, Barry Bonds. Kymie Fairbairn, Barry Bonds.
It's also the benefit of playing in the Houston Texans offense that's like incapable of scoring touchdowns.
Yes.
So it's like they settle for field goals more than anybody in the history of the game.
The Texans,
tongue-in-cheek a little.
The Texans made more field goals this season than any team in NFL history with 45. But they ranked 22nd in touchdowns this year.
So is he a legend, Kymie Fairbairn?
Ring of Honor.
Do you think so?
No.
But today,
I mean,
I'm the greatest of all time.
That is literally Kymie Fairbairn self-proclaiming himself to be the greatest of all time.
I think it's just a logistical nightmare. His name's too long to go up there in the Ring of Honor.
No, it's not.
If you put him in the Ring of Honor, you got to put the full name.
That's what I'm saying.
It would take up the whole ribbon board.
That's what I'm saying. It would take up too much room.
He's a legend, Kymie Fairbairn.
He's a legend. He's really good at his job.
Do you know who although I do worry about Kymie in big situations and outside and in weather and in wind.
He missed one in Kansas City last year.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how great I feel about the all-time greatest kicker in the history of the game, tongue-in-cheek /S. Kicking in Pittsburgh. Uncle Barney said the kickoff rules gave him the record. I don't disagree. I hate that the average starting drive position is what we see.
100%.
Like watching that game yesterday, Bills and Baltimore and Pittsburgh, they're starting at the 35. Like they're going back and forth to the 30. You know what I want to see? I want to see drive start at the 20. I want to see offense v defense. I don't care about kick coverage and kick return and ball starting at the 35. I hate the new kickoff rule.
Yeah, that's why I think like you talk about what quarterbacks are passing for this year. Like you're going to be critical of guys. Like look at their passing yardage marks. Even like CJ. It's like what's there to be critical because the fields are so much shorter.
Well, it's relative to
than they've ever been.
Every other quarterback.
Yeah, but like like if you did like a historical comparison.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's even hard. Like if you look at yardage to look at CJ this year versus his rookie year. It's a different game now with the way these kickoff rules.
It is.
And I think to what they wanted to do to bring them back and make them more exciting, they checked that box. Jalen Noel. Awesome.
I don't get that excited by them.
See, I think it's fun to have the kick return back. Like him running over that kicker like that was incredible.
You like this kickoff rule?
I do and I don't. I like the fact that the kickoff return
Get
is
off
back.
the fence, Joe.
Yeah.
No, I like the old rule. I like the old rule.
Hope that fence isn't hurting you.
I like that kickoff return is back, but I don't like how it's giving people the ball at the 35, 40-yard line.
Yeah,
that's time.
So, okay. So, like, maybe a happy medium here.
Yeah, go
back
back
you
to
can
the
still
old
do
way.
the new dynamic kickoff, but the touchback isn't as punitive.
Yeah.
Okay, I could live with that.
Like, it's just it's it's basically like you kick the ball out of bounds or you kick the ball into the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing now.
You start at the 35, you get a first down, you got Cam Little, you're in field goal range.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
Well, to Joe's point, like the penalty for kicking the ball out of bounds, for our entire lives is they get the ball at the 40. It's a 5-yard difference.
Yeah,
it's barely anything.
Yeah, I don't love it. One game management situation from D'Amico yesterday.
Okay,
D'Amico Ryans had the ball 4th and 10 at the Colts 41. He's got the greatest kicker in the history of the game, Kymie Fairbairn, on his team. 20-10 lead, 4:07 to play in the first half. What are you doing in that spot? 4th and 10, up by 10. 4:07 left to play in the first. 58-yard field goal for Kymie Fairbairn.
What's his career long?
It's over 60.
Probably 60-ish.
It's over 60.
Probably kick it.
I would kick it.
Kick what? Field goal or punt?
Field goal.
Okay. D'Amico punted.
I know he did.
D'Amico punted. I get it. I get it because it's like, hey, it's our defense. Our defense is great. We're up 10. We're going to play complimentary football. We want to pin them back deep. We don't want to miss here and give them the ball, kind of close to midfield. So we're just going to punt and play defense because that is the strength of your team. So, I get it. At the same time, you're indoors. Fairbairn is plenty good indoors and from that distance. I think that's a field goal spot.
I think so, too, and I mean, maybe they just don't think he has the leg regularly enough.
I disagree. I mean, they would tell you that Kaimi's got the leg for a 58-yarder.
I'm surprised. Well, then why?
Yeah, I think that's just D'Amico.
Just being weird.
I think it's complimentary football. Our defense is our strength. We're playing to our defense.
Yeah, but you're giving up points. You think you can get? You think you can get them? Take the points.
I mean, I would have kicked the field goal there.
That's how they operate the rest of the game.
I don't understand why they did. I mean, I told you why they didn't. I told you why I think they didn't. But I would have kicked a field goal. Kaimi this year on kicks from 50 or longer is 9 for 13. Now, this would have been a longer one, so I'd be curious what he's at from 55 or greater. But his long this year is 57. Long in his career is 61. I had people, because I posted this on my Twitter, at Jeremy Branham, was this a spot where you punt or you kick a field goal? People were saying it's a punt spot because they didn't want to risk injury to Kaimi Fairbairn.
What?
That's a bad take.
Multiple people said that, Joe.
That's a really bad
Multiple people in my comments said they would have punted there because they don't want to risk injury to Kaimi Fairbairn going into the playoffs.
How do they think he's getting hurt?
Because he has to put more oomph and power on a long field goal.
That's a really bad
take.
Just
so bad. What do you think he does all week?
He kicks.
Kicks the ball.
What do you think he does in warm-ups? He kicks it from longer than 58.
Do you think this has been the first time all week that he kicks a near 60-yard field goal? And does that increase the chances of you getting hurt? It was maybe the worst take I've seen all year.
I guarantee you he did that in warm-ups.
See, this happened to you last week where you put something on Twitter and people are defending D'Amico's decision with really strange arguments.
Oh, you think they're kind of straw manning?
Yes.
Ooh.
What else is that?
I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty weak.
That's the definition of a straw man argument.
And it is. I can listen to punt there. I can listen to punt. Our defense is great. We want to pin him back deep. We know that Kaimi's got a better than a 50-50 chance to make it. But if he misses it, we don't want to put the Colts in, near the 50 with, 3.5 minutes left to play, giving them an opportunity to score. I can listen to that. I disagree with it, but I can listen to it. I think it's sound logic. Disagree? Sound logic. I will not listen to they didn't want to risk injury for Kaimi Fairbairn.
And at the end of the day, who's on the other side of the field?
The Colts.
Riley Leonard.
He was pretty good yesterday.
I know
JJ was crowning him.
Yeah.
He was burning.
JJ was crowning him yesterday.
But with Alec Pierce. Once Alec Pierce went out of the game, some of that stopped.
But
shout out to that referee.
Yeah, he saved the Texas bacon.
He's a free agent, by the way, Alec Pierce.
Really curious what his contract looks like.
Pretty big.
His yards per catch was fascinating.
He's always been that way, though.
I know. But he actually hit 1,000 this year, which makes it even more just the gap between what you normally assume with that sort of player.
He needs to go to an offense with a big arm.
Or just a good arm, because he hasn't had that ever.
You know where he'd be great at?
Where?
Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the Chiefs, but I think you're better. I think your answer's better.
Because he's not going to cost – I mean, he's going to cost you, but he's not going to cost you top receiver money.
Yeah.
So, if that's your offensive acquisition for Buffalo this offseason, that would be pretty good.
That's a good move.
Because he's a great deep ball threat, and Josh Allen has a bazooka.
Yeah, they need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Very badly.
They have a collection of misfits,
yeah.
The wide receiver room. By the way, the Texans own 4 picks in the top 70. Shout out to Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle for compiling this work, so I didn't have to. They have their own first-round pick, which is still to be determined where that's at draft order. They have the 38th pick of the draft that comes from the Commanders. That was the Laramie Tunsil trade. They have the 69th pick of the draft. Nice. They got that in the trade down where the Giants traded up to get Jackson Dart. So there you go. They have
58, right?
3 picks, 69.
Well, no, they have their own second-round pick, too.
Oh, yeah, they have their own second-round pick, which we don't know what that's going to be yet, right? Does that one does the second round and through 7th round, does that get determined on playoff exit, or is that going to be determined based on reverse order of standing in the regular season?
I don't remember.
I forget. I don't remember. I know the first round is for sure playoff exit. I'm not sure if that is the prevailing order for every round after. I think it might be.
I think it is.
Matt Young, for the record, has in the Texans draft picks, he says Texans own pick. He doesn't have a number associated with it. Yeah. So it makes me think that it's going to be playoff exit.
I think it's
the order.
Yeah, I think
so that is the order for 1 through 7.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's right.
So they have their own first-round pick, their own second-round pick, Commanders, which pick at number 38, the Giants pick at number 69. So 4 picks in the top 70 for a team that's about to spend a ton of money is good.
And 5 picks in the top 106.
There you go.
Draft a corner.
How high would you be willing to go for a corner?
38.
That high?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not mad at it.
Well, there's 2 parts. Are you going to pay Lassiter, you think?
I think that they will, yeah. They love
Well, they don't have to make that decision this offseason, though, do they?
But like
to pay Lassiter, no.
I think you need a third corner, like, regardless, at some point.
Let's tease this and talk about it on the other side. Because I have we'll finish your thoughts, Joe, because that's important. And then also
thanks.
I think that there's a lot of factors as to why an additional corner would be good. And I'll explain that on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie says in Petrie, the slot corner. He is. touch on that in just a second. I was listening to D'Amico Ryans today, by the way.
Okay.
D'Amico's already annoyed with the questions he's getting about the Steelers.
I saw you tweet this.
Here was, which is weird to me. Here was D'Amico Ryans about halfway through today's press conference.
TJ Watt back last night. They also have Alex Highsmith on the other side. Just what are your initial thoughts on their pass rush and what the challenges there?
Yeah, you guys are fired up by the Steelers, huh? Man, can't wait. Yeah.
What did he expect? He didn't think he was going to field Steelers questions today? It's a playoff matchup. So weird. That was a weird reaction to me. He's like, I can't believe you guys are asking about the Steelers. What do you mean?
Who cares about what happened yesterday? Honestly,
right? It was a preseason game. It was a heightened preseason game.
And you want to ask the critical questions, and he's gonna get upset about that too.
I don't what was he thinking the press conference was gonna be? Hey, how was your season? Hey, what did you think of this and that? No, it's gonna be they want your thoughts on a pivotal matchup.
Yeah, it's the playoffs.
A pivotal playoff matchup.
That's what you talk about during the week leading up to a playoff game.
What a weird response. Yeah. And I love D'Amico. We all know that. I love D'Amico.
Sounds like he just woke up on the wrong side of the bed today.
I think he might have. And look, it might be because of the playoff matchup. I don't expect him to be jolly as you're getting ready for, fighting for your football lives. I get it. But Aaron Wilson started and he kind of ranted, what are you going to get about with the Steelers? And D'Amico's like, what's your question? He asked the question. What are your thoughts on the Steelers?
Yeah.
He was a little grumpier today, but I kind of like it though. I don't want my coach to be jovial and happy as they get ready for a playoff game.
No, and I would imagine even though it was kind of a preseason game, there's a standard the Texans like to play by on defense, and they failed at that yesterday.
You think that's why he's kind of?
I think it could be part of it.
Sourpuss.
I could think there's
going off the field at halftime. He was a little sourpuss yesterday.
I think he's just being a football hardo.
Maybe.
I mean, you're not playing your dudes,
Doesn't mean you play that bad.
Yeah, maybe you're right. All right, third corner. How high would you be willing to drive? You said second round. What pick did you say?
I said 38. If that's what you identify as a need in the draft, and you're sitting there at 38, and that's the best player on your board is a corner, I have no problem taking it there. When I look at the Texans draft at this moment, I think about need. I think guard or tackle in the first round,
or center.
Something on the offensive line is likely your first round target, but most likely in the interior with where you're going to be picking. And then after that, areas of need, safety, corner, are kind of the ones that come to mind for you.
I throw D-tackle into that too.
Depends on who you're bringing back, but I'm not opposed to that. That's fine. I'm a best player available guy. You can talk me into just about anything. I like taking the best player on my draft board. These guys are going to get hurt. It's football. Their contracts are going to expire. I like having good football players in my room. I sound like Nick Caserio. But I like BPA. But, you could bring back Rankins. You could bring back Tommy Togiai. Mm-hmm. So, but again, I'm BPA. I like BPA. I'm Nick Caserio. We don't know what need is.
Yeah, it's just
don't know what it is.
And Lassiter and Sting, while they've been tough sons of guns this year.
Tough sons of guns.
They've left a lot of games banged up, and they've come back in.
Yeah.
But they've gotten beat up this year, and you've got lucky that they haven't got significantly hurt.
Yeah, you're right. No,
so
you're right.
I think there is a real it's called depth. All the depth we've had to see this year. Quarterback's been fine. Running back, wide receiver, offensive line's been fine. Safety's been good. Defensive line, but corner depth bad.
Where's that meth head that they brought in? That corner is he? I mean, he must be a bum.
Who? Damon Arnett. The meth head.
They cut him week 5.
I know. I mean, how bad was he? I think he's bounced around though from cutting practice squad.
Could he have actually been worse than Tremont Smith?
Must be.
I think anyone on meth would be able to run faster than Tremont Smith.
How bad was this meth head? They were willing to roll the dice on a meth head. He can't even play ahead of Jalen Smith.
Yeah, and they tried this last year too.
How bad is he? How do you roll the dice and put yourself on the line for a meth head and he can't even play ahead of Jalen Smith? It's pathetic.
Yeah. He was only released 10 days ago, actually. So,
Arnett?
Yeah. He was released on December 23rd, according to Wikipedia.
Well, he's been released, practice squatted, released. Yeah. He's one of their bubble guys. They'll bring him back if there's room. If they need a clear space, he's one of their guys.
But he must be bad.
He must be.
But they tried Okuda last year, bad. Their backup cornerback situation.
Well, they signed that one veteran who retired on him during the offseason.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Who was his name?
I'm forgetting now. But it was someone
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was clearly one of those guys that was definitely past his prime, but could have helped you a little bit, and then he retired.
He was a former Raven.
Yeah,
Ronald Darby.
That's it.
Was
Ronald
he a Raven?
Darby. I thought he played for the Bills.
Eagles and Bills.
He did play on the Ravens. He played on a bunch of teams.
Okay.
But he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot about Darby.
Great pull, Brian.
Casario signs a dude who retires when they break camp in a meth head. They can't even play out of Jalen Smith. But no, I would be okay with a corner. And here's one, because what you said, right?
Yeah.
Like the drop off between Stingley, Lassiter, and then whoever's been ran out there is massive. A great canyon divide.
There's not a bigger divide between starter and in depth on their roster.
No, but then here's another thing. That second safety has also been a revolving door, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that you need to go into the season with this in mind, but they have bumped Jalen Petrie back to safety this season, something I didn't think they were going to do. But they have bumped Jalen Petrie back to one of those safeties this season. So if you draft a third corner, an outside corner, I mean, Jalen Petrie is your third corner. He's your nickel corner. He's paid handsomely to be your nickel corner. I think that's his best role. He's having a great year. He's covering better, all those things. Not trying to replace Jalen Petrie. But if you were to use a second-round draft pick on a corner, well, now not only do you have a backup boundary corner, but you also have your backup nickel corner. So he plays both roles, whether you're using that guy, that your rookie, to back up Stingley, Lassiter, and Petrie, or he plays outside, Petrie bumps back to safety, and then Lassiter plays nickel, where I think he'd be great if there's an injury to that second safety spot. So I wouldn't be opposed to using a pretty premium draft. I wouldn't want it to be a first-rounder, I don't think, although BPA
I agree.
if you love the guy. But no, I wouldn't be opposed to a second or third-rounder being a corner at all.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, like, you go to the draft and talk about needs, I think that's going to be pretty high on the list for the Texans.
Yeah.
It's interior
but
offensive
Casario doesn't
line.
know what needs are.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Doesn't know what needs are, doesn't know what windows are.
Robots know what needs are.
He's a robot, and he doesn't know what they are.
They need oil. Robots. They need oil to move. They know that. They do.
How do you know?
I'm just saying. They got to know.
What brought up oil?
I don't.
That's the
I
first.
got lost.
He's saying they need oil.
That's the first thing I could think a robot needs. Electricity. What else do they need?
Joe has this weekend's events very firmly on his mind. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Angelo, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Angelo?
Hey, y'all really almost answered my question because y'all was like with the draft. I was wondering why wouldn't the Texans just throw all the darts in the draft for like a guard, pick up as many of them as you can, and hope and pray one or maybe two of them pan out. Somebody that can not get beat up by Jeffrey Simmons every year. So that's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think guard's definitely going to be the priority in this offseason because you've got a problem at left guard for sure, and you've got no right guard on your roster the day the season ends.
Yeah,
that you believe in either. And no, you could bring out Ingram back,
sure,
of course, but like you have a flaw there on your roster. So whether it's draft a tackle and bump Titus inside for his last year on the Texans, but I still think you need a guard.
No,
after that.
Yeah, I have no problem with what you said, Angelo. Like if again, I'm BPA. You can talk me into just about anything. Like don't draft a kicker in the first 4 rounds. Like that. I'm not this huge like don't draft this position. Like I'm willing to overlook drafting a player where you already have an abundance of talent. You can talk me into these things, especially with the way they've drafted. They've drafted good outside of offensive linemen. So I'm not this huge stickler on positional need, but they will need offensive line help some way, whether it's most likely through the draft or in free agency. Nick Casario is a Will and Dillon son of a gun. Maybe he trades for somebody. But no, that has to be another area of concern, I would say.
Yeah, the corners were very bad.
Anything else on the Texans? I'm trying to read here in the marginalia to see if there's anything I missed.
No, I think we covered pretty much all of it.
All right. You're the boss. 713-780-ESPN. Who had the best win in the NFL yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. Who had the best win yesterday in the NFL? Joe.
Pittsburgh.
I'm gonna start acting like Rich Eisen whenever I interview people.
Oh, so good.
You ever hear him do that?
Yeah.
Where he's like, "What do you think about this, Coach? What did you think about how the defense played yesterday, Joe?" Like he has these weird pauses and then like says their name. It's odd.
Yep.
Joe.
It is odd.
Anyways, who had the best win
Jeremy.
in the NFL yesterday? Joe.
The Steelers. The Steelers had the best one. They
Yeah,
made the
it's hard
playoffs.
it's hard to argue that.
I mean, it's over the whole weekend. It's them or the Seahawks, right?
That was a great game too. Like it lived up to the billing.
Yeah,
that was an awesome game. Like they were like who would have imagined that the Steelers and the Ravens after that first half that they had would trade offensive punches in the last 6 minutes of the game?
No one would have thought that.
It was like Chiefs Bills from a few years ago.
Yeah, like Lamar. I think I saw it's like he's like the only quarterback to throw multiple go-ahead fourth quarter touchdowns this season and still lose.
Wow.
Like
Zay Flowers was getting loose.
Very loose.
They basically ran the same play twice, and the Steelers fell for it both times.
Nick Haley needs to look at
Collinsworth
that play.
Lost his mind.
Yeah. How do I run that play?
Yeah,
next week.
That's just what they need to do.
Whatever that is.
That play.
Did Jalen Noel run that play?
It was Jalen Noel barely plays football offensively for the Texans. Even whenever they're having a preseason game, he barely plays football. He played like 16 snaps yesterday.
I know. I don't get it.
They didn't play Nico. They're playing their second string. Jalen Noel plays 16 snaps yesterday. It was pretty weird.
Did Barrios play?
No, he was inactive too, Joe. You need to really start reading that inactive report. Which, by the way, his ex-girlfriend's like getting a little close and cuddly with Tom Brady.
No, that's not going over very well. I read that today.
By who?
Tom's not happy that leaked.
Well, what's he going to do about it?
Shut it down.
Gripe and moan.
Say see you later.
Break up with her.
That's not how this
thing
works.
I didn't really think that Brady and Alex Earl had a very good chance of lasting long.
No, but it's a tough look for Braxton.
I feel so bad for him.
Yeah.
I hate to say.
Like, what do you
a
say?
bad look?
Yes.
No, I mean,
he's lost the love of his life, Brian.
Well, yes.
Like, you want to give up your wife to Tom Brady?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I would think more highly.
I know what you're saying.
I would think more highly of Brian if his wife left him for Tom Brady.
That's my point. Like, if we're
he would be sad and lonely. I wish that upon nobody.
If we're at the starting point that she's going to leave you, if at least she leaves you for Tom Brady, like,
Yeah.
all right, I get it. Like,
She
at least
didn't leave him for Tom Brady.
Downgrade.
Tom Brady's her rebound. She left him for the little dancer dude on Dancing with the
Yeah, but
Stars.
if it was like she leaves him for like,
although I don't know that to be
punter.
accurate.
Craig Carton,
Yeah,
I'd be like,
why
That'd
was
be
that
horrible.
cool?
That'd be horrible.
I don't know. I was trying to think of some radio
No,
host.
either way, you're sad and lonely. Like if you're so,
But you're more,
what's the
you're
word I'm
more
looking for here?
angry and more depressed.
disagree.
If she downgrades, because then it's about you.
If my
You can
wife left me
convince
for Tom
yourself-
Brady versus Brian McDonald, I wouldn't care. I would be sad and miserable either way.
That's
You
true.
don't think you'd be more sad if she left you for me than Tom
No,
Brady?
No, I wouldn't.
I think you definitely would.
There's a void in my life
You can at
regardless.
least see the reason why she'd leave for Tom Brady.
No, I wouldn't. I'm
okay.
way better looking than Brady is. Way better personality
I
as
love
well.
you, Jeremy, but no.
My money, our bank accounts are similar.
Yeah. There's just a
Cougars
couple
must be paying
extra
more than I know.
zeros in his bank account, but you know.
I feel bad for Braxton. It's very sad, and I hate to say I didn't see it coming. I hate to say
You
I
did
did
predict
see it coming.
Yeah, you called your shot. You were right.
He was right about that one. No, good win for the Steelers. That was awesome to see. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I'm not sure the Steelers was good to see, actually. I'm not sure that it was. Anyways, Julian, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Julian? Julian.
Hello?
There you are.
Hello?
Hey, that's not Julian.
Hey, yeah,
That's not your name.
It's Gary. Hey, it's Gary.
Yeah, I know.
Julian.
Our board says Julian.
Hey.
Somebody typed it in wrong. Our apologies.
Okay,
My bad. I didn't mean to
that's
insult
no.
you. Gary, you're in with Jeremy and Joe.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, even though people are going to say the Steelers, their only guarantee is one game home in the playoffs, depending on how it goes. And you send those guys home, your opponent, that's fine, but you're only guaranteed that one game. Seattle, that was the greatest win. There was a conference game. You get two games, both games at home, and the only time you leave is when time to go to the Super Bowl. So when you can clinch home field advantage, only have to play two games, that's clearly the greater win. It was still a division opponent also.
And to be fair, they're only
Strong take,
only
Gary.
guaranteed one win, one home game.
I think he meant
I know.
round in the playoff.
But I mean, Seahawks is look, you got the 1 seed.
Yeah.
You also prevented it from being everything in San Francisco for 5 straight weeks.
Yeah.
Where if the 49ers win that game, 5 straight home games, if they go to the Super Bowl.
They're going to go to the Super Bowl.
Because it's in Santa Clara. So, like, you avoid that, which is good for, I think, everybody. So, yeah, I think Seahawks is good, but they were in the playoffs regardless. Pittsburgh had to win to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think those are definitely the two. And I could hear the argument on both sides of it. Now, the Seahawks did win me a division title ticket.
Nice.
So thank you, Seattle. Thank you, Sam Darnold. I appreciate it greatly. Somebody said that the Falcons had the best win for Carolina.
Yeah.
I you know what I think's going underrated today, especially with the firing of Raheem Morris, and we'll get to Black Monday here in a second. Is Atlanta going to hang up the divisional championship banner?
No.
Why not?
Can't.
The Colts would.
The Texans would. Anybody who wins these NIT tournaments would.
The Colts
they rallied to win a share of their division, Joe.
Yeah, but Jim Irsay realized before he passed that was a mistake. He gave it away. He gave it to Barstool.
That was pretty funny, though.
Oh, it's one of the most embarrassing things we've ever seen an NFL team do.
So this, my friend Frankie sent me this. He said the Falcons were eliminated. It's a tweet from somebody else. The Falcons were eliminated from the playoffs on December 7th and still finished tied for first in their division. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
That nearly a month after they were eliminated from the playoffs, they locked up first place tied for the division.
And I think the decision they made today was a good one.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of close games. You look at their schedule this year. They should have won. And it goes back to, honestly, more than anything, goes back to the Jets game.
You know, whenever I
Lost
knew
the Jets.
You know, whenever I knew that Terry Fontenot was going to be fired?
When he was explaining to Arthur Blank why he drafted Michael Penix in the draft room?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, I would say when he drafted Michael Penix.
Yeah.
They spent $40-something million on Kirk Cousins, and then you use a top 10 pick on Michael Penix.
I mean, it was like you knew in that moment this is either going to make him look like the greatest GM of all time, or he was going to get fired.
No, I never thought the first.
I really
never thought
like there was really no path to an in between. It was like Kirk Cousins is good.
I don't know what the path was to be the greatest GM because, okay, the path is Kirk or Penix are great, but then you've just wasted either a top 10 pick or $40 million.
I thought it was a gross level of incompetence.
No, I think the best case scenario was you have Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, that Kirk Cousins leads you for a couple of years. You win games with him. When he retires or his contract is up, you hand it to Penix. And there's never your quarterback situation is set for the next 2 decades.
Those were late first-round draft picks, though.
Oh no, I know. But it's like that was the Packers' path,
and in different off seasons.
100%. It was strange. It made no sense.
Have we seen anything like that? Never that egregious.
I mean, I think the closest thing would be with Kirk Cousins.
Well, that was
RG3.
That was 2 rookies, though.
I know, but that's still strange.
I think sure, but I'm talking about a veteran free agent for big money and a top draft pick. Like Seattle comes to mind when they signed Matt Flynn to big money, and then they drafted Russell Wilson. But that was what, a 4th round draft pick?
It was a third round
draft pick.
Yeah, Matt Flynn wasn't making what Kirk Cousins got.
He made big money, but not Kirk.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say big. It was pretty substantial.
It was good for the time.
It was starting quarterback money.
It was good for the time.
That's the only one I can think of. Where a rookie took over a veteran contract that were both brought in the same season. Not separation of years apart, because you see that a lot. You see a guy who they sign him. I mean, you saw it in Philly. You saw it in Philly with Carson Wentz and Jalen Hurts. You see young quarterbacks eventually take over the reins of their starting quarterback position. But a big free agent acquisition and a high draft pick in the same season, I'm not sure we've ever seen anything like that.
No, I mean the Philly one maybe is a little comparable because they just paid Carson.
Yeah, was Hurts a second or third? I forget. Second.
Well, I guess Denver kind of did that a year apart also with Wilson and Nix.
Yeah, but they knew they were. But Russell, he was gone.
Not the same year. It was a
year.
It was closer in separation.
It was a year separate. Yeah.
But also, everybody knew that they did. Sean Payton didn't want Russell Wilson, and there was a coaching change. But that's one of the closest ones we can find.
Because I think the closest comps are low level veteran quarterback deals that are expensive, but that guy's not the starter. When the Bears signed Mike Glennon to a $45 million contract, and then they drafted Justin Fields 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was Trubisky. I don't remember which one it was. But it was kind of similar. Where it's why'd you just pay this guy if you're taking someone, I think, second overall?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. But this one it's gonna be one of the strangest off seasons for a quarterback situation we've ever seen. I don't think anything will ever.
A little hyperbolic.
I don't think so. You can't find anything close to it.
No, I think you're right. You're right. I don't disagree. I was just being argumentative.
I know you were. That's why I pushed back.
And then I was like, you know what? He might be right.
I would be baffled if someone did this again. Like Daniel Jones gets a massive contract this offseason, and then I guess the Colts don't have a first round pick.
Yeah.
So don't know what else they would do.
I mean, the closest that we've seen, I think, is whenever you draft a quarterback late in the first round with an established veteran. I think that's the closest we've seen, but we've never seen it in the same offseason.
Ravens did that with they had Flacco, and then they drafted Lamar last pick of the first.
Favre, Rodgers, Love.
Yeah.
That's about as far as you. I mean, okay, here's one that might be somewhat close. Alex Smith, Pat Mahomes. Somewhat close, not apples to apples.
Yeah.
It's different off seasons, but established veteran starter, good
Alex
player.
Smith had made the playoffs, I think, the year before.
He did, and in Pat Mahomes' rookie year.
Yeah,
and all those quarterbacks are established on the roster. That's
where you can't find the comp.
Like Kirk Cousins hadn't shown up yet.
No,
and it was like day one. Michael Penix is connecting with Bijan Robinson and his teammates better than Kirk Cousins. And Cousins was coming off the Achilles, right?
He was, yeah.
What a weird. I knew that he was done.
Yeah,
I knew that the moment they made that draft pick that was not going to work.
And now, in retrospect, doesn't it feel like your owner signed Kirk Cousins and your GM was like, "This is a stupid idea. I'm drafting a quarterback."
No, it doesn't.
You don't think so? You think this was just the plan?
Because
I don't think Blank's that hands on.
If the owner forced Kirk, I think the owner would have stepped in and said, "Don't draft Penix."
Yeah.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
I wonder if I don't know if you've seen the rumors of who's talking about NFL openings.
Belichick?
That's right.
Let's go.
And he interviewed with the Falcons the last time.
I hope it happens. We'll get to Black Monday a little bit later. Let's talk about the rest of these NFL games. A record went down yesterday too. Not Kaimi Fairbairn,
but
the
today,
greatest kicker of all time.
I'm the greatest of all time.
Kaimi Fairbairn live from NRG yesterday. 713. That's a contradiction, isn't it? 713-780-3776. Who had the best win in the NFL? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
All right, D&M Leasing. They are the home of the easy lease. And right now you can get no payments for the next 60 days. If you've never gone through the leasing process, they will walk you through it from the very beginning to the very end. It's nice and simple. And their leasing agents, they've been there for 10 years on average. So you're going to be working with someone with experience that's worked with people who have done leasing before and people who have never done it. So you'll get all the education that you need. All you got to do is go to dmautololeasing.com or call 713-290-1000 to speak with one of those leasing agents today. And when it comes time, they will bring that car to you, whether it's to your home, to your office. If you're out at lunch, they can come and bring you your car and also take your trade-in as well. Again, no payments for the next 60 days at D&M Leasing. All you got to do is go to dmautololeasing.com or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Junkie says not exactly a Steelers or Ravens fan,
Junkie?
but I think the Steelers had the best win to finish first in their division, a game that mattered. Another one said Seattle. Not to toot my own horn, toot. I won 2 of those 3 division title bets.
What was the other one you won?
Seattle was 1, and New England.
That's right.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
I didn't say it. Some people are saying it.
I lost my only one I did.
Boom.
Texans plus 700.
That's right. I had Texans plus 600.
Yeah, I got on like 2 weeks later.
Game away.
I know.
Stupid Denver. Denver's the top seed in the AFC. Can't beat Jacksonville at home.
Yeah, I didn't make a lot of division bets this year.
I didn't either.
I'm glad I didn't.
I like getting value in season.
Yeah, because before the season, I probably wouldn't have picked.
No.
I wouldn't have picked New England. I wouldn't have picked Jacksonville.
That's a strategy I'm going to take over to next year.
Wouldn't have picked Chicago or Carolina.
Unless there's value you love at the start of the year. I like waiting till like a few weeks into the season because people like Vegas overreacts on like a 1-3 start.
Yeah, you go 0-2 to start the season. It's just like panic.
Yeah, I think I like the value of in-season division title betting.
I think I'm with you on that.
Okay. Mike Tirico's lead up to that missed field goal was epic, so good. Tirico I love Tirico. I thought Tirico was next level yesterday.
We've been very
so good.
We always point out the negatives of play-by-play guys.
Mm-hmm.
Is he your top guy?
Yeah.
I think he's my number 1 too.
I am biased towards Kevin Harlan because I love Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
But Tirico's fantastic.
I like Tirico a lot. He's my number 1 guy.
Do you like Collinsworth?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think he gets a bad rap.
There's times where I'm like, but like for the most part, like I like Collinsworth.
You see the one dude on TikTok who like impersonates Collinsworth?
Yes.
It's funny. He's like,
but I think they're the top combo.
Yeah, I love I love Tirico. I think Tirico's so good. Did you see the priest doing the holy water in that end zone?
Yeah, look, it worked. That's right where the kick missed.
That's crazy, man.
Like, yeah, do what you got to do, man.
You know, basketball teams up in the Northeast, like St. John's and like Providence and like Villanova, you know, they travel a priest.
Oh, yeah.
They travel a priest. They sit on the bench with them and stuff.
I'm not surprised by that.
Okay.
I mean,
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Some NBA teams do
Which,
it.
by the way,
What?
Are these Jack Easterby's Texans?
No.
He hired Caserio.
He did.
D'Amico Ryan says a lot of the same things that Jack Easterby said, for what it's worth. We want people who love football.
Mm-hmm.
We want people who love football. God-fearing men, which I am one of those. I have no, I'm not ashamed to say that. Like, dude, were the principles that Jack Easterby instilled, is that what has led the Texans to 3 straight playoff appearances?
This makes me want to vomit.
He hired Caserio.
I know
they weren't going to hire him, Joe. They weren't going to hire Caserio.
I know. If it wasn't for Deshaun Watson, for Jack Easterby, Deshaun Watson might still be a Texan.
Maybe.
Because then they hire Omar Khan.
They probably would have.
And then
they weren't gonna interview Easterby.
No.
And then they weren't gonna interview Caserio. And Easterby's like, let's go get our man.
And I think they flew to Carolina because he's interviewing with the Panthers.
Yes. They went and got him.
It's like Omar Khan's the GM, Deshaun Watson, all those allegations. He's under Texans contract when they're happening. No, his contract's not guaranteed.
Jack Easterby
like in Cleveland
may have saved the Texans.
Gross.
And he was just the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, he just had to tear it down to its studs to do it.
I don't really believe that, but it is interesting that Easterby was so hell bent on Caserio, and Caserio's the guy that kind of turned it around. Although I would give D'Amico Ryans way more credit than I would Caserio.
Yeah,
like
I would too.
Who would you give the most credit to the turnaround for the Texans? They won 11 games in 3 years, and since then, in the 3 seasons to follow, they went to 3 straight playoffs. And this is the first time as a wild card.
It's D'Amico.
I think it's D'Amico.
Yeah, and C.J. Stroud deserves credit for sure, as well as the quarterback of the team. But it's D'Amico.
Yeah.
And Caserio's drafted great. And what's this? The C.J. Stroud status, he has the most wins, the second most wins ever in his first 3 seasons by a quarterback taken first or second.
It's interesting.
Behind John Elway.
It's very interesting.
Or maybe past John. I think it's behind John Elway.
It was Elway.
Yeah.
Which I also find
I think he's tied Elway.
Which I also find that
right.
to be interesting because Elway was benched.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of his documentary right now on
I
Netflix.
watched it.
I haven't finished it yet.
It's pretty good.
It's good so far.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I just got through the drive.
It's pretty good.
It's
The
like 30
Kubiak
minutes
makes
left.
a few appearances in it.
He does.
No, I like that documentary. It's pretty good. I don't give enough credit to Elway as the executive as much as I should have. After watching that documentary, that was my takeaway. It's like, I don't give Elway the love as an executive as much as I should.
Okay.
That was my main takeaway.
I look forward to finishing.
And I didn't realize that he was benched his rookie year.
I didn't know that. Yep.
So it's kind of crazy that Stroud tied that with Elway being benched in his rookie year.
And, well, Stroud did miss a lot of time.
He did miss a lot of time.
A lot of time in the last 3 seasons.
That is pretty interesting, though. Hannah McNair, just saying. Okay, that's fair. I can live with Hannah McNair because Hannah McNair did kind of change the tide of like how they were operating. Where Cal was like, "Hey, we're all good," and then Hannah McNair is like, "Okay, lay down the ball."
Never quit.
Although Cal is very inspirational.
It does feel like Hannah kind of put things back on the right track.
She kind of like whipped Cal McNair into shape.
Can I be honest though? Could do with like out the podcast clips from the official Texas Twitter account.
She's Stephanie McMahon.
Yeah. But, like, Stephanie, like,
It is kind of weird.
They put her up on a cross one time. Stone Cold had to save her.
That's wrestling.
She was like, she was the savior. She was saved.
It is kind of weird that Hannah McNair has a podcast.
Kind of?
On the Texans. I mean, it's about as weird as that Ursari's daughter standing on the sidelines during the games.
Yeah. It's weird.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking that.
And if things fall apart at some point.
I think she would stop doing it.
I would hope so.
I could see what Kerry McNair was saying.
A little bit, yeah.
I think Kerry McNair got a little upset that Hannah McNair was taking the reins of the organization, but things have been good for the Houston Texans. Pete says Steelers-Ravens, the best game of the weekend, with Seattle-San Fran coming in second. Those were the top two for sure. Key from L.A., Puka had the best catch. Did you see that catch?
The one that he didn't catch?
No, the one he caught.
Oh, no, I missed it.
You're thinking 2 weeks ago. Puka made the most ridiculous catch yesterday. I think it was like, I don't know what down it was, but it was goal-to-go situation. They were like inside the 5, maybe around the 5, and they basically threw a jump ball for Puka. And Puka goes up, and he mossed on the corner's head. He went up and one hand grabbed it, like fading back.
I'm watching it right now.
It was unbelievable.
That's nasty.
He's so good. Puka, he's dumb as dirt, but the dude is so good.
He's as good as he is dumb.
Yes.
He is the best dumb person we're watching right now in sports.
Did he take Offensive Player of the Year from JSN?
I don't know.
I think so. JSN's falling apart.
Is our JSN bet in play here?
Yeah, I mean, they neither one got hurt.
Oh, I had Taylor.
Yeah, you had Taylor, I had JSN.
Oh, but only if he breaks Calvin Johnson's single game record or single season record.
Well, that was my downside guarantee, like yours, Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, dang.
Injury.
So I could still lose this?
I mean, I'll let Joe be the judge on this, but I think so.
Who's going to win the Offensive Player of the Year?
If JSN wins Offensive Player of the Year, I think I win that bet.
I think.
I can see that. I'm saying, who do we think is going to win the Offensive Player of the Year?
I think it's Puka.
Yeah, I think it's Puka.
Thank goodness. Appreciate it, Puka. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Philip from the Woodlands. You're with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Philip from the Woodlands? Philip. Hello, Philip.
This off.
There you are.
Yeah.
Sorry. There you go. Restart.
Yep. You there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I just want to get this off my chest for a second because I've been seeing a lot of this. And granted, I only go back to run and shoot, not the Love You Blue era. But I don't want any of these people in town talking about Pittsburgh and the history with Houston and football. I'm sorry, Amy Adams, Skunk, Strunk, whatever her name is. She gets the colors and the history and all that. This comes with it. You don't just get to pick and choose the good stuff that comes with you to Nashville. That era with the Pittsburgh owning you, that's the Titans. That's not us. We have no history here. And if you start invoking Oiler history on us here, I think you're just way off. That should be unacceptable. They're just another team. There is no lore for us. There's no history there. It's just, let's just make this an aberration that people forget Aaron Rodgers was ever a Steeler quarterback because he was one and done and did nothing else and then retired. And it's just one of those freak things that is not historic or relevant, where he had some deep playoff run with Steeler lore and all this. They're just another team. Take care of business. Don't freak out. We'll be fine. I don't want to hear all the Love You Blue stuff. As much as I love the Oilers, they took it. They can have it. Let's move on. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks, guys.
All right, sit down on the other side. Should this be a Houston versus Pittsburgh rivalry renewed, or is it not a rivalry at all? Also, Marcus, we'll get to you on the other side, too. 713-780-3776. Also, Brian did something on that call from Philip that caught my ire. I will display my ire to you, Brian, next. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We begin again for the third time today. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. A junkie says absolutely irrelevant. Houston-Pittsburgh rivalry. Another junkie says I'm 29 years old. Flex. What happened in Pittsburgh? 78-79 AFC Championship games. Who forgot? Brian sent us a text message today, and he assigned us homework. Mm-hmm. He said, you have to watch the 1979 AFC Championship game before Friday's show, and then we're going to have an opening segment Friday.
I know I've been accused.
Probably.
I know I've been accused of not answering text messages recently on social media.
Well, it's true. Yeah, you're not a great texter.
Yeah, you didn't respond to that one.
I guess
although Jeremy kind of, I think he misrepresented my text, but that's fine.
Well, that's, don't get lost in the theater of radio.
I said I liked the idea.
Yeah, he did say I liked it. Oh, that was different. That was in response to something else.
Yeah, Jeremy responded pretty quickly. I didn't remember you responding.
Well, also, last time I tried to watch the 1979 AFC Championship game, though, I fell asleep halfway through the first quarter.
Great.
You pulled it up on YouTube. You saw that Ford Bronco on the warning track of Three River Stadium.
Yeah, I've seen that clip.
We're gonna have John McClain on Thursday at 4:30, and I'm not. This isn't a joke. It sounds like that sounded like a little bit of satire there, and maybe a little sarcasm. It's not. No, that's a fact. John McClain, the General, will join us at 4:30 Thursday. Are you gonna play like a bad rap to intro John McClain?
Why should I play a bad rap?
No, I don't know. I can't ever imagine why you would play a bad rap to intro John McClain. 713-780-3776. What do you think, though? Like, does this renew the rivalry of Houston-Pittsburgh, or is it irrelevant because that was Steelers-Oilers?
I think I hate to tell either side that they're wrong because I think they're both right and they're both wrong. Like, if you've been Oilers-Texans only, I get why you would still hate the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, it is Titans history.
No, I think it's city history. You had the feelings, you had the emotion. The people, and look, I understand that there's some age of people and quite a few age of people that are going to young age their way out of this. But if you were alive in 78, 79 and you were a huge Oiler fan, you have those memories and those heartaches of losing to the Steelers.
100%.
So yeah, I think it's real.
I think it's like there's like an age cutoff.
It's a storyline. It means nothing, I get, but it's a storyline heading to the game, I think.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an age thing. Where like if you felt that pain, you're going to be upset. If you were born as the Oilers were winding down, like you probably don't care at all.
No, probably don't care. It depends on how much of a fan you were of the Oilers in the late 70s.
Yeah.
If you were a big fan, you still have emotions about that. If you weren't, you couldn't care less. And I get that, and that's fair. I think it's totally fair. But John McClain, who definitely was alive in 78 and 79, he'll be joining us on Thursday at 4:30. So set your alarms. You have to be 45, 50 years old for this to still be a rivalry. If you're younger than that doesn't matter. They just pretty much chat GPT'd what you just said, Joe.
It's true. I mean,
maybe you chat GPT'd.
There was a game in 89 as well. So
playoff game?
Yep. AFC wildcard, you lost 26-23.
Oh, wow. It was a close one. Was Neil O'Donnell the quarterback?
In 89? Might have been.
It was Warren Moon.
He was talking to the Steelers.
No, it was Bubby Brister.
This is why we educate him on Houston history.
I wasn't alive. It was Bubby Brister.
I wasn't alive in 78 and 79, but I study Houston sports history as a Houston sports host.
It was Bubby Brister.
Are you a Houston sports host?
I am.
How come you're not well-versed in Houston sports history?
I was telling Brian before the show. A lot of things like before I was born, I struggle to care about.
He said Warren Moon.
I think you said it a little more strongly before the show. We were off the air, but basically, if it happened before, you were born in 92.
He said Warren Moon.
Yeah, if it happened in 1991 or prior,
I just don't really care.
He does not give an F about.
I just don't really care.
He does not care at all.
No, it was Warren Moon. No rivalry. They're not in the same division anymore. 87 child here. It doesn't matter to me. Just want to send Aaron Rodgers into retirement. I'm such a big old fan. I still have a pair of Oiler pants, and I have the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Zebras that kept the Oilers from winning the one game that was close. This guy, SMH. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Best way to get on is move on. Marcus, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Marcus?
What's up, guys? I was listening to you guys praise Nick Caserio, but I think he stunted our growth offensively, starting with the 2022 draft when he missed on Alec Pierce, George Pickens, and I think Trey McBride was in that round too because he took Mechie. By Mechie not being on the roster anymore, I think he stunted our growth offensively that round. So we got to add that to the fact that he can't draft offensive linemen too. Now, defensively, he's hit pretty much on everyone. Now, that may be more D'Amico than him with his influence, but I think we give Nick Caserio too much credit as far as actually drafting talent. And I'll hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
I mean, 2022, he had a lot of picks, and only 2 of them have been impactful. Now, one of them is arguably the best cornerback in the NFL. And then
2022?
Yeah.
You're not saying that Jalen Petrie's one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL, are you?
That's Stingley.
2022?
They took Stingley and Petrie in the same draft.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, and then you have one of the best nickel corners.
My bad. I'm sorry.
You're welcome. It's okay.
I went to the second round.
They took Kenyon Green that year, too. Like,
yeah.
It's no GM's going to be perfect. Now, Mechie, I can't crush Nick Caserio for Mechie. I can't do it. He had a knee injury coming out of college, yes, but, like, he had cancer. He got hurt again. Like, it's unfortunate how it's worked out for Mechie. I like that pick coming out. I'm not going to revisionist history that one for me.
Yeah, it's more of a what if. Like, it would have been way better, obviously, if you would have. Marcus, you're right. Mechie went 44. George Pickens went 52. Trey McBride went 55. McBride's the miss there. Although George Pickens obviously is very, very good at football. I love McBride, though. I think he's the best tight end in the NFL. No, I think it's a fair point, Marcus. Like, studying the growth, the offensive draft picks. Stroud looked great his rookie year. Maybe some people have kind of backed off that a little bit, me included. I thought he was on his way to being a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. He hasn't been a top 10 quarterback in his second or third year, if we're being quite frank about it. Drafting an offensive lineman and then being a complete whiff, I think is fair in terms of stunning the growth, because this offensive line still lacks talent. I think they've done a good job of making chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what with this offensive line. No, I think it's a fair take, Marcus. I think it's fine. Now, to Joe's point, there's never going to be a general manager who makes the right pick every single time. I think Caserio has been more of a good GM than a bad GM.
Yeah, I think he just sucks at drafting offensive linemen.
And then, I don't disagree.
Like, that to me, like, that's the flaw with him.
The process of drafting defensive players too, I think we kind of maybe give D'Amico Ryans too much credit there. Like, I don't think D'Amico Ryans is looking at every single player that is eligible in the NFL draft and then evaluating that player. In fact, I've heard Nick Caserio talk about this. Caserio says he gives select players to select coaches, and then he wants his opinion of those players. So maybe Caserio is giving a pool of 5 players or 10, and I'm sure D'Amico watches more than like the assistants, but maybe he's giving D'Amico a pool of 20, 25 players to evaluate and get his honest thoughts about, and then he's selecting based on the review of D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
But I hesitate to give D'Amico Ryans a ton of praise for drafting players.
Yeah,
I think that's more Caserio.
Yeah, now the development of within the coaching staff, like, he deserves credit, but Will Anderson would have been good anywhere. I think at this point we have to say Kamari Lassiter would have been good anywhere. Derek Stingley Jr. would have been good anywhere. Like, those are huge hits.
Lassiter was a massive hit where you drafted him.
Oh, yeah, 42nd pick. I mean, no one had basically heard of this guy.
That's not true.
A lot of people.
That's not true.
A lot of people.
No, the knock on Lassiter was that he was small, that he didn't run great speed.
But they didn't throw at him that much at Georgia, so he doesn't have he wasn't like a flashy player coming out of college.
Kirby Smart is in his post-game press conference in the final game of Kamari Lassiter, praising him for how much he loves him and his desire to play.
Until
people
that
knew
point,
who Kamari Lassiter was.
I think you're overselling.
I think you're underselling the people's knowledge of Kamari Lassiter.
I mean, I watch a lot of college football, and I was not.
Yeah, but you watch independent football. You don't watch SEC football, where it just means more.
I watch SEC football.
713-780 ESPN. Here's the bone I had to pick with Brian about Philip's call. Philip is from the Woodlands, right? Brian put Woodlands on the board. He's intentionally trying to screw me up. He wanted me to take Philip's call and be like, Philip from Woodlands, when we all know it's not Woodlands, Brian. It's the Woodlands.
I had faith.
Get it right.
I had faith that you could put 2 and 2 together and finish the thought.
There you go. Set me up for failure.
I had faith that you could insert one word. My bad for having that faith in your ability to insert one word.
D'Amico's the GOAT. That's from Lance. Stingley got burned yesterday. LOL. Yeah, he got burned twice.
He did.
Key from LA. Y'all gave CJ his flowers way too soon.
Yes.
That's probably accurate, but how could you not? Like, he had one of the best rookie seasons in the history of the sport.
I think the revisionist history of people's reactions to what we all thought of CJ is too much.
The Texans have earned the right to have their best, worst games and records without being compared to the Oilers. We're not comparing them to the Oilers. We're saying that it kind of sparks an old rivalry between the cities. McBride looks like one of the most talented tight ends I've ever seen. He's ridiculous. I agree. Unpopular opinion, Petry's overrated. He cannot cover it all. Gets burned all the time. Hyped up for a few big hits.
I don't agree with that.
This is an opinion that I would have in the offseason. Petry has made me eat crow in his coverage skills. I think he's a far better coverage corner now than he was a year ago. Because I would have had the same take. I didn't think Petry was good. I didn't think he deserved the contract. I thought it was bad money. I thought they were paying for a culture guy who couldn't cover. Petry's been sensational this year.
Yeah, he's totally changed his game in one offseason and made that contract because it looked like a disaster contract.
Yeah, when
pretty much right away.
You paid him the most money for a nickel corner in the league.
Yeah, and he couldn't cover anyone.
Yeah. Since you don't care about anything before 92, wouldn't that mean Notre Dame's never won a national title?
Have you ever heard me celebrate a Notre Dame national title?
I don't know. It's a pretty good counter.
It is a good counter, but that's why I don't celebrate them.
Renfro was in. Been an Oiler fan back to Ernie Ladd and George Blanda. 78-79 Steeler game was the worst heartache game, including any Texans game, just my opinion. The Steelers were that good, but the Oilers were right there with them. The first Oilers game I went to was Monday night game, and when I was 5, my dad booked a limo for him and his friends, and they all took the limo for a test ride. And I remember it smelled really funny after that. Hashtag weed. Anybody besides me think it drives Jerry Jones crazy that the Texans win more than the Cowboys? No, I don't think Jerry Jones really cares about winning. I think Jerry Jones cares about attention and fame.
100%. If he cared about winning, I think he would handle his team very differently.
Yeah.
Like think about the Micah Parsons entire saga. CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, like all of them. He was always going to pay them. Well, I guess not Micah.
Wants headlines.
He wants headlines. He wants to be in the news. He wants to be led on first take, the lead on first take every day.
Did J-Bone give credit to Wade Phillips for drafting his defensive players, but not D'Amico? If so, I got a bone to pick with you, dog. The only player that I would give Wade credit for would be Watt, because he was asked, "Hey, what do you think about Watt?" He's like, "Hey, I love him."
Watt deserves credit for that. Then
a lot of these Oiler fans are in Depends. That's valid though. Other NFL games yesterday. Rams took care of business, Joe. They did what they had to do to lock up the fifth seed. I had people arguing with me yesterday on Twitter, Joe, that teams don't care about seeding in the final week of the regular season. They're like, show me one time in NFL history where a team who was guaranteed to open up the playoffs on the road played all of their players in Week 18. And then the Rams literally did it.
I mean, yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And we see teams
favorable matchups
who are going to be home teams in the playoffs play for seeding.
They want to pick on a favorable matchup.
Yeah, not like the Eagles. They didn't play Hurts yesterday. Justin Herbert didn't play. Now Herbert's been banged up, so that makes sense. But I think a majority play their guys.
Some, I think it's case by case. But to act like nobody has ever played their starters because they don't care about seeding might be the worst take I've heard all year. It's up there. Like, oh, they all rest their starters. Well, you don't pay attention to football then.
Yeah.
And then it literally happened later on that day, which kind of made my day, quite frankly. What do you think about your Bears? Lost to the Lions yesterday. That was a deep sigh.
I don't know. I don't know how.
On his birthday, no less.
I know they've ruined it, man. Not really, but I don't feel very good about them in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
They start slow.
I mean, their seed didn't change though.
No, but they just start too slow. It takes too long for the offense to get going.
I think they're gonna win this week.
I think so too.
I think you're gonna win an ugly game, and that's gonna be it.
But
It'll be
man,
2 and done.
I wasn't sure I wanted the Packers again.
Fair.
Because I don't want to lose the Packers.
Myles Garrett, he's the greatest of all time.
He is.
He set the
but
sack
today,
record.
I'm the greatest of all time.
It's Myles Garrett live yesterday after the game.
During the game, actually, I heard.
Did you see Zach Taylor?
Freaked out.
Here was Zach Taylor after the game, unhappy that they were treating Myles Garrett like he was Rudy.
What was going on there? What were you
there's 5 minutes left in our season. We're playing for our lives here. And I was never told that we're going to stop the game. And in a critical moment like that, and the refs just said that they made a decision that they were going to stop the game. And they said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that. We didn't sub. We're trying to be on the ball and go and play with tempo. And the umpire just held the ball so that we couldn't do anything. And I'm yelling at Joe, get on the ball. We didn't sub. We're going. And that we couldn't play. And so, again, trying to get an answer was not easy. They just said that they made a decision as a crew to stop the game when that happened.
Is this valid by Zach Taylor, or is he being a sourpuss?
I mean, I think they should have told them before the game that when Myles takes down Joe Burrow, we're going to do this.
I think that's where my complaint would be. Like, hey, if you want to stop the game, it's a nothing game.
Yeah.
There's no playoff implications on the line here. Hey, Zach, if Myles Garrett gets the record, we're going to stop the game. Just giving you a heads up. And okay, there you go. You've covered your bases. I think we would all accept that. I think Zach Taylor, the fact that he had no idea that was coming, it's a valid point.
Yeah, he has a gripe for sure that he didn't know it was happening.
And look, he didn't go out of his way to bring it up in the press conference. He was literally asked.
Yeah, and he could have, honestly, like before that. He could have just ranted and bitched about it. But like the fact that he wasn't told before, like he has valid reason. I think he's still a little, like, I'm sure he's calmed down at this point about it, since he didn't get fired today. But I get his point. Now, if Jamar Chase were to break like the single season record for receiving yards,
I don't think that Zach Taylor cared that they stopped the game. I think Zach Taylor cared that he didn't get a heads up.
Yeah.
Which, that's a valid complaint.
It is. Because and typically that's not how it works.
No.
Like typically we do see like everyone's kind of on the same page.
Yeah, you get a heads up. Breeze breaks the passing record. Everybody knows the game's going to stop. The TV people knew the game was going to stop.
Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of wondering, like, are we sure Zach didn't just like miss a memo?
I mean, you should
like everyone else knew.
The referee should have talked to him about it. They talked to the coaches before the game.
Yeah.
Hey, here's what's happening. Do you want us to look at anything? Do you have any trick plays that we need to be mindful of? Like that stuff happens before every game.
It's just an awkward conversation. Hey, when your quarterback gets sacked by Myles Garrett in this game, because it's gonna happen.
It's not an awkward conversation.
We're gonna stop the game.
Hey, Zach, if Myles Garrett breaks the record today, we're gonna stop the game. Done.
Yeah, I mean I don't blame him for being upset, but
all right, all I said their NFL stuff's kind of whatever. It was a lot of nothingness yesterday. Broncos 1 seed, Patriots yay. Oh, Jets set the NFL record. 0 interceptions the entire year.
That's incredible.
Asman's unhappy, by the way.
I would imagine.
He wanted Aaron Glenn fired. All right.
I can't believe they have 0. An entire season, not 1.
Yeah. I mean, they were trailing a lot, though, so teams probably didn't pass as much. Anyways, Black Monday. All these coaches that got fired, coaches that are staying. Anybody make a bad call on these? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I'm hungry, Joe. I'm hungry, Brian. You know what I'm doing tonight? Federal American Grill. I love Federal American Grill. I go to the one up in the Woodlands. It's my favorite spot for a bite. It's my favorite spot to grab a drink. It should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour, which happens every day from 3 till 7, we're currently in that window, so head on over. There's a bunch of locations in Houston. You can find a Federal American Grill right now. Stop wasting your time in traffic and go have a bite. Go have a drink. $10 apps, drink specials. They have a world-class whiskey and bourbon selection. And you know what's coming up soon? Valentine's Day. You know where you should take the Mrs. or Mr. for Valentine's Day? Federal American Grill, and you can get a 3-course dinner for only $75. Reservations open now, so reserve ahead of time. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate. Do it now. Also, join the reward system, Club Fed. You can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. They're opening up the River Oaks location pretty soon. That's going to be opened up in Q1 of 2026. So, when you're looking for a bite, when you're looking for a drink, think Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients and a tribute to classic American cuisine.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Someone's mad at me because I'm not giving D'Amico Ryans credit for drafting a defensive player. I give D'Amico credit. I give D'Amico credit. I just give Caserio more credit.
Fact.
That's it. D'Amico deserves praise and credit for that, and I give him that. And I'm sure Kamari Lassiter was one of the players that D'Amico watched film on and gave his seal of approval. I love this guy. If you can get him, go get him. I trust that. I just give the general manager more credit than the head coach in this situation. So not every organization is that way. But no, D'Amico deserves credit for drafting Lassiter, just not as much credit as Nick, in my opinion.
Yeah, and someone said, I was texting him like, oh, what aboutism with Bill Belichick? Well, he was the GM.
He was the GM.
So,
yeah. And then the Wade Phillips, J.J. Watt example, they asked Wade Phillips, like, which defensive end do you like the most? And look, maybe that happened with Lassiter. We're not privy to that information. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't happen. We do not know.
Because they don't tell us anything.
And they're on record talking about how they handle drafts. Caserio says that he gives his coaches pools of players and then takes their opinion, and it has a lot of credit for that. Obviously, he puts a lot of weight on that. I don't know how much weight, but no, I don't give the head coach in the Texans' case more credit than the general manager. They both deserve credit working together. I'll give them that.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from these players and the impact that D'Amico's had on their careers.
No, he's developing them. And that's probably the most important thing. It's Caserio's draft pick is fine, but is Kamari Lassiter the player he is without D'Amico Ryans' development and guidance? No. Heck no.
I mean, Kamari was the starting corner before, they put pads on. I think that's where, Caserio deserves credit. He didn't put pads on here. He won this.
Yeah, but no one knew him coming out of college.
I don't think many people did.
Joe acting like the Bears should go deep in the playoffs prior to yesterday's game is pretty funny, says a junkie. All right, these firings in the NFL. We mentioned Raheem Morris a little bit earlier. Raheem Morris sacked. He's fired.
And their GM.
They're Fontenot, yeah.
I mean, I think that's the right move.
Okay.
I just think they need to change. I think it also gives you an out route for a quarterback because I think you need that.
You need an out route?
Yeah, because with Fontenot, I feel like you're stuck with Penix.
Oh, you're saying an exit plan for what they have at QB?
Yeah, exit plan's a better way to put it. Right.
I thought you meant a receiver running an out.
Yep. No, you just said it better than I did. I said it wrong. I think you got to move on from Penix and Cousins if you can.
No, I wouldn't move on from Penix. I would keep Penix.
He's just not on the field enough, man.
I want to see what Penix looks like with a new coach. If you bring in an offensive mind there, what if they hire Kubiak? That'd be fun to see.
I'm 3 or 4 now, season-ending injuries. If you go back to college, I just don't trust him to be on the field.
That's fine. That's fair.
So, I mean, if the kid Kubiak is the guy, which it sounds like he could be because Rick Smith is part of the search firm.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's part of the search firm.
I saw that they had 2 different search firms.
Yeah, one for the coach and one for the GM.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 2 search firms working at the same time to both find a coach.
No, they're working to find different positions.
Okay, all right.
Also are supposed to work together. But Rick Smith is apparently part of the coaching one.
Good for him.
Which maybe should just be he was a candidate apparently before Fontenot to be the GM there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a terrible spot. I saw that they want to have a president of football operations that oversees the GM and the head coach, which they're saying could be Matt Ryan.
And he wants to keep both his jobs.
I'm cool with that.
I'm fine with it. I mean, now that Brady's an owner, does it matter anymore?
No, I think Matt Ryan can do his job while also being an analyst on Sundays.
Yeah, it'll be the same thing as Brady. He can't be in certain production meetings and whatnot, stuff that doesn't matter to you and I.
And as a studio guy, he's probably not anyways.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot he's a studio guy.
Yeah.
So then it really doesn't matter.
No.
So I got no problem.
Yeah, me either.
You skip his term you skip him when it's time to talk Falcons.
Cleveland fired Stefanski. He's sacked, but they keep the GM Andrew Berry, which is interesting. Rackham Pete said Cleveland specializes in firing coaches and quarterbacks. He was fired because he doesn't believe Sanders is QB1. Somebody else said that, not Rackham Pete. I don't know about that.
I mean, yeah, it could be part of it, but I also don't know if that organization is feeling like Shador is for sure their guy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Andrew Berry, who took him in the 7th round, right?
Shador?
Yeah.
6th, I think.
6th round?
Yeah.
Is confident that 5th round, apparently, BMX says. We got there eventually. That Shador is the guy. Is anyone really does he deserve a shot to be the starting quarterback next year? I think absolutely.
Yeah, I would go into the season with he and Watson fighting for the job. Shador's been better than I thought he'd be. I'm not gonna lie. Led a game-winning drive yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Stefanski believes he's not a QB1 though. I don't think that's why he was fired.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe. Pete Carroll one and done with the Raiders. I'm surprised they didn't work out an agreement where he retired. But yeah, sacked after a season. I didn't think this was going to happen a few weeks ago. You did. So 1 for Joe.
Yeah,
0 for
man,
Jeremy.
it's such a disaster there.
Disaster.
I mean, you have to fight your special teams coach and your OC during the season because apparently Brady wanted Chip Kelly. And now like everyone's like, oh, Brady's going to be part of this one. Like, wasn't he part of the last one?
I thought so too.
Like he just didn't hire Pete Carroll, but he hired Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
Now I like the rumors that are flying around.
What are
that
those?
He wants Flores as his head coach.
That'd be fun.
And Dable as his OC.
That would be fun.
And then Mendoza with the first pick. I'm like, and that's or maybe Dante Moore, but like
I think I'm in on Mendoza.
I'm getting there.
He's so nerdy that I kind of like it.
Yeah, he's growing on me. But like Mendoza, Genti, Bowers, Dable, Flores. I'm like, okay, like I could see like that's. I feel like you're building something there. So like if you're gonna go get someone like Brian Flores, I think that's the move that like this one makes sense. It was just a mess with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I guess so.
I just don't know if it was his fault, but this is the end for Pete.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we see him again.
Yeah, now there's a lot of bad jobs open right now, so maybe.
I doubt it. I think this is it. Like if he was out of the game for a few years, comes back, he's one and done. I'd be shocked if he lands another head coaching job.
Yeah, he'll be back at USC
teaching classes. Man, he should go enjoy life. I think
it's probably like one class a week.
Still, I wouldn't be teaching class with his money at that age.
I probably wouldn't be either. But some people got to work, man.
You think? Stop it.
What?
Pete Carroll does not have to work.
No, some people have that mindset where like they're just like, I'm going to work.
Well, go work on your golf game.
Well, maybe he doesn't want it.
You'll go work on his tan. It looks
maybe
like he
wants
spends
to
a
get
lot of
paid.
hours on that.
That's true. You can do that while you golf.
He puts his money in a nice little, stock.
Some people like to
The
work.
dividends
He's
would
not
be great.
talking about his ability to survive financially, Jeremy. He's talking
No,
about the
I
Bear
understand
Bryant
what
mindset.
he's talking about. He can work on his tan. He can work on his golf game. He can work playing a little pickleball.
Yeah, but
he can work as an analyst to some other NFL team. The last thing I would do if I had a working mindset is to teach class.
Maybe that's what he wants to do.
That's a weird mindset.
Once a week.
Not for me.
Or he's got a GA or a TA. Doesn't he have to like grade the papers?
This one in Arizona surprised me with Jonathan Gannon. I didn't think they would sack him. He got sacked too.
I mean, the record's pretty abysmal, but like they've played well, but now they got this quarterback problem that I don't know where they go from here. Like I don't know what they're looking for now in a head coach. Like, what you want an offensive guy to work with Kyler, an offensive guy to work with someone else? Like, what is this job? If I'm interviewing for the job, that's my question to them, to the Cardinals is, what are we doing at quarterback? Like what am I coaching?
Yeah, but I mean, don't you have that at all these places?
I think most of the other ones, like Las Vegas, there's a pretty clear path, right? You're taking Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore.
But that's still like a question you would have.
Yeah, but
Cleveland, you have that. Atlanta, you have that.
Like you have Tennessee as a quarterback. Giants have a quarterback. You think?
Huh?
I think there's. What's he? I don't know. Like, what's he supposed to do? Like, that roster's brutal. I don't think it's his fault that they're in this position, and their GM staying.
They have some pieces.
They
have some pieces.
They have
in
McBride.
Arizona.
Michael Wilson played well.
Michael Wilson was very good.
They have
Are you giving up on
He was
Marvin
1,000
Harrison?
yards.
No, I guess no, not yet.
They had some defensive pieces.
I mean, I still like Marvin Harrison Jr. He hasn't been. He's a bust compared to his counterparts, but he's still a good player.
You know who I really like that I hope someday becomes a Texan? Buda Baker.
Oh, I do love Buda Baker.
He's so good.
He's awesome.
He's getting a little up there though in age. We're like, it better happen quickly. Maybe he'll be part of like the moves in Arizona. Like, hey, new coaching staff, let's get younger.
Yeah.
Buda Baker's available. Like, he'd be so good in this defense.
He'd be a great offseason sign, honestly, for the Texans.
He's like past the age where he's making like huge top safety money.
I mean, you need another safety.
I would love the idea of Buda Baker.
Go back to Jimmy Ward next year?
No, he's done. He's done as a Texan.
Buda Baker would be awesome. But yeah, I mean, this one surprised me too, but they just haven't won enough games to where it's just time.
No, I didn't think they would fire him, but his resume hasn't been good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it makes sense when you look at the resume. I thought he was going to be safe. Bengals are keeping Zach Taylor.
They shouldn't.
Oh, completely disagree.
Like, they're not winning.
Why
man.
shouldn't they?
I just feel like it's time for a change.
See, you're in this mold of fire coaches just to fire coaches. Like, is Zach Taylor the problem in Cincinnati?
No, he's not. Whoever the GM is.
Well, then why are we firing him?
Because I think you could go with a defensive head coach can help that side of the ball.
Why would you want a defensive head coach when you have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase?
Because any offensive coordinator can make it work with those guys.
I disagree. You might be able to make it work, but you're not magnifying them. That's your side of the ball. Like, that's the ball that you have to excel in because your defense is mid. It's kind of like when the Rockets hired D'Antoni. Like, we have, Harden, so let's double down on it. Let's game the system more. Although D'Antoni might not be the best example there in terms of like proving the point of keeping him.
Yeah, I wouldn't invest what they invested in Burrow and Chase and then potentially subject them to changing offensive coordinators every year. Because if you go defensive route, even if you get the right guy, then that guy's going to go take a head coaching job, and you're changing Joe Burrow's offensive coordinator every year. I wouldn't do that.
Zach Taylor's not the reason they went 6-11 this year.
Joe
Burrow's hurt. Their roster's bad.
But don't you think he would be fired if it wasn't the cheapest organization in football?
No, I don't.
That just gave him a long extension?
No, I don't. Now, that's a valid point because they do. I was in Cincinnati this weekend. I was talking to Bengals fans because that's what I do when I go on the road. I like to get their opinion of their team. And the guy I was sitting next to talking about the Bengals, that's the first thing he went to. He talked about how the ownership is terrible, blah, 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 blah. You know what he compared Joe Burrow to? My friend, Joey B?
Mm-hmm.
He compared Joey B to a fine Ferrari. But he said, you know what the Bengals are doing to that fine Ferrari? They're making him drive on the worst streets of Houston, which I was kind of offended as a Houstonian that he said that to me. He knew I was from Houston because I was wearing my U of H thing, but I was offended.
But
like, why not the mean streets of Cincinnati? Why are you throwing Houston as bad streets? Your streets suck too, bro, and your chili's terrible.
How much did you eat?
So I thought that I didn't eat any. So I thought that was offensive that he said that to me. But, I just rolled with the punches. But he's like, but I also thought the analogy's kind of right. Like, he is a fine Italian car that they're treating poorly. He's like, they need to put that sucker in a garage. They have it outside on the streets. And I was like, okay. Yeah, I still don't like to use the Houston streets, but that's fine. I see where your analogy's going here. Like, that should be the mantra of that organization, is protecting Burrow and Chase. That gives them the best chance for success. They were within 6 minutes of winning a Super Bowl with that pairing.
Yeah.
Like, Zach Taylor is not the issue in Cincinnati. I'm not firing him because he had a 6-11 season.
I mean, you just have to you got to figure out your defense at some point.
They need help there.
A lot of help. It doesn't matter if they fire their DC again. Like, I don't know who you hire at this point. And I guess where, like, that counteracts what I said. But, like, bring in, like, a Flores or something like that to try to fix this defense. But they have so much work to do.
Joe, if you were a general manager and owner of a team, and you knew you had a head coach that you loved, and you thought he was great, you thought he was a top 5 coach in the NFL, and he went 5-12 in back-to-back seasons, you're firing him for the sake of firing him?
No.
Okay. I didn't think you were going to answer that way.
No, if you love the coach, I'm not sure I love Zach Taylor.
All right, fair enough. I thought you were going to answer differently. The Jets are keeping Aaron Glenn.
They are.
Much to the chagrin of Jake Asman. Jake Asman has been on the Aaron Glenn firing campaign. He pinned a tweet, Joe, that to TLDR. I didn't read this thing, but I did copy and paste it into Word to see how many words he used on this tweet. 316 words. He pinned one tweet about firing our friend, Nimitz grad Aaron Glenn. 316 words. I remember a day, Joe, where on Twitter you only got 280 characters.
You only got 280 140 characters.
That's right, 104. He wrote 316 words on one tweet.
That's too much.
That's TLDR.
It's too much.
I might send this to Elon and say, can we retract that all these verified check marks get all of this space?
It's too much space.
316.
Tweet at Grok.
Jake Asman, 316 words.
Is he right?
I mean, I'm biased. I'm a Nimitz guy. I've liked Aaron Glenn ever since he was a Texan. I think 1 year is way too soon to fire somebody, especially with the team that he had. I wouldn't say he did a good job in year one, but I'm not the guy to ask.
No, but you've also got
like
a situation where like you've got a coach who, for whatever reason, whether it's his say or front office's say, like you've traded away Quentin Williams, you've traded away Sauce Gardner, like you've made this process much more challenging for your organization. Because like while you got good draft assets in return for these players, like you're going to have what the Colts pick as a top 15 pick for them. The Packers or Cowboys pick the following year. What they got for Quentin Williams will be good. They'll have 3 first-rounders in 2027.
Yeah, like
they're set up for success down the road. I just don't know like what coach is a better fit at the moment. Like I don't think this coaching cycle is that. There's a lot of jobs open. I don't like. We're seeing the names float around, and I'm like, eh.
What names do you like?
I like Kubiak.
I like the idea of Kubiak.
I like Flores.
I love the idea of Flores. He deserves a second. He deserves another opportunity. I think he's great at, one, he's great defensively. 2, I think he instills that culture that you see. Flores would be near the top of my list.
Yeah, like I'm not saying, I don't know if he's going to do what Mike McDonald has done, but like we've seen how, like you can look at statistically how things have flipped with the Ravens and the Seahawks and then everything that's happened around them. The Seahawks are the number 1 seed, the Ravens missed the playoffs, and it feels like it's mostly because of what Mike McDonald has done there. So like I'm pro a defensive coach if he can hire the right OC. Now, how is he going to replace Kubiak? Because I think he's going to lose Kubiak.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point here. I think you're missing the point entirely. I think you're lumping into the consensus and the majority of how people look at these coaching carousels. Everybody's like, offensive wizard, defensive wizard. You know what works in the NFL?
Winning.
Building a culture. Being a great leader and building a culture. Mike Vrabel. Like, do you think Mike Vrabel, offensive mind, defensive mind, obviously he's a defensive guy and has been a DC. When he was the DC in Houston, they weren't good. Now the injuries were there, all that. But I don't look at Vrabel as this wizard defensively. Yes, a defensive guy. Yes, his call plays. He is not a defensive wizard. You know what he is? He is a leadership culture wizard. DeMeco Ryans took a team that won 11 games in 3 years and has them in the playoffs 3 straight years. Now, is he a great defensive play caller? Absolutely he is. But is that his biggest strength? I don't think so. I think his biggest strength is his leadership and just getting the most out of his players. Bill Belichick, defensive-minded guy. Who are the other? You mentioned McDonald. Dan Campbell, a guy didn't have the success this year, but had success very early in his career. Who are the best teams in the NFL? San Francisco does have an offensive mind.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago does have an offensive mind, although I think Ben Johnson's leadership characteristics get underrated, quite frankly. McDermott, if we want to throw him into the mix, although people are kind of out on
his
McDermott.
leadership was a little, yeah.
But I mean, he gets the most out of his guys. He wins.
He does.
Now, a lot of that is Josh Allen. I get it, but he's had multiple OCs. He's won with all of them.
Yeah.
I think what we get caught up. We get caught up in these coaching carousels of these play callers. Oh, he had the third best offense, and he's going to bring that in. And he's going to be fantastic. Okay, you get Cliff Kingsbury in the room, and he can't lead.
Yeah.
We underrate leadership, and we overrate wizardness.
I mean, Kingsbury might be getting
Wizardry.
fired.
I know, it's weird.
To your point, I think
Dan Quinn, example of that last year.
The fact that Spagnuolo is going to interview for the Titans job, like that's the best hire they can make, I think. Talking about leadership, just building something. Spags is another guy, to me, deserves, like Brian Flores, another shot.
Yeah.
And you can build something if you just have a good coach, a good leader in your program. And I feel like that's what those guys would be. Aaron Glenn, I think, can be that.
Yeah, I do too.
To me, it seems we've kind of jumped the shark in a way. Like, it was really non-traditional for a coach to get fired after 1 year. And now it's starting to become much more common. It's happening every single year. Someone's a one and done.
I think, if you can recognize incompetence, why not? Like, if you recognize Pete Carroll's incompetent, okay, move on. Why waste your time?
Yeah, so Urban Meyer need to be fired after
I'm not opposed to firing guys after their first year if you recognize incompetence. But I don't like the whole willy-nilly, we're going to fire a guy because we had a bunch of injuries and went 8-9. No, if you have faith in that coach, being the right man for the job for the next 3, 5, 7 years, you should keep that guy. I feel that way about Zach Taylor. I felt that way about Kevin Stefanski. I think Aaron Glenn can be a fine head coach. I'm not giving up on him after one season. Junkie, gotta love Jeremy disagreeing with everything you say for 3 hours straight. I agree just as much as I disagree. You just don't pay attention to the agreeing. You just pay attention to the disagreeing. That's on you, Junkie. And in fact, Junkie, you're gone. You're out of here for the next 17 minutes. You're done.
You are out of here.
Gone.
I like this.
He's gone. He can come back tomorrow.
Okay. This is a good wrinkle for 2026.
Somebody says it's Jake Asman who gives a poop emoji what he thinks. I just enjoyed the 316 words. I thought that was hilarious. Jake couldn't even get 316 words in over Stutz and BK.
That's true.
Yeah,
it was busy during the show.
He also had to sit on a phone book. I can't use short jokes. I'm not very tall either. I have to get them in where I can because I look up at most people.
Shot, but I loved it.
But it's true though.
It is.
I'm only 5'9", so I have to get in my short jokes whenever I can.
I feel this is insulting to ask Joe, but
Joe's shorter than me.
Who was taller?
I'm taller than Asman, I think.
Okay.
Actually, maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but you can win in a fight.
Yeah, easily.
Oh yeah, I would definitely take Joe.
Raiders are paying 5 coaches. Done. I keep seeing memes saying Pete Carroll fired, but it's a picture of Ellen DeGeneres, and it makes me laugh every time. Send that to me, please. Jeremy disagreeing with the text saying you disagree with everything is alpha. Good point. All right, let's go to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. I'm a pretty disappointed Ravens fan today. I know you guys are talking about all these coaching firings. John Harbaugh 18 years. He's got the Super Bowl, but I think it's time for the Ravens to move on. The close to 20 fourth quarter blown leads. Lamar only has 3 playoff wins. Haven't been able to get over the hump. He's a great human being. He's done so much for the Ravens. But I think letting Mike McDonald walk out the door a couple of years ago to get to Seattle, I think he should have been the next head coach. Yesterday's loss was just tough.
When were you going to fire him? You're going to fire Harbaugh? You're going to fire him off a 13-4 year when he went to the AFC Championship game? Like, how are you going to keep McDonald?
We should have brought McDonald. Should have been the guy. We should have. He was the coach in waiting. I felt.
So you would have fired Harbaugh, or you would have made McDonald the coach in waiting?
No, I would have probably let go of Harbaugh after 16, 17 years.
Wow. Okay.
All these fourth quarter issues. The Tyler Huntley, the Mark Andrews drop, the Zay Flowers fumble at the 1 yard line in the Chiefs game, and then now Tyler Luke. You have a rookie kicker, and you're not using the 3 timeouts to get closer. You're not giving Derrick Henry the ball.
But that wasn't 2 years ago. Keith, we're up against it. We got to get to break because we got a long break. Sorry to cut you off. You can call back tomorrow and give us your thoughts on the Ravens. But we literally have to go to break. It's not a make believe thing. Mike McDonald was hired going into the 2024 season. You would have had to fire Harbaugh after a 13-4 year. We went to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, I mean, I get
Spicy.
the theory of it, but like that's just not how the Buccaneers tried it.
Yeah, they did.
How was Mark Andrews' fumble on?
Or is they
2 years ago? 2 years ago. Like we should have fired Harbaugh after he went to the AFC Championship game to keep McDonald. And look, there's sometimes sometimes maybe that's the smart thing to do, but you're not doing it after an AFC Championship appearance.
No, that's a hindsight opinion.
Yeah, it's hindsight opinion.
No one operates that way.
Sorry to interrupt you, Keith, but we do have to go to break.
I hate if my franchise operated that way. You have a coach who's in the AFC title game and you fire him because you think the next guy's better?
Yeah.
What if you're wrong?
We've seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bucs did it to keep Dirk Cutter because Jameis Winston had a good year. And look, they moved on from Lovey. Like, okay, whatever. Some people would say the Lions should have done it with Ben Johnson over Dan Campbell.
Fair.
Which today doesn't look terrible. All right, 713-780-ESPN. A car wreck of the day. Nope, it's Junkie of the day. Junkie of the day, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. It is Jeremy and Joe. First, I got to tell you about the greatness that is Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is fantastic. They're the dealer you can trust. They're transparent with you, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. This is your resolution of the new year. Get an automobile that you can trust. Isn't going to break down on the side of the road. It's going to keep you and your family safe. And Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere, higher grade people, which leads to a great culture. So get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now in 2026. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or visit them at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. A junkie said the Red Weasel tried to talk to one of my exes. LOL. Look at
Junkie?
that flex, though.
Have an ex. Congratulations.
One of my exes.
He's got a
One of
lot.
my exes.
One
That
of
means
them.
he has multiple flex.
Okay, let me rephrase an earlier question. If your wife left you for Jake Asman, or if she left you for Tom Brady,
The void is still there.
oh, BS.
The void's still there.
You're
Tommy.
Throw the flag. I'm throwing the flag. I don't believe this
Jake's
at
a
all.
fill-in radio host at a major market.
I don't believe you at all.
Jake Asman or Bill Belichick?
Alpi Shingun's going to miss 2 weeks with an ankle sprain. So, 2 weeks over an ankle sprain for Alpi Shingun. Junkie of the day, Joe.
Soft?
Who do you got? No, he should be 3 weeks. Take it easy.
It's probably, nail in the coffin here. I don't think I was ever going to get an invite, but I was watching Sports Sunday last night.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Imai.
Yeah.
Tatsuya.
Yeah.
They spelled it Tatsuga.
Tatsuga.
Yeah, they put a G in there instead of a Y.
Those networks also always want me to come on during like March Madness and like U of H basketball.
When you're like on the road.
I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. Like you can have me on for other stuff, and I've been asked and I've declined, but no, I'm not gonna be your U of H guy.
I'm never gonna get an invite. So
no, you and other things. Let's talk. U of H, and plus I don't really like leaving the house. Wilfried Nancy sacked by Celtic after 33 days. Lost 6 of their 8 matches. Will be a little bit seasoned. Be cultured when it comes to the sports viewing in your life, Brian. Wilfried Nancy. I mean, his name's Nancy. You knew this wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
First name doesn't help either.
Wilfried.
Yeah, I'm still confused which way that one goes. My Junkie of the Day nomination goes out to Marshawn Lynch on the Manning cast from this last week.
We had you on the show in season 1, and we forgot to tell you that you cannot use profanities on air. So, Marshawn, can you please promise not to curse tonight, unless, of course, you're cursing at Peyton? We all agree that it's totally fine if you do that.
Well, I was about to. That was one of the first things I was going to ask y'all was how much was that fine last time? Because I know they hit y'all with it.
Expensive. No. Eli had to pay it, so it's all good, Marshawn. It's all good.
Well worth it.
Well, I mean, just to get things on the up and up. Let's just get it started, get it out there. Jeez. All right, now we got it out the way.
Jeez, Marshawn.
I love that.
He's living the gimmick.
That's what you get. You have Marshawn on, he's going to do that. You tell him not to swear, he's definitely going to do it.
Yeah, I think they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, for sure.
Junkie, he's got a couple of nominees.
Junkie?
Josh from Seabrook. Junkie of the Day, the NFC South. The Panthers for relying on the Falcons. The Buccaneers for choking the division lead worse than the Colts. And the Falcons for tying the division lead a month after getting eliminated. Didn't it feel like the NFC South was kind of like the ACC?
Yeah.
Yeah, their
like
entire
weird
division
tiebreakers.
Finished under 500.
Yeah. Some people think, though, that you don't play for seeding in the playoffs.
Don't play for it.
Yeah, Rams shouldn't have played for seeding yesterday.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have been trying to target the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, shouldn't want to be favored by 10 on the road in the playoffs.
Shouldn't. Teams don't do it.
Teams don't do it. Just don't.
They don't do it.
Don't believe.
Twitter doesn't think they do it. All right, what wins? I kind of like Wilfried Nancy. Let's give him a victory.
Why not?
Sack
why not?
manager.
Yeah.
Never heard of him, but
Gaffer
sure.
Wilfried Nancy. Glenn's heard of.
Yeah, break it down with Glenn this week.
I bet it comes up
Glenn's
tomorrow.
going to be all over
I
it.
bet it comes up tomorrow.
Bucky McMillan show comes up at 7 o'clock a little bit later. Who put Buck McMillan?
Oh, that might have been me.
Not me.
Yeah, it probably was me.
All right. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night. But before I go, football season in full swing. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. You're in Texas, and Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog all season long. You already know that to be the case. Underdog is the very best. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. All you have to do is download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.